Chapter 1. What is in my hands is mine. In the western Song Mountains, on the precipice of a steep cliff, a girl clad in outdoor gear and wearing a cap was desperately reaching for a blood-red stone vine flower nestled between the rocks. Yet, in the next moment, her foot slipped and she was engulfed by a sudden sensation of weightlessness. Chung Anning's face changed dramatically, but before she could cry for help, she plummeted into the abyss below. As the crimson hue receded from her sight, a profound regret flickered through her mind. What a pity she was so close to succeeding in her new research project. To die like this was truly unforgivable. At that moment, the desolate expanse of the western Song was shrouded in ominous clouds. Suddenly, thunder roared, and lightning slashed through the sky. In the flash of electricity, a dark figure hurtled down from the heavens, accompanied by a drawn-out scream, directly crashing toward the wild man brandishing a wooden fork. From the thicket of grass and stones came an enraged roar. I spit. Who dares to ambush this leader? Seeking death. Jean Exun, having just swallowed a mouthful of yellow dust, scrambled to his feet, spitting out the dirt while roaring in fury. Chung Anning was jolted awake by the piercing shout, and upon opening her eyes, she found a wild man with a fierce countenance advancing towards her with a weapon in hand. She instinctively recoiled, her survival instincts kicking in as she scrambled to evade Jean Zin's vicious thrust with remarkable speed. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Chung Anning, drenched in cold sweat, retreated while questioning in alarm. Jean Exen looked up and, upon realizing that his assailant was a pale and delicate female, his eyes glinted with avarice and desire. You audacious female, how dare you ambush me, the leader? I am a chieftain of the mighty Golden Serpent tribe. If you submit to me today, I shall spare you. If not, I will slay you and feast on your flesh with my kin. What? This wild man intends to eat her? Has she stumbled upon a tribe of cannibals? Chung Anning's face turned ashen, and as she continued to back away, she maintained her composure and said, Don't come any closer. I didn't mean to. I accidentally fell. You caused me to lose my sacred object and still deny it? If I don't capture you today, how can I claim the title of chieftain? Seeing Chung Anning's panicked and fearful demeanor only intensified the wild man's desire. He pursued her, wildly thrusting his fork in an attempt to block her escape. Chung Anning dodged left and right, but ultimately, under Jean Zin's ferocious onslaught, she stumbled and fell to the ground, just as Jean Zin's wooden fork came crashing down behind her. It's over. Chung Anning squeezed her eyes shut in terror. Unexpectedly, just then, a wooden stick flew horizontally, forcefully interrupting Jean Zin's attack. Yan Hao, what are you doing? This female is mine. Instead of the anticipated pain, she heard the wild man's furious roar. Jean Zin's tone was laced with agitation and resentment, as if something precious of his had been coveted. Chung Anning opened her eyes to find that a tall, long-haired wild man had appeared before her. Sitting on the ground, Chung Anning tilted her head back slightly and beheld this man, whose shoulders were as broad as mountains, a lean waist, and long, sturdy legs. This wild man had an impressive physique. A fleeting thought crossed Chung Anning's muddled mind. You saw her first, so she belongs to you? Now that she's in my grasp, she is mine. Yan Hao forcefully pulled the dazed Chung Anning up, exuding an air of dominance. However, what astonished Chung Anning was that this wild man named Yan Hao was not only well-built, but also possessed a magnetic and alluring voice, coupled with striking good looks. His skin was sun-kissed, features sharp and defined, with a prominent nose, resolute lips, and deep, dark eyes. Thick eyebrows framed his striking gaze as flowing black hair danced in the wind. Adorned with a bone headband that added a touch of wildness and flamboyance to his already stunning appearance, he radiated an overwhelming aura of primal masculinity. Chung Anning had never seen such an attractive wild man before, and for a moment, she was so mesmerized by Yan Hao that she forgot to escape. Dream on. You dare snatch the sacred object from me and also covet the female? Yan Hao, you've made a formidable enemy. Hand over the female and the heavenly ginseng. Jean Exen bellowed, his eyes blazing with rage, as if he could devour Yan Hao whole. As the chieftain of the Golden Serpent tribe, he had come to the sacred hill to seize the sacred object, the heavenly ginseng, and his most formidable opponent was Yan Hao, the chieftain of the Flame Tiger tribe. He had summoned his spirit companion, the Golden Serpent, to ambush Yan Hao, defeating him, and was about to end his life to obtain the sacred object when this female, falling from the sky, disrupted his plans. Now, even this female was about to be taken by Yan Hao. How could he not be furious? Come and take it if you can. Yan Hao scoffed, then swung his stick fiercely. Taking advantage of Jin Zin's momentary distraction, Yan Hao swiftly seized Cheng Anning and dashed away. Stop! By the time Jin Xan regained his senses, Yan Hao had already vanished without a trace. Enraged, Jin Xan howled at the sky. Yan Hao, remember this. I, Jin Xan, will surely take my revenge. Cheng Anning was swept up by Yan Hao, who galloped across the vast expanse like a whirlwind until they had distanced themselves from the sacred hill and entered the territory of the Flame Tiger tribe, where Yan Hao finally could not maintain his pace, and they both tumbled to the ground. As they fell, Yan Hao's robust body inadvertently landed on Cheng Anning. Nearly suffocating her with a cry of distress, she summoned all her strength to push Yan Hao aside. Yan Hao fell to the side, his face pale, emitting a muffled groan of pain. Cheng Anning hurriedly scrambled to check on Yan Hao, only to discover that his left arm was bruised, with two distinct dark marks resembling bite marks, indicating he had been bitten by a venomous snake. This wild man had sustained such a severe injury, yet could carry her this far. He truly was remarkable. Hey, how are you? Wake up. Cheng Anning gently patted Yan Hao, but he showed no response, seemingly slipping into unconsciousness. In her desperation, Cheng Anning disregarded everything else, quickly unbuckling her backpack and pulling out a first aid kit to tend to Yan Hao's wounds. This wild man had saved her life naturally. She could not let him die, fortunately. As someone accustomed to traversing mountains and forests, Cheng Anning always kept some snakebite antidote in her first aid kit, which proved invaluable at this moment. First, she bandaged his left hand to prevent the poison from spreading, then administered an injection of the antidote, and finally used a cupping jar to carefully draw out the venom from the wound on his left arm. After cleaning it with drinking water, she bandaged it up. Having completed these tasks, Cheng Anning noticed Yan Hao's complexion gradually improving and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the antidote was taking effect. Thunder rumbled again. Just then, the sky darkened ominously. Glancing at the gloomy skies, Cheng Anning's heart raced once more. It appeared rain was imminent. She needed to find shelter. She scanned her surroundings and faintly spotted a cave in the nearby mountains. So she adjusted her backpack, struggled to lift Yan Hao, and began to make her way toward the cave. As the heavy raindrops began to fall, Cheng Anning finally managed to help Yan Hao into the cave. She laid him on a rock and then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Goodness, this man is incredibly heavy. If it weren't for her regular training with heavy loads, she might not have been able to move him. After resting for a while, Cheng Anning finally recovered. Glancing at the torrential rain outside and the darkening sky resigned, she turned to her backpack, unzipped it, and began gathering firewood to start a fire. Soon, a bonfire blazed, warming the cave, and at that moment, Yan Hao, lying on the stone, slowly opened his eyes, but an unusual fire glimmered within them. He gradually rose, casting a glance at Cheng Anning, who was crouched by the fire with her back to him, and stumbled over. Seeing the towering figure illuminated by the fire, Cheng Anning joyfully turned around, exclaiming, "Great, you're awake." Before she could finish her sentence, she was suddenly pinned to the ground by a scorching body. Chapter 2. The Time-Traveling Gift Package. What do you want? Let go of me. Cheng Anning's face turned pale with fright. The man did not respond. His fiery gaze was filled with a predatory glint. With a swift motion, he began to strip away her clothing piece by piece. At that moment, even Cheng Anning, despite her naivety, realized his intentions and began to struggle fiercely, pushing against him. You stay away. Don't touch me. I saved you. You can't treat me like this. No. Yan Hao's eyes burned with an intense flame, utterly disregarding Cheng Anning's resistance as he forcefully pinned her beneath him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until, at last, the wild man was sated and fell asleep. Cheng Anning finally found the opportunity to break free, dragging her aching body upright, dressing herself once more, and curling up in despair. Her first experience had been so brutally taken from her, and with a wild man, no less. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt in a fit of anger. She got to her feet, retrieved a fruit knife from her backpack, and marched toward the man, gritting her teeth as she raised the knife. However, gazing at the wild man's defenseless face as he slept, she found herself unable to bring the blade down. Yet how could she simply let him go? Chung Anning glared at the wild man, whose breathing was slightly uneven, and realized that he was remarkably handsome. His brows, dark as ink, were sharply defined, and his high nose was perfectly straight and prominent, complemented by lips that exuded a sense of determination. This man possessed flawless features, even though he appeared pale and his brow was furrowed. He still radiated an irresistible allure. Suddenly recalling that fervent scene from before, Chung Anning felt her cheeks involuntarily flush with warmth. To her astonishment, even a wild man could exude such charm. Could it be that the heavens, weary of her mundane existence, had bestowed upon her a grand gift? Gazing at the handsome slumberer within arm's reach, Chung Anning reluctantly set aside her dagger, mumbling, "Considering your striking appearance, I shall overlook this matter. However, should you dare to bully anyone again, no matter how handsome you are, I will ensure your demise." Chung Anning glared fiercely at Yan Hao's profile, and just as she contemplated issuing another warning, a sudden haze enveloped her mind, followed by the gentle voice of a synthesized female voice resonating in her head. Tianyin prompt. You have successfully entered the wild world. Upon your entry, Tianyin has activated the language communication function for you. Additionally, a beginner's crossing gift package has been bestowed upon you, including a personal space located on your left hand's ring finger. Please check it carefully. Chung Anning was taken aback, momentarily dazed. A crossing gift package? Had she truly traversed into another realm? Quickly, she cautiously withdrew her hands from beneath Yan Hao, then raised her left hand to inspect it. Indeed, upon her left ring finger, she discovered a circular white mark resembling a ring. As she delicately caressed it, the scenery before her abruptly transformed, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself in a peculiar space. The space was vast, spanning over 100 square meters, and to Chung Anning's delight, it had replicated her modern laboratory in its entirety. She rushed forward, her hands eagerly exploring the familiar test tubes and reagents, exclaiming in excitement, "This is fantastic! My laboratory!" For Chung Anning, a self-proclaimed science enthusiast, her laboratory was akin to family. The only solace in her life after losing her loved ones, her singular ambition was to devote herself to the pursuit of science. Now, to have traversed dimensions while bringing along her beloved laboratory, how could she contain her joy? Reassured, the grievances of her lost innocence gradually dissipated. With a shift in her thoughts, she exited the space. Clutching a blanket she had casually taken from the single bed in her laboratory, she wrapped herself in it and settled beside the campfire. The wild world? She had somehow journeyed back to ancient times. No wonder there were wild men aplenty. She had previously thought she had fallen into a native tribe. Cold. As she pondered this, Yan Hao, who lay on the ground, suddenly began to moan in agony, curling his body and trembling uncontrollably. Chung Anning ignored him. He had bullied her, so his fate was of no concern to her. Ugh, so cold. Yan Hao mumbled repeatedly, his breaths growing heavier as he tossed and turned, seemingly in extreme discomfort. Chung Anning glared at the man curled up on the ground, but ultimately, she could not bear to leave him in such a state. She rose and approached him to assess the situation. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Yan Hao's forehead was burning with fever, while his hands and feet were ice cold, indicating he was suffering from high fever. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a syringe from her backpack, preparing to administer an antipyretic and anti-inflammatory injection. You big jerk. If it weren't for the fact that you saved me, I wouldn't even bother with you. Try bullying me again, and I'll make sure to stab you. Chung Anning plunged the syringe in with force. Yan Hao instinctively furrowed his brow, yet he remained unconscious, deep in slumber. Consider yourself fortunate. I have a full supply of medication. Otherwise, you would either be poisoned or left with a fever so high you'd lose your mind. Let me tell you, I saved your life. I am your savior. You would do well to treat me with respect from now on. Do you hear me, you big jerk? Yan Hao, still in a deep sleep, showed no reaction. Chung Anning huffed in annoyance and continued to stoke the fire. In the latter half of the night, Yan Hao finally broke his fever, ceasing to tremble or mumble incoherently. Chung Anning, feeling relieved, leaned against a rock and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, when Yan Hao awoke, he found himself covered by a warm blanket. Though it was not the familiar fur he was accustomed to, instead, it was soft to the touch and exceedingly comfortable. He curiously picked it up and glanced around, only to discover Chung Anning half reclining beside a stone, peacefully asleep. Yan Hao immediately recalled the events of the previous night. He had been poisoned by a snake, and it was this female who had saved him. You truly are my lucky charm. A smile crept onto Yan Hao's lips as he raised his hand to drape a blanket over Chung Anning and leaned closer to her. Chung Anning suddenly opened her eyes, only to be met with an enlarged face before her. Instinctively, she raised her hand and pushed him away, shrinking back in fright. You bastard! What do you want now? My female, you're awake. A deep, magnetic voice, unusually gentle, rang out. Chung Anning immediately retorted in anger. I am not your female. Have you forgotten that we mated several times last night? To be my female is a privilege. Yan Hao unabashedly declared the events of the previous night, adopting a tone of condescension. Chung Anning, whose anger had begun to dissipate, was once again incensed. Who would be thrilled to mate with you? I am not livestock, whether you like it or not. You are my female. Listen well from now on. You shall have only me, Yan Hao, as your male. Do you understand? Yan Hao announced with a domineering air, then reached out to pull Chung Anning up. Let go. What are you doing? Chung Anning immediately struggled out of course. I'm taking you back to my tribe. By the way, female, what is your name? Why should I tell you? Chung Anning glared at Yan Hao in fury. Very well. Since you are my female, I shall name you Chung. It feels soft to the touch and looks pale, just like the tree worms I once pulled from a tree hole. I like it. I'm not called Chung. I am Chung Anning. Chung Anning nearly choked in exasperation. Chung Anning. Yan Hao frowned in disapproval. Such a peculiar name. It sounds awful. Chung Anning was left speechless. This savage. Yet Yan Hao continued to mutter. Let us just go with Anning. The first character can be dropped. You can't just discard the surname. Let go of me. You barbarian, I refuse to return to your savage tribe. Chung Anning struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from Yan Hao's grasp. However, Yan Hao effortlessly secured her wrists with one hand and hoisted her onto his shoulder, wrapping her tightly in the blanket. He then laughed heartily. This is non-negotiable. Anning, you're the first female of Yan Hao, and I will never let you go. Stop. You bandit. Bully. Wild man. Stop right now. I need my backpack. It's my most important possession and cannot be lost. Yan Hao, stop immediately. Chung Anning yelled, struggling in protest. Seeing that Yan Hao remained indifferent, she eventually softened her tone in desperation, pleading, please. Only then did Yan Hao halt, turn around, and carry Chung Anning back to the cave, picking up her backpack along the way. What is this? He asked, inspecting the contents of Chung Anning's backpack with curiosity. Yan Hao, you should put me down first. Chung Anning, perched on his shoulder, felt her head spinning. At his behest, Yan Hao set her down and began to examine the backpack. With remarkable intelligence, he quickly unzipped it and, with a firm grip, turned it upside down, spilling its contents onto the ground. Medicines, daily necessities, and various foraging supplies scattered everywhere, causing Yan Hao's eyes to gleam with excitement. He squatted down, his face alight with wonder as he rummaged through the items, then unceremoniously seized a sharp fruit knife and tucked it into his waistband. Hey, that's my stuff? Chung Anning couldn't help but interject. You're my female, what's yours is mine? Yan Hao raised an eyebrow, casually stuffing all the items back in the backpack before brazenly slinging it over his shoulder. Chung Anning was left speechless by Yan Hao's blatant thievery. Not only had she encountered a savage, but a bandit-like savage at that. He had claimed her body and now her belongings as well. What had she done to deserve this? Just then, her stomach growled audibly, leaving her no time to mourn her inexplicably lost possessions. She clutched her abdomen and looked at Yan Hao. Hey, I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat? Having not eaten since the previous afternoon, she was now on the verge of collapse. Her laboratory had everything except food. She deeply regretted not stocking up on provisions while there. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a desperate situation now, begging Yan Hao for food. Yan Hao, having acquired a bounty of fresh supplies, appeared delighted. Upon hearing Cheng Anning's lament, he responded without hesitation, "Wait here, I'll go find you some food." With that, he stepped out of the cave, only to turn back a few steps later to threaten her. "The outside is teeming with wild beasts, if you don't want to be torn to shreds. Stay put and don't wander off." Satisfied by Cheng Anning's startled expression, he finally dashed out into the wilderness. In truth, even if Yan Ti threatened her, she wouldn't have dared to escape. For one, her hunger rendered her unable to run, and secondly, in this unfamiliar wild, she couldn't guarantee her own safety. Yan Hao appeared relatively dependable, so she had no choice but to follow him for the time being. Before long, Yan Hao returned to the cave with a bundle of food wrapped in animal skins. Cheng Anning promptly approached him, discovering that the bundle contained a wild chicken, several wild fruits, and some mushrooms. Was Yan Hao planning to make chicken with mushrooms? Cheng Anning thought, nearly drooling at the prospect. How embarrassing. I'm just so hungry. She quickly swallowed her saliva, but noticed that Yan Hao had already squatted down, starting to prepare the food. With swift and deft movements, he took the wild chicken and plucked its feathers in no time. Cheng Anning was shocked to realize that the chicken had been killed by having its neck twisted. As she marveled at Yan Hao's brute strength, he abruptly brought the plucked chicken to his mouth, tilted his head, and bit into its neck, blood gushing forth. That he then presented the still warm and bleeding chicken to Cheng Anning, saying amiably, "Here, have a sip. It's still warm from death." Cheng Anning's eyes widened in horror. "What? Is this really how you eat? Look at the blood and feathers still clinging to its neck." Terrified, she stumbled back, shaking her head vigorously. "Are you not hungry? Why aren't you eating?" Yan Hao was baffled by Cheng Anning's reaction. He had never offered the first bite of food to anyone, and he was taken aback that his first act of care for a female was met with disdain. "Do you eat it raw? Isn't it too bloody?" Cheng Anning stammered, suppressing her nausea. "Well, it can be roasted, but that takes too long. The place we're in isn't safe, so we must return to the tribe quickly. You can endure a little and drink some chicken blood to fill your stomach. I'll roast it for you when we get back," he insisted, once again extending the dripping chicken toward her. Cheng Anning, horrified, quickly retreated and waved her hands. "I want to eat it raw, nor will I drink blood. I'll just eat the wild fruits." With that, she hastily grabbed a wild fruit and took a bite, only to be overwhelmed by its sourness. Spit it out," she exclaimed, her mouth nearly going numb from the taste. Cheng Anning discarded the wild fruit, wiped her lips vigorously, and glanced at the bizarre-looking mushrooms, too frightened to touch them. Goodness, was Yan Hao really offering her food? Was he trying to poison her? On her first day in this strange land, she was going to starve to death, just as she mourned her misfortune. A gentle voice echoed in her mind. "Tianyin prompt. You have activated the wild cuisine system. The system will provide you with wild recipes. Please check your messages." Cheng Anning froze, and soon a stream of various wild recipes flooded her mind. There were simple dishes like stir-fried wild mushrooms, cold mixed herbs, boiled beast meat for feasts, roasted wild chickens, and crispy river fish. Everything one could desire. Cheng Anning could hardly believe that a person who had never cooked in her life was suddenly transformed into a wild gourmet. This system not only provided countless recipes, but also bestowed upon her culinary skills. The IT was as if she had been given wings. Just moments ago, she had been worried about food, and now she felt as though divine assistance had arrived. She swiftly snatched the wild chicken from Yan Hao and deftly reclaimed the fruit knife from his waistband, ready to prepare her first dish in the wilderness: grass mushroom chicken strips. She sliced the chicken breast into strips and skewered them with the grass mushrooms over the fire to grill. After roasting the straw mushrooms for 3 minutes, remove them and find a clean stone to crush them into a paste. Next, pick the wild fruits and scoop out the flesh with the faintest astringency, mixing it into the straw mushroom sauce to season it evenly. Finally, coat the roasted chicken strips with the straw mushroom sauce. And a rustic delicacy is complete. The entire process takes less than 10 minutes, with Yan Hao still dazedly holding the chicken. "Come, try the straw mushroom chicken strips." Cheng Anning lifted a fragrant chicken strip to Yan Hao's face. Only then did he react, swallowing hard before opening his mouth wide and directly devouring the chicken strip from Chung Anning's hand. The savory flavor of the chicken, mingled with the fresh aroma of the straw mushrooms and the subtle sweet and sour taste of the wild fruit, flooded Yan Hao's mouth, causing his eyes to brighten instantly. Delicious, he smacked his lips and rushed over, finishing off the chicken strips in no time. Chung Anning was left dumbfounded. Not even leaving some for me? To her surprise, after finishing, Yan Hao was still unsatisfied, stuffing the remaining wild chicken into her arms and commanding, "Not full yet. Give me another portion." Chung Anning was speechless and had no choice but to pick up the wild chicken and continue cooking. This guy didn't care about the safety of the place at all. It wasn't until she had nearly stripped the entire wild chicken down to just the bones, having used up all the straw mushrooms and wild fruit, that Yan Hao, still wanting more, wiped his mouth and demanded, "Anning, I want to eat this every day from now on." Chapter 4. Then you could be second. Chung Anning nodded helplessly. Then you must ensure you can catch wild chickens every day. Count on me. Yan Hao grinned happily, pulling Chung Anning along. "Let's go, I'll take you back to the tribe." With that, he hoisted Anning onto his shoulder and dashed away. "Yan Hao, can you not just carry me around? I'm not a sack. I have legs and can walk myself." Chung Anning protested from his shoulder, but her objections fell on deaf ears. "You walk too slowly. I can move faster carrying you." They raced along, and in less than 15 minutes, Yan Hao had returned to the territory of the Yan tribe. "The chief is back." As soon as they entered the territory, a group of people came out to greet them. A woman with honey-colored skin rushed forward, but her expression changed when she saw Chung Anning on Yan Hao's shoulder, immediately questioning, "How? Who is she?" Yan Hao flashed a grin and replied, "Ping, she is my female." "Your female? How? You clearly promised me I would be your first female. How can you go back on your word?" The woman named Ping was filled with righteous indignation, stamping her feet in jealousy as she glared at Chung Anning. Then you can be second." Yan Hao scratched his head and casually replied. Chung Anning, upon hearing this, was furious. She bit down hard on Yan Hao's shoulder, exclaiming, "Yan Hao, you jerk! Put me down! Ouch!" Yan Hao winced in pain, finally loosening his grip and letting Chung Anning down. Once on the ground, Chung Anning immediately shoved Yan Hao away, angrily saying, "Since you have a female, why did you bring me back? Give me my backpack. I want to leave at once." Yan Hao, not comprehending Chung Anning's sudden rage, grew serious at her mention of leaving, stating firmly, "No, you are my female, and without my command, you are not allowed to go anywhere. I am your savior. I rescued you, and yet you want to imprison me." Yan Hao, as the leader of the tribe, is this how you treat your benefactor? Chung Anning knew that arguing about not being his female would be futile, so she brought up saving his life, hoping that this seemingly influential man in the wild would show some consideration. Indeed, upon hearing Chung Anning's words, Yan Hao fell silent. Last night, he had been poisoned and nearly died. It was Anning who had saved him. However, to let her leave because of that, he would never agree. "You saved me, and thus you are a benefactor of our Yan tribe, that I will repay you in my own way. However, you are my female, and that is a fact. As my female, you must stay in my tribe, so I will not let you go." After a brief pause, Yan Hao answered, but his response left Chung Anning extremely frustrated. This wild man clearly had no intention of letting her go. "How? Are you injured? Where are you hurt? I will find a shaman to treat you." At that moment, the woman named Ping, upon hearing that Yan Hao was injured, rushed forward with a concerned expression, inspecting him closely from all angles, practically ready to lift his bee skin to check for injuries. The intimacy of her actions made Chung Anning furious. "Blind? Can't you see Yan Hao's left arm is bandaged? What are you touching him for? And this filthy wild woman, so casually allowing others to touch him. Is he made of wood, unable to push people away?" Meanwhile, other wild people also gathered around, asking numerous concerned questions. "Chief, are you all right? Chief, was it Gene Xian who hurt you? He loves to use snake venom. Chief, it doesn't matter if we can't get the Tian can, as long as you are fine." Facing the crowd's concerned inquiries, Yan Hao couldn't help but smile proudly, saying, "Who said I didn't get the Tian can? Look, what is this?" With that, Yan Hao raised an object he had taken from his bosom high above his head. The crowd looked up to see that what Yan Hao held was indeed the sacred Tian can. "Wonderful! The chief is so strong. The chief has obtained the sacred object. Amazing. We no longer need to worry about hunger this cold season. Chief, you are truly remarkable. The crowd erupted in cheers, their faces glowing with joy, dispelling even the gloom of the sky. How? Let us hurry and tell AMU this news. If she knows you've obtained the sacred object, she will be overjoyed. Ping nearly glued herself to Yan Hao. Her fit figure, with curves accentuated, revealed more than the beast's skin could cover. Yet Yan Hao seemed completely unfazed, smiling. All right, let us go. After saying that, he stepped forward towards the tribe but paused after a few steps. Turning back to Chung Anning and happily grasping her delicate hand. Anning, come. I'll take you to meet AMU. With that, he didn't care whether Chung Anning was willing or not, dragging her towards the wooden houses deeper in the territory. Watching Yan Hao and Chung Anning's figures, Ping stomped her feet in frustration. Damn it! Where did this female come from? How dare she steal my mail? How is my favorite mail? I have waited so long. How can I let this unknown female get ahead? No way. I must take Hao back. With that thought, a resentful gleam appeared in Ping's eyes as she quickened her pace to follow. Deep within the territory lay rows of wooden houses. Rather simple, yet relatively orderly. There were pathways crisscrossing in front and behind the wooden houses, seemingly formed by human footsteps. People were bustling about throughout the tribe, some male, wild men wielding wooden forks. Female wild women squatting on the ground peeling animal skins, and even small wild children playing joyfully in the open spaces in front of the wooden houses. They mostly wore animal skins, with some bound in vines and leaves, while a few small wild children were completely unclothed, displaying the quintessential image of a wild tribe. However, smiles adorned their faces, and the children played merrily, bouncing around their parents, creating a serene and harmonious atmosphere in the entire tribe. If it weren't for Yan Hao forcibly bringing her back, she would have thought this place a paradise. However, due to her unfavorable impression of Yan Hao, she could not muster any fondness for the Yanhu tribe. Yan Hao dragged the unwilling Chung Anning to a wooden house, pushing the door open to enter. AMU, I'm back. Inside the wooden house, the floor was covered with large animal skins, upon which sat an elderly female wild person, with long grayish-white hair and a headdress made of hemp. Surprisingly, she was not dressed in animal skins, but wore a simple linen outfit, looking as if she were draped in a large sack, yet clearly of a distinguished status, particularly when she raised her gaze to Yan Hao and saw him tightly holding a strangely dressed, fair-skinned female. Her expression darkened instantly. How? Who allowed you to bring back a female from another tribe? Chung Anning, upon sensing the elder wild person's hostility towards her, instinctively flinched and hid behind Yan Hao. Seeing this, Yan Hao reached out to comfort her, patting Chung Anning before turning to the elder and saying, AMU, though she is from another tribe, she is now my female, which is why I brought her back. With that, Yan Hao pulled Chung Anning from behind him and introduced her. Anning, this is my AMU, Yan Huan, and also the matriarch of our Yanhu tribe. Quickly greet her. Chapter 5. The Huaxia people. Upon hearing this, Chung Anning immediately understood. Yan Huan was not only an elder, but also the most powerful figure in the tribe. Chung Anning dared not be disrespectful and promptly greeted. Greetings, matriarch. In Yan Huan's eyes, a glimmer of surprise flickered, seemingly astonished by Chung Anning's politeness. How? Did you say she is your female? Is that truly the case? Mother, it is indeed true. She is my first female and even saved me. Without her assistance, I could not have easily brought the heavenly ginseng back to the tribe. Mother, Anning is a benefactor to our clan. Yan Hao recounted his experience of seizing the heavenly ginseng the previous day. His words clearly protective of Chung Anning. Yan Huan noticed Yan Hao's satisfaction with this female, and her demeanor softened accordingly. How? What is the name of your female? Which tribe does she hail from? Mother, her name is Anning, and she comes from the Ling Yuan tribe. Yan Hao replied promptly. In truth, Yan Hao was unaware of Anning's origins, but he knew that his mother had always been disdainful of outsiders. The only tribe she appreciated was the Ling Yuan tribe residing in the eastern Yi, while she had never shown any courtesy to members of other tribes. Thus, he presumptuously assigned Chung Anning a status. However, upon hearing this, Chung Anning raised her hand to free herself from Yan Hao's grasp and corrected him. I am not from the Beast clan. I am a member of the Huaxia tribe, and my name is Cheng Anning. Huaxia tribe. A look of confusion crossed Yan Hao's face, as she had never heard of such a tribe existing on the wild continent. After a moment's thought, she inquired, "What is the belief of your Huaxia tribe?" "Dragons." Cheng Anning paused briefly before providing an answer. "Dragons?" Both Yan Hao and Yan Hao scratched their heads in bewilderment, unable to comprehend. Yan Hao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Anning, what do dragons look like? Why have I never heard of them?" "It's no surprise you haven't. At this time, we are still in the ancient era. The Huaxia tribe is not yet formed. So how could you have heard of it?" Cheng Anning murmured to herself before replying. "They are long-bodied with scales, possessing strong foreclaws, a horse's head with long whiskers, eyes like bronze bells, and when they move, they bring forth lightning and thunder. When still, they exude an overwhelming presence. That is the appearance of a dragon." Yan Hao quickly envisioned the dragon in his mind, his expression one of astonishment. He had not expected that Anning came from such a powerful tribe. Indeed, the Beast clan tribes were distinguished by their totems. One could ascertain the strength of a tribe merely by observing the nature of their totemic beliefs. The dragon that Anning described evidently radiated power and grandeur, indicating that the Huaxia tribe must also be a formidable clan. A hint of disbelief flickered in Yan Hao's eyes. Yan Hao had an eye for people, having brought back a female from such a powerful tribe. It seemed their Yan Hao tribe would be blessed henceforth. With this thought, Yan Hao's animosity toward Anning dissipated completely, and even the wrinkles on her face bore a tender smile as she turned to Yan Hao. "Instructing, since Anning is your female, you shall arrange her affairs in the tribe. Do not neglect her. Understand?" Upon hearing this, Yan Hao was instantly elated, for his mother's words indicated her acceptance of Anning. Wonderful. He had previously worried that his mother would reject Anning. The outsider, he immediately wrapped his arms around Cheng Anning, saying, "Anning, mother has agreed to let you stay in the tribe." "Quickly, thank mother." Cheng Anning wore a helpless expression. In truth, she did not wish to remain. However, entangled with this bully, she found it impossible to leave and could only obediently say, "Thank you, great chieftain." "Anning, you must call her mother." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao tightened his grip around Cheng Anning's slender waist and corrected her displeasedly. "Thank you, mother." Cheng Anning hurriedly pushed Yan Hao away, rephrasing her address. Yan Hao nodded in satisfaction, saying, "How? You may take Anning back to your wooden house to rest." "Yes, mother," Yan Hao replied with a smile, leading Cheng Anning away along a narrow path toward another wooden dwelling. "What a beautiful female." "Chief, who is she?" "Oh, she is my female. The chief has a female now. Does that mean we can also try our luck with the chief in the future?" "Sound good, but I have to wait until I have time." Along the way, many greeted them warmly. Yan Hao introduced her with immense pride, as if he were cradling a mountain of gold. Cheng Anning felt speechless. Besides the envy, she also received several unfriendly glances, all from some young females within the tribe. They stared at her while brazenly flirting with Yan Hao, and what infuriated her most was that Yan Hao was smiling and responding. Recalling some of the despicable customs of this ancient tribe made Cheng Anning feel utterly uncomfortable. Once they returned to Yan Hao's wooden house, Cheng Anning immediately broke free from his embrace, stating, "Yan Hao, there is something I wish to clarify with you." Yan Hao looked puzzled and asked, "What is it?" "If you intend to entertain those females outside who are queuing up to mate with you, then please let me go." Cheng Anning felt compelled to articulate her thoughts plainly. Yan Hao paused for a moment, then laughed. "Who said I want to mate with them?" Just as Cheng Anning relaxed, Yan Hao continued, "Only Ping, because I promised her back then." Cheng Anning frowned immediately, saying, "Yan Hao, if you like Ping and want her to be your female, then I can step aside for you." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's expression darkened instantly. "Why should you step aside? Do you not want to be my female? We have only just met. It cannot be called liking." "But that is not the point," Cheng Anning stated factually. However, her words caused Yan Hao's brow to furrow, and he abruptly seized her wrist, rudely interrupting, "Even if you do not like me, you are still my female. And I do not permit you to step aside, but you have already made promises to Ping. Let us forget about last night as if it never happened. You can go find your Ping. I will not mind." Cheng Anning attempted to free herself from Yan Hao's grip, but his strength was overwhelming, and she could not escape. No, you are already my female. How can we pretend nothing happened? Others are not blind. Moreover, your being my female has nothing to do with Ping being my female. It certainly does, because I am not accustomed to sharing you with others. Do you understand? Cheng Anning could not break free from Yan Hao and could only try to express her thoughts to him. Yan Hao was taken aback for a moment before saying, "Are you afraid that I will treat Ping better than you in the future? Rest assured, I will be very fair to my females. Food, skins, and supplies will not be lacking for you. That is not what I care about." Cheng Anning felt a bit exasperated. Yan Hao thought she was merely being jealous of Ping, but she sincerely was not. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Anning patiently explained, "Yan Hao, that is not the point. To be honest, our Huaxia tribe is different from your tribe. We do not like sharing a male with other females. Therefore, my male can only have me as his female. There cannot be any other females. This has nothing to do with how you treat females fairly. I simply cannot accept a relationship involving 3 or more people. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Yan Hao fell silent. Chapter 6. I choose you. Seeing Yan Hao silent, Cheng Anning thought he did not understand, so she straightforwardly stated, "To put it simply, if you want Ping or any other female, then you cannot have me. If you want me, you cannot seek any other females, not even one." "Anning, I understand. You mean that your Huaxia tribe has different customs from our Yan Hao tribe, and you wish to adhere to your own customs, correct?" Yan Hao finally spoke. Cheng Anning sighed in relief and nodded, so he did comprehend. "However," she continued, "but I must mention that a few years ago, Ping was injured while gathering for me and nearly died. I promised her that I would let her be my female and take good care of her. So," Yan Hao's expression suddenly became somewhat troubled as he explained. Cheng Anning understood immediately. It turned out they were childhood friends who had endured hardships together. No wonder he was reluctant to part with her. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Anning suggested, "Then you should give me up. As for what happened last night, let us consider it an accident and forget about it. You were not in your right mind at that time. I do not blame you. Just treat Ping well in the future." "Who said I was not in my right mind? I was just not fully aware the first time. But afterward, I was very clear," Yan Hao protested. "You are already my female. How can you ask me to give you up?" Yan Hao refused to comply, feeling somewhat displeased with Cheng Anning's repeated attempts to distance herself from him. At this moment, Cheng Anning felt helpless toward the straightforwardness of the wild man. Their uncivilized minds seemed incapable of even deceiving themselves. She could not help but urge, "That is why I want you to forget about last night." To her surprise, Yan Hao frowned and waved his hand, saying, "I cannot forget. Last night was his first experience with a female, and it felt so good. How could he possibly forget? Why did this female insist that he forget? Did she think that forgetting would erase the event? It was clearly a fact, and he did not understand why she was still trying to cover it up, regardless of whether you can forget or not. I will not be your female along with Ping or any other females. It is either me or Ping and the others. You must choose." Cheng Anning felt a surge of anger, disliking the pressure to conform, especially regarding the significant matter of marriage. "You are clearly making things difficult for me." Yan Hao glared at her, perceiving her behavior as somewhat unreasonable. "You could simply refrain from complicating matters. Just choose Ping." Cheng Anning did not wish to coerce him, so she kindly offered her advice. Yet upon hearing it, Yan Hao's fists clenched tightly, his glare at Cheng Anning suggesting he might devour her whole. He paced restlessly within the wooden cabin, repeatedly explaining in exasperation, "What exactly do you want me to do? I promised Ping, and I cannot go back on my word. What is wrong with having 2 females? Is that not entirely normal? Males are full of vigor. 1 female is simply insufficient. I am thinking of you. Do you understand?" "Cheng Anning, speak." Cheng Anning remained silent, stubbornly biting her lip in refusal to respond. She did not want to pressure him, nor did she wish to pressure herself. "Cheng Anning, is 1 Ping not enough? I will not seek out other females. Surely that can suffice?" Yan Hao abruptly halted, grasping Cheng Anning's shoulders, conceding with a hint of helplessness. Cheng Anning looked up at him and firmly stated, "I have said it. Not even 1 will do." After saying this, she quickly added, "Yan Hao, you may give up on me. If you abandon me, you can take as many females as you desire, and no one will mind." Yan Hao stared at Cheng Anning, a fierce light suddenly igniting in his eyes. "Cheng Anning, do Do you truly wish for it to come to this? Chang Anning, somewhat frightened, averted her gaze but persisted. Yes, this is the custom of our Huaxia people, and it is a principle we must uphold, that I will not force you. So do not force me. Yan Hao fixed his gaze on Chang Anning, his chest rising and falling in agitation. Suddenly, he raised his fist and swung it toward her. Ah! Chang Anning, terrified, turned pale, instinctively shutting her eyes and curling up. Bang! After a tremendous sound, the wind from his fist struck the beam behind Chang Anning with a slight sting, causing the entire wooden cabin to tremble. Chang Anning slowly opened her eyes, only to find Yan Hao's handsome face nearly pressed against hers. I choose you. His deep voice carried an air of resignation, yet was resolute. I will not have Ping. No other females, just you will suffice. Is that acceptable? Somehow, despite his anger, he could not bring himself to harm this female. Anning was his first female, the one who saved his life, and even prepared delicious food for him. How could he bear to let her go? If he had to choose, he would relinquish Ping and the other females, but to part with Anning, he found himself incapable. Truly, really? Chang Anning felt a flicker of disbelief. A wild man. Yan Hao's perspective was different from hers. She had never contemplated forcing him, despite their relationship. Yet, she did not anticipate that he would abandon his own beliefs for her, accommodating her wishes. Yan Hao, I shall give you one more chance. Think it over carefully, and do not regret it. Chang Anning could not help but remind him. Little did she know, as soon as her words fell, Yan Hao scooped her up and threw her onto the furs within the cabin. Chang Anning, this is what I wish to remind you. Since you only permit me one female, then do not regret it. With that, Yan Hao unceremoniously pounced. Thus, the price of Yan Hao's concession was that Chang Anning found herself nearly unable to rise. It turned out that what Yan Hao had said was indeed true. The wild males were truly fierce. Had he not shown restraint, she might have perished. Watching Yan Hao stride out of the cabin with a refreshed demeanor, Chang Anning lamented her decision. Had she known, she would not have pressured him. It would have been far better to let him pursue others. Alas, regret was now futile. For just moments ago, as Yan Hao contentedly held her, he had declared, Chang Anning, from this day forth, I will have you as my only female. But remember, you shall forever belong to me, Yan Hao, and betrayal is not an option. Chang Anning lay on the furs for some time, eventually mustering the strength to dress herself. Yet even that was a challenge. Her body ached all over, rendering her unable to rise, and she could only collapse back onto the furs, drifting into a drowsy slumber. When she finally awoke, the night had fully descended, and she realized she had slept for an entire day. The pain in her body had lessened somewhat, but her stomach was now growling incessantly. She sat up, intending to find something to eat, but at that moment, the cabin door was suddenly pushed open. The flickering light of the bonfire cast elongated shadows of the newcomer, and as Chang Anning looked up, she saw the previously encountered wild woman, Ping, with a sullen expression, tightly gripping a bone knife. Chang Anning immediately became wary, rising to lean against the cabin wall, demanding, What do you intend to do? What do you think I intend to do? Ping's gaze was as cold and menacing as a bloodthirsty beast, fixed upon Chang Anning. You must not act recklessly. Yan Hao will return shortly. Chang Anning discerned the murderous intent in Ping's eyes, her complexion changing as she forced herself to remain calm. And what if he returns? I intend to kill you. No one can stop me. You stole my mail. Only when you are dead will Yan Hao allow me to become his female. A fierce glint flashed in Ping's eyes, and without further ado, she raised the sharp bone knife, lunging it toward Chang Anning's chest. Chapter 7. Crying, throwing tantrums, and threatening to hang oneself. Stop! Do not come closer. Chang Anning hurriedly dodged, but Ping relentlessly pursued her, leveraging her superior strength to seize Chang Anning's long hair, aiming to plunge the bone knife into her chest. With a scream, the pressure on Chang Anning's head suddenly lifted, and before she could react, she found herself enveloped in a broad embrace. Ping, have you lost your mind? The furious voice of Yan Hao rang out overhead, and as Chang Anning looked up, she realized it was Yan Hao who had saved her. Meanwhile, Ping collapsed to the ground, the bone knife slipping from her grasp, blood trickling from a wound on her right wrist. It turned out that Yan Hao had struck her wrist with a stone. Forcing her to cease her attack, Ping glared at Yan Hao with resentment, crying out defiantly, "I am not mad. I want to kill her. Only by killing her can I reclaim you. She is now my female and a member of our Yan tribe. If you kill her, it is akin to slaughtering your own kin. Mother will not spare you." "Ping, do you wish to be expelled from the Yan tribe?" Yan Hao furrowed his brow, sternly admonishing her. "I do not care. If you do not want me as your female, then I shall kill her. If I cannot kill her, I shall die myself." A fierce look flashed in Ping's eyes, and suddenly she grasped the bone knife from the ground, aiming to plunge it into her own chest. "Ping!" Yan Hao immediately released Chang Anning, rushing forward to snatch the bone knife from Ping's hand, his voice laced with anger. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Upon seeing Yan Hao intervene, Ping immediately threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Yan Hao, do you care for me? If not, why do you not let me die? I know you cannot bear to part with me. It is this female who is forcing you, is it not?" Chang Anning gazed at Ping, who was clinging to Yan Hao and weeping, feeling a headache coming on. This wild woman is her tactic to cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to hang herself. Where did she learn such things? Does the wild beast tribe also engage in this? It truly leaves her both amused and exasperated. No, it is my own decision. Have I not made it clear to you before? Ping, cease this nonsense. Yan Hao pushed Ping away, a hint of irritation in his explanation. "But you promised me that I could be your female. How can you go back on your word? Yan Hao, I have waited for you for so many years. How can you abandon me?" Ping wiped her tears, adopting a pitiful expression. Yan Hao's brows knitted in confusion. Uncertain how to explain that he had decided to choose Anning as his sole female, rejecting all others, although the notion of having just one female was indeed rare in the tribe. Aside from the frail males, there were hardly any strong males who would settle for just one female. Yet for Anning, Yan Hao was unbothered by the judgment of others. However, to Ping, it appeared as if Chang Anning was the one causing trouble, coercing Yan Hao. "Yan Hao, I promise you, I will not monopolize you as long as you allow me to be your female. I will not hinder you from seeking other females. I can remain by your side. And I assure you I will not compete with her for food and furs. I can give everything to her, all right?" Ping grasped Yan Hao's hand, pleading repeatedly, even relinquishing her basic rights. That it was essential to note that Ping was the most exceptional female in the tribe. Not only beautiful, but also skilled, sought after by many males. Countless males brought her food and furs, hoping to win her favor, yet she paid them no mind, waiting faithfully for Yan Hao. Little did she know, upon Yan Hao's return from the sacred hill, he would choose to abandon her. How could she accept such a slight? No matter what, she could not allow this fragile foreign female to overshadow her. "Yan Hao, it is not that I deliberately wish to dismiss you. It is simply that I have chosen Anning, and the customs of her tribe dictate this. I do not wish to make things difficult for her, which is why I cannot allow you to be my female. I failed to fulfill my promise to you before, but I will find a way to make it up to you." Yan Hao gazed at the screen, a hint of guilt etched upon his face. After speaking, he reached out to gently stroke the screen's head in a gesture of comfort. "How?" The screen looked up, tears streaming down its face, an expression of pitiful pleading adorning its features. Yan Hao fell silent, retrieving a broad leaf from his pocket, carefully wrapping the wound on the screen's right wrist. He then sighed and said, "Cease this, screen. I have promised to make amends, and I shall keep my word." The screen no longer pleaded, merely gazing at Yan Hao with a look of grievance. Witnessing this scene, Chang Anning felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. This tableau resembled her as a disruptor of a blossoming romance. It was evident that Yan Hao harbored feelings for the screen. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident, he likely would not have forsaken it. Since the two shared mutual affection, why should she intrude? Contemplating this, Chang Anning stepped forward and remarked, "Yan Hao, perhaps you should reconsider. I am indifferent, after all." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's brows furrowed, and he turned to glare at Chang Anning. Gritting his teeth, "Dare you repeat that?" Chang Anning, frightened, took a step back, terrified of Yan Hao's ferocity, and did not dare utter another word of that moment. The screen, previously pitiful, transformed its demeanor, glaring at her with resentment. as if ready to pounce and tear her apart. Chung Anning was taken aback. This wild woman could indeed change her facade so swiftly. How perilous! She had almost fallen for her act, feeling sympathy. She had assumed the wild woman was simple-minded and devoid of guile. It turned out she was quite the actress. Alas, it was best to cling tightly to Yan Hao's leg for survival. This fierce wild woman, who knew if she would turn against her? Had Yan Hao not been present earlier, she would have undoubtedly faced a gruesome fate. Resolving this in her mind, Chung Anning forced a smile. Grasping Yan Hao's arm, "I was merely concerned about causing you trouble. You see? Enough of that. Let's forget it. I'm quite famished. Please fetch me something to eat quickly, or I shall perish from hunger before anyone else can harm me." Yan Hao merely huffed in response, tightening his grip on her small hand as he led her out of the wooden hut towards the campfire. Meanwhile, the screen clenched its fists, seething, "Just wait. I shall kill you and reclaim Hao." With that, it reluctantly turned and exited the hut, though Ping has only just joined our tribe. Her contributions are no less significant than anyone else's. You should treat Anning with more kindness from now on. Do you understand? Upon witnessing Yan Hao reprimanding Ping for Anning's sake, Ping's heart surged with indignation, silently gnawing at the roasted meat without uttering a word. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was aware of Ping's near-manic desire to become Yan Hao's mate. And understandably, she was displeased that Anning had taken the lead. Moreover, Yan Hao's fierce protection of Anning rendered anyone hesitant to speak up on Ping's behalf. "Ping, are you listening?" In the tense atmosphere, Anning could clearly sense Yan Hao's body tense beside her. Evidently furious at Ping's obstinate refusal to acknowledge her fault, Anning quickly reached out to pull Yan Hao's arm, saying, "Stop it. Why don't you ask someone to fetch a more tender piece of meat? I'll prepare something delicious for everyone." Upon hearing that Anning intended to cook, the crowd instantly brightened up. "Anning, what are you going to make? Is it food from your Huaxia tribe? Is it really tasty? Anning, tell me what you need, and I'll fetch it right away." The tribe members buzzed with excitement, their eyes shining with anticipation. Just as Anning was about to respond, Ping unexpectedly interjected, "What kind of disgusting food does that shabby tribe serve? Can it even be eaten? Don't make something that will turn our stomachs." Yan Hao's anger flared at once. Glaring at Ping, he shouted, "Ping, if you continue this way, just go back to your wooden hut. Whether Anning's food is delicious or not, you won't get any." Hearing this, tears brimmed in Ping's eyes as she stood up abruptly, declaring, "Fine, I'll leave. Since you have your mate, there's no point in my staying." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Anning felt a twinge of awkwardness, scratching the back of her neck, unsure whether to say something. However, recalling Ping's previous ungratefulness, she decided against it. Chapter 9. The Culinary Techniques of the Huaxia Tribe. "Ping, don't be upset. Would you like some of my roasted meat?" Sitting across from her, Yin rushed to chase after Ping, but was halted by Yan Hao's firm command. "Leave her be. She's becoming increasingly unruly." Yan Hao was also somewhat incensed by Ping's repeated provocations toward Anning. Seeing her storm off only fueled his irritation. This bonfire gathering was specially organized for Anning, inviting the tribe's most outstanding members. He had even arranged for the fresh venison to be shared to celebrate and introduce Anning to the tribe. Essentially, such a bonfire gathering was akin to a simple engagement feast. Yet, in this grand setting, Ping had repeatedly tried to disrupt things. Even Yan Hao's patience had its limits. Observing this, Anning tugged at Yan Hao, saying, "Don't be angry. If she doesn't wish to stay, then let it be. Just ask someone to fetch the venison. I can prepare some sesame meat slices for everyone. By the way, do we have sesame seeds in the tribe?" "Yes, but those are grass seeds. Can they be used for food? We usually just toss them aside." Upon hearing Anning's words, Yan Hao finally set aside his anger toward Ping for the moment and turned his curious gaze toward her. The sesame Anning referred to as a common weed seed found on the prairie, known as hemp grass, with its seeds called sesame. The hemp grass is slender and resilient, serving many purposes, particularly as a vital material for thatching roofs. They typically collected the hemp grass, tossed away the seeds, and mixed the rest with mud and other materials to cover the roofs, effectively shielding them from wind and rain. However, they had never eaten sesame seeds and were unaware of how it could be prepared. "What a waste. From now on, let's collect sesame seeds and not discard them, that I can create many delicious dishes with them." Anning sighed and then suggested to Yan Hao, The wild recipe book contained numerous dishes featuring sesame, which was unfortunate since Yan Hao's tribe seemed completely unaware, leading to such waste. All right, as you say that, I'll have someone fetch the venison and sesame right away. Just wait here. After tasting the sesame mushroom chicken strips Anning had prepared, Yan Hao was left with a lasting impression. He had immense trust in Anning's culinary skills, so without a second thought, he readily agreed. Yin, go gather the ingredients. Later, let everyone sample Anning's cooking. Understood, Chief. Yanli and Yin immediately stood up and set off to act. Yanli soon returned with a hefty chunk of venison, while Yin brought back a large bundle of hempgrass seeds. Come, everyone, help me extract the sesame seeds. Yanli, bring over the venison. I need to prepare it. Anning said, tugging at Yan Hao. Hand me the fruit knife. Her request. Yan Hao swiftly retrieved the fruit knife that Anning had previously used and had claimed for himself, handing it to her while reminding, return it once you're done. Anning felt speechless. This guy truly treated himself as if he were not an outsider. It was her knife, yet he took it as his right. However, it was understandable. That fruit knife was no ordinary utensil, but a specially crafted survival tool. Exceptionally sharp, that it was more than sufficient for chopping wood, severing ropes, paring apples, fashioning various tools, and preparing food. After using it, Yan Hao had grown quite fond of it and had discarded his own bone knife, claiming hers as his own. Just look at him now, reluctant to part with it even for a moment. Anning accepted the fruit knife, glanced around, and asked, Yan Hao, could you bring me a flat, larger stone to use as a cutting board for the venison? Earlier, she had observed the tribe members cutting the venison on the ground. While the meat was indeed sliced, it had collected quite a bit of dirt. Anning noticed that they never washed the meat before roasting it, directly cooking it with the dirt and grass, resulting in venison that was quite unappetizing. Thus, she had to think of a solution on her own. Just wait, I'll find one for you. Yan Hao quickly replied, rising and heading off with several tribe members to search for a stone. The tribe had plenty of stones, and before long, Yan Hao returned with a large white stone, placing it carefully before Anning. Anning nodded in satisfaction at the smooth white stone, then used a fruit knife to slice off a small piece of tender hide before asking a female named Yenyue for a water pouch. Damping the hide, she meticulously cleaned the stone before calling Yanli to place the large chunk of venison on it. Finally, Anning bent down and carefully sliced the venison into thin pieces for later use. No one had ever witnessed someone like Anning preparing food this way, and they all gazed at her with curiosity and excitement. This is how food is prepared in the Huaxia tribe. They had been unaware of whether it would be delicious. Previously, they merely cut the venison into large chunks to roast on sticks or smoke them on a rack. They had never attempted such a tedious process of slicing it thinly. At this moment, several females had already extracted the sesame seeds and wrapped them in a piece of hide before handing them to Anning. Anning accepted the sesame seeds, smiling at the females. Thank you for your hard work. You all can take a break. Once the meat slices are roasted, everyone will have a share. Upon hearing this, the females beamed with excitement and anticipation. They all knew food was precious, and they were surprised that Anning, having just arrived in the tribe, was willing to share her food so generously. They had never encountered such a generous female, and thus they returned happily to the bonfire, eagerly awaiting Anning to distribute the food. Meanwhile, Anning placed the bundle of sesame seeds on the fire rack to roast. The bonfire blazed brightly, and soon the hide wrapping the sesame seeds began to crack and dry out, releasing a peculiar fragrance from within. What is that smell? That scent is quite pleasant. It coming from the sesame seeds. The crowd began to chatter excitedly. Yan Hao also caught a whiff of the intriguing aroma wafting through the air and immediately approached Anning, asking, Anning, is that the scent from roasting sesame seeds? As Anning carefully used a wooden fork to remove the bundle from the fire rack, she replied, yes, indeed. Raw hemp seeds have little aroma, but once roasted, they release this delightful scent. Later, I'll grind it into powder to enhance the flavor of the meat slices. In essence, this sesame powder serves a similar purpose as five-spice powder, with a comparable taste. Of course, all of this was documented in the wild recipe book. After a brief pause, Anning reached for the bundle of sesame seeds, but to her surprise, despite having cooled for a moment, the hide was still quite hot. Upon touching it, she immediately recoiled. "Anning, did you burn yourself? Does it hurt?" Yan Hao hurriedly grabbed Anning's hand to check, noticing her fair fingers turned red from the heat. He promptly took her hand into his mouth. Anning blushed deeply, hastily pushing Yan Hao away, attempting to retract her hand. Yet Yan Hao insisted, "Sucking on it will help it heal faster." "Why are you pulling away?" Ignoring Chung Anning's resistance, he forcibly took her reddened fingers and gently sucked on them before releasing her. Inquiring, "Do you feel any better? Does it still hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt anymore," Chung Anning replied, her cheeks flushed, quickly turning to retrieve the hemp seeds, only to be stopped by Yan Hao. "I'll get it." Yan Hao confidently grasped the animal skin pouch. Seemingly impervious to the searing heat, Chung Anning couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the wild man was rugged and resilient, unaffected by such heat, while she felt herself lacking in comparison. Chapter 10. The might of a scientist concerned for Anning's injured hand. Yan Hao took it upon himself to handle all the tasks. The sole advantage of the primitive tribe was its commitment to gender equality, devoid of the outdated notion that men should not cook. Yet, as the leader, Yan Hao was accustomed to being served by others, so his willingness to toil for Chung Anning surprised the tribespeople greatly. Clearly, the leader held a deep affection for this female. At that moment, Yan Hao was meticulously arranging the meat slices, which had been mixed with hemp seed powder, on the grilling rack, following Chung Anning's guidance. The other tribespeople, curious about the proceedings, eagerly stepped forward to assist with grilling the meat, creating a lively atmosphere. "Yin Li, do not stack the meat slices too thickly. They won't cook through." "Yin Gang, your application of the hemp seed powder is uneven. It will taste odd." "Yin Yi, it's time to flip your meat slices. Don't let them burn." "Yin Yu, please fetch me another handful of hemp seed powder." Chung Anning navigated through the crowd, instructing here and urging there, busy yet joyful. Although it was their first encounter, she interacted with the tribespeople with remarkable ease. Gradually, even the few females who harbored jealousy towards Chung Anning began to set aside their hostility, enthusiastically joining in to help. Before long, the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, mingling with the perfectly balanced fragrance of the lean, succulent meat and the intensified spice of the roasted hemp seed powder, enveloping the entire bonfire gathering. From the nearby wooden huts, a series of little heads peeked out. A group of small wildlings timidly scampering over, their eyes fixated on the meat slices, mouths watering. Observing this, Chung Anning swiftly wrapped several portions of the grilled meat in large leaves and offered them to the children, gently stroking their heads as she said, "Here, eat up. If it's not enough, there's more." The little wildlings' faces lit up with joy. Yan Hao, witnessing this, immediately admonished them. "When receiving food, do you not know to express gratitude? This is my female, Anning. You must treat her well from now on, understood?" "We understand. Thank you, Anning." The small wildlings obediently replied before happily returning to their huts with the meat. Chung Anning watched the little ones scamper away, smiled, and called out to Yan Hao, "Come over and eat. The meat is ready." Yan Hao promptly returned to her side, wrapping an arm around her as they joined the other tribespeople in relishing the feast. "This meat is so delicious. Who knew that animal flesh mixed with hemp seeds could taste this good? The food from Huaxia is truly exquisite. Anning, please prepare Huaxiao's dishes for us every day." "Absolutely, no problem," Chung Anning replied with a bright smile, delighted to see the tribespeople enjoying their meal. Laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, hidden nearby, Ping clenched her fists in frustration as she observed Anning bonding effortlessly with the tribespeople. She had not anticipated Anning's culinary prowess would so easily win their hearts. Enraged, she recalled how Yan Hao had intimately sucked on Anning's fingers earlier, igniting a jealousy that reddened her eyes. She had endured countless burns herself, yet had never received such tender care from Yan Hao. What was it about this female that captivated him so? Where did she fall short? This shameless woman would soon see. "I will not rest until I have my revenge." Seething with rage, Ping cursed under her breath and retreated to her hut. Yet, as she lay sulking on her fur-covered bed, she quickly regained her composure. Yan Hao had organized the bonfire gathering for that female, signifying his seriousness. From this day forth, Anning had officially become a member of the Yan Hu tribe. She could no longer openly target Anning. For not only would Yan Hao oppose her, but even the tribal chief would not condone such behavior. Infighting among tribespeople was a grave offense, punishable by exile. She had no desire to lose her home over a mere female. Nevertheless, she could not simply concede Yan Hao to Anning without a fight. She needed to devise a plan to oust that female from the tribe, unaware that someone had set her sights on her. Chung Anning remained blissfully ignorant. Even if she had known, her inherently laid-back demeanor would prevent her from engaging in petty rivalries for Yan Hao's affection. Scientists of her ilk were exceptionally rational. Sulking and hurling insults were not her style. Although Ping harbored animosity toward her, Chung Anning remained indifferent. With Yan Hao around, Ping would surely think twice before expressing her ire. This was evident in the following days, as Ping continued to wear a frown, yet refrained from overtly bullying Anning. During these days, Anning diligently showcased her culinary talents, delighting the tribespeople with a variety of dishes. Gradually winning over most of them. One day, Yan Hao rose early, announcing his intention to take the tribespeople hunting and gathering in the wilderness. As their supplies were dwindling and it was time for another substantial hunting expedition, members of the tribe, regardless of gender, capable in skills, would participate. Upon hearing this, Chung Anning pondered for a moment and tugged at Yan Hao, saying, "I want to go too." Yan Hao immediately refused. "No, you're too weak. You wouldn't be able to contribute and would only hinder others. It's safer for you to stay in the tribe." Gathering the wild often presented threats from wild beasts, and hunting was perilously dangerous. Even the strongest warriors of the tribe frequently returned with injuries, let alone others. Anning possessed no combat prowess, so how could he allow her to venture into danger? "Yan Hao, I am not as weak as you think that I can protect myself. I've been cooped up in the tribe for several days. This is a rare opportunity to go outside. Please let me join you." Chung Anning understood that in Yan Hao's eyes, she was merely a fragile little bird, no different from the small wildlings in the tribe. Thus, he never allowed her to partake in any tasks, save for cooking, leaving her idle every day that a few days prior. While Yan Hao was away, she had snuck into the laboratory and discovered some materials that could be utilized to help improve the tribe's livelihood. This motivated her to accompany the gathering team to search for useful plants. However, she found it challenging to explain this to Yan Hao and could only feign boredom, urging him to take her along. Yet, Yan Hao remained steadfast in his refusal, prioritizing safety above all else. Did this female not understand? He ignored Chung Anning's protests and made a unilateral decision. "Anning, there are too many wild beasts in the jungle. That's not suitable for you to go. Stay in the tribe and focus on preparing delicious food for everyone." "Yan Hao." Chung Anning attempted to plead further, but he scowled, declaring, "Enough, I will not allow you to go. My female must obey me." With that, he pushed Chung Anning aside and turned to leave the hut. Seeing Yan Hao's unyielding stance ignited her frustration. She reached into her backpack for the tranquilizer gun and shot it toward the back of Yan Hao's neck with a swift motion. Just as he was about to open the door, Yan Hao felt a sharp pain at the nape of his neck, instinctively reaching back to touch it, swiftly pulling out a needle as fine as a hair. He turned in astonishment to glare at Chung Anning. "What are you doing?" Before he could finish his inquiry, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he collapsed at the entrance, unconscious. "I'm just putting you to sleep." Chung Anning approached, tugging at Yan Hao's cheek defiantly as she retorted, "Did you think scientists are easy to bully? If you refuse to let me go, I'll put you to sleep in a heartbeat." This is the power of a scientist. Chapter 11. Who eats whom is yet to be determined. Yan Hao remained unconscious for half an hour before finally waking up. The moment he regained consciousness, he sprang up, only to find Chung Anning leisurely seated nearby on a pelt, fiddling with the tranquilizer gun. Yan Hao recognized the gun from his previous encounters with Anning's backpack, yet he was unaware of its purpose or capabilities. But now, he understood it was a formidable weapon capable of rendering someone unconscious from a distance. "Well, can I go with you now?" Seeing the shocked expression on Yan Hao's face, Chung Anning playfully aimed the tranquilizer gun at him. Yan Hao's expression stiffened, frozen in place, but unbeknownst to him, Anning had not installed the tranquilizer needle this time. "Fine, you can go, but you must not wander off. Stay close to the gathering team. Understood?" Yan Hao felt a twinge of frustration, but ultimately yielded. Only then did Chung Anning, satisfied, lower her weapon. Yan Hao immediately stepped forward, snatching the tranquilizer gun from Chung Anning's grasp. Anning, what is this? Is it a weapon from your Huaxia tribe? How does it work? Indeed, it's called the tranquilizer GUN.IT, is equipped with a sedative needle, and anyone struck by it will fall into a deep slumber. We typically use it to deal with fierce beasts in the wild. Chung Anning explained, nodding at Yan Hao. You intend to use a weapon meant for beasts on me? Yan Hao shot Chung Anning a glare, grinding his teeth in anger. Who asked you to be so unreasonable? You don't even let others finish speaking before making a domineering decision. Chung Anning retorted defiantly, that wasn't I doing this for your own good? Yan Hao countered immediately. Then you should at least let me finish my sentence. I told you I can protect myself, yet you refuse to believe me. Thus, I must demonstrate my abilities for you to see clearly. Chung Anning stated, maintaining a calm and rational demeanor as she looked at Yan Hao, giving him a knowing glance that implied, do you see it clearly now? I am more than capable. Seeing this, Yan Hao could only huff in resignation, conceding, fine, you have a point. However, I am still worried about your safety. With your petite frame, you wouldn't even be enough for a beast's meal. Chung Anning, however, was unfazed, replying, in a real encounter with a beast, we may not know who the real prey is. Yan Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. Threatening, don't think that possessing this will guarantee your safety. There are countless beasts of all sizes in the jungle. Can you handle one? What if a pack comes? If you can't fight back and can't escape, it will ultimately be you who gets devoured. Yet this time, Chung Anning chose not to argue back but suddenly flashed a charming smile, saying, but don't you worry. You are my male, the mightiest warrior of our tribe. Surely, you wouldn't let your female fall prey to beasts? That is true. I will certainly protect my female. All right, since you wish to go, I shall take you. However, you must listen to me outside and not wander off. Yan Hao, flattered by Chung Anning's praise, soon confidently patted his chest and assured her, yes, I promise not to stray. Seeing Yan Hao finally acquiesce, Chung Anning's face lit up with joy as she nodded enthusiastically, then nudged him, you go and organize the tribe members. I'll prepare and join you shortly. Yan Hao nodded, trusting her intentions, and rose to exit the wooden hut. Once he left, Chung Anning quickly grabbed her backpack, brushed her fingers over the mark on her left ring finger, and swiftly entered the laboratory. She selected several essential items for collecting, added a few more sedative needles, and finally emerged from the laboratory. Backpack slung over her shoulder, in the tribe's clearing, a group of 20 to 30 strong members had gathered, both male and female. Chung Anning had encountered most of them during the bonfire gathering that night, and they had since become familiar with one another. Thus, Chung Anning approached them with her backpack and greeted, hi everyone, are we ready to set off? As her voice rang out, everyone turned in surprise. Anning, are you going too? Anning, it's too dangerous to go out for gathering. Your health is too frail. Anning, you really shouldn't go. There are many wild beasts outside. You could get eaten. The crowd began to voice their concerns. Chung Anning understood their good intentions and was about to explain that she could protect herself, but before she could speak, a wave of mockery swept over her. Chung Anning, do you really think you can join the gathering and hunting? You aren't trying to create trouble for Hao, are you? The voice belonged to Ping, who stood adorned in vibrant animal skins that showcased her figure, a wooden bow slung over her back and a wooden fork in hand. Her forehead decorated with a bone ornament that accentuated her fierce demeanor. In contrast, Chung Anning, clad in gray-green camouflage and carrying a black backpack, felt her presence diminished. Nonetheless, she was never one to boast. Her shoulder-length hair and gentle tone made her seem unassuming despite her capabilities. Thus, when Ping made her remark, the other tribe members did not find it out of place. Instead, they nodded in agreement. Ping is right. Anning, you shouldn't go? Yes, if you join, the chief will have to assign someone to protect you, which would only slow others down. Anning, we mean well. The chorus of voices left Chung Anning feeling helpless. It appeared these individuals, like Yan Hao, regarded her as too weak. Actions speak louder than words. Chung Anning refrained from further argument and approached Yan Yu, who was also carrying a wooden bow, softly asking, You, could I borrow your bow for a moment? Yan Yu hesitated but eventually handed over the bow with caution, advising, Anning, do you know how to use it? Be careful not to hurt yourself. Chung Anning smiled, took the bow, retrieved a wild fruit from her pocket, casually tossed it into the air, and swiftly drew the bowstring. releasing an arrow that flew true, piercing the descending fruit and embedding itself into the trunk of a nearby tree. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. Anning can actually use a bow and arrow, and she is so accurate. At that moment, Yan Hao, who had just returned from saying farewell to his mother while holding a soft fox fur, happened to catch the scene of Chung Anning shooting. His eyes instantly filled with admiration. S.O. Anning was speaking the truth. She possesses not only formidable weapons, but also exceptional archery skills. Anning, you are incredible. Such strength, you even hit the wild fruit, truly worthy of being the chief's female. The crowd gathered around Chung Anning, showering her with praise. However, she merely smiled and replied, "You flatter me. I've only practiced for a few days." Practice for just a few days, and already this skilled? Anning, you're amazing. Teach us archery sometime. Yes, Anning, I want to shoot wild fruits too. Yin Yu and several other females surrounded Chung Anning, eagerly requesting her guidance. Of course, I'd be happy to teach you all when there's time. Chung Anning readily agreed. From her position at the back of the crowd, Ping seethed with jealousy at this scene, unable to contain her disdain as she scoffed loudly. What is so impressive about hitting a wild fruit? Who can't do that? With that, she drew her own bow and, mirroring Chung Anning's actions, tossed a wild fruit into the air and shot an arrow that struck true, embedding itself into the tree trunk as well. You hit it, Ping. Impressive. Seeing Ping also hit the wild fruit, the tribe members immediately flocked to her, praising her skills. Ping, brimming with pride, lifted her chin and turned to challenge Chung Anning with a look. But to her surprise, she found Yan Hao striding toward Chung Anning, gently draping over her the coveted silver fox fur that he had long withheld from her. In an instant, Ping's eyes turned red with jealousy. Chapter 12. Tightening the noose. The jungle was cold and damp. Put this on. Yan Hao's voice came from behind. Chung Anning turned to find him offering her a beautifully furred fox pelt. Yan Hao, give it to someone else. I'm not cold, she protested, attempting to refuse. Yan Hao's expression darkened. I said wear it, and you can't take it off? Chung Anning's hand froze in place, too intimidated to refuse any longer as Yan Hao draped the fox fur over her shoulders. Though internally she grumbled, tyrant, this silver fox fur was hunted by me. It's incredibly soft and warm, far superior to ordinary pelts that I cleaned it thoroughly, so it has no odor, Yan Hao explained as he fastened a belt of unknown material around her slender waist. Thank you, Yan Hao. Chung Anning touched the fur, finding it indeed soft and warm. She couldn't help but look up and offer him a gentle smile. Yan Hao gazed at Chung Anning, lifting his hand to caress her cheek. Yet he chided, what are you thanking me for? You are my female. Taking care of you is my duty. Oh. Chung Anning stuck out her tongue, obediently acknowledging him. Yan Hao, I asked for this silver fox fur several times. Yet you gave it to her instead. Ping approached with a look of resentment. Yan Hao noticed the glimmer of tears in Ping's eyes, but remained unyielding, simply stating, Anning is frail. She needs this fur more than you do. Frail? She can shoot a wild fruit with precision. I nearly lost to her. You still think she's weak? She's merely pretending to deceive you, Ping accused, pointing at Chung Anning in anger that I know exactly whether she deceived me or not. I don't need you to inform me, Yan Hao replied, his expression darkening as he turned away from Ping, taking Chung Anning's hand and calling out to the tribe members, Is everyone ready? Let us set off. Ready. The crowd responded in unison, and then, equipped with various tools and weapons necessary for gathering and hunting, they followed Yan Hao and Chung Anning, marching out of the tribal territory in a grand procession. At the tail end of the group, she stamped her foot in frustration but ultimately decided to catch up. The gathering site of the Yan Hao tribe was located in the lush jungles of the southwestern region of Xizang. There, the vegetation was abundant, providing numerous edible ingredients and raw materials for daily necessities. Upon reaching their destination, the gathering team set up camp in a hollow. However, calling it a camp was an understatement. It was so rudimentary that it bore little difference from sleeping rough in the elements. While they attempted to construct tents using branches and broadplant leaves, these makeshift shelters were small and drafty. Offering negligible protection night, the cold wind was biting, and Ning wished she could burrow into Yan Hao's belly for warmth. Yan Hao, unusually, kindled several bonfires around their tents, but Ning still felt unbearably cold. He pressed her tightly against his chest. using his body heat to warm her, unable to suppress his worried complaints. Why did you insist on coming? You think gathering is that enjoyable? Not only do you suffer from the cold and hunger, but you also have to be on guard against wild beasts that I truly regret allowing you to join. Despite having witnessed in Ning's combat prowess, her frail physique could not compare to that of these rugged tribespeople. For them, enduring the elements was commonplace, but for Ning, it was considerably more challenging. Although she had spent years traversing the wilderness, she had modern equipment then, tents and sleeping bags aplenty, unlike now, where the sky served as a blanket and the ground as a bed. Akin to sleeping on bare earth. All right, stop your complaints. I hadn't anticipated the weather would be this frigid, and you have no gear at all. It's truly a blunder. Had I known, I would have taught you how to construct proper outdoor tents beforehand. Look at this thing. It leaks wind and rain. It's utterly useless, snuggled in Yan Hao's embrace, and Ning rubbed her small hands together, causing him to feel a pang of sympathy. This is already the best equipment we have. If it weren't for you being here, we wouldn't have even set up a grass tent. That I'm doing this for your own good. You know? Yan Hao furrowed his brows, his tone stern. I understand. It's just so cold. Could you hold me a little tighter? And Ning replied, feeling helpless. Unlike the tribespeople, she was not tough-skinned and muscled, and it was hard for her to adapt to the cold climate of Shitsong. She marveled at how they walked barefoot all the time. Fortunately, her mountaineering shoes were sturdy. Had they worn out early and left her barefoot, her delicate feet would surely suffer. Tighter? If I hold you any tighter, I might crush you. Yan Hao retorted unkindly. He then laid Ning down onto the furs and pressed his entire weight on her. Yan Hao, what are you doing? Chung and Ning's cheeks flushed crimson. This way you won't be cold anymore, he replied matter-of-factly, leaning down to shower her with playful kisses. Oh, get up quickly. Stop fooling around. The tent will collapse. And Ning's protests were soon drowned out. See, not cold anymore. Right? After a while, Yan Hao held the blushing Ning, a mischievous grin on his face, and Ning, feeling shy, wished she could find a hole to hide in, burying her face in his chest, too embarrassed to show her face. Having lived a life of comfort, she had never engaged in such reckless behavior before. Even though they had the tent for cover, with so many tribespeople outside, she had been too frightened to even breathe. She had never imagined that one day she would become part of a wild army. Oh, how mortifying. Yet, the only consolation was that she truly felt warmer. Though Yan Hao's methods were somewhat inappropriate, they were undeniably effective. The following morning, as Ning emerged from the tent, having tidied her clothes and hair, she was immediately greeted by the enthusiastic inquiries of the tribespeople. And Ning, how did you fare last night? Was it very cold? They say you are delicate. Thankfully, the chief is taking care of you. Yes. The chief is so strong. He must be very warm. And Ning, how's the chief's physique? Is he very strong? The tribe members chimed in, teasingly and openly, nearly causing Ning to feel too embarrassed to lift her head. What are you all doing? Shouldn't you be working? Dare to bully the chief's female? Come at me. Yan Hao strode over just in time, wrapping Ning protectively in his arms and scolding the giggling tribespeople. Yes, we'll go work now. Upon seeing Yan Hao intervening, the tribespeople dared not tease Ning any longer and dispersed. Some to gather and others to hunt. All right, they've all left. Stop blushing. Yan Hao lifted Ning's chin with his hand, and Ning immediately raised her hand to push him away, annoyed and embarrassed. This is all your fault. I was just trying to keep you warm. Yan Hao shot back, unwilling to concede. I think you were deliberately bullying me. Chung and Ning glared at him, puffing up in indignation. Tisich, ungrateful female. Yan Hao playfully smacked her bottom. Big bad wolf, I'm ignoring you. And Ning, both shy and angry, pushed him away with all her might and ran toward a group of female gatherers. Hey, and Ning, don't run too far. There are wild beasts deeper in the forest. Yan Hao called out, raising his voice in warning. Got it. And Ning turned back to wave at Yan Hao, patting her backpack to signal that she had her gear. Only then did Yan Hao feel reassured, turning back to lead the hunting team deeper into the woods. After they left, Ping emerged, wearing a look of envy and disdain, muttering, shameless female, what is there to flaunt about merely mating with Hao? Sooner or later, I'll become Hao's female, and then you will have to step aside. With that, she strode off towards the gathering team. Chapter 13. Yan Hao's thoughtfulness in Ning. What are you doing? And Ning found herself assigned to a small team with Yan Yu and several other females, who were especially instructed to look after her. Although Ning possessed weapons and could shoot arrows, her frail constitution necessitated someone to care for her, so Yan Hao could feel more at ease that moment. The other females were busy gathering hemp stalks, while Cheng and Ning crouched in the grass, one hand holding a gathering clip and the other wielding a gathering hoe, searching for suitable plant specimens. Yan Yu curiously approached her, pointing at the gathering hoe in her hand and asking, "And Ning, what is this thing?" Cheng and Ning smiled and replied, "This is a gathering hoe and a gathering clip, tools used for collecting plant specimens." "What is a plant specimen?" Yan Yu asked, intrigued. "Well, it's a small section of flowers, grasses, or trees collected and stored in the gathering clip for careful observation of its characteristics later," Cheng and Ning explained simply. "Observing its characteristics? What does that mean?" Yan Yu scratched her head, puzzled. Cheng and Ning patiently elaborated. "It means to gather the plant and understand what it is through various methods like looking, smelling, and testing. For instance, with this hemp stalk, we could take a segment to create a specimen, and through this specimen, we can clearly see its characteristics." As she spoke, Cheng and Ning demonstrated by collecting a stalk of hemp for Yan Yu to see. "Look, its leaves are long and narrow, with tiny hairs on the leaf surface. Its roots are fibrous, with many such long roots. Its flowers are pale yellow, and the seed shells are grayish-brown, while the seeds inside are white. By preserving this specimen, we can visually identify what it is and its uses." "Oh, so that is how it is." Yan Yu finally grasped the concept, though she felt it wasn't particularly useful. But in Ning, everyone recognizes hemp. There is no need to collect specimens. This stuff is everywhere on the Shitsong prairie. Cheng and Ning chuckled and replied, "I know, which is why I'm not collecting hemp. Rather, I'm gathering some plants that we don't know about and are unaware of their characteristics." "Oh, I see. Then what use will these unknown plants have when we bring them back?" Yan Yu leaned in to watch as Cheng and Ning unearthed a weed of unknown identity with their gathering hoe, shook off the dirt, and carefully placed it in the gathering clip. Unable to resist asking again, she continued to search for usable plants. Cheng and Ning answered Yan Yu, "This forest is rich in vegetation. Perhaps there are plants that can serve as food or be refined into daily necessities. If I bring them back and test them, we might have fresh vegetables for our tribe in the future, eliminating the need to eat that gamey and tough meat every day." Upon hearing about delicious food, Yan Yu's eyes lit up. "Really? That's wonderful. And Ning, you collect well, and we'll wait for you to return to cook for us." "All right." Cheng and Ning smiled and nodded at Yan Yu's innocent and adorable demeanor. In truth, most of the wild people in the tribe were incredibly kind-hearted. Their lives revolved simply around good food and warm shelter. And with those, they felt immensely satisfied. Compared to the treachery of modern humanity, this place was truly akin to paradise. Aside from slightly unfavorable conditions, this place is devoid of thieves, robbers, pollution, and competition. The sky is a brilliant blue, and the hearts of its inhabitants are pure, making it an ideal residence for someone like Cheng Anning, a researcher whose mind is solely occupied with experiments. After spending several days here, she has gradually adapted. Although remaining in the tribe all day can be somewhat stifling, but if she could traverse the world, perhaps she would discover more resources to enhance the lives of her fellow tribespeople. However, Yan Hao restricts her from venturing out for her own safety. The wilderness of Shitsong is rife with dangers. Not only are there wild beasts, but there are also savage tribesmen from neighboring territories. Conflicts between tribes are frequent, and a weak female like her, without protection, would be utterly vulnerable. Therefore, after gaining a better understanding of the realities, Cheng Anning no longer stubbornly insists on going out alone. After all, safety comes first. This time, however, it is different, as there are many people around. Being among so many tribespeople significantly increases her safety, so she resolves to seize this rare opportunity. Throughout the morning, Cheng Anning collected various plant specimens with Yan Yu and a few others in the grassy areas near the camp. She gathered numerous specimens, yet most of these primitive plants were unfamiliar to her. Nevertheless, she is confident that once she brings them into the laboratory for analysis, results will soon follow. As the sun reached its zenith, Yan Yu approached her, carrying a bundle of food. The mealtimes for Yan Hao and his group are rather irregular. When food is plentiful, they may have several meals in a day, while during scarcity, They might have only one. Chung Anning, accustomed to irregular meal times from her previous research work, has managed to adapt to their lifestyle. Otherwise, she would surely suffer from stomach ailments. However, during a casual conversation, Yan Hao learned that the Huaxia tribe typically has 3 meals a day, and out of consideration for Chung Anning, he began delivering food to her according to that schedule. Each morning, Chung Anning awakens to find food brought by Yan Hao. Regardless of whether she is daydreaming in the wooden hut or chatting with Yan Yu at noon, he always arrives punctually with sustenance. Then, as dusk falls, he returns to the wooden hut, bringing additional food to share with her. Although the food he brings consists mainly of wild fruits and beast meat, this regularity in meal times is a luxury that other tribespeople do not enjoy. Naturally, after sharing the meal, he often insists on engaging her in physical exercise. Reflecting on this, Chung Anning somewhat regrets teaching Yan how the terms for morning, noon, and evening. She had explained to him that morning is when the sun rises in the east, noon is when the sun reaches its zenith, and evening is when the sun sets and darkness falls. He remembers these details well and is always punctual. He recalls that Chung Anning mentioned the people of the Huaxia tribe generally prefer to exercise in the evening, leading to Yan Hao's overly energetic demeanor after dinner, which leaves Chung Anning quite speechless. Just as he initially stated, the males in the tribe are all vigorous. It is not just him, but others are the same. Chung Anning can hear the amorous sounds emanating from nearby wooden huts almost every night. However, Yan Hao does not press her every day, likely believing her to be too frail to engage in such activities excessively. Otherwise, she might find herself unable to rise from being. In truth, he is quite considerate, providing her with ample food, warm furs, respecting the customs of the Huaxia tribe, and attending to her needs with great care. Especially when he seems inclined to tease her, he always appears just in time to protect her, which genuinely touches her. To encounter such a man in the wild is indeed a stroke of fortune. At present, Chung Anning harbors no other thoughts than to contribute as much as she can to the tribe, striving to improve the lives of Yan Hao and the others. After we eat, I would like to go further afield to gather more plant specimens, Chung Anning said, accepting the food Yan Yu offered, which consisted of several wild fruits and a piece of beast meat. She generously shared half with Yan Yu and discussed her plans with her. Yan Yu immediately waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no. If the chief finds out, I'm done for. Then just don't let him know." Chung Anning promptly suggested, "How can I? He is the chief. I cannot deceive him." "Anning, I would be expelled from the tribe," Yan Yu replied, her face filled with fear. Chung Anning, feeling helpless, said, "All right then, I want to go." Only then did Yan Yu nod, happily returning to her tent with the food Chung Anning had given her. In the afternoon, after a brief rest, Yan Yu and a few other females resumed gathering hemp. Chung Anning, unable to locate other plants in this collection area, reluctantly put away her collecting tools and joined Yan Yu and the others in harvesting hemp. "Anning," Yan Yu said, "you've gathered so many plants. Will you really cook something delicious for us when we return?" One of the plump female tribespeople named Yan Yu, intrigued by Yan Yu's mention of Chung Anning specimens, could not help but curiously inquire. Chung Anning borrowed a bone knife from Yan Yu, clumsily cutting through the hemp, and looked up with a smile. "Yes, but it will take some time that I still need to identify these plants before determining if they are edible or useful for other purposes." "Oh, we have to wait? I thought we could eat it as soon as we return," Yan Yu exclaimed, disappointment evident in her tone. "You just love to eat. The moment you hear there is something delicious, you re the first to rush over. Look at you. You're almost as big as a black bear. Be careful, or no males will want you," Yan Yu teased, glancing at Yan Yu with amusement. "If there is none, then there is none. Anyway, if they aren't as strong as the chief, they're not worthy of such an outstanding female like me." Yan Yu puffed out her chest in a mock display of arrogance, eliciting a laugh from Chung Anning. The other females joined in the merriment. "Are you not the least bit embarrassed, Yan Yu? If the chief hears you, he'll probably keep his distance," Yan Yu remarked, noting that Yan Yu was the plumpest female in the Yan Hu tribe, weighing over 160 pounds, and, coupled with her short stature, she indeed resembled a bear in her animal skins. Chung Anning pondered how someone could become so robust despite the tribe's irregular meals. "What is so funny? I just eat a bit more, that is all. At worst, I'll just take care of myself in the future, Yan Yu retorted, fully aware that her appetite was a considerable burden on the food-scarce Yan Hao tribe. However, she could do little about it. She had already tried her best to eat less and work more. Yet she could not shed the weight. With this thought, Yan Yu sighed, her brows furrowed with worry. Alas, if this continues, I wonder if I'll be the first one to be expelled from the tribe for eating too much. Seeing the discontent on Yan Yu's cherubic face, Yan Yu approached her and gently patted her broad shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't worry. The chief has brought back heavenly ginseng this year, and when winter arrives, other tribes will come to trade food with you. By then, we'll have plenty of food, and you need not fear being expelled." Yet, Yan Yu remained somewhat anxious. I heard that the chief of the Jinshi tribe, Jin Xen, deliberately threw some of his tribesmen to the Beast Ridge to save food, and those people were completely devoured by the beasts. Yan Yu had also heard of this incident. The chief of the Jinshi tribe, Jin Xen, was brutal and ruthless, showing no mercy even to his own people, instilling fear in many. However, she firmly believed that their chief, Yan Hao, would never resort to such actions and quickly comforted Yan Yu. "Don't think about it. Our chief is nothing like Jin Xen. He would never do such a thing, but..." Yan Yu's worry lingered. Just then, Chung Anning approached, grasping Yan Yu's hand, assuring her, "Rest assured, before winter arrives, I will find a way to help the tribe secure more food. I will not allow anyone in the tribe to be expelled." "Really? Anning, do you have a plan?" Yan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Chung Anning. Chung Anning smiled and nodded. "The expanse of Shitsong is vast, and there is an abundance of edible resources. We simply have not discovered them yet. Trust me, I will find enough food for the winter." "Anning, you're wonderful. I believe in you," Yan Yu exclaimed, her spirits lifted, as did those of Yan Yu and the others, who placed their trust in Chung Anning. Chung Anning smiled, yet her heart felt heavy. Although the Yan Hao tribe comprises only a little over 100 individuals, food is perpetually in short supply. She had heard Yan Hao mention that the Yan Hao tribe is situated in a small corner of Shitsong's southern region, with the nearest foraging and hunting area being the Western Wilderness. However, the Western Wilderness is teeming with ferocious beasts, and most edible plants and animals in the forest are claimed by these predators. Each time they venture out to forage or hunt, they return with very little, often encountering attacks from wild beasts, and the hard-earned food they manage to catch is sometimes snatched away by these marauding predators. In recent years, after Yan Hao reached adulthood, his combat prowess significantly improved, enabling him to bring back barely sufficient food for the tribe during their hunting excursions. However, with the onset of winter, there were inevitably several months when the tribe members would endure hunger. Yan Hao recounted that the Yan Hao tribe had once been a large community of several hundred individuals. Yet, during his childhood, one harsh winter made venturing outside exceedingly difficult, and for an entire month, the tribe could only survive on a meager supply of wild fruits. Tragically, that year saw countless tribe members perish from starvation and cold, drastically reducing their population and transforming them from a large tribe into a small one. As the Yan Hao tribe declined, other ambitious tribes in the West Song region began to attack them, seeking to seize their territory and resources. During Yan Hao's adolescent years, he witnessed countless tribal wars, primarily instigated by the Jinshi tribe from the northern West Song and the Tsonglang tribe from the northeast. Both of these tribes were formidable, boasting over 500 members, and their leaders were notoriously brutal. The Yan Hao tribe, along with other smaller tribes in West Song, frequently suffered devastating losses from their assaults. Eventually, Yan Hao conceived the idea of forming a coalition, rallying the Ming Lu tribe from the west, the Yuan Ling tribe from the southeast, and the Yuning tribe from the center to establish an unassailable triangular defense line. From that point onward, whenever the Jinshi or Tsonglang tribes attempted to attack, the three allied tribes would respond collectively, often turning the tide in their favor. Consequently, the Jinshi and Tsonglang tribes became wary of provoking war again. However, the three smaller tribes could only hunt within their immediate vicinity, unable to venture further into West Song, leading to severe food shortages every winter. With limited hunting grounds, Yan Hao was compelled to seek alternative solutions, such as attempting to procure the sacred herb Tian Shun from the sacred hill. This prized herb was a unique supplement known for its health benefits. During the coldest winter months, The tribe would prepare a brew from the herb slices, providing each member with nourishment that helped them resist illness and hunger. Thus, the tribes of West Tsang regarded Tian Shan as a sacred treasure, dispatching their strongest warriors each year to seize it during the harvesting season. Unfortunately, the sacred hill only housed a single Tian Shan tree that bore just one fruit annually, resulting in fierce competition among the tribes. The endeavor to obtain Tian Shan was fraught with peril. Failure could lead to death, as each tribe's strongest warriors would unleash their most lethal techniques in desperate combat alongside their spirit companions. It was a true bloodbath. Had Cheng and Ning not fortuitously saved Yan Hao, he might not have survived to bring the Tian Shan back to his tribe. This exemplified the harsh survival conditions in West Song. The once thriving Yan Hu tribe persisted solely due to Yan Hao's unwavering support. Chapter 15. A grand surprise in such dire circumstances, tribes unable to provide food often found themselves compelled to abandon some of their weaker, elderly members. However, few resorted to the heinous actions of Jin Exant, who cast people into the hungry beast ridge. Survival was a constant struggle, which motivated Cheng and Ning to seek ways to improve the quality of life for the tribe after receiving their warm hospitality. Fortunately, she possessed a laboratory where she could cultivate new plants from wild specimens for the tribe to grow and consume that, if successful, she could help Yan Hao clear land near the tribe for vegetable farming, allowing them to become self-sufficient, a far safer alternative than risking their lives in hunting excursions. Of course, this hinged on her ability to acquire and successfully cultivate the specimens. However, given her expertise in biological research, this task was not particularly daunting. She had previously cultivated countless new flora and fauna and even received the annual Most Influential Scientific Achievement Award. Thus, assisting the Yan Hu tribe in improving their living conditions was not an unattainable dream. She merely needed time. During this foraging expedition, she hoped to gather enough biological specimens to increase her chances of identifying edible plants suitable for cultivation. I implore you, take me somewhere else that we don't need to venture deep into the forest. Just a nearby location will suffice. I need to find more plant specimens to select suitable ones for cultivation. Without these, I cannot grow food for the tribe, and my efforts to provide more sustenance will be in vain. Do you wish to see our tribe members suffer from the cold and hunger this winter, one by one collapsing? Or would you prefer to witness Yan Yu being cast out of the tribe to fend for himself? After much contemplation, Cheng and Ning concluded that she could not forfeit this golden opportunity. She tugged at Yan Yu, persuasively discussing the broader implications for their survival and even invoking Yan Yu's concerns to finally convince Yan Yu to reluctantly agree. All right, you've worn me down. I'll take you to another foraging area, but only for a short while. You must return promptly after you gather what you need. Yan Yu sighed, ultimately conceding. Thank you. I promise. Cheng and Ning exclaimed with joy, quickly retrieving her backpack from the camp and following Yan Yu to a more distant foraging zone. Soon, Yan Yu led Cheng and Ning to their destination, an open woodland area not far from the previous site. The IT was spacious enough that they could hear each other's calls from a distance. However, due to previous foraging, the area had very few wild hemp plants left, which was why Yan Yu had not ventured here earlier. All right, you can get to work now. I'll manage on my own, Cheng and Ning declared, eager to resume her tasks. She promptly pulled out her collecting pick and clippers from her backpack, urging Yan Yu to return to camp. However, Yan Yu shook her head. No, I'll stay and accompany you. While it's true that wild beasts rarely roam here, we must not be careless if anything were to happen to you. The chief would certainly expel me from the tribe. Understanding that Yan Yu was acting out of concern for her well-being, Cheng and Ning did not press the issue further. Very well, then you can collect the hemp seeds here. I've noticed there are plenty of seed-bearing hemp plants in this area. If you gather some, I'll prepare a few delicious dishes for you all. Yan Yu's face lit up with excitement. That sounds wonderful. I'll go collect the hemp seeds. Wait a moment. Just as Yan Yu turned to gather the seeds, Cheng and Ning stopped her and handed over a wide-mouthed jar. But don't take the whole plant with roots and leaves. Just collect the seeds and put them in this jar. What is this? Yan Yu asked, curiously examining the smooth, transparent container. Cheng and Ning smiled. This is called a wide-mouthed jar, designed for holding solid reagents. It can store small items like plant seeds, and can also hold water. Just be careful while collecting. Avoid letting the jar hit stones or sharp objects, or it might break. Ditto, understood. Yin Yu nodded seriously after listening to Cheng and Ning's explanation and cautiously took the jar to collect the hemp seeds. Seeing this, Cheng and Ning turned back to resume her search for usable specimens as time passed. Yin had already gathered half a jar of hemp seeds. To her surprise, the jar could hold so many seeds, all visible through its transparent sides. She marveled at how the seeds fell into the jar like raindrops, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. How strange. I can see them, but can't touch them. What kind of jar is this? Is it made by the gods? Yin Yu mused, reaching out to touch the seed through the jar, her expression filled with wonder. From a distance, Cheng and Ning couldn't help but smile at Yin Yu's fascination with such a simple glass jar. The contrast between ancient and modern times was indeed like the chasm between the common folk and the divine. Unfortunately, she had more experimental supplies than everyday items, or she could have offered them even more surprises. While Cheng and Ning and Yan Yu diligently focused on their tasks, they remained oblivious to the envious gaze of Ping, who lurked behind a dense thicket, harboring resentment as she plotted her revenge. The moment Cheng and Ning strayed from the group presented a perfect opportunity to enact her plan. Just wait. A grand surprise awaited her at that moment, as Cheng and Ning was intently collecting a plant resembling millet. She felt a surge of joy at discovering an edible crop on the desolate plains. Suddenly, a deep, ominous bellow echoed from a distance. She looked up, scanning the surroundings, but found no suspicious beasts. Determined to harvest the millet plant quickly and preserve its seeds for a potential grain yield, she paid little attention to the strange sound and continued carefully uprooting the plant with its roots. Got it! Just as Cheng and Ning triumphantly placed the millet-like plant into her collecting bag, she was startled by Yan Yu's terrified scream from behind her. Ning, run! Get away! Turning in confusion, Cheng and Ning glanced back at Yan Yu, who was sprinting towards her, clutching the wide-mouthed jar and shouting frantically. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the ferocious roars of the beast echoed once more. Cheng Anning abruptly turned her head, only to witness a towering creature, covered in fur, with two sharp, forward-curving horns and eyes like copper bells, charging towards her with the ferocity of a tiger. This revelation caused Cheng Anning to gasp in horror. There was no time to ponder the origins of this formidable beast. She swiftly grabbed the collection tools from the ground and fled. Moo! The beast's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up to Cheng Anning. Its cries were frantic, as if enraged by some unseen provocation, and it charged at her with its deadly sharp horns. Cheng Anning executed a roll on the ground, narrowly evading the creature's attack. Yet, the beast was relentless. After missing its strike, it immediately turned back, barreling towards Cheng Anning once more. Anning, be careful. Yin Yu, witnessing the monstrous beast rushing towards Cheng Anning, cast aside the wide-mouthed bottle in her hand, seizing the bow and arrow from her back to shoot at the creature. Regrettably, the beast's tough hide repelled the arrow, causing it to fall harmlessly to the ground. Yin Yu's expression shifted in alarm. The beast was now less than 3 meters away from Cheng Anning. If she couldn't dodge, she would either be trampled or gored by its horns. In that critical moment, Cheng Anning deftly retrieved a tranquilizer gun and fired a shot at the giant beast. The creature momentarily hesitated, letting out an even more agonized and furious cry. After a wild leap, it began to rampage uncontrollably. Cheng Anning quickly rolled away to evade the beast's assault and raised her weapon for another shot. She understood that due to the beast's massive size, a single dose of tranquilizer might not suffice, prompting her to shoot again. Following her second shot, the beast's movements noticeably slowed, yet it still remained standing, swaying precariously. Just as Cheng Anning was about to fire a third shot, a roar pierced the air. Anning, get out of the way. Cheng Anning turned towards a voice, only to find Yan Hao rushing back, his expression more ferocious than the beast itself, charging towards her at breakneck speed. In an instant, Yan Hao reached Cheng Anning, extending his hand to pull her out of the creature's striking range. He swiftly drew his dagger and leaped onto the beast's back. Cheng Anning was left astounded, her jaw nearly dropping. Yan Hao was truly formidable. He was akin to a martial arts master, once atop the beast. Yan Hao wasted no time and plunged his dagger into its back. To his astonishment, this beloved and sharp tool of his merely sliced through the creature's skin, without drawing a drop of blood. Yan Hao was taken aback, realizing the creature's hide was extraordinarily tough. Just as he was lost in thought, the beast began to thrash violently, nearly throwing him off. Fortunately, Yan Hao reacted quickly, clutching one of its horns to steady himself. However, the beast, now affected by the tranquilizer, began to thrash about in a frenzy, its final desperate struggles proving to be fierce. Chung Anning, observing that the beast's hide was impervious to her attacks, shouted at Yan Hao. Yan Hao, aim for its abdomen. Hearing her, Yan Hao's eyes narrowed, and he reversed the dagger's position, crouching low to stab the creature in its belly. A resounding moo echoed through the forest, clearly indicating that the beast had sustained a grave injury. Seizing the moment, Yan Hao withdrew his dagger and delivered 3 swift stabs. The beast could no longer withstand the assault, staggering for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. As the massive creature fell, the surrounding foliage was crushed. Yan Hao rolled off the beast's back and regained his footing swiftly, without a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow or the blood from his body. He rushed towards Chung Anning, grasping her and asking urgently, "Anning, are you hurt?" Chung Anning looked at Yan Hao's anxious face and quickly shook her head, replying, "I'm fine, not injured at all, so don't worry." Relieved, Yan Hao's heart settled, but the next instant his brows furrowed in anger as he released Chung Anning and bellowed, "Chung Anning, you have some audacity. Who told you to wander about recklessly? Did I not instruct you to stay away from the woods? Are you deaf?" Chung Anning winced at his thunderous voice, feeling her ears ring, and retorted awkwardly, "But I'm far from the woods. I was wandering about." "What do you mean, had I not returned in time? You would have been trampled into the ground. Do you wish to die?" Yan Hao continued to shout, still seething that I'm fine. Besides, if I hadn't T-shot it twice, would you have been able to defeat it so easily? Chung Anning couldn't help but defend herself. "So, should I thank you for your help?" "Chung Anning, are you looking for a fight?" Yan Hao's face turned shade of blue with anger as he raised his massive hand, ready to strike her. "I'm sorry." Chung Anning, frightened, instinctively flinched and shut her eyes, hastily apologizing. "What good is an apology now?" Yan Hao scoffed, yet his hand, poised to strike, eventually lowered. He glanced at Chung Anning, who had shrunk in fear, and reluctantly put his hand down. After a prolonged silence, Chung Anning cautiously opened her eyes, only to find Yan Hao's face darkened with displeasure. Unable to suppress her nervousness, she reached out to grasp his arm, saying, "I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I swear I won't wander off again. Not even a step, all right?" Humph. Yan Hao remained unresponsive. Eager to placate him, Chung Anning quickly produced her collection pouch, cheerfully stating, "Look, I found many medicinal herbs and a plant we can cultivate for food. Once I grow it, our tribe will have plenty to eat." Humph. He remained non-committal, but upon hearing her words, he lifted his gaze to the fallen beast. It was indeed large and promised a substantial amount of meat. With this thought, his fury began to dissipate. "I will deal with you later." Yan Hao shot Chung Anning a fierce glare, pushing her aside before striding towards the beast. Seeing his anger finally waning, Chung Anning couldn't help but stick out her tongue in relief. "That was close. We made it through. Anning, are you all right? You scare me to death. I thought you might be crushed by the beast." Yan Yu rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears. "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine." Chung Anning reassured her, "I'm not scared. Please stop crying." However, her lack of fear only served to terrify Yan Yu further. Chung Anning embraced Yan Yu's shoulders, managing a wry smile. "As long as you're fine. That's what matters." Yan Yu nodded. When suddenly recalling something, she turned and hurried back to where she had come from. Crouching down, her face fell in despair as she lamented, "Oh no, my bottle is shattered." Chung Anning quickly followed her, discovering the glass jar was indeed broken, its contents scattered across the ground. She crouched beside Yan Yu, patting her back and smiling. "Don't be sad. It was just a bottle." But Yan Yu wiped her tears, replying, "That was a bottle used by the deity. I can't believe I broke it. Woe is me, a bottle used by a deity." Chung Anning couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. She pulled Yan Yu up, saying, "Stop crying. I have several of those bottles. I'll give you one later." "Really? Anning, you're not lying to me, are you?" Yan Yu's tears ceased immediately, replaced by excitement. "Why would I lie? We have plenty of those bottles in our Huasha tribe. I don't have many on me right now. But I'll get you one. There's no need to cry over it. Oh, that's wonderful. Anning, thank you. Yin Yu beamed, her joy restoring her spirits. That don't be silly. Come on, let us check out that giant beast. Tonight, we can have some delicious beef meatballs. Chung Anning exclaimed, pulling Yin Yu along as they cheerfully walked towards Yan Hao. Behind them, a figure glared at Chung Anning with fury and resentment, secretly vowing revenge. Cursed female, how is it that she survives this? I've toiled for nothing and even helped her gain merit. It's infuriating. Chapter 17. I want to live. What a magnificent creature. Chief, we need not worry any longer. This massive horned beast will sustain us for several days. The chief is truly remarkable. He has accomplished a great feat for our tribe. As Yan Hao approached, the crowd followed eagerly, their excitement palpable as they beheld the fallen beast. Their joy manifesting in animated gestures. Yan Hao circled the creature, equally elated. Due to the presence of this magnificent unicorn, not only is it robust and well-fed, but its belly is remarkably large, suggesting an abundance of nourishment. Indeed, this is a stroke of fortune. Fellow tribesmen, let us drag this colossal creature back. Tonight we shall feast upon fresh meat. Hooray! Let us haul it back. Let us savor the meat of the unicorn. The tribe is jubilant, for despite having hunted numerous animals, they have never before captured an adult unicorn. Their luck today is truly extraordinary. The group begins to work together to drag the unicorn, flattening the underbrush in their wake. Ultimately, before nightfall, they exhaust their strength to finally bring the massive beast back to their campsite. As darkness descends, the tribesmen gather around, ready to divide the labor. Some gather firewood. Others ignite flames. A few construct a fire rack, while many focus on butchering the meat. Given the size of their catch today, there's an especially large number of people engaged in the butchering process. Butchering is no small task. It involves skinning, boning, eviscerating, and cutting the flesh into portions, each step requiring considerable effort. Previously, using bone knives for such tasks consumed much time and energy, but ever since Yan Hao seized Ning's dagger, the butchering process has become swift and efficient. Almost miraculous. Yan Hao quickly removes the pelts from the other beasts they have caught and sets them aside before preparing to dissect the unicorn. And Ning, having been part of the tribe for several days, finds herself somewhat overwhelmed by the scene, particularly the metallic scent of blood that makes her stomach turn. Consequently, she retreats to her tent early. Yan Hao, aware of Ning's aversion to blood, deliberately chooses a spot far from the tent to carry out the butchering, hoping to spare her discomfort. Lying on the furs inside her tent, she drifts into a deep slumber. Just as she is lost in her dreams, she suddenly feels herself being lifted. And Ning, wake up. And Ning rubs her sleepy eyes and looks up to see Yan Hao. Slightly dazed. Yan Hao, don't come tonight. I'm so tired, I want to sleep. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao rolls his eyes dramatically and replies, what do you mean, don't come? Get up, there is something delicious to eat. Delicious? What kind of delicious? And Ning asks, puzzled that you'll find out when you come out. Yan Hao insists, pulling Ning from her tent while ensuring she is properly wrapped in the silver fox pelt. The moment they exit the tent, and Ning shivers from the cold, Yan Hao immediately wraps his arms around her to offer comfort, saying, sit by the bonfire. You won't be cold for long. With that, he quickly settles Ning next to the largest pile of flames. The bonfire blazes brightly, casting a warm glow on Ning's cheeks, and soon her chill body begins to warm up. As she fully awakens, she cannot help but tug on Yan Hao's arm, asking, how? Didn't you say there's something delicious? Where is it? Yan Hao smiles and points toward a few tribesmen gathered nearby. Over there, they are skinning it. It might even still be alive, making it even more tender. Alive? What are they skinning? Upon hearing Yan Hao's words, and Ning's expression darkens. Yan Hao, however, is brimming with excitement that it's an unborn creature, still in its mother's womb. Soon, we'll roast it along with the placenta. It will be both nourishing and delicious, a rare delicacy. At this, Ning nearly retches, but that's not the main issue. Suddenly, she grips Yan Hao's arm tightly, her eyes shining. Yan Hao, are you saying that the original cow we caught during the day, the unicorn, is a pregnant female? Yan Hao nods, with a belly that large. I thought it was just fat. Turns out it's pregnant. Just now, when I was about to butcher the unicorn, I felt it moving inside that I suspect the baby hasn't died yet upon receiving this news. And Ning discards her nausea and pulls Yan Hao towards the tribesman. Yan Hao, astonished, protests, and Ning, weren't you feeling sick? Don't go over there. Just wait until they bring it over. Wait for them. Once they kill the baby, I want it alive. And Ning replies decisively, already racing to the tribesmen, pushing them aside with all her might to kneel in front of the mother beast. At that moment, the mother beast, having succumbed to blood loss from Yan Hao's earlier cuts, lies lifeless on the ground, yet its body still retains warmth, and its distended belly continues to move. Meanwhile, several tribesmen have already cut open the mother's abdomen, preparing for a cesarean section. However, their clumsy hands and the blunt bone knives risk harming the unborn creature, and Ning, resolute, raises her hand to Yan Hao and commands, "Hao, give me the knife. I'll do it." Yan Hao is taken aback, staring at Ning's serious and solemn expression. Hesitantly, he pulls out the dagger and hands it to her, asking, Ning, can you manage this? And Ning, who usually abhors such bloody work, is now taking charge. Don't worry, I've delivered deer fawns before. I can handle this. And Ning recalls a past encounter while foraging in the wild, where she found a dying spotted deer that was also pregnant. She performed a cesarean section and saved the fawn, which she later took to a specialized breeding facility, just before her unfortunate incident. She had visited that fawn, which was still alive and thriving. Taking the dagger, and Ning instructs the tribesmen, everyone step back. Yan Hao, you come help me. She then kneels beside the bloodied mother beast, carefully making an incision in its belly and the placenta. Yan Hao immediately squats down to assist her. Before long, and Ning's hands and clothes are stained with blood, yet she remains oblivious, wholly focused on extracting the unborn creature, her demeanor grave and earnest. Observing the scene from the crowd, Ping sneers she usually acts so scared. Now she's taking charge herself. This female is utterly disingenuous to win Yan Hao's favor. She pretends to be weak, but look at her now. However, for Ning, the bloodshed is categorized differently. If the purpose of the cesarean section was merely to fill their bellies, she could not bring herself to do it. But if it is to save a life, she can overlook the gore. Though this is a contradiction, her mindset is different. And Ning realizes that perhaps the tribesmen do not understand her actions. But at this moment, she cannot concern herself with that. All she can think about is saving this little original cow, which may prove invaluable to the tribe in the future. The original cow is the ancestor of modern cattle, having been domesticated by humans over a long span of time to become livestock. This little original cow represents a prime seed. With proper care, it could bring immense benefits to the tribe in the future. Through Ning's careful efforts, the calf is finally successfully delivered. To protect the delicate body of the calf, she asks someone to fetch the softest fur to wrap it gently and carefully carries it to the bonfire to warm up. This moment. The tribesmen finally grasp the truth, and Ning is not butchering the little creature for food. She is attempting to nurture it. But how can this be possible? The calf is so weak. How could it possibly survive? Yan Hao, you're warm. You hold it for me while I check the mother beast to see if there's any milk for the calf. And Ning says, carefully handing the calf to Yan Hao before rising to inspect the carcass of the mother beast. After a thorough examination, she concludes that the calf is full term and should have a high chance of survival. Unfortunately, the mother beast is dead, and the cessation of its physiological functions means it has not produced any milk that keep the calf alive. They must find an alternative solution. Feeling somewhat disheartened, and Ning returns to the bonfire, pondering how to sustain the calf's life. And Ning, what's wrong? Yan Hao asks, holding the calf in his arms, looking rather comical. Yet he doesn't mind, for he knows Ning would not engage in pointless actions. The mother beast has no milk, and it will be difficult for the calf to survive. And Ning sighs, washing the blood off her hands with water while responding to, "It's better this way. Such a young creature is a rare delicacy. We can take it back to offer to my mother to help her regain her strength." And Ning adds. Just then, Ping approaches, squatting down beside Yan Hao, gently stroking the tender calf, and then looks up at Ning, saying, "And Ning, now is not the time to feel pity for the little creature. If everyone were like you, the tribe would be in dire straits. Yan Hao, wouldn't you agree? As she finishes, Ping grabs Yan Hao's arm and playfully asks for his agreement. Ning watches Ping, noting her gentle caress of the calf, seemingly filled with sympathy. Yet her eyes betray a glimmer of savage desire. Ning understands that in this wild world, savagery is a natural order, and hunting for sustenance is not a crime. However, if this calf survives, it will be a tremendous asset to the tribe. For the sake of the tribe's future, she must do everything in her power to keep this calf alive. Ping, since Ning wants the little creature to live, I will not allow anyone to harm it. Forget about offering it to your mother. And Ning's expression is one of deep concern as she contemplates the situation, unexpectedly hearing such a response from Yan Hao. She was taken aback and immediately looked up at him, only to see him impatiently dismissing the screen, completely ignoring the ashen face of the person holding their breath. Cheng and Ning felt a surge of emotion. Before she could even express her own reasoning, Yan Hao had already chosen to believe in her and defend her. This truly left her at a loss for words, despite his somewhat domineering demeanor. Yan Hao is genuinely kind to her, causing her feelings for him to deepen. How? How can you do this? Are you truly willing to abandon all your prey for a Ning? If everyone were like a Ning, how would the tribe survive in the future? While I have 3 meals a day without fail, have you considered whether others might go hungry, unable to endure Yan Hao's blatant favoritism towards a Ning? The person finally exploded. Upon witnessing this, the other tribespeople hurried forward to mediate. Yan Li stepped up immediately, saying, Ping, enough. Since this is the leader's decision, we should simply comply. Yan Yi quickly chimed in, yes, Ping, since a Ning likes that little beast. Let her have it for fun. We can always hunt more in the future to present to the great chief. Let her have it for fun. Cheng and Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. Did they really think she saved the calf out of mere affection, intending to keep it as a pet? What a grave misunderstanding. She couldn't allow the tribespeople to hold such misconceptions. Otherwise, wouldn't Yan Hao be seen as a foolish leader infatuated with beauty in their eyes? Cheng and Ning quickly raised her voice. Tribespeople, please listen to me. I did not save this little beast for my own amusement. I aim to contribute to the Yan Hao tribe. At this, the crowd fell silent. Visibly taken aback, Yan Li, with a puzzled expression, asked Ning, your contribution by helping the leader hunt the large horned beast was already significant enough. You needn't hand over the little beast separately. The great chief won't reward you with extra food for that. Yan, he added, indeed, and Ning, this little beast has tender meat and is best suited for food that if we raise it, it will consume a lot of our tribe's provisions, and the quality of the meat will decline. That is not cost-effective. However, Cheng and Ning shook her head. Everyone misunderstands. I am not raising the little beast to eventually slaughter it for food, nor is it meant to be a plaything that I intend for it to help our tribe with farming and cultivating the land, so we can produce more food for the tribe. What are you saying, Ning? You wanted to help us? Yan Hao was the first to question, knowing that Ning had her reasons for saving the little beast, but not expecting her to suggest it contribute to the tribe. He couldn't help but glance at the frail creature in his arms, which seemed barely enough to feed the tribe for a meal, hardly able to imagine what it could do in the future. Not only Yan Hao, but everyone present looked at Cheng and Ning with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend how she envisioned farming and what role this little beast could play. Cheng and Ning glanced at the crowd, gestured for them to come closer, and patiently began to explain that I have observed that our tribe currently relies solely on foraging and hunting for food, which is not only labor-intensive and time-consuming, but also fraught with danger. Moreover, we cannot guarantee sufficient food supply for the tribe with every hunting expedition. If this situation persists, it will be challenging for our people's lives to improve. Hence, I wish to explore alternative methods to secure more food and alleviate our tribe's food shortages. Just think, if we could cultivate a type of food right here in our tribe, we could harvest it when it matures and store it for future use. Wouldn't that mean we would have enough food to eat every day without worrying about hunger? Cultivating food within our tribe. Is that even feasible? And Ning, are you jesting? Yes, how could that even be done? As soon as Cheng and Ning finished speaking, the tribespeople began to murmur and discuss animatedly. While others were skeptical, Ping was the most vehement in her opposition. Ning, I think you've lost your mind over food. We gather hemp and hunt wild beasts. Pray tell, do you intend for us to cultivate hemp or raise wild beasts in the tribe? Not only Ping, but most of the tribespeople found in Ning's assertions utterly absurd. Forget about raising wild beasts. Even cultivating other plants would be a gamble. Yan Hao frowned, looking at Cheng and Ning, seemingly awaiting her explanation. However, Cheng and Ning remained calm in the face of their skepticism, simply stating, I certainly won't have everyone cultivate hemp, nor will I have you raise wild beasts. Hemp grows everywhere, and there's no need to cultivate it. What we need to plant are agricultural plants, also known as crops that as for wild beasts. They're to be raised, not planted. Just like this little calf, I am raising it so that when it grows up, it can assist us in cultivating crops more effectively. The process of planting crops is what we call farming. Having said this, Cheng and Ning gently stroked the calf in Yan Hao's arms and addressed the crowd. Do not be deceived by its current frailness. Once it matures, it will possess immense strength, capable of working as well as several robust tribespeople. Just look at that large-horned beast to understand how formidable it can become. This little beast will grow strong like its mother and will be an indispensable helper in our farming efforts. After Cheng and Ning's thorough explanation, the tribespeople finally began to grasp her concept. Yan Hao, with a hint of excitement, remarked, and Ning, what you mean is that we will cultivate edible plants in the tribe and tame wild beasts to assist us, thus eliminating the need for hunting and foraging, enabling us to secure sufficient food right here. Am I correct? Chapter 19. Praise leads to pride. Cheng and Ning smiled and nodded. Exactly, Yan Hao. That is precisely my intention. She felt elated that Yan Hao understood her, for with his support, she could accomplish anything with greater ease. However, the next concern arose. What crops should we plant? The vast expanse of Xizang had never seen a tribe that cultivated its own food. Yan Hao's subsequent words dimmed the previously buoyant spirits of the tribespeople. Cheng and Ning, however, cheerfully announced good news. I've already found a type of edible plant that we can cultivate. Let me show you. With that, she returned to the tent, retrieved a gathering bag filled with millet, and carefully returned to the campfire, gently extracting the entire millet plant to display for everyone. Look here. Everyone, this plant is a type of edible crop known as millet. Its seeds turn a light yellow when they mature and fall off. Hence, we also refer to it as huangmi in our Huaxia tribe. When cooked and mashed, huangmi can be made into porridge, rice, or cakes. Tea has a sweet flavor without the gamey taste of beast meat. It is not only filling but can also be stored in large quantities, making it an ideal crop for our tribe to cultivate. However, I have only found one plant so far, which is far from sufficient to meet the tribe's needs. Once I manage to cultivate these seeds, we can begin planting within the tribe. As we continue to gather more seeds, we will gradually be able to provide enough food for everyone. After much effort in explaining, Cheng and Ning finally introduced millet, a staple food crop of great importance throughout history, to the tribespeople. Although they still had some misunderstandings, they grasped the general concept. The grass in Cheng and Ning's hands was edible, and, if planted in the tribe, it would yield abundant harvests. They could then store it like wild fruits and beast meat, forming a new source of food. Ning, can you really grow it? Yan Hao looked at Cheng and Ning with anticipation after understanding everything. Cheng and Ning nodded firmly, saying, although the process may be challenging, I am not afraid. I will certainly help the tribe cultivate huangmi. However, how? You must be patient as I will need ample time. All right, I believe in you. Yan Hao responded without hesitation. He then set the calf down, stood up, and addressed the tribespeople. Listen closely, everyone. Starting tomorrow, we will do everything possible to help Ning find huangmi. For every bit we can find, we will share an additional portion of food at is that clear? Understood. Yan Hao's generous distribution immediately energized everyone, and they gathered around, intently examining the millet plant, memorizing its appearance in hopes of aiding Ning in locating more of this crop in the future. Well done, everyone. After we have divided the large-horned beast, I will prepare a feast for you. Cheng and Ning, seeing everyone's enthusiasm, generously announced that she would create more delicious food. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement once again. What will Ning make this time? Without a doubt, whatever Ning prepares will be the tastiest. Quick, let's go divide the large-horned beast. I've been hungry for so long and can't wait for Ning's delicacies. The crowd chattered and laughed, rising to return to the large-horned beast to prepare the food. Ning, you tend to the fire. I will help out too. just as Yan Hao was about to rise and assist the tribespeople in butchering the large horned beast. Chung and Ning pulled him back. I want to go too. An Ning. Chung and Ning's statement left Yan Hao quite surprised. Wasn't she the one who despised bloodshed the most? Chung Anning remarked. I have observed that your division of food results in excessive waste. Since we can only rely on hunting for sustenance at this time, we must utilize every part of the animal. Let us preserve all that is edible. Under Chung Anning's guidance, the dissection of the great horned beast was executed with remarkable precision. The beast's head, antlers, hide, bones, and flesh were meticulously processed. Even its entrails and placenta were preserved as Anning instructed her kin. The tribe members were astonished by Anning's method of division, as they had never realized that anything beyond the meat could be deemed edible. The antlers can be fashioned into everyday items, such as combs, knives, and boards. The hide has even more applications. It can be crafted into clothing, hats, and shoes. The extracted bones can be boiled to create nourishing broth, which is immensely beneficial for health. Moreover, the clean stomach can be used for soups and dishes, rendering them quite delectable. As for the placenta of the young beast, it serves as a medicinal ingredient, greatly beneficial for the elderly and ailing members of our tribe. Chung Anning elaborated on the various uses of the great horned beast to Yan Hao and the tribe, who listened with rapt attention. Their knowledge vastly expanded. Anning, the Huaxia tribe is truly a remarkable group. You possess knowledge of so much that we were unaware of. And you are the most exceptional female I have ever encountered. Yan Hao gazed at Chung Anning, who was earnestly explaining to the others, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Chung Anning turned to Yan Hao, offering him a serene smile and complimenting him. You are also the bravest male I have ever seen. The most distinguished leader. Upon hearing Anning's praise, Yan Hao's smile brightened even further, his pride evident as he declared, of course, I'm the most formidable leader in Shitsong. Chung Anning stifled a laugh, amused at his boastfulness. Noticing her laughter, Yan Hao feigned annoyance, stating, What are you laughing at? Am I incorrect? Come here, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. With that, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Yes, you are right. You are formidable. No need to prove it. Chung Anning, startled, quickly pushed him away, anxious about his public display of affection. Stop it. Go fetch 2 plump wild chickens, prepare them, and bring them back. I shall cook something delicious for everyone. Yan Hao finally released her and stood up to procure the wild chickens, while Chung Anning retreated into the tent. Initially, she intended to prepare sesame beef balls, but since the calf had just been born, that would be inappropriate. Thus, she swiftly altered her plan to make sesame chicken balls instead. When she emerged again, Chung Anning was holding an oversized cylindrical open-mouthed flask, her steps light as she returned to the campfire. A vessel used by the deities. Upon seeing it, Yin Yu immediately expressed her excitement. Realizing Anning had indeed been truthful, she possessed such a flask. Chung Anning chuckled in response. I cannot give you this. I require it to prepare food for everyone. But do not fret, I shall fetch another flask for you shortly. All right. Yin Yu replied obediently. Please bring me the water pouch. Yin Li, assist me in making a fire stand. Yin Gang, kindly fetch me a flat stone. Anning issued her commands, preparing for the culinary process. First, she filled the large flask with water, placing it on the fire stand to boil. Then, rolling up her sleeves, she took the white chickens Yan Hao had brought and placed them on a clean stone slab, using a stone knife to chop them into a fine mixture like tea that moment. Yin Li had already assisted in roasting and grinding the sesame seeds. Delivering them to her, Chung Anning combined the sesame powder with the meat mixture, adding some salt-rich saline grass she had gathered, before beginning to form the now sticky mixture into small balls. This is so much fun. Anning, may I help too? Yin Yu exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Anning smiled and nodded. Of course, you can make the balls while I cook them. Yes. Yin Yu quickly took on the task of forming the balls, while Anning gently placed the finished balls into the boiling flask. The tribe members gathered around, their faces filled with wonder as they watched the balls leap in the boiling water, as though they had discovered a new world. Anning, what is this? It is so magical. Just as she was about to explain, Yin Yu interjected proudly. Listen well. This is a flask used by the deities. Upon hearing this, Anning couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 20. Can we store things here? A vessel of the deities? Does that mean Anning is a messenger of the gods? Otherwise, how could she possess such a flask? Yet it was truly peculiar. The water inside was clearly visible, yet it did not leak. Indeed, this must be the divine power of the gods. The crowd buzzed with excitement around the fire stand. Observing this, Yan Hao stepped back to Anning's side, lifting her garment as he huffed. "What else are you hiding from me? Reveal it." Anning's cheeks flushed crimson as Yan Hao lifted her clothing in public. She swiftly smacked his hand away, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You lecher! So many people are watching. Do not be so handsy. Then tell me, where did you acquire this flask? It cannot possibly fit in your backpack." Yan Hao was no fool, especially regarding Anning's belongings. He wished to gather them all for himself due to their remarkable utility. Every item had proven to be exceptionally useful, from the sharp dagger to the effective antidote, and even the blanket softer than silver fox fur. Now, with the addition of this cooking flask, Anning's possessions were treasures he coveted. I retrieved it from another backpack of mine. Unable to withstand Yan Hao's inquisitive gaze and persistent probing, Anning reluctantly confessed, "You have another backpack?" Upon hearing this, Yan Hao grew even more displeased, realizing Anning had not informed him. "Where is it?" I cannot quite explain, but I will tell you when we return to the tent." "All right." "Oh, the balls are ready. We can eat." "I am famished." "Let us eat," Anning responded vaguely, and, at the last moment, she seized Yan Hao's arm and led him back to the fire stand to start distributing the chicken balls to the tribe members. The steam wafting from the flask filled the camp with the aroma of chicken soup, causing the tribe to stir with excitement as they drooled in anticipation of the delicious meal. "It smells so good. Oh no. Every time Anning prepares something delicious, it makes me cry. Anning must be a messenger sent by the deities to save us. How else could she create such delectable food?" In the face of such praise, Anning merely smiled quietly, for ensuring her kin were well fed was of utmost importance. The notion of being a divine messenger or savior held no interest for her. She simply wished to lead a tranquil life with Yan Hao and their tribe. Yan Hao was her husband, and she was now considered a member of the Yan Hu tribe. Assisting her tribe in achieving a better life was only natural. With Yan Hao's orders, Anning became quite busy in the following days, as tribe members would bring various plants for her to identify. Remarkably, they had substantial success. With everyone contributing, the collective effort bore fruit as the tribe soon discovered 2 stalks of millet, a stalk of barley, and several useful medicinal herbs. This delighted Anning. Indeed, Shitsong was filled with treasures, though few within the tribe recognized them. Moreover, a particularly joyous occasion arose when Yan Hao encountered a mother roe deer that had recently given birth while hunting. Its ample milk supply allowed him to capture it with great effort and bring it back to Anning. Anning was overjoyed, as the calf would no longer go hungry. With the presence of this roe deer, the calf could thrive. Anning extracted milk from the mother roe deer, storing it in a small flask, and carefully fed it to the calf using a disposable syringe. The calf eagerly drank, contentedly dozing off after its meal, no longer mooing restlessly. Look how well-behaved it is." After satisfying the calf, Anning turned to Yan Hao, her face brimming with excitement. Yet Yan Hao glanced at the milk-filled flask and disposable syringe, grunting discontentedly. "But you are not well-behaved." Anning instantly chuckled awkwardly, realizing that she had evaded his inquiries about the flask's origin multiple times, leaving him visibly displeased. Stealing a glance at Yan Hao, who was still glaring at her, Anning helplessly took his arm and began to plead, "Well, you did say that what is mine is yours. Rest assured, once you are less busy, I will share all my belongings with you. Will that suffice?" "Now, that is more like it." Yan Hao finally appeared satisfied and turned to lead the others in hunting. On the 4th day, once the gathering team had secured enough food, Yan Hao finally ordered a return to the tribe. "Anning, tomorrow you, Yin Yu, and Yin Li will head back to the tribe first. I will follow shortly." Within the confines of the tent, Anning, who was tenderly caring for the newborn calf, immediately turned to grasp Yan Hao's arm upon hearing his words. Her voice tinged with apprehension as she inquired, "Yan Hao, are you angry?" The calf, having just entered the world, was exceedingly fragile, and thus Anning felt compelled to keep the little creature by her side for its care. Consequently, Yan Hao had been unceremoniously ushered out of the tent, and Anning fretted that he might sulk over her surprise. However, Yan Hao merely snorted in response. Am I really that petty? Indeed, he was. Yet Chung Anning dared not voice this. Previously, when she had mentioned bringing the calf into the tent for care, Yan Hao's expression had suggested he regretted not having roasted the calf for dinner, and he had stormed off with an eye roll. Now, his sudden return to suggest that she leave first could only be interpreted as a sign of anger. Could it not? Noticing Chung Anning's hesitation, Yan Hao narrowed his eyes dangerously and elongated his tone menacingly. Chung Anning, I didn't say you were, she stammered, immediately shrinking her shoulders in submission. Satisfied, Yan Hao raised an eyebrow and playfully pinched Chung Anning's fair cheek, explaining, we have gathered quite a bit from this hunt, and our supply bags are insufficient. Therefore, I decided to send a portion of our tribe back with some of the food before returning for the rest. It is cold in the West Wilderness. You should take the little beast back to the tribe to prevent it from dying on us, as my grievances from these past few days were for naught. This man, who had spoken so reasonably earlier, had now turned small-minded again, hadn't he? Chung Anning stifled a laugh at Yan Hao's furrowed brow, but quickly composed herself, grasping his arm as she insisted. No, Yan Hao, I want to go with you. Yan Hao frowned immediately. Stop fooling around. This is serious business. You mustn't disobey. Yet Chung Anning replied with a smile. I'm not being foolish. How did I have a way to transport the excess food? We don't need to leave just yet. We can bring it all back in one trip. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's eyes lit up, and he seized her shoulders with excitement. You truly have a plan? What is it? As he spoke, he paused and suddenly regarded her with suspicion. You're not planning to pull something out of another pack again, are you? Chung Anning merely smiled and shook her head. This time, it's not from a pack. It's from here. With that, she pointed her head. Yan Hao was momentarily taken aback, incredulously reaching out to touch Anning's head. You can store things here? Chung Anning laughed heartily. Indeed. Just wait and see. I can use it to transport everything we've hunted back to the tribe. Yan Hao looked on in disbelief. Yet after reflecting on their encounters since meeting Anning and witnessing the prowess of the Huaxiao tribe, he found himself convinced of her boundless capabilities. Transporting food should be a trivial matter. He was eager to see what surprise Anning would unveil this time. Chapter 21. Have I perished? Despite knowing Anning was intelligent, when she orchestrated the efforts of the tribe to construct a hand-pushed cart over the course of half a day, Yan Hao was still taken aback. Not only he, but all the tribespeople were left gaping in astonishment. Anning, was this contraption? It can actually move. How did you conceive of this? Yan Li queried, marveling as he circled the handcart. This is called a cart. It is a tool used by our Huaxia tribe for transporting goods. It can be pulled by human strength or by animals. However, our tribe currently lacks suitable animals for this task, so we will have to rely on manpower initially. A cart. So that's what it's called. The others exclaimed, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. In truth, Chung Anning viewed this rudimentary cart as hardly a cart at all. Yet even so, it garnered widespread admiration. Due to time constraints, she instructed the tribespeople to gather thick branches to fashion a makeshift cart base, while wooden stakes were utilized to create wheels and an axle. Once the base and wheels were secured, she added handles and ropes for pulling, and thus a rudimentary cart was completed. The wheels and axle were crude and not particularly sturdy. Yet Anning calculated that it would suffice to transport the goods back to the tribe. Oh, by the way, Hao, earlier I noticed some tribespeople returning with vine branches. Please ask them to bring those over. I'll see if I can weave some baskets for transporting food as well, she suggested, glancing at the tribespeople still discussing the cart with enthusiasm. Vine baskets? What are those? Yan Hao asked, perplexed. They're like my backpack. Tools that can be worn on the back to carry items, Chung Anning explained thoughtfully. Yan Hao nodded and gestured for Yan Li and Yan Gang to bring over all the returned vine branches, which he then handed to Anning. Chung Anning examined the thorns-laden vines. However, in order to ensure the safe return of her fellow tribespeople, she was willing to endure a few injuries. Silently, she crouched down, grasped the vines, and began to weave the baskets with utmost concentration. Thankfully, her prior survival training in the wilderness equipped her with the skills necessary to successfully create the baskets. Once she had bound the finished baskets with ropes and demonstrated to the tribespeople how to carry them, they erupted in exclamations of wonder. This is fantastic. It's lightweight and can hold so much food. With this, we can transport even more back to the tribe. Yes, Anning, you are so clever. The Huaxia tribe is truly remarkable. Listening to the tribespeople sing Anning's praises, Ping in the crowd felt a mix of anger and jealousy, her eyes burning with envy. Ever since Anning arrived at the tribe, she was no longer the most outstanding female. Not only had Anning stolen Yan Hao from her, but she had also taken away all the admiration and attention of the tribespeople. Ping could hardly swallow her resentment, but what could she do now? Yan Hao protected Anning, and even the tribespeople rallied around her. She could not even attempt to undermine her. After a laborious effort to attract a fierce horned beast, it had been effortlessly slain by the combined efforts of Anning and Yan Hao. With Anning even receiving commendation for her contributions to the tribe at that moment, Ping's inner turmoil could not merely be described as frustration. All right, everyone, let us not waste any more time. Help finish weaving the remaining vine branches. Weave as many as you can, so that tomorrow we can return to the tribe with all the food. Yan Hao, recognizing the incredible utility of the vine baskets, immediately called upon the tribespeople to join Anning in weaving. For the entire afternoon, Anning diligently taught the tribespeople how to weave baskets, and by nightfall, they had successfully crafted 4 baskets. Estimating that this would suffice, Anning finally allowed the tribespeople to cease their efforts and return to rest. Once the tribespeople had dispersed, Anning exhaled deeply, suppressing the pain in her palms as she turned to re-enter the tent. Upon stepping inside, she saw the little calf nestled in the furs. Mooing in hunger, hastily, she retrieved the milk from the beaker and, using a syringe, fed the calf until the beaker ran dry, at which point the calf contentedly drifted off to sleep. Anning set down the beaker and syringe. Collapsing onto the furs as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, a wave of exhaustion washed over her, and she could hardly resist the urge to doze off. Just then, Yan Hao suddenly entered the tent. Reaching out to prop her up, Anning, get up and eat something before you sleep. During the afternoon, Yan Hao had led several tribespeople to load all the supplies on the carton baskets. And seeing that there was still daylight left, he took them out for another hunt in the woods, filling the handcart and baskets to capacity before stopping. Having secured a considerable amount of food, Yan Hao generously ordered dinner, tossing several hares to the tribespeople to roast, and as soon as they were ready, he promptly brought a portion to Anning. Anning, being pulled up, lazily sank into Yan Hao's embrace. Drowsily responding, "I'm not hungry, I want to sleep." "No, you said that skipping dinner is detrimental to your health. Get up and eat a little before sleeping." "Come, today as hares were roasted by Yingwei. They're quite delectable. You must try some." Yan Hao insisted, lifting Anning and placing a generous piece of hare meat wrapped in a large leaf into her palm. Yet the next moment, Anning let out a small gasp, losing her grip on the meat and allowing it to fall to the ground. "What happened to your hand? Are you injured?" Yan Hao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he reached out to examine her hand. However, Anning quickly regained her composure, hurriedly hiding her hands behind her back and replying, "I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. You can go out first. I'll eat on my own later." But Yan Hao was not convinced. He wordlessly pulled her hands forward. Upon seeing them, his brows furrowed with anger as he scolded, "You sustained such a serious injury. Why didn't you tell me? Anning, you are my mate. Why would you hide such matters from me? Do you think I'm dead?" It was no wonder Yan Hao was so furious. At that moment, Anning's delicate, once fair hand were marred with numerous scratches from the thorns of the vines, stained with blood. Yet she had silently endured the pain while weaving baskets all afternoon. Foolish! Yan Hao cursed softly, yet his ire was not directed at Ning, but rather at himself. How could he have been so careless? Forgetting that Ning was different from the rest? Her skin was far too delicate. How could you not be injured while grasping those vines? "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I was just afraid you would worry that it's fine. Truly. I have some ointment for external injuries that I'll apply it later." Before Ning could finish her sentence, Yan Hao swept her into his embrace, holding her tightly. "From now on, you must not hide your injuries from me. Do you understand?" His rough reprimand echoed in her ears, laced with palpable annoyance and guilt. Ning felt a warmth in her heart as she gently rested her head on Yan Hao's shoulder. Obediently nodding, "Oh, I understand." Yan Hao held her for quite some time before gently pushing her away, carefully lifting her hand and asking, Does it hurt? Cheng and Ning shook her head, offering him a soft smile. It doesn't hurt. Yet Yan Hao frowned, retorting, it's strange if it doesn't hurt. Truly, it doesn't matter. Compared to bearing burdens for you and contributing to the tribe, this minor injury is insignificant. Cheng and Ning gazed at Yan Hao, the flickering flames of the bonfire reflecting in her eyes, transforming into twinkling stars. Yan Hao was mesmerized, finding in Ning at that moment to be as beautiful and radiant as the stars in the sky. And Ning, come with me. Suddenly, Yan Hao wrapped his arm around Cheng and Ning's waist and led her out of the tent. Yan Hao, where are you taking me? Cheng and Ning found her feet lifted off the ground, almost being carried under Yan Hao's arm. She quickly wrapped her arms around him, fearing she might fall, but Yan Hao held her securely, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at her frightened expression. You'll find out soon. Observing his peculiar smile, Cheng and Ning suddenly recalled something, and her cheeks flushed a deep red as she exclaimed, Yan Hao, I don't want to engage in wild battle. Yan Hao paused, rolling his eyes dramatically before suddenly bending down and lifting Cheng and Ning in his arms. What wild battle? What nonsense are you thinking? Not a wild battle. Then why is he carrying her out? Cheng and Ning misunderstood, her face turning crimson. And Ning, if you truly wish for it, I can accommodate you. Yan Hao teased as he carried her towards the grassy field outside the camp. That I don't want that. Cheng and Ning stammered, feeling utterly embarrassed, stretching her arms to wrap around Yan Hao's neck, burying her flushed face against his chest. But if you don't want it, then why are you hiding? I want to laugh at you for admitting it. Yan Hao chuckled deeply, his chest vibrating with laughter. What? She genuinely didn't want to. Cheng and Ning felt so embarrassed that she wished to find a hole to hide in, unable to dare look at Yan Hao even once while nestled in his embrace. Finally, Yan Hao came to a stop, carefully setting Cheng and Ning down on the grass. It's so cold. Once out of Yan Hao's warm embrace, the cold wind made her shiver. That you'll feel warm soon. Yan Hao smiled, suddenly lifting his hand to caress Cheng and Ning's delicate face, then sliding it down her cheek, chin, shoulder, and then her arm. Cheng and Ning's heart raced. Every word and action from Yan Hao signified that he intended to engage in wild battle with her, all while mocking her thoughts. Last time in the tent, he had warmed her in this manner, leaving no room for refusal. Did he intend to deceive her again? Just as Cheng and Ning was about to push him away, Yan Hao suddenly took her injured hands gently in his, leaning down to place a tender kiss on her palms, his expression earnest as he said, I truly did not intend for a wild battle. I just want to help you heal. Hey, and Ning, don't be afraid. Cheng and Ning finally relaxed. His sincerity suggested that perhaps she had misjudged him. But afraid? Why would she be scared if he wasn't engaging in wild battle with her? Just then, a gentle white light enveloped Yan Hao, growing more intense until it transformed into a dense mist, obscuring Cheng and Ning's view of his face. How? Cheng and Ning reached out, wanting to touch Yan Hao. But unexpectedly, her hand brushed against something warm and fluffy. As the mist dissipated, a magnificent white tiger, pure as snow and imposing in stature, stood before her, causing her to tumble to the ground in shock. Oh my, is this Yan Hao? Don't be afraid. And Ning. The white tiger spoke in human language, confirming that it was indeed Yan Hao's voice. Cheng and Ning stared in disbelief at the majestic creature. The white tiger stretched its front paw, lazily yawning and shaking off its long fur, exuding an air of pride identical to Yan Hao. Still reeling from the shock, the white tiger suddenly spun around, enveloping her whole body and then crouching down, cradling Cheng and Ning within its embrace. In that moment, she felt as though she had fallen onto a luxurious, heated bed, wrapped in a warm, fluffy cocoon. It was so comfortable that she nearly cried out in joy. Are you really Yan Hao? Cheng and Ning knew that Yan Hao belonged to the Beast clan and remembered him mentioning that the Fire Tiger clan worshipped the White Tiger god. But this was too surreal. Yan Hao transformed before her very eyes into a white tiger. No, this is my spirit companion, Xiao Bai Dot. I am currently in its eyes. And Ning, if you look closely into its eyes, you will see me. Yan Hao's voice echoed once more dumb. Spirit companion. So this white tiger is Yan Hao's guardian beast? Cheng and Ning sat nestled in the white tiger's embrace, cautiously lifting her hand to cup the fuzzy, whiskered face of Xiao Bai, gazing earnestly into its eyes. Moments later, Yan Hao's figure indeed appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes. How? Cheng and Ning was overwhelmed with joy at seeing Yan Hao again and Ning. Open your hands. I will have Xiao Bai help you heal Dado. Cheng and Ning obediently extended her hands toward Xiao Bai. The white tiger immediately lowered its head, extending its tongue to gently lick Cheng and Ning's palm, again and again. Remarkably, Xiao Bai's licks seemed to possess miraculous healing properties, as the mottled bloodstains on her palm swiftly vanished, returning to a fair and delicate state. Wow, how miraculous. It doesn't hurt anymore. The scars are gone. How look? Cheng and Ning joyfully displayed her pale hands before Yan Hao. Xiao Bai carries the power of the white tiger god. It is a treasure in itself. Do not underestimate its saliva. It is the finest healing elixir. Yan Hao explained with a hint of pride. But can you come out? Cheng and Ning gazed into Xiao Bai's eyes, hesitantly asking, you want me to come out? Yan Hao countered. Yes, yes. Cheng and Ning nodded eagerly. Although Xiao Bai was warm and adorable, she preferred the human form of Yan Hao. All right, wait. After Yan Hao's words, a flash of white light appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes. And Yan Hao re-emerged, sitting beside Cheng and Ning within Xiao Bai's embrace. How? Cheng and Ning quickly reached for Yan Hao's hand, her heart finally settling down. Yan Hao smiled, extending his arm to pull Cheng and Ning into his embrace. But at that moment, Xiao Bai unexpectedly leaned over, extending its tongue to lick Cheng and Ning's delicate face. Cheng and Ning was left stunned. Yan Hao's brows furrowed, swiftly pulling Cheng and Ning into his arms while scolding. Xiao Bai, settle down. Otherwise, you won't get to come out next time. As soon as Yan Hao finished speaking, Xiao Bai lowered its head, emitting low whimpers that sounded both aggrieved and apologetic, curling up obediently and remaining still. Cheng and Ning, seeing the white tiger's pitiful demeanor, couldn't help but tug at Yan Hao's sleeve. Don't scold it. It didn't do anything wrong. Yan Hao reached out to wipe Cheng and Ning's flushed cheeks. Then explained, Xiao Bai is my spirit companion, born from me, but it retains its wild nature even after taking form. Every time I summon it, I must suppress its wild instincts within its eyes. Otherwise, it would behave like a common wild beast, going berserk if attacked. So why did it attack me just now? Cheng and Ning scratched her head, unsure if she had provoked Xiao Bai to your question. A mischievous smile appeared in Yan Hao's eyes as he pulled Cheng and Ning down to lie in Xiao Bai's fluffy embrace, leaning close to her ear and whispering, because I wanted to kiss you. After saying that, he continued explaining, however, that was a sneak attack, not an assault. Also, Xiao Bai attacked you because it and I are one and the same. We share a bond. If it gets hurt, I feel it too. If I am happy, it shares in my joy. Cheng and Ning was taken aback, then nervously asked, so if I marry you, do I have to accept it too? Hearing this, Yan Hao playfully tapped her forehead, replying, what are you thinking? Xiao Bai is the embodiment of the totemic power within me, summoned only in life and death situations, and it exists in a virtual form. Apart from healing and warming, it serves no other purpose. Oh, I see. Cheng Anning listened, awkwardly sticking out her tongue in response. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she reached out to grasp Yan Hao's arm and inquired, by the way, you just mentioned that only when matters of life and death arise would Little Bai be summoned. So why is it appearing now? Because you are injured, Yan Hao replied earnestly, filled with affection. Your injury is the most significant matter in my heart. Cheng Anning felt her eyes glisten with tears of emotion. Yan Hao, however, gazed at her with a smile and remarked, Anning, the stars in the sky have fallen into your eyes. How beautiful! Cheng Anning blinked and nestled back into Yan Hao's embrace, both of them gazing at the starry sky. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, and nestled against her beloved, she absorbed the breathtaking beauty of the world. That night, warmth enveloped Anning, melting her heart. Chapter 23. Are you going crazy thinking about food? Early in the morning, Cheng Anning walked beside Yan Hao, watching as he and the clan members set off with a mountain of food to return to their tribe, her heart brimming with joy and happiness. However, out of nowhere, two piercing glares shot toward her, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Turning her head slightly, she quickly noticed Ping's dark expression fixed on her from within the crowd. What was wrong with this female? Why was she displaying such a predatory demeanor so early in the day? Had she somehow offended her? Sigh, it was truly baffling. Ever since she and Yan Hao had worked together to hunt down the great horned beast, Ping had been unusually quiet for several days, leading Anning to believe she had turned over a new leaf, but now it was evident that was not the case, that it seemed she had been biding her time, waiting for the perfect moment to retaliate. However, Anning had no time to concern herself with her at the moment. She had gathered quite a bounty during this foraging trip and feared she would be spending every day in a laboratory after returning to the tribe. As they traveled back, Ping's gaze, sharp as a poisoned arrow, continued to scour Yan Hao. Eventually, unable to withstand it any longer, Anning dashed to the front of the line, walking alongside Yan Hao. Noticing her movement, Yan Hao immediately slowed his pace and asked, "Why have you run to the front? You won't be able to keep up. You should go back with Yan Yu and the others, or you'll wear yourself out." The larger males surrounded the females, safeguarding them in the center, allowing them to walk leisurely without the need to hurry. Yet, Anning shook her head and replied, "Forget it. I'd rather walk with you. Otherwise, before we even reach the tribe, I might end up turned into a sieve." After saying this, she disregarded everything and linked her arm through Yan Hao's, walking side by side with him. Yan Hao looked at her with a hint of confusion and asked, "Anning, what are you talking about? I can't understand you." Anning glanced back at Ping, who had vanished into the crowd, then sighed in relief and said, "It's nothing. I just enjoy walking with you." At this, Yan Hao smiled, wrapping a large arm around Anning possessively, saying, "All right, then let us walk together." The sight of the two of them entwined sent Ping into a furious rage, her eyes nearly turning red with jealousy. What was so special about Anning that warranted such affection from Yan Hao? She had merely sustained a minor injury, and yet Yan Hao had even summoned a spirit pet to heal her. Did she truly deserve such treatment as an outsider? Seeing them nestled together and little Bai's embrace the previous night had nearly caused her to explode with rage. That detestable female! She was determined to see her torn to pieces. Yet, no matter how furious or resentful Ping felt, she could not change the tribe's fondness for Anning. During this foraging trip, not only had Anning helped the tribe hunt down a great horned beast, but she had also brought back numerous medicinal herbs. She even mentioned her plans to cultivate a type of edible plant to be grown in the tribe for sustenance. Ping believed that this female was simply delusional, driven mad by thoughts of food. The Yinghu tribe had survived in the Western Song for many years, yet no one had ever managed to cultivate food. How could an unknown outsider female hope to make such a significant contribution to the tribe? She refused to believe it. This female was merely trying to ingratiate herself with Yan Hao to secure her place in the tribe, living a life of ease and comfort. Sooner or later, she would find a way to expel her from the tribe. However, for some inexplicable reason, recently when she stealthily slipped into Yan Hao's wooden hut, she could never find that female's presence. This left her frustrated, unable to seek her out to vent her anger, and she could only return in disappointment. Upon returning to the tribe, Anning busied herself immediately. She constructed a shelter for the calf, categorizing and drying the medicinal herbs she had brought back for future use. She taught the tribe members about various seasonings for mixing with meat, such as sesame seeds, dried fruits, and saltwort. Naturally, she also needed to create some essential daily supplies. Ever since Anning crafted a cart and a wicker basket from wooden vines, she had brought immense convenience to the tribe. Once the people tasted the benefits, they implored Anning to create more tools. Thus, Anning began to brainstorm new living supplies and daily tools for the tribe. On the first day, she fashioned a small wooden stool for Yan Yu, who excitedly spread the news throughout the tribe. From then on, the small stool replaced the cold stone and prickly hemp stacks, becoming a new favorite among the tribe members. That on the second day, she crafted a wooden bowl and carved a pair of wooden chopsticks. Yes, she brought them in to eat before she could take her first bite. Yan Hao had already claimed them, devouring 3 bowls of dried fruit and meat paste. From that point onward, wooden bowls and chopsticks began to proliferate within the tribe. That on the third day, Anning made several combs from cow horns, gifting one to Mother Yanhuan and keeping one for herself, while distributing the rest among the tribe members. After that, the tribe members' hair became neatly arranged, no longer resembling messy bird nests. Seeing that everyone often wore their hair down, She taught them various techniques for styling, such as braiding and tying up their hair, allowing them to manage their locks in their preferred manner. She styled Mother Yan Huan's hair into a dignified, yet loving motherly bun, braided Yan Yu's hair into 2 plaits, and fashioned a princess hairstyle for Yan Yu. The intricate hairstyles dazzled the tribe members, almost overwhelming the males with their beauty, causing them to flock to Anning to learn. Consequently, Anning also taught the males various methods for tying their hair, and during their leisure time, they willingly groomed themselves. Once their appearances were polished, Chung Anning discovered that the Yinghu tribe was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. Even Ping, that female, appeared exceptionally striking with her high ponytail that on the 4th day, she selected a piece of cowhide to make Yan Hao a leather belt and a pair of leather boots, much to his delight, showering her with affectionate kisses. However, no matter how much the other tribe members pleaded, she refused to make them anything, opting instead to teach them the methods so they could learn for themselves. She would only create belts and shoes for her own man. The others could forget about it. On the 5th day, upon seeing the tribe members return with a log so thick it required 2 people to embrace, she immediately became intrigued. Armed with paper and pen, she made measurements and calculations, then used a small steel saw from her laboratory to help the tribe members cut it into pieces, crafting a bed, a table, a cutting board for small stools, and countless wooden bowls, plates, spoons, and chopsticks. The tribe had nothing but an abundance of wood, and the potential for its use was immense, filling Chung Anning with joy. Unfortunately, such large logs were not an everyday occurrence. So, while the tribe members drooled over the thick fur-lined bed in Yan Hao's hut, they began to seek out narrower pieces of wood to make smaller beds. However, the narrow beds were too small for a person to lie down on comfortably, and cries of falling from beds echoed throughout the night. Eventually, Chung Anning taught the tribe members to use mortise and tenon joints to supplement the narrow beds, finally creating a flat sleeping surface. Days 6, 7, and 8 passed. Every day, Chung Anning crafted various new and innovative items, attracting the attention of the tribe members, leading to a situation where whatever she made was coveted. Previously, it was Yan Hao who monopolized her creations. But now even he found himself sidelined. Due to Anning's amiable nature, she willingly shared whatever she made with anyone who asked, which eventually led Yan Hao to grow dissatisfied. Chung Anning found herself at a loss with this domineering man. So she resolved that from now on, she would always save a portion of whatever she made for Yan Hao first. I end this flurry of activity. A month passed quietly. One morning, Chung Anning arose early, clutching a handful of tender grass as she headed to the cow shed to visit her little calf friend. Nyo, Nyo, she called, having named the little heifer Nyo. Sure enough, after just a couple calls, the calf poked its head out, joyfully greeting Chung Anning with a cheerful moo. Chapter 24. I have never told so many lies in my life. Nyo, have you been good today? Chung Anning raised her hand to gently stroke the calf's head, smiling as she spoke to it. Moo. The calf immediately responded with a call, nudging its head against Chung Anning's palm as if to answer her. I brought you some delicious food. Come, eat up. Chung Anning placed a handful of fresh, tender grass in front of the calf, which eagerly opened its mouth and began to munch on it. While busily providing the tribe with new items, Chung Anning had not forgotten to care for the little calf. In just a month, she had nurtured it to a robust state. Every day, the cow shed echoed with the lively presence of the calf and its cheerful mooing. The little calf was now also beginning to eat solid feed. For over 20 days, Chung Anning had been endeavoring to grind hay to feed the calf, preparing for weaning while simultaneously exercising its digestive capabilities. Whether calves are weaned early or late can significantly impact their health. And Chung Anning, having previously raised calves during her biological experiments, was not unfamiliar with this process. Witnessing the calf thrive brought her immense satisfaction. Once it matured, the prospect of cultivating land within the tribe would no longer be a mere fantasy. After feeding the calf, Chung Anning set off with a light-hearted step towards Yan Hao's wooden cabin. Along the way, the tribespeople greeted her repeatedly, to which she responded with cheerful waves. She had become indistinguishable from the tribe, and with her affable nature, she easily garnered the affection of those around her. Moreover, her culinary skills had even softened the hostility of the females who had previously coveted Yan Hao, leading them to gradually abandon their animosity towards her through her benevolence and calm demeanor. Except for Ping, of course. However, in the past month, Ping seemed to be somewhat taken aback by Cheng Anning's continuous array of talents. Although she still feigned disdain publicly, privately, she had begun to learn the skills Cheng Anning had imparted to the tribe. Cheng Anning's ability to coexist peacefully allowed her to finally focus on her own research after a month of tireless effort. The tribespeople's initial enthusiasm for novelty had been sufficiently tempered, freeing her from a need to retreat to the laboratory to escape the crowd. Now, with hundreds of tribespeople having acquired their new toys, she could finally dedicate time to her cultivation experiments. With Yan Hao away and the tribesfolk occupied with their tasks, Cheng Anning closed the wooden door, secured it, and hurried into the laboratory. Her first research topic was to cultivate yellow millet and soybeans. Cheng Anning discovered that the laboratory maintained a constant temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, allowing for seedling cultivation regardless of the season outside. She retrieved the well-preserved yellow millet and barley, initiating a series of procedures for plant cultivation, selecting seeds, disinfecting, soaking, and germinating to ensure success. She employed the nutrient pot method for seedling cultivation, aiming to produce stronger seedlings. Fortunately, the laboratory was well equipped with water and electricity, and any used reagents would replenish by the next day, much to Cheng Anning's delight. With these ample resources at her disposal, future seedling cultivation, improvement, and even multi-variety hybridization would pose no challenge. Filled with joy, Cheng Anning immersed herself in her research, quickly forgetting about Yan Hao. One day, upon returning from collecting samples, Yan Hao intended to present a newly discovered wild fruit to Cheng Anning. However, he found himself unable to locate her anywhere, after searching both inside and outside the cabin multiple times with no success. He grew anxious and rushed out to search the tribe. Despite enlisting the help of the tribespeople to comb through their territory, they could not find her, causing Yan Hao's expression to darken with worry. Where could Anning possibly be? As night fell, the thought of Anning being alone outside filled him with dread. He could not bear to imagine her delicate form facing wild beasts or getting lost. Or worse, suffering from hunger or cold. The more he pondered, the more frantic he became, his heart ablaze with concern, just as he was preparing to lead a party beyond the tribe's territory in search of her. He suddenly heard Anning's voice calling out, "Yan Hao." Turning around, he saw her striding towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed back and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Anning found herself nearly breathless in his powerful grip. "Yan Hao, loosen up. You're going to break my waist," she exclaimed, struggling against him. Yet, Yan Hao was oblivious to her protests. His inner turmoil manifested in a fierce embrace that held her tightly. "Anning, I know you're safe. But where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how frantic I was searching for you? It's dangerous outside." His voice thundered, nearly deafening her. Cheng Anning shrank back, eager to defend herself. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't leave the tribe. How could I be unaware of the dangers outside? I'm not foolish enough to wander off. Then where were you just now?" Yan Hao glared at her. I went to see Nyo." Cheng Anning replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "You went to see Nyo? I searched the barn 8 times and didn't find you." Yan Hao's anger flared, ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands upon her. I had to relieve myself." In a moment of desperation, Cheng Anning resorted to yet another lie. With so many tribespeople around, she found it impossible to explain the laboratory situation. In truth, she had no intention of keeping her ability to store things a secret from Yan Hao, but this was not the right moment for such revelations. "You needed to relieve yourself? Didn't I set up a shallow shelter for you behind the cabin? Where did you go for that?" "I went to see Nyo, and then my stomach hurt, so I decided to use the communal shallow shelter." The shallow shelter was the term used by the beast tribe for their makeshift latrine. Previously, there had only been one shallow shelter in the Yanhu tribe, a rudimentary structure made of branches and leaves. The wild folk typically did not use shallow shelters. They preferred to squat in the woods. However, Cheng Anning found this quite uncomfortable, so Yan Hao had constructed a shallow shelter behind the cabin according to the customs of the Huaxia tribe, solely for their use. Later, as other tribespeople found it convenient, they began to build a few more. Gradually, the tribe grew accustomed to using the shallow shelter for their needs, and Cheng Anning even designated separate ones for males and females. Establishing a public shelter in the northeastern corner for communal use. Did you really go to the shallow shelter? Yan Hao glared at Chung Anning, still seething that I truly did. I swear. Chung Anning nodded vigorously. Hoping to placate him to that moment, she felt like a master of deception, having never told so many lies in her life. Oh dear. Chief, please don't be angry. I believe Anning wouldn't deceive you. Yes, Chief, Anning has always been so well-behaved. She wouldn't run off. Indeed, Chief, it must have been that we all got separated earlier. Now that we've found Anning, everything is well, with the encouragement of the crowd. Yan Hao's anger finally subsided. All right, it's nothing serious. Everyone disperse, he called out to the gathered tribespeople before pulling Chung Anning along towards his cabin. Chapter 25. Married to a bandit, as Chung Anning was led away by Yan Hao towards the cabin. She glanced up at his serious expression and tightly pressed lips, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. It was entirely her fault for becoming so engrossed in her experiments that she forgot Yan Hao would worry. However, it was not her intention. Once she became busy, she often lost track of time, a habit ingrained over the years that she found difficult to change. Upon entering the cabin, Yan Hao silently released her and proceeded to wash his hands, face, and feet. Ever since Chung Anning had made him shoes, he had begun to mimic her routine, cleaning himself each night before bed. Previously, he had not paid much attention to such matters, but he later realized that after their intimate moments, Chung Anning would often turn her back to him and nestle into his embrace, which left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Consequently, he forced her to turn around and hold her close while they slept. Yet the next day, she would appear unwell. When he asked her what was wrong, she explained that he carried a lingering scent of blood that made it difficult for her to rest peacefully. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao finally grasped the issue. His frequent hunting in the wild resulted in a strong scent of blood clinging to him. He inquired how to eliminate this odor, and Chung Anning suggested that he wash his hands and feet before sleeping, which led him to adopt her nightly cleaning routine. Initially, Yan Hao found it bothersome and sometimes skipped washing altogether. Chung Anning never complained or reminded him. However, whenever he climbed into bed without having cleaned up, she would inevitably wake up with a poor complexion. Noticing her discomfort without her voicing it, Yan Hao felt a twinge of sympathy and thus compelled himself to develop this new habit, gradually finding it less of an inconvenience. Sometimes, even on nights when intimacy eludes them, he habitually enters the room to cleanse himself. Once his ritual is complete, Yan Hao lies silently on the bed, turning away from her in a clear display of his displeasure. Ning understands that he is still sulking, and after a quick wash, she obediently climbs into bed beside him. How? She calls softly, blinking her eyes with a hint of vulnerability. Yan Hao remains tight-lipped, his eyes closed, yet Ning senses he is not truly asleep. Please don't be angry. I truly didn't mean to, she murmurs, gently tugging at his arm in a tender apology. However, Yan Hao continues to ignore her, retracting his arm and turning his back, unmistakably refusing her contrition. And Ning, feeling somewhat dejected, scratches her head in frustration, after dedicating her life to research and never having experienced romance. How could she possibly know how to placate someone? After much contemplation, the only idea that surfaces is to indulge him in his favorite pastime. With a flutter of apprehension, she cautiously places her hand on Yan Hao's robust, well-defined arm that he seems to flinch slightly, but does not turn around. Holding her breath, cheeks flushed, she lets her small hand glide along his arm until it reaches his broad shoulder. With his back to her, Yan Hao instinctively swallows, a wave of warmth surging within his chest. Yan Hao, can you please stop being angry? I've already apologized. What more do you want? Seeing him remain unresponsive, and Ning, feeling utterly helpless, leans in closer, burying her flushed face against his back, whining softly in a display of affection. She has never indulged in such antics before, not even with her own mother. Yet for Yan Hao, she casts aside the rationality of a researcher, yearning only to appease him at last. Yan Hao can no longer contain himself. He turns and pushes Ning down, hastily tugging at her clothing as he coldly huffs. Don't think this is over. It is far from finished, and Ning feels wronged, allowing him to have his way while internally grumbling. I've given him everything. What more does he want? Truly, I've married a bandit. Hey, Ning, don't sleep. I have something to show you. After a considerable time, just as Ning is nestled in Yan Hao's embrace, drowsy and on the brink of slumber, he suddenly shakes her awake. Blinking sleepily, she sits up, rubbing her eyes as she gazes at him. I'm so tired. Can we look at it tomorrow? No, I went through great lengths to gather it. We must see it now. Yan Hao insists, sitting at the edge of the bed and pulling Ning close to him. He retrieves a beast-hide pouch from the headboard and hands it to her. What is it? Ning yawns against his shoulder, half closing her eyes as she accepts the pouch. Curiosity piqued. It's a peculiar fruit. I specifically picked it for you. Yan Hao explains, his rough hand reaching into the pouch to carefully extract a spiky, green-hued fruit resembling a sea urchin, presenting in his palm for her to see. Upon sighting it, Ning is instantly invigorated. She straightens up, her fatigue vanishing, and with great excitement asks, Yan Hao, where did you find this fruit? Yan Hao's eyes light up at her question. He knew she would recognize it. First, tell me, what is this spiky fruit used for? Can it be eaten? The fruit's strange appearance and sharp spikes initially led his tribe to believe it was poisonous, prompting them to advise him against picking it. However, knowing Ning's passion for gathering various plants, he couldn't bear to leave it behind, that's so. Disregarding their warnings, he picked a few to bring back for her, hoping to bring her joy, even if it was inedible. Of course, it can be eaten. It's actually quite delicious, Ning enthusiastically explains. Yan Hao, this is called a chestnut, a type of nut that is very beneficial to health. Chestnut? Nut? Yan Hao repeats her words, intrigued yet puzzled by the unfamiliar terms. Chestnut is the name of this fruit. We in Huaxia commonly refer to it as li zi. A nut is a fruit with a hard outer shell that forms after it ripens. Ning clarifies, upon hearing that the fruit is edible, Yan Hao's heart leaps with joy, but gazing at the spiky chestnut, he expresses his doubts. As long as it can be eaten, that's good. But with all these spines, how pleasant can it taste? It might even prick my mouth. Who said you have to eat the outer skin? Ning chuckles, reaching for the chestnut in his palm. Only for him to pull away. Don't touch it. You might get pricked. It's fine. I'll peel the chestnut for you to see. Ning smiles and adds, hand me a fruit knife. Yan Hao retrieves a fruit knife from beneath the pillow and hands it to her, still concerned. Be careful. Don't hurt your hands. Ning's delicate hands are pale and tender. He cherishes them too much to let her get hurt. The last time she had injured her hands on thorny vines, he had been worried for days, and even summoned Xiao by to treat her wounds. That I know. Don't worry, she reassures him, nodding as she takes the knife and chestnut, beginning to peel it cautiously. She first slices an incision into the prickly outer skin, then carefully removes it to reveal 3 rows of reddish-brown kernels inside. Oh, so it needs to be peeled. Yan Hao realizes. Yes, the outer skin of a nut is inedible, so to enjoy it, you must peel it and then eat the inner flesh, Ning explains with a smile. Unlike the sweet and sour fruits you brought me before, which are called fresh fruits or simply fruit, their outer skin is soft and edible, eliminating the need for peeling like nuts. You just discard the pit when eating. Now I understand. Let me taste this chestnut to see if it's good. Yan Hao eagerly nods, taking the peeled chestnut from Ning and tossing one in his mouth. With a crunching sound, he quickly devours one, chewing as he grimaces and declares, Ning, this chestnut doesn't taste good at all. Ning bursts into laughter, quickly grabbing his arm to explain, the chestnut is raw, and it still has its shell. You can't eat it like that. Spit it out. Spit it out? I've already swallowed it. Yan Hao looks innocently at Ning, speechless, and Ning thinks to herself, this guy sure is quick to eat. He eats it raw and isn't worried about an upset stomach? Fruits are usually eaten raw, right? Yan Hao asks, utterly puzzled. You have to cook them like meat? And Ning sighs, having to explain again. Nuts that are picked from trees need to be shelled before they can be eaten. However, they can also be boiled or roasted to bring out their flavor. As she speaks, she retrieves another chestnut from the shell and holds it up for Yan Hao to see. Moreover, this chestnut has a layer of outer skin that is inedible. It must be completely peeled before consumption. With that, she uses the fruit knife to slice the chestnut in half, allowing him to clearly see the shell and the flesh inside. Yan Hao comprehends, but still replies somewhat reluctantly. Eating a fruit is so troublesome. They're so small. How many do I need to eat to feel full? and Ning gives him an exasperated look. Nuts are a side dish, not a main course. Who said you should eat them to fill up? Once I cultivate crops, will you still need them to satisfy your hunger? They are merely a specialty food. Fresh and nutritious, beneficial to your health. Do you understand? I don't understand. What is a main dish or side dish? I don't care. Yan Hao retorts nonchalantly. Regardless of what it is, as long as you like it. That's all that matters. And Ning feels a mix of anger and sweetness at his words. Oh, you of all people, she exclaims with a warm sigh. What about me? Yan Hao instantly reaches out, encircling her slender waist with a teasing grin. You're wonderful and handsome. And Ning quickly cups his face, beaming with joy. Handsome? Yan Hao is baffled, his eyes filled with curiosity. It means you're very good-looking, quite dashing and formidable. And Ning explains with a smile. Now that's more like it. Yan Hao beams with delight at her words, seeing his proud demeanor. And Ning can't help but chuckle. He relishes compliments, and they seem to elevate his spirits immensely. You still haven't told me where you went this afternoon? Yan Hao is nearly dazzled by Ning's radiant smile, his heart stirred with uncontainable emotions. However, recalling that there were matters yet to be clarified, he swiftly suppressed the tumult within and questioned her earnestly. Chung and Ning was aware that Yan Hao would eventually uncover the secrets of the laboratory, thus she chose to be forthright with him. After a moment of contemplation, she said, Yan Hao, I previously mentioned that I possess another backpack. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Where have you hidden it? Do you intend to show it to me now? Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's spirits lifted, and he immediately pressed for more information. Yes, I do wish to show it to you, but you must allow me to finish speaking first. And Ning gently restrained Yan Hao's eager hands, soothing him with her voice. What is there to say? Yan Hao questioned, puzzled. He believed that simply showing it would suffice. However, and Ning, with utmost seriousness, continued, this backpack is unlike the one you have seen before. It is vast, larger than our wooden cabin. It is a unique artifact belonging to our Huaxia people, known as Suation Kongjian. Yan Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. A backpack larger than their cabin? Surely Ning was not jesting. He had never encountered anything of such magnitude. How could one carry or manage such a thing? Observing Yan Hao's astonished expression, and Ning understood that his mind was likely awash with questions, prompting her to elaborate further. Yan Hao, I recognize that this may be difficult to believe, but I swear it is true. This Suation Kongjian accompanies me at all times, requiring neither carrying nor handling. To retrieve or store items, one merely needs to enter and exit. Look, this is the entrance to my Suation Kongjian, as she spoke, and Ning raised her hand to reveal the faint ring mark on her left ring finger. Yan Hao leaned down with curiosity, examining the subtle imprint on her finger. Was this faint mark truly the entrance to a Ning's Suation Kongjian? And Ning, what treasures lie within your space? Yan Hao's curiosity was piqued as he recalled the myriad of wonders in a Ning's small backpack. What marvels might this larger one contain? And Ning chuckled at Yan Hao's unabashed eagerness and replied, It holds various items from my life and work within the Huaxia community. If you wish to see, I can attempt to take you inside. Yes, please take me in, Yan Hao exclaimed, brimming with impatience. Then take my hand, and Ning instructed, and upon seeing Yan Hao obediently comply, she gently touched the ring mark. In an instant, Yan Hao felt a flash before his eyes, and upon opening them, he found himself no longer in the wooden cabin. He and Ning had arrived in a spacious, well-lit room that indeed surpassed the dimensions of their cabin. Filled with an array of peculiar objects, Yan Hao's eyes sparkled with wonder as he released Ning and began to explore the space, eagerly touching and examining everything with childlike fascination. And Ning, what are all these things? What is this peculiar object for? And what is inside here? Why, is the water red? Can it be consumed? Yan Hao became a whirlwind of inquiries, darting about in Ning's laboratory, occasionally picking up a beaker to inspect, then scrutinizing a test tube, and even attempting to uncork a bottle of reagent to see if it was drinkable. Chung and Ning was horrified, cold sweat breaking out. Yan Hao's clumsy handling of her precious items was akin to tossing aside prey. In no time, he had created chaos on her experimental table. The most alarming was when he grasped a bottle of nutrient solution. Intent on tasting it, in a panic, and Ning rushed forward and snatched the item from his hands, admonishing, "Do not touch anything. You cannot drink this. It could be deadly." Yan Hao raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. He turned his attention to a row of bottles labeled with various colors, casually picking one up and pointing to the gray-brown powder within, asking, "What is this?" "It looks like dirt." "That is a soil specimen." And Ning replied, exasperated, "What purpose does it serve? There is hardly enough to do anything with. If you like it, I can havingly bring you a bag tomorrow." Yan Hao declared generously, and Ning rubbed her forehead in frustration. "Yan Hao, could you please put that down?" Seemingly losing interest in the soil, Yan Hao complied, but immediately turned to grab a massive beaker, exclaiming, "Hey, isn't this the bottle you used for making chicken meatballs last time? It seems even larger." "Indeed. Let us take it outside and make chicken meatballs again tomorrow, shall we, Ning?" He continued, glancing at the murky water in the beaker and muttering, "This water is too dirty to drink. We should fetch some clean, sweet spring water." "Yan Hao." And Ning called out, but before she could intervene, he lifted the beaker, tipping it over and spilling the nutrient solution that had taken her days to prepare onto the floor. Leaving not a drop behind. Chapter 27. "Do you want another female to bear my offspring?" Chung and Ning's face turned green with rage. She shouted at him, "Yan Hao, put that down. Do not touch anything else, or I will ignore you from now on." Seeing her face contorted in anger, Yan Hao hastily set the beaker down and scratched his head sheepishly, mumbling, "It was just a handful of dirty water." "Why are you so upset? A handful of dirty water? Do you have any idea that this was a carefully prepared nutrient solution for cultivating millet and barley, and now it is all gone? It will take me days to prepare it again. This was the result of hard work, and you have ruined it." Her heart ached, both for the labor lost and the time wasted. Chung and Ning felt tears welling up in her eyes. Her lips pursed in frustration. Upon seeing her tears, Yan Hao's heart twisted with guilt, and he rushed forward to embrace her, murmuring, all right, I won't touch anything else. Please don't cry." Chung and Ning wiped her tears, shooting him a glare before pushing him away and retorting, "It's easy for you to say. I spent so many days preparing that half a cup of nutrient solution, relying on it to cultivate seeds, and you just threw it away without a second thought. Now, I must wait several more days to grow crops, and, with the weather turning colder, if we don't cultivate soon, they won't survive. This is all your fault." "Okay, I admit I was wronged. I didn't know what it was," Yan Hao said, hastily pulling her back into his embrace, apologizing and justifying himself. "You didn't know, yet you still wasted it." Chung and Ning replied indignantly. Unable to restrain herself from pinching his arm, Yan Hao winced but did not protest. He had never seen Ning so furious before. She was usually gentle and mild-mannered. Who would have thought she could be so fierce when angered? He had underestimated her strength. "I won't waste anything again. Please stop crying. Let's go outside. You must be exhausted after a long day. Shall we rest?" Yan Hao quickly shifted the topic. Chung and Ning glanced at the disarray on her experimental table and huffed. "You are never allowed to come in here and cause chaos again." "Fine. I promise I won't come in anymore." "Now, let us go to bed," Yan Hao coaxed. After some persuasion, Chung and Ning finally raised her hand to touch the ring mark, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to the wooden cabin. Upon their return, Chung and Ning, still fuming, pushed Yan Hao away and climbed into bed, lying down with her back turned to him. Yan Hao, scratching his head in resignation, slowly approached the bed and lay down beside her. After a moment, he cautiously wrapped his arms around Chung and Ning. She did not resist, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "And Ning, I appreciate your efforts that I know you do this for the Inu tribe and for me. Rest assured, I will become stronger. In the future, we will have an abundance of food, and the tribe will thrive. That I also want you to bear me a litter of offspring, ensuring that you and our children are well-fed and healthy." Though Yan Hao was not particularly skilled at comforting others, his words rang with sincerity, touching Chung and Ning's heart. The anger she had felt began to dissipate, and she turned to face him, half-heartedly retorting, "Who said I would bear you offspring? A whole litter?" "You wish," Yan Hao chuckled, pulling Chung and Ning into his embrace. "And Ning, you are my female, the only one that if you refuse to bear my offspring, my mother will surely find another female for me. Do you truly wish to let another female take your place and bear my children? You dare? I won't allow it, Cheng and Ning declared fiercely, tightening her embrace around Yan Hao, her expression one of displeasure. Yan Hao gently nudged her delicate nose with his own, asserting, "Then you must obediently bear my offspring. You are not permitted to disobey." "Fine, if I must, then I will. However, I wish to wait until we have cultivated enough food and improved the conditions of the tribe before bringing new life into the world. Otherwise, it would be truly pitiful for our little ones to be born without sustenance." Cheng Anning ultimately conceded, nestling obediently into Yan Hao's embrace and responding, "All right, I shall heed your words." Yan Hao raised his large hand to gently caress Anning's soft hair, resolutely stating, "Anning, I will strive to ensure that neither you nor the little ones suffer." "Yes, let us work together," Cheng Anning replied, intertwining her fingers with Yan Hao's. Yan Hao smiled, bending down to kiss Anning's lips. His heart and eyes filled with warmth. After confiding everything to Yan Hao, Cheng Anning immersed herself in her research within the laboratory, neglecting her rest. Time was of the essence for planting crops. She had heard that winter in Shizong would be harsh, so she needed to plant a batch of yellow rice before the cold set in. Barley could also be sown, but the harvest would have to wait until the following year. Yan Hao, too, became busier, frequently leading the tribesmen in hunting and gathering, while also searching for more plants to identify for Anning, thereby augmenting the tribe's reserves. One day, the chestnuts that Anning had examined were discovered by Yan Hao in a forest situated in the southeastern part of Shizong. After Anning identified them, Yan Hao led a team to gather them the very next day. The gathering party spent an entire day collecting every chestnut they could find in the forest, amassing a total of 10 large baskets. Upon returning to the tribe, Anning estimated that after peeling, they would yield around 6 baskets of chestnuts, a substantial amount of food for the tribe. First, a robust horned beast, and now 6 large baskets of chestnuts. Yan Huan's mother beamed with delight at the increasing food supply within the tribe, praising Yan Hao for finding such a good mate who brought immense wealth to the community. In her joy, she delegated numerous responsibilities to Anning, elevating her status within the tribe to nearly the highest, second only to Yan Hao. However, Anning was not particularly concerned with such distinctions during her leisure moments cultivating crops. She sat on a small wooden stool, peeling chestnuts alongside the tribespeople, and personally prepared sweet chestnuts in syrup and roasted chestnuts for everyone to, of course. The tribe lacked sugar, but fortuitously, Yan Hao and the others had returned from foraging with a beehive that contained a considerable amount of honey. Overjoyed, Cheng Anning immediately set to work extracting it, filling a clean beaker to the brim, thus acquiring the necessary ingredients to prepare sweet chestnuts in syrup for everyone, while delighting in creating various culinary delights. Cheng Anning did not neglect to oversee the preliminary work for planting, which involved identifying suitable arable land and clearing the fields. After conducting a series of soil tests, Cheng Anning selected a piece of relatively fertile land in the northeastern corner of the tribe as the experimental field for yellow rice. She outlined approximately an acre of land and then taught the tribespeople how to till the soil. Tilling was a labor-intensive task, especially without tools, which consumed a great deal of time, observing the tribespeople using wooden sticks and spears to break the ground. Cheng Anning felt a sense of helplessness. Reluctantly, she set aside her seedling cultivation for a few days to craft some farming tools for the tribespeople, including wooden plow heads, rakes, forks, and picks. Cheng Anning personally demonstrated how to use them, and after several days, the tribespeople were finally able to use these tools effectively for tilling the soil. The novelty of the tools excited everyone, and laughter filled the experimental field as the tribespeople gradually transitioned to a more structured agricultural lifestyle. Watching her fellow tribespeople embrace this transformation brought a sense of satisfaction to Cheng Anning. Time passed swiftly, and half a month later, the yellow rice seedlings that Anning had nurtured finally sprouted. She carefully planted each seedling into the well-tilled soil, eagerly anticipating the vibrant spectacle of life they would soon present. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, an unsettling piece of news suddenly swept through the tribe. On that fateful day, while Cheng Anning was inspecting the yellow rice seedlings in the experimental field, she was elated to discover that the survival rate had reached an impressive 80%. She contemplated cultivating even more seedlings while the season was still favorable, thereby increasing their grain yield. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Yan Yu's urgent voice calling from a distance. "Anning, something terrible has happened. The chief has been injured." Upon hearing this, Chung Anning's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you mean? Yan Hao's been hurt? How could that be? Didn't he go out to gather kudzu? Just a few days prior, Yan Hao had taken a group out to collect kudzu, and after Anning identified it as suitable for weaving into cloth, he had taken the tribespeople to the eastern ridge to gather it. Despite his initial skepticism, but there were no fierce beasts in the eastern ridge. How could Yan Hao have possibly been injured? Known for his formidable strength, he rarely sustained injuries, even during hunts in perilous territories. "Anning, it was the Songlong tribe. They're the ones who harmed the chief." Yan Yu replied, her face etched with fear. "The Songlong tribe? Is it a tribal war?" Yan Yu exclaimed in shock, disregarding everything else, and hurriedly pulled Anning along as they raced toward Yan Hao's wooden dwelling. Outside Yan Hao's house, a crowd had already gathered. An injury to the chief was no trivial matter. Even Yan Huan's mother had come to check on him. "Hao, how are you? This is all my fault. All my fault. Hao was injured because of me. Mother, please punish me." As Chung Anning burst in the room, she found Ping kneeling at Yan Hao's bedside, weeping as if mourning a lost husband. Yan Hao reclined against the head of the bed, an arrow embedded in his chest, with the broken tip hidden within his flesh, blood soaking through the beast's skin draped across his torso. His eyes were half closed, the expression on his face a mixture of pain and agitation, teetering between consciousness and unconsciousness. Yan Huan sat nearby, her face a mask of anxiety and concern, while Yan Shun, the tribe's only healer with knowledge of herbal medicine, stood at the foot of the bed, examining Yan Hao's wound. However, the distressed expression on Yan Shun's face indicated that he was at a loss for how to treat the arrow wound. "Mother, how is Yan Hao?" Chung Anning hurried over to Yan Huan and then turned her gaze toward Yan Hao. "Anning, you're here. Quickly look. Hao's lost so much blood, and the arrowhead is broken inside. We cannot extract it. What are we to do?" Yan Huan grasped Chung Anning's hand, her trust in Anning evident after witnessing her capabilities over the past few days. "Do not worry, mother. I will examine Yan Hao immediately." Chung Anning gently reassured Yan Huan before approaching the bedside and addressing the weeping Ping. "Ping, please move aside. I need to see Yan Hao's wound." Initially sobbing pitifully, Ping abruptly ceased her weeping at Chung Anning's words and retorted disdainfully. "What good will it do for you to look? Do you even understand medicine? If Yan Shun cannot help him, what can you possibly do? Whether I can help or not will only become clear after I take a look. Even if I cannot help, it is certainly better than you wailing here." Chung Anning's expression darkened as she sternly reprimanded Ping. Taken aback, Ping leapt to her feet, her face flushed with anger. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? You shameless foreign woman!" Before Ping could finish her tirade, Yan Huan interrupted her sharply. "Ping, be quiet. Hao is gravely injured, and you are here shouting. Do you truly wish to see him perish? Anning belongs to a great clan. She must have a way to save him. Now step aside." After being chastised by Yan Huan, Ping was filled with a mix of anger, jealousy, and resentment. She stamped her foot in frustration and stormed out of the wooden house. With Ping no longer causing a disturbance, Chung Anning was finally able to sit beside Yan Hao, leaning closer as she softly called out, "Yan Hao, how are you?" "How?" In his dazed state, Yan Hao heard Anning's voice and mustered the strength to open his eyes. "Anning, is that you?" I'm fine. You've lost so much blood and still say you're fine." Chung Anning gently stroked Yan Hao's pale face, her heart aching for him. "I just need to rest a bit. I'll be fine soon. Don't worry," Yan Hao replied weakly, but his condition clearly belied his words. Noticing his consciousness wavering, Chung Anning insisted, "Hao, quickly summon Xiao Bai. It can help heal your wounds, can it?" Yan Hao did not respond. But Yan Shin spoke up from the side. "It's futile. Xiao Bai can only treat external and internal injuries, but the arrowhead within the chief's body cannot be extracted." Chung Anning felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. If even Xiao Bai could not heal Yan Hao, what were they to do? "Anning, do not worry. I'm all right," Yan Hao murmured, struggling to keep his eyes open. Seeing Anning's worried expression, he attempted to reach for her hand. But the moment he moved, a sharp pain shot through his chest, causing him to grimace. Do not move. Let me examine your wound first. Chung Anning hastily extended her hand to assist him in lying down, and only then did she direct her gaze towards the area of his chest where the arrow had struck. The arrow had penetrated deeply, with its tip broken and lodged within the flesh. If the arrowhead were not extracted, it could lead to inflammation, necrosis, or even a life-threatening infection. However, given the current medical conditions, the extraction posed a significant challenge. The only viable option was to perform surgery to remove the arrow. While her laboratory was equipped with usable surgical tools, she was a scholar engaged in biological research, not a physician specializing in life sciences. She harbored doubts about her ability to successfully extract the arrowhead and save Yan Hao. Shen Wui, you are the only one in our tribe who understands medicine. Please tell me, how is a situation like Yan's typically handled? After much contemplation, Anning found herself unable to make a decisive choice. She then looked up at Yan Shun. Yan Shun held a position in the tribe just below that of Yan Huan and Yan Hao, and was around 40 years of age, speaking with gentle warmth. He usually attended to the minor ailments of the tribe's members, and Anning had previously entrusted him with the medicinal herbs she had gathered, having also discussed some tribal medical practices with him. Regrettably, the medical knowledge in the tribe was woefully primitive, limited to treating superficial injuries and ailments like stomach pain and diarrhea. More complex or severe conditions relied solely on self-healing, but if self-healing was not possible, one could only watch as the wound deteriorated and ultimately succumbed to death. Yan Shin knew that he could not treat an arrow wound of Yan Hao's severity at this moment. He spoke with evident guilt. Anning, I can only apply a tourniquet for the leader, but since the arrowhead is embedded in the flesh, over time, the wound will begin to fester from within, making it impossible to treat. Chung Anning hesitated for a moment before asking, what if we were to remove the arrowhead? Yan Shin shook his head in response. Anning, it's impossible to extract the arrowhead while it is lodged in the flesh. The only way would be to incise the wound and remove the arrowhead. Then stitch the wound back together. Chung Anning took a deep breath and voiced her suggestion. Yan Shun, however, looked at her in disbelief, saying, incising the wound, that simply cannot be done, even if he does not bleed to death. The pain would be unbearable. Anning, this is the leader's body, not mere animal hide. How can you suggest stitching it up as if it were trivial? Yenshin could not fathom how Chung Anning's proposal could be executed, as he had never witnessed such a method of treatment. Yet, Chung Anning had already made up her mind, for there were no other options available. She had to take the scalpel into her own hands and perform the surgery on Yan Hao. Otherwise, leaving the arrowhead in his body would surely result in his demise. Shun Wui, I implore you to assist me that I intend to use the medical practices of the Huaxia tribe to perform the surgery and extract the arrowhead. Ultimately, Chung Anning resolved to proceed. Yan Shun hesitated to agree. Let us follow Anning's lead. He finally conceded. Just then, Yan Huan spoke up. Issuing a command, he turned to Chung Anning, his aged face bearing a glimmer of hope, and said, Anning, I entrust Hao to you. You must ensure his recovery. He is the most outstanding leader of the Yan Hu tribe, and without him, we shall inevitably be swallowed by other tribes. The future of the Yan Hu tribe rests upon your shoulders. This solemn charge felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had settled upon Chung Anning's shoulders. Yet, gazing at the frail Yan Hao lying on the bed, she forced herself to remain steadfast at this moment. No one else could save Yan Hao but her. She could not afford to be afraid or to falter. Shun Wui, I need your assistance that I will prepare the necessary items for the surgery. Please gather the hemostatic herbs and ensure there is an ample supply. Understood. Yan Shin nodded and departed to the storage cabin to prepare the hemostatic herbs, turning to Yan Huan and the others. Chung Anning instructed, Mother, treating Yan Hao requires tranquility. Please wait outside for now. Once everything is ready, I will call for you. All right, I understand. Yan Huan nodded and led the tribespeople out of the wooden cabin, where they awaited further news. Once the room was empty, Chung Anning gently traced the scar on her hand before entering the laboratory to prepare the surgical instruments. Before long, she returned to the wooden cabin with her backpack filled with the necessary items. Shortly thereafter, Yan Shun arrived with a sufficient quantity of hemostatic herbs. Chung Anning took a deep breath, presenting Yan Shun with a pair of sterile gloves, and then meticulously introduced the surgical instruments from her backpack. Shenwui, these are the tools we use in the Huaxia tribe for surgery. A scalpel, forceps, scissors, clamps, an anesthetic gun, iodine, suturing needles, sutures, bandages, and syringes in a moment, I will use the anesthetic gun to put Yan Hao to sleep. Then I will make an incision to remove the arrow. This way, he will not feel any pain. Once I have extracted the arrowhead, you will assist me in disinfecting Yan Hao's wound using this iodine. Following that, I will close the wound, apply the hemostatic herbs, administer an anti-inflammatory injection, and finally, you will help me bandage his wound. Cheng Anning carefully explained each item as purpose to Yin Shun, ensuring nothing was overlooked. At that moment, she felt immensely grateful for having a complete set of medical tools in her laboratory. Otherwise, she might have found herself utterly powerless to save Yan Hao. Although Yin Shun was astonished by the array of instruments Cheng Anning had produced, he diligently noted everything she said. Once everything was prepared, Cheng Anning took several deep breaths before picking up the tools and approaching Yan Hao. With a clang, as the arrowhead was successfully removed by Cheng Anning, her heart finally felt a sense of relief. Observing the still sleeping Yan Hao, she quickly regained her focus and, with Yin Shun's assistance, began the subsequent disinfection and suturing of his wound. It took a full hour for Cheng Anning to finally tend to Yan Hao's injury. Though the results were somewhat less than perfect, she was relieved that there had been no significant bleeding and that the anesthesia had not worn off midway through the procedure. Everything had proceeded astonishingly smoothly, allowing Cheng Anning to breathe a deep sigh of relief. After gently laying Yan Hao back down on the bed, Cheng Anning found her legs trembling and sank down beside him. "Anning, you are truly remarkable. Look, you managed to extract such a large arrowhead. This is something no shaman from the West Song tribe could achieve." Yin Shun, who had been present throughout, felt an unprecedented admiration and respect for the Huaxia tribe. The strength of a single female like Anning hinted at the extraordinary nature of the Huaxia tribe, leaving him utterly astonished. Cheng Anning glanced at Yin Shun, suppressing a wry smile. She too had felt like a duck forced to swim. Had it not been for Yan Hao, she would never have dared to wield a scalpel. Her expertise lay in test tubes and beakers. Taking a long, calming breath, Cheng Anning finally stood up and said, "Yan Hao will not awaken immediately. Please take the remaining hemostatic herbs back and store them properly while I tidy up. Then I will go and summon Mother and the others. All right, I will return now." Yin Shun nodded, gathering his belongings before exiting the wooden cabin. Cheng Anning then began to put away the surgical instruments, returning them to the laboratory before stepping outside to invite Yin Huan and the others back in to visit Yan Hao. "Wonderful news! Hao is safe," Yin Huan exclaimed. "Anning, I knew you would find a way to save him. You are truly incredible. I did not misjudge you. The Huaxia tribe is indeed a remarkable tribe. The people of Huaxia possess divine strength." Upon seeing the bloodied arrowhead in the wooden bowl, Yin Huan was overwhelmed with joy, grasping Cheng Anning's hand and showering her with praise. Meanwhile, the onlooking Ping displayed an expression of deep envy. She could hardly believe that Cheng Anning had truly managed to extract the arrowhead from Yan's wound. Such a feat was utterly astounding. Witnessing the chief's elation, Ping felt a heavy weight settle in her heart. Previously, the chief had always praised her in such a manner, but ever since Cheng Anning's arrival in the tribe, the chief had not offered her a single word of commendation. Perhaps she had already been forgotten. "Mother, once Yan Hao awakens, I will have him summon Xiao Bai to treat his wound. He will surely recover swiftly, so do not worry." Cheng Anning smiled reassuringly. "Yes, that is wonderful." Yan Huan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, Mother, how did Yan Hao come to be injured by an arrow? What exactly happened? Wasn't he supposed to be at Dongling Slope?" Now that Yan Hao was out of danger, Cheng Anning recalled her curiosity about the circumstances. Yin Li, who had followed them outside, quickly stepped forward to explain. "Anning, here's what happened. We were originally at Dongling Slope gathering hemp, but Ping wanted to taste the sweet fruits from the territory of the Yuanling tribe. So she disregarded the leader's orders and crossed the boundary to gather them. Little did we know, we stumbled upon the Songlong tribe attacking the Yuanling tribe, and Ping was caught in the midst of the skirmish. The leader then took me and Yin Yi to rescue Ping. However, the Songlong tribe's weapons were extremely formidable. In order to protect us, the leader fought valiantly against the Songlong warriors, although he ultimately managed to repel them. He was accidentally struck by one of their arrows. Afterward, he led the tribespeople back immediately, and when we returned to our territory, his body was completely drenched in blood. Yin Li recounted the scene with an expression of sheer terror. The Songlong tribe is a formidable faction in the western region, notorious for its ferocity and formidable weaponry, which boasts immense lethality. Smaller tribal communities dare not provoke them lightly, yet they frequently launch assaults on these smaller tribes to plunder their provisions. Although Yan Hao initially devised a strategy for a united front against their adversaries, such alliances are typically forged only during large-scale tribal wars. Minor skirmishes are generally resolved internally, without troubling other tribes. On this occasion, the Songlong tribe dispatched merely a handful of individuals to attack the Yuanling tribe, unwittingly causing Ping to stumble into the fray, resulting in Yan Hao sustaining injuries after being struck by an arrow. Yan Hao attempted to extract it, only to find the arrowhead had broken off within his flesh. Fearing he would not survive for long, he hurried back to his tribe, losing considerable blood and thereby exacerbating his condition. Had it not been for Chang Anning's presence, Yan Hao would undoubtedly have succumbed to his injuries. While such external wounds may seem trivial in the realm of modern medicine, in this primitive society, they are tantamount to a terminal ailment. Fortunately, Yan Huan sternly reprimanded Ping, stripping her of 3 days' rations as punishment, and warned the tribe against taking unilateral actions, thus finally quelling the unrest. Once it was confirmed that Yan Hao was out of danger, everyone returned to their respective duties. Anning remained steadfastly by Yan Hao's side, providing unwavering care, and in the latter half of the night, Yan Hao finally regained consciousness. Chapter 30. With you, we find peace, Anning. Am I alive? Yan Hao's first words upon opening his eyes were surprisingly this. Chang Anning, seated beside him, gently adjusted the furs covering him and replied with a soft smile, "Of course, you are alive. How could someone as robust as you perish so easily? Don't be foolish. What about the arrowhead?" Despite his disbelief, the sight of his well-bandaged wound filled him with immense relief. "I removed it for you," Chang Anning replied, presenting a wooden bowl that contained the arrowhead. "You took it out for me? How did you do it?" "I have no recollection at all." Yan Hao gazed at the arrowhead, struggling to comprehend. In his condition, such an injury was typically fatal within the tribe, and countless kin had perished from similar wounds during tribal conflicts. His survival was truly miraculous. Chang Anning tenderly caressed Yan Hao's still pale face. Explaining softly, "I performed the surgery using our Huaxia tribe's methods to remove the arrowhead. You didn't feel anything because I used an anesthetic dart to render you unconscious." "Surgery? What is that?" Yan Hao was bewildered by the concept. Knowing Yan Hao's insatiable curiosity about Huaxia's knowledge, Chang Anning patiently elaborated. "First, I anesthetized you, so you wouldn't feel anything. Then I made an incision with a scalpel to extract the arrowhead. Afterward, I sutured the wound with thread. And finally, I applied medicine and bandaged it up, allowing the wound to heal gradually." Yan Hao listened in astonishment, incredulous at the thought of slicing through flesh and then stitching it back together. "Anning, are you sewing animal hides?" In the tribe, it was common for individuals to skin animals and sew the hides into bags and garments with bone needles, yet he had never witnessed the suturing of flesh. "Next time, do not anesthetize me. I wish to watch you sew." After his initial shock, Yan Hao surprisingly voiced such a request. Chang Anning couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. "Do not speak nonsense. Cutting into flesh is an agonizing ordeal that ordinary people cannot endure. Even if you wish to watch, I would not dare proceed. I was terrified myself while treating your wound. Thank you for your efforts." Anning. Yan Hao reached out to caress Anning's delicate face, feeling immensely grateful to be awake and in her presence. After being struck by the Songlong tribe's arrow, he had raced back, only wishing to see Anning a few more times before his demise. Feeling that as long as she was by his side, he would fear no death, he never anticipated that he would survive. Once more, he felt that Anning was his talisman of fortune, or rather, his goddess of good luck. With her around, even the gravest of problems seemed trivial. Anning grasped his large hand and said, "Your wound is quite deep. It may not heal easily. You should summon Xiaobai to assist in your recovery." Aware of the severity of his injury, Yan Hao obediently summoned Xiaobai, allowing it to use its white tiger divine power to heal him. Soon, Xiaobai appeared, shaking its white fur and exhaling large plumes of white mist that enveloped the entire wooden bed, wrapping Yan Hao and Anning within. Yan Hao pulled Anning onto the bed, inviting her to lie beside him. You've had a long day. Come here. With Xiaobai guarding us, nothing will happen. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Chung Anning nodded and nestled against Yan Hao, allowing him to embrace her. With Xiaobai present, she felt considerably reassured, and soon drifted into slumber within Yan Hao's arms. Xiaobai's power was astounding. By the next day, Yan Hao's wound had formed a scab. When Chung Anning unwrapped the bandage to inspect the injury, she could hardly believe her eyes and couldn't help but stroke Xiaobai's head at the bedside, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, you are truly miraculous. Absolutely splendid." Xiaobai seemed delighted by the praise, nuzzling against Chung Anning's hand in a manner reminiscent of Yan Hao's reactions to compliments. "Since you are so well behaved, I shall let you play in the tribe for a day. But do not cause any trouble." Yan Hao rose from the bed, stretching his body and feeling that the pain in his chest had diminished to a negligible degree. Overjoyed, he generously rewarded Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai instantly perked up, bounding around the wooden house in exuberance, its excitement palpable. "Go and play." Yan Hao encouraged. Xiaobai let out a joyful bark and dashed out of the wooden house, only for chaos to soon ensue within the tribe. "Ah, Xiaobai, how did you get out?" No. Don't come near, you'll crush me. Don't step on me. My little stool is not for you to sit on." "Oh no, Xiaobai, don't roll. I just tied up the grass." Xiaobai frolicked without regard for the commotion it caused. Yan Hao took Chung Anning's hand and stepped out of the wooden house, unable to contain his laughter at the scene. Due to Yan Hao's injury, he had the rare opportunity to avoid gathering and hunting for a few days, so Anning took him to inspect her experimental field. Upon seeing the vibrant green seedlings thriving, Yan Hao felt immense joy that if these crops could indeed yield edible food, it would be a tremendous blessing. Anning had tirelessly labored in the space, causing her delicate face to grow thinner, which made Yan Hao's heart ache. Taking advantage of this respite, he wandered near the tribe, occasionally catching a wild chicken or a jumping beast to supplement Anning's diet. Anning was deeply touched by Yan Hao's thoughtfulness, and in their spare time, she unearthed a few dishes from the primitive recipe book to treat the tribe. One day, after returning with several jumping beasts, Yan Hao had them processed and brought to Chung Anning. Seeing the abundance of jumping beasts, she decided to prepare another feast for the tribe. "Anning, what are you planning to make this time?" Inquiries from Yin Yu and Yin Yu, who had come to assist, were filled with excitement and anticipation. Chung Anning pondered for a moment before responding. "Sweet fruit and chestnut porridge, salt-baked rabbit hot pot, oil-splashed alkali vegetables, and a fragrant roasted mushroom dish. A feast." At the mention of a grand meal, Yin Yu's mouth almost watered. Chung Anning, aware of Yin Yu's love for food, couldn't help but smile. "If you want to enjoy a feast, hurry and help me gather the ingredients. It's through hard work that we can enjoy abundance." "Understood. I'm on it." Yin Yu nodded vigorously, rolling up her sleeves to help wash vegetables and chop meat. Yin Yu also stepped forward with a smile, assisting while saying, "Anning, ever since you arrived at the tribe, there has been delicious food every day. The tribe is truly fortunate and happy. When the tribe is happy, I am happy. Living alongside everyone like this is a blissful experience, despite the harsh conditions of the wilderness." The camaraderie among the people provided Anning solace. She gradually fell in love with this place and cherished the simplicity of the Yinhu tribe's members, although she wished for a world devoid of tribal conflicts. However, the words that followed from Yin Yu revealed the unsettling reality of their world. "Anning, the Yinhu tribe has a leader, and with you, we can eat our fill, sleep soundly, and live in peace. Yet there are still many small tribes in the western region suffering greatly every day. They lack food, have no proper bedding, and often suffer injuries and bloodshed due to tribal conflicts. Did you know? Some small tribes don't even have shamans. When their people are injured, they can only watch them die helplessly. It is truly heartbreaking." Chapter 31. Where is the peaceful passage of time? The smile on Chung Anning's face gradually faded. Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be disputes. To live a tranquil and peaceful life, sacrifices and contributions are necessary. She suddenly recalled a poignant saying. "Where is the peaceful passage of time? It is merely that someone is bearing the burdens for you. The happiness and tranquility of her kin were earned through the repeated bravery of Yan Hao and the warriors of the clan, who risked their lives to bring peace to their people. Yin Yu, you are absolutely right. If it weren't for Yan Hao and those valiant warriors, how could we live so blissfully? Therefore, we must also do what we can to assist them, ensuring they have greater protection in times of danger. Chung Anning's words left both Yin Yu and Yin Yu in a state of confusion. Anning, what can we possibly do? They queried. The remaining members of the tribe are mostly the elderly, the weak and non-combatant females, and their capabilities are exceedingly limited. Let me think, Chung Anning murmured, lowering her head as she searched her mind for something useful for her kin to utilize. Unfortunately, aside from chemical formulas and various potions, the knowledge she possessed in other fields was painfully scarce, prompting her to sigh in frustration. Yet at that moment, a chime rang out in her mind, accompanied by the gentle voice of Tianyi. Tianyi notification. You have triggered the Savage Equipment System. Please check for updates. Moments later, a torrent of information surged into Chung Anning's brain, revealing a series of diagrams depicting primitive equipment. Holding a beaker filled with water, she felt as if she had been momentarily frozen in place. I see. If we eat less and conserve food, that would be a way to help our leaders. Seeing Chung Anning lost in thought, Yin Yu assumed she was speaking casually and replied half-jokingly. However, Yin Yu, being perceptive, quickly noticed something unusual about Chung Anning and gently nudged her, asking Anning, "What's wrong?" Startled from her reverie by Yin Yu's nudge, Chung Anning exclaimed in delight. Yin Yu, I've thought a way to assist Yan Hao and the others. Oh, really? What is it? Yin Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. ITS about crafting equipment for them. Equipment? What kind of equipment? Both Yin Yu and Yin Yu leaned in with interest, having grown accustomed to the occasional unfamiliar terms Chung Anning used. Protective gear such as helmets, armor, wrist guards, knee pads, as well as boots and weapons. As she explained, she noticed the blank looks on their faces, indicating they were struggling to comprehend. She smiled, opting not to elaborate further. The array of primitive equipment was dazzling, overwhelming Chung Anning's senses. Yet, she discerned several types of gear suitable for the Yan Hao tribe. Contemplating leading her kin in crafting these items to present to Yan Hao and the brave warriors safeguarding their homeland. However, she had only skimmed the surface and needed to study the details further, planning to do so that evening after returning home. For now, preparing a meal was of utmost importance. All right, I'll share everything once I've studied it thoroughly. Now, let us focus on preparing food. Chung Anning placed a beaker over the fire and began roasting wild mushrooms on another fire pit. While carefully tending to the mushrooms, she looked up and instructed Yin Yu, "Don't chop the rabbit meat too large. It won't cook well. Cut it into smaller pieces so it can simmer tenderly in the broth." Turning to Yin Yu, she added, "You, go fetch some large ear greens from the storage cabin and also bring some chestnuts and sweet fruits." Understood. Yin Yu replied eagerly, bouncing off to gather the ingredients, her robust physique allowing her to spring with youthful exuberance. Chung Anning chuckled, then returned her focus to the mushrooms, sprinkling a bit of sesame powder over them. Thanks to the assistance of the Savage culinary system, she was able to prepare such delightful dishes for her kin. Furthermore, this system had helped her realize that many ingredients in the wilderness were familiar to her, merely referred to by different names. For instance, the wild rabbits were called jumping beasts, field mice were known as fur beasts, and cattle were referred to as great horned beasts. The large ear greens were a type of leafy rapeseed, while honey was called insect syrup, and the sweet fruits that had almost led to Yan Hao's demise were actually jujubes, which Ping loved so dearly that she disregarded orders to go pick them. Chung Anning felt a rush of excitement upon seeing the half-green, half-red jujubes in the storage cabin. Jujubes are known for their ability to nourish and invigorate the blood, making it a perfect opportunity to prepare nourishing dishes for everyone. Quickly, Yin Yu returned with a large bag of chestnuts and about 10 jujubes. Chung Anning took the jujubes, instructing Yin Yu, "Wash the jujubes and place them in the beaker to cook, while I peel the chestnuts." All right. Yin Yu took the jujubes, grabbed a wooden basin, and fetched a bucket of water, using a wooden ladle to fill the basin before sitting on a small stool to wash the jujubes. Her diligent demeanor made Chung Anning smile. These days, most daily utensils in the tribe were wooden, as their territory was abundant in timber and with the tools available in the laboratory for processing wood. The crafted wooden items were quite exquisite. Chung Anning had previously seen the crude wooden tools used in the tribe, rough and splintered, rendering them nearly unusable. Thus, she contributed all the steel saws, planes, and cutting tools from the laboratory for the tribe to craft wooden items. Nowadays, in addition to simple furniture like wooden beds, stools, and tables, the tribe had also acquired finely made items such as wooden barrels, basins, and ladles. However, the only drawback was the absence of cooking pots for the past few months. Chung Anning had been using beakers to cook for everyone, but their small size required multiple rounds to prepare enough food for the tribe. Having not seen any pottery in the Yan Hao tribe, she naturally assumed that the beast tribes of Shitsong lacked pottery-making skills. Recently, busy with cultivating seedlings, she planned to try her hand at pottery once the harvest was in, confident that her experience would lead to success. While the three were busy, Yan Li suddenly rushed over, accompanied by two tribesmen carrying something. Approaching hurriedly, Yan Li's face gleamed with excitement as he announced, "Anning, the leader instructed you to prepare more food. We have guests arriving." "Guests?" Chung Anning blinked, puzzled as she looked at Yan Li, and asked, "Where did the guests come from?" Having lived in Yan Hao tribe for a considerable time, she had never encountered any guests. Yan Li responded enthusiastically, "It's the leader of the Yuan Ling tribe, Yuan Shi, and his kin, around 10 of them. He brought an abundance of food, and the leader selected some fresh items to send over to you, saying you should prepare a feast for our guests." With that, he gestured to the two tribesmen behind him, instructing, "Bring it over." Chung Anning quickly set down the chestnuts and approached with anticipation to her delight. The two tribesmen were carrying a large ceramic basin filled with lively river fish. Yet it wasn't just the sight of the fish that thrilled her, but the massive ceramic basin itself. Ceramics. She had thought no one in the beast tribes of Shitsong could craft pottery. Yet here was evidence to the contrary. This was nothing short of wonderful news. With pottery, their lives would become significantly more convenient. How could she not be elated? Moreover, the fresh river fish were a rare delicacy. "Set it down. Yan Li, tell Yan how to keep the guests waiting. I will prepare the food for them shortly." Chung Anning instructed as she beamed with joy. Not only would she properly entertain them, but she also hoped to engage in meaningful exchanges that if they could learn the pottery-making techniques from them, that would be even better. Thus, under Chung Anning's guidance, lunch was enhanced with boiled fish, fragrant grilled fish, and sesame fish roe sauce. Once the food was prepared, Chung Anning instructed Yan Hao to invite Yan Hao and the others over. She, along with Yan Hao and the tribe members who had arrived early, lifted two large wooden tables and placed them together, arranging benches around them. Only then did they serve the food in wooden bowls and basins onto the tables, although the tribe possessed wooden tables. Everyone was accustomed to sitting on the ground around the bonfire for meals, and Ning did not impose any changes. Usually, she and Yan Hao would sit at the table while other tribe members would dine casually. Once everything was prepared, Yan Hao arrived with the members of the Yuan Ling tribe. Chung and Ning looked up and saw around 10 unfamiliar faces, both male and female, dressed in animal skins and with their hair draped down. Though they were notably shorter in stature that moment, they curiously followed Yan Hao's lead, gazing at Ning and the others. "And Ning, come here. I shall introduce the guest to you," Yan Hao called out, waving at her with a smile from a distance. Chung and Ning set down her belongings and obediently walked to his side. Without hesitation, Yan Hao wrapped his arms around her and turned to the leader of the Yuan Ling tribe, Yuan Shi, saying, "Leader Yuan Shi, this is my female companion, named Ning. She is an exceptional cook and possesses medical skills, hailing from the powerful Huaxia tribe." Yuan Shi, somewhat shorter than Yan Hao, was still considered tall among the Yuan Ling tribe. While Chung and Ning appeared to be about 175 centimeters tall, Yan Hao's height had previously been measured at 188 centimeters. The other Yuan Ling tribe members generally stood below 170 centimeters, with two female members seemingly not even reaching 160 centimeters. Chung and Ning was intrigued, as she had observed that the average height of male members from the Yan Hao tribe was around 180 centimeters, making the shorter Yuan Ling tribe quite a novelty for her. "You are the fairest and most beautiful female I have ever encountered, Ning. I am Yuan Shi, leader of the Yuan Ling tribe, and these are my tribe members." Yuan Shi spoke politely, his demeanor courteous and his smile sincere, in stark contrast to Yan Hao's usual fierce temperament. Greetings. Welcome to the Yan Hao tribe as our guest. I have prepared delicious food. Please come and sit. Chung and Ning immediately smiled and gestured invitingly, turning with Yan Hao to reveal the steaming dishes laid out on the wooden table. This is the finest hospitality I have ever received. Thank you, Leader Yan Hao, and thank you. And Ning, Yuan Shi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with unmasked admiration upon seeing the feast. Come, everyone, take a seat. Chung and Ning noticed Yuan Shi and the Yuanling tribe members curiously examining the wooden tables and benches. Hesitating to approach, suspecting they had never encountered such items before, she took Yan Hao's hand and sat down first, then encouraged, "Please, everyone, do not hesitate. Take a seat." Seeing Yan Hao and Ning comfortably settled on the benches, Yuan Shi approached with a look of curiosity. He tentatively pressed down on a bench before slowly sitting down. This is quite stable and far more comfortable than sitting on the ground. He then smiled and beckoned his tribe members to sit as well. After the guests were seated, Ning instructed the other Yan Hao tribe members to gather around the bonfire and share the remaining food using wooden bowls. Once seated, Yuan Shi began to feel the smooth surface of the table and benches before turning to Yan Hao and Ning, asking with curiosity, "What is this wooden surface? How is it made? I have never seen anything like it." Chung and Ning exchanged glances with Yan Hao, and she explained, "This is a wooden table and benches crafted from timber. The table is for dining, and the benches are for sitting. Our tribe members often eat while seated on the ground, which inevitably leaves them dirty and exposed to the cold, hard ground. Sitting here for meals is much cleaner and more comfortable, and it prevents illness. Indeed, this is an excellent innovation. The craftsmanship is exceptional. It is not at all rough to the touch." Yuan Shi nodded in agreement as he listened to Ning's explanation. He then pointed to the wooden plates, bowls, and spoons on the table, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are these also made by you? It appears so intricate." Yes, these were all crafted under Ning's guidance. This is a unique skill from their Huaxia tribe. And now nearly every member of the Yan Hao tribe possesses dining utensils like these. Yan Hao clarified, "Please share knowledge with Yuan Shi." Yuan Shi gazed at Chung and Ning with deepening respect. The leader is indeed fortunate to have such a capable female. The members of the Yan Hao tribe are truly blessed. Ha! Leader Yuan Shi, you are not lacking either. I have heard 2 females possess their own unique talents and are exceptionally outstanding within the Yuanling tribe. Yan Hao, flattered by the praise, remained modest and returned the compliment. Chung and Ning was quite surprised by this display of humility from him in the presence of outsiders, and why 2 females cannot compare to Ning. Her beauty and capabilities leave me envious of Leader Yan Hao. Yuan Shi chuckled, shaking his head. Leader Yuan Shi, please, do not hold back. Enjoy the food. These are all prepared by Ning. See how they compare to the food from your Yuanling tribe. Very well, we shall indulge. Come, everyone, let us all taste." Yuan Shi, equally eager, promptly instructed his tribe members to partake in the meal as they prepared to reach for the food, as their tribe members used to. Chung and Ning hurriedly asked Yan Yu to bring out wooden forks and spoons to distribute to them, saying, "Leader Yuan Shi, these are our tribe's specially crafted dining tools. They are quite convenient. Please give them a try." Yuan Shi and the others accepted the forks and spoons, revealing their intrigue once more. The Yan Hao tribe is truly different from before. I recall that during my last visit, the food provided by Leader Yan Hao consisted solely of roasted meat. Today, this table full of dishes appears even more refined than what we have in the Yuanling tribe. I must enjoy it thoroughly. With that, he wasted no time and began to share the food eagerly with several tribe members. Chapter 33. The Yuanling tribe's preference for vegetarian cuisine. Before long, the meal was nearly finished. Chung and Ning noticed that the Yuanling tribe members seemed less interested in meat dishes, showing a particular fondness for roasted mushrooms and oil-soaked saltbush. She quietly inquired of Yan Hao, who smiled in response. The Yuanling tribe worships the horned antelope god, akin to the Minglu tribe in the west that reveres the deer god. They prefer vegetables over meat. Thus, their shorter stature and lesser combat strength were compensated by their sharp intellect, leading to a far more meticulous lifestyle than that of our Yan Hao tribe. With Yan Hao's explanation, Chung and Ning understood. It turned out that the Yuanling tribe's approach to food was intricate compared to her own tribe's more rugged style before her arrival. The Yuanling tribe favored a variety of wild fruits and plants. While variety of wild fruits and plants, while fish and game meat were seldom consumed, in times of food scarcity, they would eat meat only to stave off hunger. The Yuanling tribe members had small appetites, leading to a significant stockpile of game meat within their tribe. They would trade this game meat with other tribes in exchange for vegetarian food and other goods. Later, the Songlong tribe learned of this habit and frequently raided them for food, reaping the benefits. By the way, leader Yuan Shi, I heard that the last time that Songlong tribe raided your territory for food. Was everything all right? Were any tribe members harmed? Cheng and Ning recalled that Yan Hao had been injured by an arrow during an encounter with its Songlong tribe in the Yuanling territory, prompting her to ask about it. Yuan Shi looked at Yan Hao and Cheng and Ning with gratitude, saying, "Today, I brought my tribe members here to discuss a few matters with leader Yan Hao. One of those matters is to express my gratitude for his assistance that day. If it weren't for leader Yan Hao's timely arrival at the Yuanling tribe, driving off those Songlong tribe members, our tribe would have suffered considerable losses. Fortunately, no tribe members were injured, and no food was taken, so today I brought some river fish as a token of appreciation for leader Yan Hao. Leader Yuan Shi is being too courteous. We are allied tribes, and assisting one another is only natural. It's just unfortunate that due to the distance, we are often unable to relay urgent news when the Jin Shi and Songlong tribes attack, resulting in frequent raids on our allied tribes." Yan Hao sighed, expressing the helplessness of their allied tribes. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement, lamenting, "Indeed, without timely communication, we can only fend for ourselves. If it weren't for leader Yan Hao fortuitously collecting herbs at Dongling Slope, our Yuanling tribe might have faced dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Cheng and Ning interjected, "How? There are many methods for tribes to quickly relay messages." Both Yan Hao and Yuan Shi looked at Cheng and Ning in surprise, asking Ning, "Do you have any good methods?" Cheng and Ning smiled, saying, "Of course. I won't mention the more complex ones, but there are two methods particularly suitable for our Western song environment. The first is to use smoke signals for communication. The second method involves the use of signal arrows to convey messages." Smoke signals? Signal arrows? Yuan Shi wore a perplexed expression. Yan Hao immediately grasped Cheng Anning's delicate hand, urging, "Anning, please clarify this matter. It pertains to the safety of our allied tribes, and it is of utmost importance." "How? Do not rush me. Allow me to explain at my own pace." Cheng Anning smiled and nodded, beginning her elucidation. Smoke signals are created by igniting various dry fuels mixed with animal dung, producing thick smoke that shoots straight into the sky. It is not merely confined to a small area. Indeed, it is likely that all of West Song can observe it. Additionally, there are signal arrows, which are crafted with a unique arrowhead shape that emits a piercing, shrill sound when shot into the air. This sound possesses remarkable penetrating power and serves as an excellent means of communication. Marvelous! How ingenious! Such a remarkable contraption exists in this world. Anning, is this a tactic unique to your Huaxia tribe? Yuan Shi exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. The members of the original Ling tribe prided themselves on their intelligence, yet they had never conceived of such a clever method. Cheng Anning replied with a smile. "Indeed, our Huaxia tribe has also endured warfare in the past. These are the experiences accumulated by our ancestors, effective and exceedingly convenient." "Fantastic! With these methods of communication, we shall no longer fear surprise attacks from barbaric tribes," Yan Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh in exuberance. He then turned to Cheng Anning and said, "Anning, please teach everyone how to craft the signal arrows shortly. Once completed, send someone to deliver them to the Minglu tribe. In the future, our three tribes shall better unite against our enemies." "Very well. I shall attend to it at once." Cheng Anning nodded obediently, then turned to Yuan Shi and inquired, "Leader Yuan Shi, you mentioned there are several matters to discuss with Hao. Might there be any other issues?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi hesitated for a moment before speaking. There is another matter. This year, I wish to request a greater exchange of celestial ginseng from leader Yan Hao. Might he be amenable?" Yan Hao, upon hearing this, hesitated and did not respond immediately. Yuan Shi quickly elaborated. "Leader Yan Hao, I understand that celestial ginseng is precious, and it would be entirely reasonable if you chose not to exchange it with us. However, you are aware that our original Ling tribe has always been frail and prone to illness. Without celestial ginseng to survive the winter, we simply cannot endure. Our tribe's population is dwindling, now fewer than 80 individuals. If this continues, our original Ling tribe will ultimately face extinction. Thus, I must shamelessly implore you to consider my request. If you agree, our original Ling tribe can provide all the stored meat and river fish for the winter to the Yan Hao tribe. Yuan Shi understood that the members of the Yan Hao tribe had substantial appetites, with even the ordinary females consuming more than the males of their original Ling tribe. Consequently, the Yan Hao tribe grappled with food shortages each winter. This is why he proposed such terms, hoping to persuade Yan Hao. After pondering for a moment, Yan Hao replied with a serious expression, "Leader Yuan Shi, it is not that I am unwilling to exchange, but celestial ginseng is limited in quantity, and other tribes will also seek to trade for it. If I refuse to exchange, it may lead to conflict among the tribes. However, if I do exchange, there will be nothing left to offer you. Celestial ginseng is an essential winter remedy for all beast tribes in West Song, and virtually no tribe can afford to be without it. Given the multitude of tribes in West Song, failing to trade with anyone could spark war. In times of scarcity, tribes that acquire celestial ginseng tend to share a portion with others to avoid conflict, as this has been an established rule in West Song for many years. Even powerful tribes like the Golden Snake and Song Wolf dare not violate this principle." Cheng Yanning had heard Yan Hao mention that this rule was decreed by the celestial deity. It is said that in the four realms of the beast world, each possesses its own sacred object, and celestial ginseng is the sacred object of West Song, governed by the celestial deity. The deity, showing compassion for the beast tribes, bestowed sacred objects upon them. Thus, any tribe that receives a sacred object must share a portion with others. Should a tribe hoard the celestial ginseng, calamity will surely befall them. Many years ago, the Golden Snake tribe disregarded this rule and hoarded the celestial ginseng, leading to a devastating fire in their territory that winter, resulting in significant casualties and the loss of half their population. Since then, no one has dared to ignore this rule. However, acquiring celestial ginseng grants a tribe the right to distribute the sacred object as they see fit, so the quantity shared is entirely at the discretion of the tribe that possesses the ginseng. For this reason, Yuan Shi traveled to the Yan Hao tribe to seek Yan Hao's agreement. After much contemplation, Yan Hao found himself unable to reach a decision. Just then, Cheng Yanning suddenly spoke up. "How? Let us exchange it with them." Chapter 34. Her word is sufficient. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao immediately grasped Cheng Yanning's hand and shook his head, saying, "Yanning, if I agree to Leader Yuan Shi's request, I will have to deduct a portion from our own supply of celestial ginseng. This would be unfair to our tribe's members." Cheng Yanning, however, smiled and replied, "How? Our tribe's members are robust. Even without celestial ginseng, they will survive the winter unscathed. Perhaps we should reserve the celestial ginseng for the elderly and infirm within our tribe and exchange the remainder with Leader Yuan Shi." Yan Hao hesitated, unable to respond. Observing this, Cheng Yanning grasped Yan Hao's rough hand and reassured him, "Rest assured, I have gathered ample nourishing herbs and food. After winter sets in, I can prepare nourishing soups and remedies for our tribe, yielding similar benefits. The members of the original Ling tribe have long relied on a vegetarian diet, rendering their physical constitution inferior to that of our meat-eating tribe members. If they lack celestial ginseng, they may not withstand the harsh winter. As allies, it is only right that we lend them a helping hand." Yan Hao, upon hearing this, reluctantly replied, "You always think of others." Cheng Yanning, recognizing this as his tacit agreement, could not help but smile. However, at that moment, a sharp rebuttal rang out from behind her, along with several other tribe members. "No, why should we give away the sacred object that rightfully belongs to us? Indeed, it is a sacred object, a gift from the celestial deity. How can we simply give it to others?" "I too disagree. We only have this one opportunity each year to utilize celestial ginseng. It is truly disheartening to give it away." Cheng Yanning turned to see that Ping, along with a few tribe members, was approaching with furious expressions directed at her. "Yanning, what is the meaning of this? Although you have made considerable contributions to our tribe recently, you cannot treat the lives of our tribe members so lightly. The members of the original Ling tribe have but one life, and so do we of the Yan Hao tribe. Should we encounter a cold wave this winter, and our members fall ill, who will take responsibility for the lack of celestial ginseng? You. Ping's words were sharp, directly targeting Cheng Anning. Ping, I harbor no intention of belittling the lives of our tribe members. I merely proposed a decision that benefits everyone based on the physical conditions of our tribe members. For Cheng Anning, data allowed her to rationally and clearly perceive everything. In her view, she could swiftly convert her observations into a set of data, which she could then analyze, according to her calculations. If physical condition were graded on a scale of 10, the physical fitness levels of the Yan Hao tribe's members ranged between 6 and 8, while those of the original Ling tribe fell below 6. Even among their leader Yuan Qi and the tribe's warriors, very few could reach a level of 7. Considering the environment of West Song, Cheng Anning estimated that various factors, including climate, food availability, housing, and daily life, indicated that only those with a physical condition above level 6 could survive the cold winter unscathed. Therefore, even without celestial ginseng, the winter casualties of the Yan Hao tribe would not be substantial. Historically, the high mortality rate during winter was attributed to food shortages, compounded by the dual threats of cold and hunger, along with diseases triggered by the harsh climate, which exacerbated the mortality rate among the primitive tribes with weak self-defense awareness. However, if these issues could be effectively addressed, the winter casualties could be significantly reduced. Moreover, if Anning were to exert some effort to enhance the protective measures for her tribe members, it would be entirely feasible to avoid casualties altogether. Cheng Anning did not propose such a suggestion out of a desire to show off or act on a whim. Rather, she had meticulously calculated this in her mind countless times, ensuring her safety before speaking. Yet, it was evident that even Yan Hao did not concur, for over the years, very few tribes have emerged from winter without losses. Every winter, various tribes mourn their dead, with the distinction lying only in the number of casualties. Your understanding of the tribe members' physical conditions? Anning, you have only been here for a few months. How can you be so well informed about their situations? We have over 100 members in the Yan Hao tribe. Do you truly know each of their circumstances? Ping could not believe that Cheng Anning possessed such insight. Yet Cheng Anning nodded earnestly, saying, Ping, I'm quite aware of the physical conditions of our tribe members. Given our current situation, if we can secure a harvest of food before winter arrives, it is likely that no one will suffer casualties during the winter. That is easy for you to say. Who knows if those weeds you planted will yield anything edible? What if by that time, nothing can be procured and the heavenly ginseng is exchanged with others? What shall our kin do then? Ping has been targeting Cheng Anning for quite some time. It was tolerable before in front of our clansmen, but now, even in the presence of the original Ling tribe, Ping remains utterly unrestrained, causing Yan Hao's expression to darken instantly. Once she finished speaking, Yan Hao immediately retorted forcefully. Ping, I have faith in Anning that if she says it is feasible, it certainly is. This matter is settled. Yan Hao, how can you agree? If the heavenly ginseng is exchanged away, who will be responsible when our kin fall ill? Upon hearing this, Ping clenched her fists in fury, her face a mask of jealousy and resentment. Has Yan Hao lost his mind? How can he trust Anning so blindly? Is he toying with the lives of our kin? What on earth is Yan Hao thinking? I will take responsibility that Yan Hao's response was resolute, and he promptly disregarded Ping, turning to Yuan Qi and saying, Leader Yuan Qi, I consent to exchange more heavenly ginseng with you. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qi was overjoyed. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Cheng Anning suddenly interjected, However, we do not require your provisions for winter. I only need you to teach the artisanship of pottery to our clan in the Yan Hao tribe. Yuan Qi was momentarily taken aback, pondering briefly before responding without hesitation. Very well. I agree. Pottery. Yan Hao regarded Cheng Anning with curiosity. After all, they had been using wooden bowls and basins just fine. Why the sudden desire for pottery from the original Ling tribe? Cheng Anning quickly elucidated. Pottery is superior to wooden utensils. It is moisture-resistant and retains heat, making food storage exceedingly convenient. The IT can also be used for cooking, steaming, and braising meat and other ingredients that if we can harvest millet. Storing it in ceramic jars would be ideal, ensuring it remains unspoiled until next year. Furthermore, our wooden houses are exceedingly cold in winter. I plan to teach our kin how to produce charcoal before the season's onset for heating purposes. Produce charcoal. How is that done? This time, not only Yan Hao, but even Yuanqi and the other members of the original Ling tribe leaned in with curiosity towards Cheng Anning. Charcoal is essentially the black residue left after burning wood. You see, those remnants in the embers of the bonfire are examples. However, they require further processing to transform into usable charcoal. Cheng Anning pointed at the charred remnants in the bonfire, explaining to the crowd. Can those things still be used? Haven't they turned to ash? Yan Hao exclaimed, bewildered, and Yuanqi along with the others looked equally perplexed. Cheng Anning chuckled. Of course they can be used, but the process of making charcoal has its methods. The blackened wood needs to be covered with an appropriate amount of soil and water to manage the heat, and after drying, it becomes usable. Its characteristic is that it does not emit acrid black smoke when burned, allowing us to create a charcoal stove using ceramic pots for indoor heating. Yuanqi expressed his astonishment, pondering for a moment before turning to Yan Hao and Cheng Anning with renewed hope. Leader Yan Hao, how about this? In the future, our original Ling tribe will be responsible for supplying the pottery skills and all surplus meat and fish to the Yan Hao tribe. In exchange, could the leader provide us with sufficient heavenly ginseng for survival, as well as a method for producing charcoal? What do you think? Chapter 35. Your excitement annoys me upon hearing Yuanqi's proposal. Yan Hao turned to Cheng Anning to seek her opinion. Anning, what do you think? Cheng Anning smiled and nodded. Of course, this is a mutual benefit between tribes. It allows us to progress collectively, improving our lives in the future. With that, Cheng Anning turned to Yuanqi, Leader Yuanqi, if your tribe has any other crafts or unique items. You may present them for exchange with our Yan Hao tribe. That I can also share Yan Hao tribe skills, such as carpentry, culinary arts, and wicker weaving for your reference. Yuanqi was naturally overjoyed and eagerly nodded. This is splendid. Our original Ling tribe possesses a plethora of other crafts. However, I must return to organize them before we can come back to exchange. Leader Yan Hao, Anning, if you both agree, may I bring my kin over in a few days? Certainly, it is settled then, Yan Hao declared decisively, pleased with the mutual enthusiasm. Subsequently, Yan Hao and Cheng Anning proceeded to cut sufficient heavenly ginseng slices for the original Ling tribe, before escorting them to tour the experimental fields within their tribe. At every location, Yuanqi was left in awe. Yan Hao utilized a fruit knife to slice the heavenly ginseng, producing thin and uniform slices with no residue left behind, leaving Yuanqi in disbelief. However, Yan Hao cherished that fruit knife dearly. Despite noticing Yuanqi's curiosity, he refrained from introducing it, as it was the only one he possessed, and he would never share it with others. Upon reaching the experimental fields, Yuanqi and his companions were astonished to see the lush, orderly seedlings that he pointed at the seedlings and inquired, Anning, can these seedlings truly yield edible food? Cheng Anning smiled and replied, yes, this is millet, also known as yellow rice. When mature, it will bear plump ears of grain. Once harvested, the grains can be shelled and stored for use in various dishes, providing substantial sustenance. How much food can such a small plot of land yield? Is it sufficient? Yuanqi was very intrigued and continued to probe. Cheng Anning did not hold back and explained, planting is contingent on seasonal cycles. Given the weather in Xizang, we should be able to cultivate 2 seasons of millet in a year. This small plot of land may not produce an abundance of food, but millet can be cultivated extensively if the tribe clears land for farming. The harvest could sustain our kin for years. Upon hearing this, Yuanqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Anning, could you teach us how to cultivate it? Cheng Anning merely smiled and did not respond, turning her gaze towards Yan Hao. Yuanqi, catching on, quickly turned to Yan Hao and asked, Leader Yan Hao, may we kindly request your permission for Anning to teach us how to cultivate millet? Yan Hao glanced at Anning but replied, currently, our Yan Hao tribe does not possess much millet, and nurturing seedlings is quite labor-intensive. Let us discuss this matter later. Yuanqi felt a wave of disappointment. They were vegetarians, and if these seedlings could yield a substantial amount of food, their tribe would no longer need to worry about sustenance. Unfortunately, it seemed the Yan Hao tribe was still in the experimental stage, leaving them no bandwidth to assist. Alas, seeing Yuanqi's crestfallen demeanor, Cheng Anning comforted, Leader Yuanqi, do not despair that if you genuinely wish to cultivate millet, you may offer something in exchange for the seedlings. However, it must be something that Yan Hao approves of. for our Yan Hao tribe is not affluent at present and requires additional support to improve our living conditions. Upon hearing this, Yuanqi's hope reignited, and he nodded. Very well, I will certainly procure something that satisfies Leader Yan Hao for the exchange of seedlings. Leader Yuanqi, come, let me take you to see more, Yan Hao said, taking Cheng Anning's hand and continuing the tour with the group. After a day of camaraderie, Yuanqi and Yan Hao finalized a date for their next visit before departing from the Yan Hao tribe. That night, nestled in Yan Hao's embrace, Cheng Anning was so exhilarated that she found it hard to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. Yan Hao, exasperated, pinched her rosy cheek and scolded, "Do not think about Yuanqi any longer. I am your male. Why are you so excited upon seeing him?" "Ouch!" Cheng Anning exclaimed, hastily pulling away his large hand, complaining, "That hurts. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Who said I was excited about him? It was the pottery that made me so happy. Why are you getting jealous? I haven't eaten anything. I'm full from your annoyance." During dinner, Cheng Anning was lost in thoughts regarding the exchange with the original Ling tribe. So much so that she did not hear Yan Hao call her several times, which infuriated him, causing him to sulk in silence. Even as they lay in bed later, Yan Hao tightly held Cheng Anning in his arms, feeling somewhat placated. However, the thought of Anning's preoccupation with Yuanqi made him seethe. Noticing his displeased expression, Cheng Anning quickly reached out to soothe him, gently patting his chest. "All right, do not be angry. Am I not striving for a better future for our kin? With cultural exchanges between tribes, our development will accelerate, leading to improved lives. Did you not also promise to work hard with me?" Hearing this, Yan Hao's expression softened slightly, but he still felt uncomfortable as he replied, "An exchange is fine, but why are you being so nice to them? We can cultivate millet ourselves. Why agree to assist them? You'll have to nurture the seedlings, spending days and nights in the lab. Neglecting me, I refuse to accept that." Upon hearing this, Cheng Anning could not help but laugh so it turns out this fellow was upset that she was neglecting him for the sake of the original Ling tribe. When one's interests are compromised, it is hardly surprising that he is reluctant to acquiesce to Yuanqi's demands. With this thought in mind, Cheng Anning playfully cupped his face in her hands, turning him to face her, and earnestly explained, "You foolish one. The reason I immerse myself in the laboratory nurturing seedlings is to ensure they are planted in the fields at the optimal time for sowing. Given the current climate, the seeds are somewhat reluctant to sprout, resulting in a low survival rate. Hence, I'm cultivating them in the lab. Once spring arrives and the warm season unfolds, there will be no need for such laborious seedling cultivation. At that time, I will merely provide seeds to the Yuanling tribe, and they can plant the millet themselves without requiring my assistance. Furthermore, we can exchange goods and provisions from their tribe, which is beneficial for all parties involved." Yan Hao understood the logic behind Cheng Anning's words, yet he could not shake the discontent that arose from the thought of Anning neglecting herself for the sake of others, observing his visibly taut demeanor despite his comprehension. Cheng Anning wrapped her arms around his neck and coaxingly said, "How? Didn't you say you wanted to have children? If we can lead a better life sooner, our little ones won't have to endure hunger and cold. For the sake of our future offspring, shouldn't you endure a small, minor grievance?" "A minor grievance? I am suffering a considerable injustice," Yan Hao retorted, his expression reflecting his dissatisfaction. When Cheng Anning took the initiative, he immediately embraced her soft form, burying his face in her hair, greedily inhaling her delicate fragrance. "Fine, you feel wronged. I will make it up to you. How about I prepare delicious meals for you every day?" Seeing him adopt the demeanor of a child deprived of sweets, Cheng Anning could only coax and plead. "Not enough," Yan Hao insisted, displaying his insatiable greed. "Then shall I spend less time in the laboratory?" Cheng Anning suggested, seeking compromise. "Still not enough," Yan Hao countered, obstinate in his demands. "How about I bear you a whole brood of children? Surely that suffices." Alas, such unyielding compromise. Very well. Yan Hao's countenance brightened, and he promptly set about fulfilling his promise, finally attaining satisfaction. This fellow, it seems, only responds to such tactics, Cheng Anning mused inwardly. Chapter 36. The greatest wealth of our tribe before long. Yuanqi arrived once more, this time accompanied by several tribespeople skilled in pottery making, ready to teach the Yan Hao tribe the art of ceramics. Yan Hao swiftly organized a few of the more astute tribe members to begin learning the craft of shaping clay. Meanwhile, he accompanied Anning to scout locations within their territory for constructing kilns for pottery and charcoal production. With thoughts of mass-producing ceramics in the future, Anning proposed to Yan Hao that they establish kilns within their territory. The site chosen was in the remote western part of their land, where a dense thicket lay just beyond. Charcoal production necessitates wood, and following Yuan Qi's assessment, the local soil proved highly suitable for pottery, readily accessible. Not far into the woods, a small stream provided a convenient water source, making it an ideal location for kiln construction. Cheng Anning diligently computed various data, ultimately identifying 2 suitable kiln sites. What followed was a fervent and industrious effort. Constructing the kilns was no simple feat. Despite learning from Yuan Qi that their pottery kilns were the most rudimentary type, the building process still consumed 3 days. Thanks to Cheng Anning's expertise, the kiln for charcoal production was successfully completed in just 2 days. Once the construction was finalized, Anning and her companions returned to their territory to monitor the tribe's progress in crafting clay shapes. Indeed, in an open area of their land, numerous clay forms had already been laid out. Jars, pots, bowls, and a variety of shapes, some wide-mouthed, others narrow, some with handles, some with legs, and even some with spouts. The assortment was quite impressive. However, Cheng Anning noted that the Yuanling tribe pottery was entirely handmade, resulting in a slower production rate. And the largest pieces exceeded only half a meter in size, which was insufficient for grain storage. Recalling some knowledge gleaned from relevant texts, Cheng Anning clapped her hands to halt the pottery-making process. "Everyone, listen to me. I have a more efficient pottery-making method. Let us give it a try." Aware of Anning's esteemed position within the Yan Hao tribe, the gathered individuals promptly set aside their clay, ready to follow her lead. "Anning, what have you devised?" Yan Hao, who had been crouched inspecting the various clay forms, approached her with curiosity. Yuan Qi also came over, humbly inquiring, "Anning, is there something wrong with the clay forms we produced?" Cheng Anning smiled and pointed at the Yuanling artisans. "Not at all. Their skills are commendable. However, relying solely on 2 hands is somewhat slowed. I will create some auxiliary tools for them, enabling 1 person to accomplish the work of 3. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? What kind of tools?" Rather than responding immediately, Cheng Anning tugged at Yan Hao's arm. "How? Please fetch our woodworking tools." Yan Hao, perplexed, asked, "Are we making clay forms? Why do we need woodworking tools?" Cheng Anning clarified, "Because the auxiliary tools I intend to create will be wooden. That's why I need them." Though still somewhat confused, Yan Hao complied and went to retrieve the tools from their wooden dwelling. The woodworking tools Cheng Anning provided, predominantly made of iron and steel, were sharp and efficient, making them treasures within the tribe. Except for a fruit knife he carried with him, Yan Hao kept the rest securely stored, only permitting their use with his or Anning's approval. Soon, Yan Hao returned with the tools, and Cheng Anning requested that the tribe bring her some wood, allowing her to begin crafting the necessary implements. A crowd gathered around her, watching intently as she cut, carved, polished, and shaped, fully engrossed in her work, oblivious to their curiosity about her intentions. Halfway through, beads of sweat appeared on Cheng Anning's forehead. Seeing this, Yan Hao stepped forward, gently wiping her brow with his hand. "Are you tired? Let me take over. Otherwise, you might injure yourself." "Do you know how?" Cheng Anning knew Yan Hao was concerned for her well-being, but she was crafting a pottery wheel, a process she had yet to teach the tribe's people. How could he possibly know? "Is there anything I cannot do?" To her surprise, Yan Hao seized the tools from her, commanding, "You instruct, and I shall execute." Suppressing a laugh, Cheng Anning squatted down and meticulously explained the process of creating the pottery wheel to him. Moments later, Yan Hao grasped the concept and, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "Doesn't this sound like the wheel of a cart?" Cheng Anning nodded, smiling. "Indeed, the principle is the same. We utilize the rotation of the pottery wheel to swiftly fix and shape the clay forms. This method would expedite the pottery-making process significantly, and the resulting clay shapes would be exceptionally smooth to the touch." Cheng Anning had carefully examined the pottery brought by Yuan Qi, noting that all were coarse ceramics. The handcrafted pieces often bore fingerprints and uneven surfaces. Even those created by seasoned artisans fell short of fine pottery standards. However, With the assistance of a pottery wheel, their craftsmanship would likely ascend to new heights, potentially yielding more standardized pottery. Understood, Yan Hao replied, nodding as he resumed crafting the pottery wheel. Before long, a new wheel was freshly completed. Upon seeing it, the members of the Yan Hao tribe exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, isn't this just a cartwheel? Can it also be used for making clay forms?" Chung Anning, observing their bewildered expressions, chuckled as she secured the pottery wheel in place and explained. Precisely, it operates on the same principle as a cartwheel. Observe, place the clay form in the center, and, as the wheel spins, we can easily mold the clay into the desired shape. As she spoke, Chung Anning rolled up her sleeves, took a piece of clay, and began to demonstrate how to use the pottery wheel, ensuring everyone could clearly see the technique. How exquisite! Anning, you truly are brilliant. Is this craftsmanship unique to your Huaxiao tribe? It is simply astonishing, Yuan Qi exclaimed, captivated by Chung Anning's intellect and developing a profound respect for the Huaxia tribe to which she belonged. In response to Yuan Qi's praise, Chung Anning simply smiled modestly. Naturally reserved, she was uncertain how to articulate her gratitude. In her previous life, each time she received an accolade for her research achievements, she had merely smiled in acknowledgement. For her, the outcome was not as significant as the journey of exploration itself, which captivated her far more. However, Yan Hao was different. Upon hearing Yuan Qi's words, he immediately beamed with pride and replied, "Of course. Anning is my mate. She is undoubtedly wiser than anyone else. Moreover, her Huaxia tribe venerates the dragon god, a deity capable of summoning winds, rain, and thunder. That Anning's intellect is indeed the greatest treasure of our Yan Hao tribe." Upon hearing Yan Hao's words, Yuan Qi's eyes revealed a trace of envy, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, Chief Yan Hao is exceptional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found such an intelligent female like a Ning." Yuan Qi felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison. Chief Yuan Qi is also quite remarkable. After all, you have two females by your side, do you not? I have only a Ning. He sighed, "Alas, this is the custom of the Huaxia clan, and Ning will only ever have me as her male in this lifetime." Yan Hao had already noticed the fleeting glimmer of covetousness in Yuan Qi's eyes and promptly extended his hand to embrace Chung and Ning's slender waist, asserting his claim. Chapter 37. There will be more in the future. Chung and Ning, caught off guard, inadvertently found herself seated upon Yan Hao's lap, her face flushed crimson. She hurriedly bent forward, pushing against Yan Hao, saying, "Do not jest. My hands are covered in mud, and I must be careful not to soil you." To her surprise, Yan Hao refused to release her, his expression one of dominance as he inquired, "And Ning, am I not correct? Tell Chief Yuan Qi, will you not, that in this lifetime I am the only male for you?" Chung and Ning was taken aback by Yan Hao's sudden display of affection in such a public setting. Yet she replied earnestly, "Yes, I will only ever have you. There shall be no other males." She added, "Now, please let me go. I risk ruining the clay." Having received the affirmation he sought, Yan Hao finally released her, casting a victorious glance at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he had said nothing in response. This chief Yan Hao was indeed a born tyrant with a penchant for battle. Fortunately, he had no intention of clashing with the Yan Hao tribe. Otherwise, Yan Hao would undoubtedly cause him more headaches than Song Ming of the Song Wolf tribe. Not daring to linger, he hastened toward his fellow tribesmen, who were diligently learning to use the pottery wheel under Chung and Ning's guidance. One by one, clay pieces were rapidly fashioned, proving to be several times more efficient than manual crafting. With this invention, the creation of pottery had become far less laborious. Indeed, what previously required 3 people could now be accomplished by just 2. Allowing us to save time from many other tasks. This pottery wheel is truly a remarkable tool. The members of the Yuan Ling tribe watched in delight as the clay pieces took shape, frequently expressing their admiration. Seeing her tribesmen learn so swiftly, Chung and Ning instructed them to create more pottery wheels while she approached Yuan Qi and inquired, "Chief Yuan Qi, do any of your tribesmen possess the skill to craft larger pottery?" "Larger pottery?" Yuan Qi paused, then pointed to a ceramic jar approximately half a meter tall, and asked, "Would something like this suffice?" Chung and Ning shook her head. "Too small. It needs to be twice as large." twice as large. Yuan Shi was somewhat puzzled by her terminology that we need a vessel capable of holding the equivalent of 3 such jars. We refer to it as a ceramic vat, Cheng and Ning clarified. A ceramic vat? That size? No, it cannot be done, as it would collapse midway through the process. Yuan Shi pondered, reflecting on the limitations of their current capabilities. Just then, a member of the Yuan Ling tribe raised his head and responded. Yuan Shi, noticing this, beckoned him over and turned to introduce him to Cheng and Ning and the inquisitive Yan Hao. This is Yuan Shao, our tribe's most skilled potter, well-versed in the art of pottery. Chief Yan Hao and Ning, Yuan Shao approached respectfully. Cheng and Ning regarded the short, dark, and lean tribesman with a smile and asked, Yuan Shao, could you share how you shape larger clay pieces? I generally use the piling method. First, I create a sturdy base, then gradually stack the clay on top. However, this approach is quite cumbersome, and I cannot pile too high, or the clay will crumble. With my current skills, the largest I can produce is a ceramic jar. Yuan Shao lamented, reflecting on his past experiences with a hint of regret at the limitations of his craft. I might have a method worth trying. Would you be willing to help me create a ceramic vat twice the size of a jar? Cheng and Ning proposed, looking at Yuan Shao. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded, absolutely. And Ning, can you truly make larger pottery? Let's give it a try. Cheng and Ning gestured for Yuan Shao to join her. And together they commenced the task of crafting a ceramic vat. Due to its considerable size, the work proved somewhat strenuous for the two, prompting Yan Hao and Yuan Shi to step in and assist. Cheng and Ning's technique differed somewhat from Yuan Zhao's. While they both began with a similar base, the walls of the vat were constructed using a spiraling method that effectively prevented the clay from crumbling. Although the process still required 2 or 3 people to help, they successfully created the clay piece in the end. Gazing at the vat that towered over them, Yuan Shao was filled with astonishment. After years of pottery making, he had never crafted something of this magnitude, and it brought him immense joy. Unfortunately, our kiln is a bit small. We can probably fire only 3 vats at a time, but it's still quite impressive. Cheng and Ning surprisingly felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Yuan Shao, however, looked at her with admiration and exclaimed, and Ning, you have done remarkably well. We seasoned potters cannot compare to your skill. The Huaxia tribe is indeed formidable. You flatter me. You are quite skilled as well. Remember this spiraling technique. Once you're back in your tribe, you can teach the others how to make ceramic vats. It will be helpful for storing food in the future. Cheng and Ning reminded him with a smile. Food? Yuan Shao seemed perplexed by the term. Cheng and Ning nodded. Food refers to crops that can be cultivated in abundance, stored easily, and are quite delicious. Really? Does the Yan Hao tribe have such crops? Yuan Shao inquired, his face lighting up with hope that plant-based food was the most cherished sustenance among the Yuan Ling tribe. Yet every year, their reserves fell short for winter, forcing them to rely on meager meat supplies, which many tribesmen were reluctant to consume if they could cultivate a food source that could be stored in abundance. It would alleviate their worries about sustenance in the future. Cheng and Ning perceived the excitement radiating from Yuan Zhao's eyes and assured him, our tribe is currently experimenting with cultivation. Your tribe will have it in the future. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain his gratitude. And Ning, thank you. And thank you, Chief Yan Hao. You are both kind-hearted individuals, unlike the Tsang Wolf tribe and the Golden Snake tribe. They are far too wicked and always steal our belongings. Cheng and Ning recalled another matter that had been postponed, the creation of armor and weapons for the tribesmen, remembering that a certain material for crafting armor was located near the territory of the Yuan Ling tribe. She turned to Yuan Shi and asked, Chief Yuan Shi, I have heard that there are short trees known as thatch palms to the north of your territory. Is that correct? Yuan Shi was taken aback by this inquiry and responded, Yes, and Ning, how do you know? Have you visited that thatch palm forest? Cheng and Ning shook her head, offering no further explanation, but instead inquired again, that thatch palm forest belongs to your Yuan Ling tribe. Correct? Yuan Shi nodded. Indeed, that forest does belong to our tribe. However, the thatch palms are incredibly hard, and their leaves are long and needle-like, making them difficult to gather and cut down, thus rendering them of little practical use. If it weren't for this, a small tribe like ours would not occupy such land. Unexpectedly, Cheng and Ning smiled and said, Chief Yuan Shi, since your tribe has no use for it, Why not exchange the rights to that thatch palm forest with our Yan Hao tribe? I will offer you our food seeds in return, allowing your Yuan Ling tribe to cultivate millet next warm season, thereby establishing a supply of food for your needs. What do you think? Chapter 38. Just trust me upon hearing this. Yuan Shi's face first lit up with delight, but he soon hesitated, saying, Ning, are you serious? It was not that Yuan Shi was overly suspicious, but rather that the thatch palm forest seemed to serve little purpose. The wood was virtually unusable, and the leaves were sharp, with the greatest utility being the fallen leaves for kindling, which were also quite painful to handle. To claim that the forest was utterly useless would not be an exaggeration. Yet why would Ning be willing to trade precious food seeds for it? He recalled having heard Cheng and Ning mention the process of planting millet before, realizing that land clearing and sowing were necessary for cultivation. Thus, without seeds, they could not grow millet. The importance of seeds was evident, making Cheng and Ning's willingness to part with such a valuable resource for barren land seem unfathomable. It felt like an enormous loss for the Yan Hao tribe. Not only Yuan Shi, but even Yan Hao was perplexed and immediately turned to Cheng and Ning, asking, Ning, that thatch palm is of little use. This exchange is quite lopsided. Are you aware? In response, Cheng and Ning raised her hand to rest on Yan Hao's arm, soothing him. I assure you, this exchange is not a loss for us. Do you trust me? Not a loss? Yan Hao gazed at Cheng and Ning with a puzzled expression and speculated. You can't possibly be considering the beasts in that forest, can you? Listen to me, there are only flying birds and tiny creatures like the great-tailed beast in that forest. They're so small that once skinned, there is hardly a palm's worth of meat left. They are slippery and difficult to catch. It is hardly worth the effort. Cheng and Ning shook her head, amused, thinking how this fellow was always preoccupied with food. How? I cannot explain everything to you right now. That I will tell you tonight when we return. Just trust me. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and finally said, All right, since you insist it is not a loss. Then let us proceed with the exchange. Cheng and Ning, seeing Yan Hao's agreement, turned to Yuan Shi and asked, Leader Yuan Shi, are you willing to exchange with my tribe? Yuan Shi regarded the two of them, pondering for quite some time before responding with a hint of regret in his smile, Of course. I am willing, but I fear you may end up losing out. How about this? In the future, you may freely come to fish in the river west of our territory, as our Yuanling tribe does not particularly enjoy fish. It would be better trade for some vegetarian fare. Cheng and Ning smiled in response, saying, In that case, I thank you, Leader Yuan Shi. I should be thanking Leader Yan Hao, and you, and Ning. If it weren't for your generosity, I would not be able to procure so much Tian can for my people. Let us not stand on ceremony. This is a voluntary trade, and we owe each other nothing. Although Yuan Shi could not fathom what Ning intended to do with the Maolong forest, he was willing to exchange since she assured him it would not be a loss. For the Yuanling tribe, that patch of Maolong forest was insignificant compared to their ample food supplies. Very well, it is settled then. Let us go. The pottery has nearly been completed, and we should move it over to begin the firing process. Having finalized the trade, Cheng and Ning appeared quite pleased. Noticing the numerous pottery pieces made by her tribesmen, she proposed this. Agreed. Yuan Shi nodded, instructing several of his tribesmen to follow him to the kiln, patiently guiding the Yan Hao tribe members as they commenced pottery firing. The tribesmen were earnest in their learning, starting with smaller pottery items, progressing to larger pieces, and finally crafting the largest jars and basins. The varying sizes of the pottery necessitated different firing durations and temperatures. The smaller items took as little as half a day, whereas the jars and basins required a full 4 days to complete. However, the first batch of pottery from the Yan Hao tribe was finally produced, marking their tribe's initial steps toward civilization, which brought great comfort to Cheng and Ning that on the night before the pottery firing, both Yan Hao and Cheng and Ning stayed awake, vigilantly watching over the kiln and monitoring the various nuances of the pottery firing process, ensuring that in the future, their tribesmen would become more familiar with the craft. Yan Hao then arranged for his people to take turns guarding the kiln, as the fire could not be extinguished while firing the larger pottery, necessitating dedicated supervision. Once everything was arranged, Cheng and Ning, under Yan Hao's persistent urging, finally revealed to him the reason for exchanging the Maolong forest with the Yuanling tribe. She intended to utilize the Maolong tree bark to craft equipment for her people. In the barbaric equipment system, there happened to be a type of Maolong armor, boasting a defense coefficient exceeding 8. All wooden and bone weapons in the wilderness could not penetrate the remarkably tough bark of the Maolong tree. Additionally, the needle-like leaves of the Maolong tree could be fashioned into a type of weapon akin to sleeve arrows, possessing an attack and lethality rating above 7. Yan Hao, upon hearing Cheng and Ning's introduction of the Maolong armor and arrows, was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape, his eyes sparkling with profound interest that even surpassed his passion for food. Cheng and Ning could not help but chuckle inwardly, finding it rare that something other than food could captivate this glutton. How? Let us keep the armor matter from the tribesmen for now. I know many in the tribe believe that exchanging food for the Maolong forest is unwise, but that's all right. Let us surprise them later when the equipment is ready. What do you think? Cheng and Ning exhibited a rare playfulness, and Yan Hao readily agreed, nodding eagerly. Sure, I'll follow your lead. After several busy days, Cheng and Ning began to feel somewhat fatigued. Once she had explained everything, she could not resist leaning against Yan Hao's warm and sturdy chest, her small hand resting on his shoulder as she softly murmured, Hao, I have several important plans for the tribe. First, planting millet. Second, crafting pottery. Third, making equipment. Fourth, producing charcoal. That should suffice for now. Any more, and I truly will be overwhelmed. Planting millet would ensure our people did not go hungry. Crafting pottery would allow for food storage. Producing charcoal was essential for warmth in winter. And making equipment was crucial for the tribe's defense. With these measures in place, the quality of life of the tribe would improve on multiple fronts. Fortunately, with the technical support from the Yuanling tribe, the pottery crafting proceeded smoothly, requiring little of Cheng and Ning's concern. The millet was also growing well. The Maolong forest's resources, once harvested, would provide bark for armor, needle leaves for weapons, and wood for charcoal, an all-encompassing benefit. With ample space, a supportive system, and Yan Hao, a fortunate boon to the tribe, even while injured, her days in the wilderness should not be too arduous. With thoughts of a promising future, Cheng and Ning drifted into slumber with a smile. Yan Hao, watching the sweetly sleeping Cheng and Ning nestled in his embrace, felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He gently lifted her onto the bed, wrapping her warmly in his arms as they both descended into dreams, finding this life even sweeter than honey. Outside Yan Hao's wooden house, Ping glared enviously at the tightly shut door, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. And no longer did she hold the privilege of speaking within the tribe. The last time she had suggested not exchanging Tian Can, she was rebuffed by Yan Hao. Once, he would discuss matters with her. Now, he always consulted Ning, catering to her whims regardless of the outcome. From a once coveted princess adored by all to a pitiful figure ignored by many, how could she bear it? Cheng and Ning, just you wait. This time, I shall ensure you face the consequences. After casting one last glance at the wooden house, Ping departed, shrouded in darkness. Chapter 39. A slightly disturbed countenance the following day. Cheng and Ning surprisingly rose late. Upon awakening, she noticed that the sun outside had already climbed high in the sky. Enough. No more talking. I said the exchange is final. This is the decision of a leader, not a Ning's. Leader. Enough. Anyone who disagrees can challenge me to a duel. If you win, I shall take your place. Outside the wooden house, a heated argument seemed to erupt. She quickly dressed and stepped outside, only to see Yan Hao not far from the door, engaged in a dispute with someone, his tense posture indicating his anger. Yan Hao. Cheng and Ning called out softly as she walked towards him, unsure of what was happening. Upon hearing her voice, Yan Hao immediately turned, and upon noticing Cheng and Ning emerging in her thin attire, he hurried over, admonishing, Why are you out without a warmer coat? What if you fall ill? Without waiting for Cheng and Ning to respond, he rushed back into the house and quickly re-emerged with a silver fox fur. Draping it over her shoulders, the weather has turned cold. Remember to wear more layers when you wake up. Do you understand? If you forget next time, I will have to punish you. Yan Hao took Cheng and Ning's hand and felt her icy fingers, instantly adopting a fierce tone. I understand. Cheng and Ning murmured, obediently tying the fur around herself. then glancing at the several tribesmen nearby, who appeared somewhat uneasy. How? What were you discussing with them? Is there an issue? You were quite loud just now, and it woke me. Nothing urgent. Let's go inside, being mindful of catching a chill. Yan Hao quickly replied, pulling Cheng and Ning into his embrace as they headed towards the wooden house. Casting a warning glance back at the tribesmen. How? I noticed those tribesmen looked a bit off. What do they want from you? Nothing of great importance. Cheng and Ning remained suspicious, turning to confirm, but Yan Hao swiftly pressed her head against his chest. Guiding her back into the house, it's too stifling. I can't breathe. Let me go. Cheng and Ning protested, managing to wriggle free from Yan Hao's embrace, only to find herself back on the bed. Get some more sleep. Yan Hao pulled a thick layer of fur over her. Cheng and Ning, exasperated yet amused, retorted, but I just got up. However, Yan Hao frowned and touched her face, saying, You don't look well. Did you not sleep properly last night? Cheng and Ning skeptically felt her face, responding, Not at all. I slept quite well. I didn't feel cold when you woke up, but you appear weary. It must be that the tribe has worn you out these past few days. No arguments. Lie down and sleep until your complexion improves. Yan Hao, in a rather domineering manner, pushed Cheng Anning back onto the bed, meticulously covering her with a fur blanket. His clumsy yet considerate demeanor melted Cheng Anning's heart. Initially unwilling to sleep any longer, she found it difficult to resist his evident concern and reluctantly settled into the warmth of the blankets. All right then, I'll rest for a little while longer. Please wake me later, she instructed softly before gradually closing her eyes. To her surprise, what she anticipated to be a restless night quickly turned into a deep slumber. When she finally awoke, it was already afternoon. To her astonishment, Yan Hao remained in the wooden cabin, diligently heating food in a beaker, awaiting her. The enticing aroma wafting through the air had roused her from her dreams. That I'm so hungry. What delicious dish have you prepared? How? Cheng Anning rubbed her eyes and stretched her neck, swallowing hard. Yan Hao chuckled as he rose to sit beside her, gently wiping her hands and face with a warm fur while replying. You've been sleeping for half the day. Naturally, you'd be hungry that I wanted to wake you at noon, but seeing you in such a deep slumber, I couldn't bring myself to do it so. I kept the food warm for you. If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have had to shake you awake. It seems I've been too tired these past few days, Cheng Anning admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Generally, she had good stamina, but the worries of late had left her feeling unusually weak. If you're tired, then just rest at home. There's no need to venture outside. Your complexion still appears somewhat pallid. After you finish eating, stay here and recuperate in the cabin, Yan Hao insisted. Having cleaned her up, he personally brought her a bowl of rich fish soup, feeding her bite by bite that I can manage on my own. I'm not unwell. You make me feel as if I were sick, Cheng Anning said, slightly flustered as she reached for the soup, but Yan Hao refused to relinquish it, sternly admonishing her, with your body in such a frail state. Don't act tough. Sit still. I'll feed you. All right, she acquiesced. Apart from her mother, no one had ever cared for her in such a manner, leaving her heart a tumult of emotions. Yan Hao, typically rough and unruly, revealed an unexpectedly gentle and considerate side, much to her surprise and delight. Thanks to his attentive care, her appetite flourished. She consumed 2 bowls of fish soup and an entire river fish before finally feeling satisfied. Oh, I'm so full. I can hardly move, she lamented, collapsing back onto the bed. Yan Hao set aside the bowl and spoon, lying beside her, pinching her cheek playfully. If you can't move, just continue lying there. After all, we have no pressing matters today. What about the pottery kiln? Cheng Anning instinctively nestled into Yan Hao's embrace, inquiring softly. Yinli is overseeing matters at the kiln, so you needn't worry that I checked the experimental fields this morning, and everything is in good order. I had Yin Yu deliver a large bundle of grass for the little horned beast. That should suffice for a day.as for the Palm Grove. I sent Yin, E, and others there. The chief of the Yuan tribe assured me they would assist with the logging. There's no rush. We'll take down as many trees as we can manage, Yan Hao recounted, reviewing his plans. However, upon glancing down, he noticed that Cheng Anning had once again drifted into a light slumber in his arms. Unable to suppress a smile, he gently pulled the fur blanket over her. Yan Hao remained with Anning for some time, ensuring her breathing was steady and deep in sleep, before cautiously rising and quietly exiting the cabin. Once outside, Yan Hao intended to check on the pottery kiln, but he soon spotted a group of tribesmen whispering among themselves. Igniting a surge of anger within him, he initially considered confronting them. But recalling the instigator of the situation, he swiftly turned towards the screen's cabin, kicking open the door to the screen's cabin in a fit of fury. He found Yin Gang, bare-chested, hastily rising in alarm. Upon seeing Yan Hao enter, he awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, "Chief, what brings you here? Are you looking for the screen? Perhaps you should." Yan Hao shot him a fierce glare, his voice dripping with irritation as he barked, "Get out. I have matters to discuss with the screen." "Yes, I'll leave immediately." Yin Gang, frightened and covered in cold sweat, hurriedly snatched a pelt from the bedside and fled the cabin. Once alone with the screen, Yan Hao glanced over to find her similarly half-naked, draped in a single pelt, her sun-kissed skin exuding an alluring charm as she reclined on the bed. "How? Why have you come?" "Honestly, if I had known you were visiting, I wouldn't have sent Yin Gang over." The screen gazed at him with a flirtatious expression, her words laden with unspoken desire. Yet, Yan Hao remained unfazed by the tantalizing sight before him. With a stern expression, he seized a pelt from a nearby stool and tossed it over her face, commanding, "Put on some clothes and come out. I have something to discuss with you." Without another glance, he turned to leave. However, in the next moment, the screen leaped from the bed and embraced Yan Hao from behind. "How? What's wrong? Didn't you come to see me? Why are you leaving? Don't you like me? I've waited for you so long. Please stay with me," she pleaded, burying her face in his broad back, her voice tinged with desperation. "Let go." Yan Hao's face twisted in distaste as he forcefully pried her off. Turning his back to her, "Screen, I didn't come here for that. I have no interest in mating with you. I have other matters to discuss. Get dressed and come out. I'll be waiting outside." Without hesitation, he strode away. Yan Hao, the screen, unwilling to relent, immediately rushed after him, slamming the door shut behind her to block his exit. Yan Hao's expression darkened as he growled, "Yin Ping, are you trying to force me to expel you from the tribe? Move aside. I want tea. How? We grew up together. You promised we would always be together. But now that Anning is here, you've forgotten about me, and you even conspired with her against me. After all these years, how can you abandon me? What makes Anning better than me? Please, Hao, grant me just one chance. I promise, just once I want tea, let Anning know. I want tea, breathe a word to her, please." Tears streamed down Yin Ping's face as she clung tightly to his arm, pleading earnestly. Yet, Yan Hao remained unmoved, shaking off her grasp with a cold retort. "I've told you before, I only want Anning as my mate. Did you not hear me? I promised Anning that I would never betray her, and I intend to keep that promise. I will not seek another mate, regardless of whether she knows or not. Yin Ping, considering our past connection, I won't hold this against you this time. But if you ever incite the tribe against Anning again, I will show you no mercy." With that, Yan Hao forcefully pushed Yin Ping aside and stormed out. He had originally come to confront Yin Ping regarding the morning's incident when the tribesmen questioned Anning's actions. Suspecting her involvement, if so, he intended to reprimand her thoroughly. But now it was clear that she had intentionally stirred trouble among the tribesmen to draw him in, aiming to ensnare him while keeping Anning in the dark. He had sworn to Anning that he would never wrong her, and no matter what schemes Yin Ping employed, he would remain resolute. Anning had toiled for the tribe to the point of illness. How could he allow her to suffer further heartache at this juncture? If he would acquiesce to Yin Ping, he would be disgusted with himself. After storming out of Yin Ping's cabin, she stood frozen in place, tears still staining her cheeks, but her expression now twisted with anger and despair. Despite her attempts to seduce Yan Hao, he remained steadfast, indicating that he was resolutely determined to reject her. The males of the tribe were typically easily swayed, yet in the face of her advances, Yan Hao had managed to resist, leaving her fully aware of her bleak prospects. But how could she accept this? The male who once belonged to her had been stolen by Anning. The glory that was rightfully hers had been snatched away by Anning. The contributions she had made were also claimed by Anning. Now, she was left with nothing, consumed by a desire to eliminate that wretched foreign female. But she could not act on such impulses. If she did so, her fate would be sealed. Yan Hao would not spare her, and the chief would certainly not show her any mercy. What could she do to eliminate Anning without drawing suspicion? At this moment, Yin Ping's mind was consumed with vengeful thoughts, even contemplating the use of outsiders to dispose of Anning. Completely oblivious to the fact that she too was a member of the tribe, and that such actions would lead to dire consequences if discovered. All that occupied her thoughts was the desire for revenge. Fierce and unyielding. When Chung Anning awoke, the sun had already begun its descent in the western sky, though it was not yet time for dinner. Yan Hao was absent from her side, likely occupied with some errand. Anning rose from her slumber, stretched languidly, and felt a surge of vitality. After donning her attire, she descended from her bed to engage in some physical activity. Her body no longer felt limp and weak, and her mind was free from the fog of drowsiness, invigorating her spirit once more. Reflecting on the time, she realized there was little she could accomplish, so she decided to retreat to the laboratory to resume her research. A few days prior, some clan members had returned from foraging, bringing her several plants, one of which bore a resemblance to a white radish. The plant seemed somewhat tender, and she needed to conduct further tests. If it truly was a white radish, it would be a delightful discovery. After immersing herself in her studies for half the day, she finally confirmed that the plant was indeed a white radish. Chung Anning was overjoyed and promptly tidied her workspace, eager to share the good news with Yan Hao. However, as she exited the laboratory, she found Yan Hao pacing anxiously within the wooden cabin, his expression etched with worry. "Yan Hao," Chung Anning called out with delight, but before she could utter another word, Yan Hao rushed over and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Where have you been?" "In the lab? I thought you had vanished for ages. Do you have any idea?" His tone, typically brusque, was laced with a palpable concern that set it apart from his usual demeanor. "That I'm sorry. When I woke up and didn't see you, I went to the lab for a bit. I got distracted by the plant that the clan members brought back, and before I knew it, time had slipped away." Chung Anning reassured him, sensing a tremor in his grip and the intensity of his embrace, which caused her a hint of discomfort. Yet, she refrained from expressing any pain or asking him to loosen his hold. Instead, gazing out at the darkening sky beyond the door, letting out a soft sigh. "Could you please let me know the next time you go in? I was worried sick." After a lengthy moment, Yan Hao finally released her, though his expression remained troubled. Chung Anning observed his discontent with growing suspicion. Ever since the incident when she had last ventured into the lab and he had frantically searched for her, he had not displayed such concern in quite some time. She had taken him into the lab on several occasions, but he always managed to break something, which led her to refrain from bringing him back. Yan Hao, aware of his missteps, held no grudge against her. Whenever she stayed indoors, and there was no one else around, he instinctively knew she had retreated to the lab and had little reason to worry. But this time was different. He had just returned from Yin Ping, aware of her malintent, and feared that Anning might encounter some mishap, hence his heightened anxiety. Chung Anning was oblivious to these undercurrents but sensed Yan Hao's distress. She took the initiative to embrace him again, offering an apology that "It's my fault. Next time I go in, I'll leave a marker so you'll know I'm safe. All right?" At last, Yan Hao's expression softened as he took Chung Anning's hand, asking, "That sounds good, but what kind of marker will you make?" Anning pondered for a moment. Since Yan Hao couldn't read, she could only create a special sign. She rummaged through the room and found a piece of hemp rope. Fashioning it into a heart knot and hanging it on a wooden peg by the bee, "In the future, when I enter the lab, I'll hang this heart knot here. When you see it, you'll all know I'm all right. How does that sound?" Yan Hao curiously examined the knot she had crafted, and a broad smile broke across his face. "All right, this knot is lovely. What do you call it?" "It's a heart knot. It signifies eternal unity, representing a couple-s bond. Always together, never to part," Chung Anning explained, deliberately slowing her speech to "yes." She pronounced the word husband. She tapped Yan Hao's chest, and when she said wife, she pointed to her own heart, ensuring he grasped the significance of these terms. "Husband, wife, eternal unity," Yan Hao echoed, as if comprehending, and he pulled her into a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Yes, this heart knot will be our symbol." Chapter 41. The leader belongs to Anning alone. Seeing Yan Hao so elated, Anning finally felt a sense of relief. This revered beast of hers could rebel if not appeased, so winning his favor was essential to continue her research. Chung Anning discovered that Yan Hao not only enjoyed their intimate moments, but also cherished various tokens that represented their bond. Once he received such gifts, he would light up with excitement, much like a child receiving candy. Understanding this, Anning devised more ways to endear herself to him, sparing herself the exhaustion of physical displays of affection. She realized she needed to engage her intellect more and rely on her body less, reserving energy for her pursuits. After all, with so many rare plants flourishing in this world, she was eager to study them. Suddenly reminded of her successful research on the white radish, she pulled Yan Hao along, saying, "Hao, come with me to the lab. I have something to show you." "What is it?" Yan Hao asked, reluctantly releasing the heart knot as he turned to follow her. "It's a type of vegetable. An edible plant called a daikon or white radish," Chung Anning explained, tilting her head to, "Vegetable? Daikon." Yan Hao furrowed his brow, scratching his head, puzzled by the peculiar name. "Just come in, and I'll show you." Chung Anning didn't elaborate further and led him into the lab, where she displayed several tiny radish seedlings growing in a nurturing box so small. "And you call it a daikon, with just a few leaves? It wouldn't even fill a tooth gap?" Yan Hao scoffed upon seeing them. Chung Anning chuckled as she clarified, "They aren't fully grown yet, and we eat the roots, not the leaves." "Roots? How could roots be tastier than leaves?" "The leaves are tender and juicy, while the roots are dry and earthy. Who would want to eat that?" Yan Hao retorted, unceremoniously tugging at one of the seedlings, pointing out its dirt-covered roots. "Hey, you can't just pull it out like that," Chung Anning exclaimed, exasperated as she placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. This guy lacked creativity, but possessed an astonishing capacity for destruction. She was utterly flabbergasted. I'll help you replant it." Seeing Chung Anning's cheeks puffed in frustration, Yan Hao sheepishly smiled and promptly pushed the seedling back into the nurturing box. His rough handling left the delicate little plant in a pitiful state, resembling a wilted eggplant. Yan Hao. Chung Anning was on the verge of losing her temper. After vowing for the umpteenth time never to bring him into the lab again, she huffed, "Don't be upset. Tomorrow, I'll have someone bring back 10 more seedlings." Realizing he had caused another mishap, Yan Hao hurriedly embraced Chung Anning, apologizing. "Humph, plants have lives too, you know. Look at what you did. You've killed it when it's still so small." Chung Anning fumed, pushing him away as she tenderly stroked the forlorn seedling, her voice filled with indignation. "Well, once it grows up, it would have been eaten anyway, right? Don't be sad. I'm just sparing it from suffering." Yan Hao replied, grinning nonchalantly. Chung Anning shot him a disapproving glance. "From now on, you're not allowed to touch my seedlings." "Got it. I promise." Yan Hao quickly acquiesced. Seeing his earnestness, Chung Anning's anger subsided. She continued to elucidate, "Don't let its current size fool you. Eventually, its roots will grow large and plump. If it receives proper nutrition, it could reach over 2 feet long. Once I nurture the seedlings properly, I'll transplant them into our experimental field. By winter, when they mature, we'll have fresh radishes to enjoy." "Winter is quite cold, right? Can they still grow?" Yan Hao asked, astonished. "Of course. They're very cold-resistant and can thrive even in winter. Just wait. This winter, we'll have plenty of fresh ingredients, and I'll cook delicious meals for you." "Great." Yan Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contentedly wrapped his arms around Anning and returned to the wooden cabin. His interest in food ranked third in his interests for charming Anning. Anning's efforts were clear and methodical, likely the reason why Yan Hao consistently indulged her without reservation and placed his trust in her. Yan Hao's affection for Anning stirred envy among many females in the tribe, especially Yin Ping, who began scheming against Anning once she realized she could never attain Yan Hao. Recent foraging efforts had significantly enriched the tribe's stores, and Yan Hao was generous, distributing extra food to the clan members daily. "Everyone, eat up. This is food specially allocated by the leader. We've never had this before. Indeed, thanks to Anning, we can enjoy 3 meals a day. I heard that people in the Huaxia tribe eat 3 meals, which is why they are so clever. I'm so envious of Anning. She is beautiful and intelligent, and the leader treats her so well." "Look, the leader is personally delivering food to Anning." Several females sat around the campfire, dining and engaging in light-hearted conversation. One keen-eyed female noticed Yan Hao carefully carrying a tray of food towards the wooden hut. and a flicker of envy sparked in her eyes. Indeed, every night the leader consorted with Anning. Such was the greatest delight for a female of rank. The leader possessed a splendid physique and unmatched strength. How enviable it was for Anning to be in his company daily. Alas, there was no point in lingering on such thoughts. The leader belonged solely to Anning, impervious to the desires of others. The other females gazed longingly at Yan Hao's robust form, their eyes reflecting a profound mix of affection and regret. "Let us finish our meal and return to weaving the Remy garments." One called out, "The demand for clothing among our kin has surged, and if we do not expedite our production, we shall not meet their needs." After the meal, a female named Yinji directed the others gathered by the fire to start twisting the Remy fibers into fabric. Recently, the tribe had collected a bountiful supply of Remy, and upon seeing it, Anning had been overjoyed, immediately instructing the tribespeople to gather more, asserting its potential for fabric making. While some were skeptical, the leader had unwavering faith and promptly sent out parties to collect the Remy. In recent days, the males of the tribe ventured out each morning to gather more Remy, while the females worked diligently in the afternoons, twisting the collected fibers into ropes, fashioning Remy sandals, and weaving Remy cloth to create garments. Anning had taught them the craft, integrating it with existing techniques within the tribe, gradually forming a dedicated sewing task. Although the Remy garments did not provide the warmth of animal skins, they served to cover the body and could be fashioned into various styles, complementing the fur attire for enhanced warmth in winter. Just days ago, the tribe successfully produced Remy cloth and even fashioned a few simple long robes, with some members beginning to try them on. Out of curiosity, many rushed to test the new attire. However, the scene was somewhat disconcerting, as the tribe's members did not shy away from the mingling of genders. In plain sight, they shed their furs to try on the garments. Leaving Chung Anning in a state of acute embarrassment, it was Yan Hao who discerned her discomfort and chastised the tribespeople for taking the Remy clothing back to their own huts to change. Due to the affection many held for him, Yan Hao instructed the tribe to produce additional garments, hoping each individual would have at least one set. Consequently, the females busied themselves with twisting Remy and sewing garments. Sets of long robes, short jackets, pants, and skirts emerged gradually, satisfying the vanity of the tribe. At this juncture, anyone still clad in animal skins with bare shoulders would be deemed at fault and thus denied distribution of the Remy garments. Chung Anning marveled at how the tribe had transitioned from scant clothing and insufficient food to a state of ample attire and plentiful provisions, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Yet, she overlooked a well-known truth. Comfort breeds desires. With a life of ease, idle thoughts inevitably arose. Thus, when a female spotted Yan Hao intimately embracing Chung Anning as they emerged from the wooden hut, heading toward the experimental fields, the interrupted conversation resumed. "Oh, how I long to be the leader's female. That must be sheer bliss. Stop dreaming." With Anning around, Yan Hao would not look at anyone else. Just as this remark was made, a chilling voice interrupted from behind. Chapter 42. Schemes. Everyone looked up to see Yinping had approached unnoticed. Yinji immediately smiled and waved. "Ping, you've come. Join us." Yinping glanced at the other females before striding over to sit beside Yinji. Once settled, she picked up a piece of Remy cloth and scoffed. "What is so remarkable about this? Such thin, drafty clothing is hardly anything to boast of. How can it compete with animal skins for warmth? It is merely that Yan Hao places his trust in her. I suspect she harbors no good intentions." "Ping," Anning says, while the Remy garments may not provide warmth, they do cover the body and protect one's modesty. In winter, they can be worn in conjunction with animal skins, and when the warm season arrives, they can be worn alone without the itchiness of furs. A female patiently explained Anning's words to Ping. To this, Ping merely laughed derisively. What modesty is there to protect? All tribes of Shitsong were similarly. Why should she impose changes upon us? I believe she merely seeks to monopolize Yan Hao, crafting Remy garments for everyone to wear so that he remains uninterested in other females. Ping's reasoning held weight. Anning had many admirable qualities, yet her monopolization of the leader was a flaw, claiming it was the tradition of the Huaxia tribe that I suspect she fears that if another female becomes the leader's mate, she will vie for his favor. Yinji sighed. recalling the leader's robust physique, a longing in her heart, but then a wave of melancholy washed over her as she thought of Anning. Which female in the tribe did not wish to mate with the leader and bear his young? Anning's arrival had not only shattered Ping's dreams, but also those of many other females in the tribe. Indeed, if even Ping is outmatched by Anning, what hope do the others have? What a pity! If only the leader's mate were Ping, we could witness his strength. Exactly. Why should she prevent the leader from seeking other females? If it were Ping, it would not be so. Shh, speak quietly. Be wary of the leader overhearing and reprimanding you. You know how much he cherishes Anning. Do you dare to speak ill of her now? As the topic turned, the females were filled with discontent, prompting Yinji to quickly intervene that we are merely speaking the truth. Had Ping been the leader's female from the start, we could all mate with him by now. Asked Ping. Would she stop the leader from seeking other females? No sooner had Yinji spoken than another female retorted defiantly, redirecting the question to Yinping. The crowd immediately turned their gazes toward her. Yinping replied without hesitation, if I were Yan Hao's female, I certainly would not prevent him from seeking other females. Yan Hao is the strongest male in our tribe. How could one female suffice? See, I told you. Ping is the wisest and most generous female in our tribe. Anning cannot compare, a female chimed in. Indeed, she is an outsider. So fragile. The leader must feel quite burdened. Yet due to Anning's contributions to the tribe, he endures. Another female echoed. Indeed, how much has Yan Hao contributed to our tribe? We cannot allow him to suffer unduly. Another chimed in, suggesting they devise a way to assist him. As Yinping perceived the growing dissatisfaction among the group, she swiftly shifted the conversation. Yes, we should alleviate the leader's burdens. However, Anning would never agree. Exactly. If Anning were amenable, I would have approached the leader long ago. But now, we can only helplessly watch as she monopolizes and point two females. Disheartened by Yinping's words, lamented, there are two ways to become Yan Hao's female. One is to keep Anning in the dark, and the other is to drive her out of our Yan Hua tribe. Yinping surveyed the gathering, her eyes gleaming with cunning. What if she does something to anger the leader? Surely, he would grow to resent her, and then we would have our chance. A female who had long coveted Yan Hao's affections perked up, her eyes shining with newfound hope. But how can we provoke a quarrel between her and the leader? It must be something that truly infuriates him. Yinji asked, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Ping, you are so clever. Do you have a plan? Yes, Ping. You are eager to become the leader's female. Think of something, and we will follow your lead. The other females fixed their hopeful gazes upon Yinping. To incite Anning's ire against Yan Hao was no simple feat. Yinping beckoned several females to gather close, and they conspired in hushed tones, quickly reaching an agreement. Very well. It shall be done. In the following days, Anning busied herself darting about the tribe, flitting between the pottery kiln and the experimental fields, utterly occupied. Today, however, Yan Hao had chosen to remain and accompany Anning to inspect the millet seedlings. Anning squatted eagerly by the edge of the experimental field, pointing excitedly at the millet seedlings and exclaiming to Yan Hao, Look, our millet has grown so tall. I predict we shall harvest a bounty before winter sets in. And then we can use the millet to create a variety of dishes. And we can even brew rice wine. Rice wine, what is that? Is it delicious? Yan Hao inquired casually as he carefully examined the seedlings. Chung Anning smiled brightly and replied, Rice wine is a beverage meant for drinking, not eating. However, for the time being, we are unable to produce it. Why? Are there still things that a Ning cannot make? Yan Hao's attention was drawn back. The production of rice wine requires a suitable temperature, and as the weather grows colder, it remains unfeasible. Nonetheless, it may be for the best not to proceed with it at this moment, especially since their grain supplies are still quite limited. It would be wiser to store more for the winter and wait until they have ample reserves before attempting to make wine. Let us visit the pottery kiln. I have heard that Yin Yu has crafted a new vessel today, which has garnered the admiration of the clan, including even the original Ling tribe members. Let us go and take a look. After inspecting the seedlings, Chung and Ning pulled Yan Hao towards the pottery kiln, but unexpectedly, after just a few steps, Chung and Ning was suddenly overcome by dizziness and stumbled forward. And Ning, Fortunately, Yan Hao was quick-witted and promptly caught her, preventing her from falling. She leaned weakly against Yan Hao's embrace, and once the wave of weakness passed, she slowly opened her eyes. Yan Ning, you look a bit unwell. Are you too fatigued? Let us forego the trip to the pottery kiln. I shall carry you back to the wooden hut to rest. Yan Hao gazed at Cheng and Ning's face, which had turned somewhat pallid, with concern, and he gently lifted her in his arms. Cheng and Ning, too, felt the need for a thorough examination, as she had been frequently experiencing such episodes lately, often feeling inexplicably dizzy and weak. Leaving her puzzled about the cause, could it be that the increasingly cold weather was too much for her frail body to bear? It seemed imperative to start burning charcoal for warmth sooner rather than later. Shenwu Yi, how is Ning? Is she ill? After bringing Cheng and Ning back to the wooden hut, Yan Hao immediately summoned Yan Shun to examine her. Chapter 43. Absolutely not a normal phenomenon. Yan Hao felt a surge of anxiety, as he worried that Ning's delicate constitution would not withstand the winter. He had even brought forth the softest and finest pelts from the tribe to cover her, yet she still fell ill, causing him great distress. After a thorough examination, Shen Wuyi's expression revealed a sense of perplexity. Ning, have you eaten anything unusual lately? Unusual, not at all. Why do you ask, Shen Wuyi? Ning inquired. Puzzled, could it truly be that there was something wrong with her body? Upon hearing this, Shen Wuyi refrained from elaborating further, merely turning to Yan Hao and stating, Chief, Ning's health appears to be fine. It is likely due to overexertion in recent days. With adequate rest, she will soon return to health. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao felt relieved and, after seeing Shen Wuyi off, returned to the wooden hut to issue orders to Ning. From today onward, you are not to go anywhere. Simply rest in the wooden hut. I will manage the affairs of the tribe, and if there is anything you do not understand, I will come to consult you. Focus on recuperating, and you are not to enter the laboratory again. If I catch you sneaking in, you will face consequences. Cheng and Ning could not help but chuckle at his sternness, yet knowing his concern for her, she could only nod and smile wryly. Understood. With you being so fierce, how could I dare? My fierceness is for your own good. Yan Hao retorted immediately, you female are utterly disobedient. If I weren't fierce, who knows when you would slip away again? Cheng and Ning recalled the time she had sneaked into the laboratory without the heart knot, which had angered Yan Hao to the point of threatening to spank her. Fortunately, her visits had been brief, and she had exited before he became too anxious, but she had still been caught and reprimanded thoroughly. Sighing, she considered that she had grown accustomed to research. A day without interacting with test tubes and flasks left her feeling restless. It was not her intention to disobey. She simply could not control herself. However, she had indeed felt somewhat overwhelmed lately, with bouts of dizziness and weakness visiting her intermittently, leading her to suspect she might be suffering from some form of neurosis. Shen Wuyi's expression had seemed somewhat cryptic, yet he had claimed her health was fine. So Ning did not harbor doubts. It was only after 3 days of rest with no improvement in her symptoms that Cheng and Ning finally recognized a troubling issue. She might indeed be ill, rather than merely fatigued. Why else would she feel increasingly exhausted despite resting? The symptoms of dizziness and weakness were becoming more pronounced. No, she had to conduct a thorough examination herself. With that thought, Cheng and Ning rose, dressed, hung the heart knot by her bedside, and entered the laboratory. She recalled that she had a set of unopened blood testing apparatus gifted by a friend, which had remained stored in a corner since it was rarely needed, and now it would surely prove useful. After drawing her blood for examination, she exited the laboratory, knowing the results would take several hours. Worrying that Yan Hao might become anxious, she left the laboratory first, stowed the heart knot under her fur pillow, and then sat at the table, pulling out the notebook and carbon pen she had taken from the laboratory to begin her journal. Due to Yan Hao's insistence on her resting at home over the past few days, she had spent much time lying down yet unable to sleep, prompting her to write several essays documenting her life here. The Yinhu tribe seemed devoid of written language, or at least Ning had never seen any signs of it in the tribe, so she did not explain much about the concept of writing to Yan Hao. He was curious about new things, but lost interest quickly unless they held significant utility for the tribe. Otherwise, he would forget them within days. Thus, she did not expect him to grasp the intricacies of writing. For mastering it required diligence, and Yan Hao likely lacked the patience for such a pursuit. N Ning recorded her experiences since arriving in the tribe, and when noting the date, she inscribed the 8th day of the autumn in the beast calendar. Here, there was no precise concept of time. The tribe's members only recognized day and night. Daylight was referred to as day when the sun rose, while night descended as darkness fell and the moon rose, thus called night. The concepts of months, years, and the times of morning, noon, and evening were gradually understood by the tribe members only after Ning's arrival. Therefore, for the Yanhu tribe, who had a vague understanding of time, the notions of writing and calendars were far too profound, and Ning did not intend to delve deeply into explanations, opting instead to use simple daily habits to help them gradually grasp the concept of time. At this stage, survival remained paramount, and all else could be disregarded. This return to a natural way of life brought Cheng and Ning immense ease, as her mind was freed from material distractions, allowing her thoughts to become clearer and her research to flow more smoothly. Thus, her recent state of lethargy led her to finally harbor suspicions. Logically, she should be feeling lighter and more relaxed than during her previous modern life. And indeed, it had been so, but she could not pinpoint the moment when fatigue began to take hold of her so easily. Intermittent dizziness, pervasive weakness, and excessive sleepiness. This was decidedly not a normal phenomenon. While Shen Wui had claimed her health was fine and merely attributed her condition to fatigue, Cheng and Ning suspected it was not simply fatigue at play. Moreover, given Shen Wuyi's limited medical knowledge, it was entirely plausible that he could overlook something significant. Thankfully, she had the aid of her spatial abilities, and she should soon uncover the truth at 18 noon. Yan Hao returned with lunch, and, upon seeing Cheng and Ning in relatively good spirits, revealed a faint smile as he placed the food and pottery on the wooden table and settled beside her. Her complexion appeared somewhat improved, and her eyes had regained their luster. She would likely be well again after a few more days of rest. Yan Hao gently caressed her cheek, his eyes concealing a flicker of unspoken thoughts as he scrutinized her from every angle before finally speaking. Cheng and Ning stifled a laugh. Yan Hao's words seemed to serve as a form of self-comfort, for during this period of her poor health, he had shown remarkable restraint, going over 10 days without pressing her. She wondered when this fellow would surprise her again. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he would continue to hold back for a few more days. This was for the best, as she wished to ascertain the root of her ailment before revealing it to him. After all, should she unknowingly carry an ailment, she would not want to pass it on to him. That would be disastrous. The tribe's medical conditions were far too rudimentary. Should she contract any obscure illness, it would spell trouble. Thus, early prevention and treatment were the wisest course, as for Yan Hao. Enduring a few days of discomfort was of little consequence. With these thoughts in mind, she disregarded the glimmer in Yan Hao's eyes and drew him to the wooden table for their meal to divert his attention. She pointed at the food on the table and remarked, "Oh, today's meal looks quite sumptuous, with several more dishes than this morning. What is this? It resembles a pod." Cheng and Ning inquired as she gazed at a small bowl of tender green vegetables. "This is spoon bean. Once boiled, it is fresh, crisp, and very palatable. Give a try." Yan Hao lifted a small piece of spoon bean and fed it to Cheng and Ning. Her face lit up with delight as she chewed. Discovering that the pod was indeed tender and crisp, with a hint of sweetness, a delightful treat among the wild ingredients. Instantly intrigued, she grasped Yan Hao's hand and asked, "How? Please tell me, where did you find this spoon bean?" Chapter 44. Yan Hao has this too. You tell me first, is it tasty? Do you like it? Yan Hao teased, deliberately withholding the answer. Delicious. I love it. Now please tell me, where did the spoon bean come from? I am eager to cultivate seedlings, with the intention of eventually planting them in our experimental field. Cheng Anning exclaimed with a face full of excitement. Seeing Cheng Anning so joyful, her previous lethargy vanished, which in turn filled Yan Hao with delight. He then remarked, "This spoon bean, by the way, was acquired through your efforts. Our ability to enjoy such fresh vegetarian fare is a testament to your contributions to our tribe." "Me?" Cheng Anning replied, puzzled. She and T stepped outside for days. Ever since the last time she accompanied others to gather, she had been preoccupied with tasks within the tribe. How could this be your contribution? Have you forgotten the way you taught our tribesmen to make the signaling smoke? Later, I sent someone to deliver it to the Minglu tribe. They even asked our people to share with them the method you taught for lighting the wolf smoke. The leader of the Minglu tribe, Feng Zhu, was immensely pleased and thus sent a large basket of their unique culinary delight, the spoon bean, as a token of gratitude to our Yan Hao tribe. Yan Hao's face beamed with pride and satisfaction, his tone light-hearted. Anning is his female. Her contributions to the tribe naturally brought him joy. Observing Yan Hao's exuberance, Anning felt a rush of happiness and contemplated. Hao, I have a proposal, but I wonder if you would agree. Of course, what is your proposal? Speak freely. Yan Hao, initially a man of great pride who seldom entertained others' opinions, had changed since Chang Anning's arrival. Now, he eagerly listened to whatever Anning suggested, for she was backed by the formidable heritage of Huaxia civilization, and her decisions consistently yielded great benefits for the tribe. Thus, Yan Hao had grown accustomed to heeding her counsel and took immense pleasure in her exceptional capabilities. Naturally, he was inclined to comply with her wishes, provided they did not involve perilous endeavors. Chang Anning, both amused and exasperated, replied, I haven't even revealed what it is yet, and you're already agreeing? Yan Hao, however, dismissed her concerns casually, saying, You are my female, your ideas are my ideas. Why wouldn't I agree? After all, you always manage to surprise me. With that, as if to showcase their intimacy, he playfully pinched a spoon bean, taking a bite himself before feeding the remaining half into Anning's mouth. Come, let us dine first. We can converse afterward. Chang Anning nodded, smiling, and mirrored his actions, pinching a spoon bean to take a small bite before offering it to Yan Hao. As Yan Hao savored the morsel Anning had fed him, his spirits soared. He picked up his utensils, and the two engaged in a delightful exchange of feeding each other, quickly consuming a significant portion of the spread before them. Here, that's the last one, for you, Anning exclaimed, lifting the final spoon bean from the ceramic bowl and extending her hand toward Yan Hao. However, a mischievous glint flickered in Yan Hao's eyes as he opened his mouth wide and playfully swallowed, not just the bean, but Anning's fingertip as well. Chang Anning's face flushed crimson as she hastily attempted to retract her hand, only to be playfully restrained by Yan Hao, who licked the broth off her finger with unabashed delight, saying, This spoon bean is truly delicious. The broth is sweet. Anning, can you genuinely manage to cultivate it? His inquiry was earnest, yet his actions were undeniably flirtatious, leaving Anning momentarily dazed, her cheeks aflame as she gazed at Yan Hao's handsome visage. Noticing Anning's bashful demeanor, Yan Hao felt an uncontrollable surge of desire and could no longer restrain himself. He drew her into his embrace and pressed his lips against her soft mouth, yearning for the intimacy they had been deprived of for far too long. Yet just as their lips met, Chang Anning abruptly pushed him away, saying, Yan Hao, wait, I have something important to discuss with you. Let us discuss it later. Yan Hao disregarded her plea. His passions ignited beyond control as he swept Anning into his arms, pressing her onto the wooden bed, his hands eagerly reaching to unfasten her belt. Yan Hao, please, I truly have something serious to tell you. Get up. What could be more serious than this? He countered, his voice low and fervent. Anning, don't squirm. Just lie still. Yan Hao gazed into Chang Anning's eyes, his desire burning fiercely, his hands almost recklessly tearing at her garments. Just listen to me for a moment. Yan Hao, if you don't behave, I won't pay you any mind afterward. Chang Anning struggled against him, her heart racing with urgency, but her persistent resistance only served to irritate Yan Hao further. With a swift motion, he pinned her hand down against the side of the bed. A jolt of pain shot through her hand, and Chang Anning gasped, her face contorting in distress. Yet, lost in his own fervor, Yan Hao remained oblivious, continuing his fervent advances. The pain in her hand persisted, a sharp reminder of his unyielding grip, and Chang Anning could no longer contain her frustration. Yan Hao, let go. You're hurting me. Yet, Yan Hao, consumed by desire, refused to relent. Wasn't until he felt the warm trickle of blood seeping from her hand that he snapped back to reality. He turned his head to see the crimson stain, and his heart plummeted, all thoughts of passion vanishing in an instant. Anning, he exclaimed, quickly rising and releasing her hand, now cradling her left hand delicately. At that moment, a jagged gash marred the fair skin of Anning's hand, a clear result of his earlier roughness against the wooden edge of the bed. Blood flowed freely, weaving its way down to her swollen wrist. "Does it hurt?" "Anning, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Please, don't move. Let me fetch some medicine to bandage it." Seeing the distress on his face, Chung Anning's anger dissipated, replaced by concern for his remorseful expression. "Does it hurt? It's my fault. I was too hasty." "Anning, please don't be angry." Yan Hao clumsily wrapped her injured hand, his fingers trembling with care. In that moment, Chung Anning's ire vanished entirely. "It doesn't hurt. It's just that you were a bit too forceful earlier, and I was startled." Chung Anning gently caressed Yan Hao's tense face with her other hand, shaking her head softly. In truth, Yan Hao was typically quite disciplined and respectful towards her. When Chung Anning preferred intimacy at night, he had refrained from pursuing her during the day. Perhaps it was the prolonged suppression of his desires that had led to his sudden, rough behavior. "I apologize. I've been nearing my heat period, so I've been struggling to maintain control." Yan Hao settled beside Chung Anning, wrapping her in his embrace, allowing her to rest her delicate face against his chest. Listening to the wild rhythm of his heart. Heat period? Chung Anning was taken aback. "Is this something unique to you?" She was astonished, for such a phenomenon was typically associated with animals. Yet it dawned on her that as a member of the beast tribe, it was only natural for him to retain certain animalistic traits. Just as they had once relished in consuming raw meat and drinking animal blood, many male members of the tribe still engaged in such practices during hunts. However, due to Anning's aversion to the sight of blood, Yan Hao had strictly commanded his tribesmen to refrain from such actions in her presence. Upon their return, he had always been attentive towards her, though he exhibited a more dominant demeanor in certain matters. Regrettably, she lamented that she should not have pushed him away just now. Chapter 45. Shall we hold a women's assembly? Chung Anning felt a twinge of regret. Had she simply acquiesced him earlier, she wouldn't have ended up injured. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "What is there to discuss? It's not exactly a pleasant topic," he replied, an unusual discomfort evident in his demeanor. Chung Anning smiled shyly, her cheeks tinted pink as she said, "Then, how about I wait for you tonight?" Upon hearing this, Yan Hao once again enveloped her in his arms, stating, "Let us wait until you're feeling better. I can be patient." "Oh." Chung Anning nodded obediently, though she secretly resolved to uncover the cause of her ailment. She wondered if this beastly trait posed any harm to her health. It would be prudent to address her condition as soon as possible. Following this small interlude, the fiery urges within Yan Hao dissipated, and he reluctantly released Chung Anning after some time, stepping out of the wooden dwelling. Meanwhile, Chung Anning spent the afternoon contemplating the source of her affliction. Finally, upon receiving her blood test results, she was astonished to discover a significant presence of tranquilizers in her blood. But how could this be? Who had administered such a substance? Within the tribe, only Shen Wu, the healer, and she possessed knowledge of pharmacology. How could anyone have drugged her? Chung Anning was perplexed, and ultimately resolved to investigate the matter thoroughly. Before dinner, she stealthily exited the wooden house, making her way to the communal kitchen, where she concealed herself beneath the window to observe discreetly. This communal kitchen was an open wooden structure, in times past. The tribe's people gathered around the bonfire to prepare their meals. However, ever since the charcoal kiln was completed and charcoal began to be produced in batches in pursuit of tranquility, Yan Hao was entrusted with leading the tribe to construct a wooden house to serve as a charcoal storage facility. Coincidentally, with an abundance of timber available, Chung Anning suggested to Yan Hao that they build a communal kitchen. Within its walls, they fashioned a stove from stones and clay, using earthen pots and jars to cook their food. Furthermore, Chung Anning instructed Yan Hao to create a work table from thick stone slabs and to craft a wooden cutting board for slicing meat and vegetables. Additionally, she had the tribesmen polish a thin stone slab to serve as a makeshift griddle for frying and grilling. Thus, the culinary methods within the tribe evolved from mere roasting and boiling to encompass a full spectrum of frying, sauté, and various cooking techniques. The diversification of cooking skills, the increase in available ingredients, coupled with Anning's elaborate wilderness recipes, transformed the Yan tribe into a veritable culinary haven, surpassing even the original Ling tribe. Nowadays, When preparing food, the tribespeople prefer the communal kitchen, although the bonfire for roasting meat remains. It increasingly fails to satisfy their appetites. This communal kitchen has indeed brought considerable convenience to the tribe, but it has also provided opportunities for those with ill intentions. Chung Anning cautiously peeked into the kitchen, discovering that Yan Yue was preparing dinner with several females. The wooden house was filled with the tantalizing aroma of food, prompting Anning to hold her breath and carefully survey every corner of the kitchen. Eventually, she spotted her own meal on a table in one corner, but Anning's utensils were used exclusively by her, distinctly identifiable. Yet this very uniqueness made it easier for others to target her. She had never anticipated that such malicious deeds would manifest in her seemingly simple tribal life, and thus had not taken precautions. However, the perpetrator likely also did not foresee her discreet counter-surveillance. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to analyze their own blood and swiftly uncover the hidden truth. Indeed, it was not long before the shadowy figure behind this scheme emerged. When Yan Yue, accompanied by others, first served the meals to the great chief Yan Hao, a figure swiftly slipped into the deserted kitchen. Upon seeing this figure, Chung Anning furrowed her brow, as she could hardly believe that the one plotting against her was the usually silent and obedient Yinji. She watched as Yinji stealthily entered the kitchen, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then tiptoed to Anning's utensils. From her bosom, she produced a small, apple-shaped, pale green fruit and squeezed it vigorously, causing droplets of juice to seep into Anning's meal. After completing this act, Yinji quickly concealed the fruit back in her clothing and fled the scene. Observing this, Chung Anning promptly followed suit, soon discovering that Yinji had entered Yinping's wooden house. She stealthily concealed herself behind Yinping's abode, peering through the gaps in the wooden walls to spy on the interior. What she witnessed left her utterly astonished. For in the wooden house, besides Yinping and Yinji, there were 5 or 6 other females present. What were they up to? Holding a clandestine gathering. Ping, I've already administered the potion. Anning has been quite weak these past few days, and it has been over 10 days since I heard the chief mating with her. I suspect he can barely contain himself now. Yinji spoke with a hint of urgency. Really? That's wonderful. So what are we waiting for? Let us quickly arrange our next steps. Yinping replied, her face alight with excitement. Ping, do you think we might get caught? One female voiced her concern. How could that happen? I instructed you all to take turns administering the potion precisely to avoid detection. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. Yinping declared confidently, then turned to Yinji and said, Yinji, you must lure Yan Hao over tonight. All right, that's within my capability. Yinji nodded in agreement, then seemed to recall something, saying, Ping, do you truly intend to let a venomous snake bite you? What if there is danger? Yinping, brimming with pride, replied, Of course not. How could I seek a venomous snake? I merely need to find a non-venomous one to bite me, and then I'll apply some charcoal to create the illusion. Once Yan Hao comes to rescue me, I will surely find a way to keep him here. Ping, do you truly have a way to retain the chief? What is your plan? A curious female inquired. Yinping smiled triumphantly, stating, Yan Hao is nearing his mating season and hasn't mated with Anning in over 10 days. If I place a bowl of beast blood in the room, it will surely incite his lust. He might not even want to leave when the time comes. Ping, you are indeed clever with a brilliant plan. The female responded enviously. Then, I will bring Anning over, correct? Yinji cautiously confirmed. Mentioning Anning caused Yinping to sneer. Absolutely. Once Anning sees Yan Hao with me, she will undoubtedly explode with rage and confront him. Yan Hao detests discussing his mating season with others, so he certainly won't explain himself to Anning to AT that moment. You can fan the flames of their argument. There is no doubt they will clash. As long as they argue, the chief will surely grow disdainful towards Anning, and then he will belong to all of us. Hope gleamed in the eyes of Yinji and the other females. In truth, they did not wish to harm Anning. They merely desired to be the chief's chosen mate. They had long dreamed of bearing the chief's offspring. But ever since Anning's arrival, their aspirations had been thwarted. They were not intentionally targeting Anning. They simply sought to fulfill their own desires. At that moment, hiding behind the house, Anning finally comprehended the intentions of these females. She had never imagined that her relationship with Yan Hao would incite such discontent among the females, leading them to conspire against her. Truly, it was astonishing how much allure Yan Hao possessed to so utterly enchant these females. Cheng Anning quietly rose and left, feeling somewhat helpless as she returned to Yan Hao's wooden house. What should she do? Should she inform Yan Hao? If she did, she was uncertain how he would handle these individuals. If he were to become enraged and expel them from the tribe, it would only render her position within the tribe more awkward, and no, she needed to devise a plan to effectively address this matter. Chapter 46. Deception is not easy upon returning to the wooden house. Yin Yu soon brought the meal for her. Anning, the chief asked me to inform you that he took Yin Li and the others to the palm forest for logging this afternoon. He will return later, so you need not wait for him. You can eat on your own. Yin Yu explained attentively as she set down the food at O. Understood, Cheng Anning nodded, appearing somewhat distracted due to her concerns. Sensing her unease, Yin Yu could not help but ask, Anning, are you still feeling unwell? Why do you look so downcast? Cheng Anning hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking, I pose a question to you. Can you respond to me honestly? Yin Yu looked puzzled and replied, Anning, what's wrong? Just ask a question. If I know the answer, I will certainly respond. Cheng Anning then revealed a smile and inquired, do you think it is excessive for me to not allow Yan Hao to take other females? Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback before replying, Anning, isn't that a rule of your Huaxia tribe? How could it be excessive? The chief is quite willing to comply. That is not what I'm asking. I want you to answer me sincerely, from the perspective of a tribal female. Do you harbor even a smidgen of discontent over my exclusive claim on Yan Hao? Cheng Anning grasped Yin Yu's hand earnestly, seeking an honest response. Seeing Anning's seriousness, Yin Yu could only respond honestly, well, I do feel a tad bit discontent. Almost all the females in the tribe wish for the opportunity to bear offspring for the chief, including myself and Yin Yu. Although we are not remarkable, lacking Yinji's meticulousness and Yinping's prowess, being the chief's mate and bearing his children will be a source of pride for us as females of the Yinu tribe. Who wouldn't desire that? But alas, the chief does not agree, so we have no choice but to relinquish that dream. Anning, rest assured, I will not compete with you for the chief. You have contributed so much to the tribe and even gifted me the bottle used by the deity. I am grateful to you and would never do such a thing. While I might feel a tinge of regret, it is not a problem. I can seek out valiant males from other tribes. There are still many outstanding males in our tribe. Yin Yu's sincere response touched Cheng Anning, as she admired her open-mindedness. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wishing all females could be as understanding as Yin Yu and Yin Yu. All right, you should return to your meal. I'm fine now, Anning said as she patted Yin Yu's shoulder with a smile. Okay, you take care. Yin Yu nodded and then turned to leave the wooden house. After Yin Yu departed, Cheng and Ning immediately picked up the food on the table and entered the laboratory. After an hour of testing, Ning discovered that the food indeed contained sedative components. Although she was unaware of the nature of that green fruit, she was certain that its juice had hypnotic and calming effects. If utilized properly, such a substance could serve as a beneficial remedy. It was a pity that it was being used to harm others. Truly a waste. Once this matter was resolved, she would definitely clarify the identity of this fruit and seek to put it to good use, ensuring it would never again be wielded as a tool for harm at AS for how to teach a lesson to these misguided tribespeople. And Ning pondered for a long time before finally devising a plan for retaliation. After dark, Yan Hao returned with the tribe members, pulling 3 palm trees on a wooden cart, a modest harvest from their half-day's labor. The palm trees were exceedingly difficult to fell, so today's yield was quite commendable. Yan Hao directed the tribe members to unload the palm trees in the clearing before waving his hand, instructing everyone to return for dinner and rest. After briefly washing his hands and face, he turned to head back to his wooden house. However, just as he approached the entrance, he suddenly saw Yin Ji rushing towards him with a panicked expression, saying, "Chief, it's bad. Yin Ping has been bitten by a poisonous snake. You must go check on her." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao was momentarily stunned, but without a hint of doubt, he turned on his heel and hurried towards Yin Ping's wooden house. Meanwhile, Yin Ji, after Yan Hao rushed off, immediately made her way to Yan Hao's wooden house. Ning, are you there? Yin Ji called out anxiously from outside the door, and soon the wooden door swung open, revealing Cheng and Ning, who appeared puzzled. What's wrong? Yin Ji, is there something urgent? And Ning inquired, and Ning, you must come and see. Yanji grasped Cheng and Ning's hand, trying to pull her along. Cheng and Ning stood firm, unyielding, and asked curiously, Yanji, why are you awake at this late hour? What am I supposed to check on? Seeing Cheng and Ning's reluctance, Yanji quickly explained, and Ning, I'm doing this for your own good. I just saw the chief return, but as soon as he arrived, he rushed to Yin Ping's wooden house. You really should go and take a look. Fine, if I must. Yan Hao must have urgent business with Yin Ping. Otherwise, why would he go there at this hour? It's nothing serious. You should head back that I'm feeling a bit tired. So I want to be going. Cheng and Ning waved her hand, stifling a yawn as she turned to return indoors. Yanji, seeing this, hurriedly seized Cheng and Ning's arm and urged, and Ning, Yin Ping has always had designs on the chief. Aren't you afraid she might seize this opportunity to take him for herself? When you first joined the tribe, she even tried to kill you to reclaim the chief. Now that the chief is visiting her at this late hour, she will surely devise a way to mate with him. Cheng and Ning frowned upon hearing this, deep in thought. Yanji felt a surge of hope, believing Cheng and Ning was about to follow her. But to her surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Cheng and Ning casually responded, Yanji, don't worry. Hao promised me he wouldn't seek out other females. No matter how ambitious Yin Ping may be, he won't pay her any mind. After speaking, she gently pushed Yanji aside and said, All right, stop fretting. I assure you Yan Hao will return shortly. So rest assured. And Ning, Yanji, exasperated by Cheng and Ning's refusal to take the bait, felt like a restless ant on a hot stove. Ultimately, out of options, she firmly grasped Cheng and Ning's hand and divulged, And Ning, I must tell you the truth. The chief has entered his mating season and can hardly control himself. If a female were to deliberately place a bowl of beast blood in the room, it would undoubtedly incite his instincts. And at that moment, no one could stop him. What? Is that true? Cheng and Ning's expression finally shifted upon hearing this. Yanji, sensing her reaction, nodded vigorously, yes. That's precisely it. I suspect Yin Ping will place beast blood in her room so she could become the chief's mate. How despicable. How could she do such a thing? No. I must go check. Cheng and Ning was finally angered and immediately strode towards Yin Ping's wooden house. Seeing this, Yanji let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Tea had been far too challenging to deceive someone. It was more exhausting than spending an entire day skinning beasts. Next time, she vowed never to assist Yin Ping in such schemes again. Cheng and Ning hurried towards Yin Ping's wooden house. But just as she reached the entrance, she heard the sound of objects crashing to the ground from within. Yanji, who followed closely behind, paused in confusion. What was going on? Wasn't it supposed to be the sounds of the chief mating with Yin Ping? Why were there such strange noises? What was happening inside? This was utterly different from her expectations. Yanji felt a bit bewildered, deeply realizing how challenging it was to deceive someone. If the situation inside contradicted her story, how would she explain herself? She lamented inwardly. Chapter 47. Why should I treat you? And Ning pushed open the door to the wooden house and found the interior in complete disarray. Having been wrecked by Yan Hao, Yin Ping sat on the floor, clutching Yan Hao's leg tightly, crying as she pleaded, Hao, please save me. I'm truly dying. I've been poisoned by a snake. It's real. Get out. You claim to have been bitten by a poisonous snake, yet you hide beast's blood by the bedside. Do you think I'm a fool? Get away from me. The Yan Hao tribe cannot harbor a female like you. I will go inform my mother to expel you from the tribe. Yan Hao's eyes widened in fury, his fists clenched, smashing everything within reach in a fit of rage. How? Cheng and Ning called gently from the doorway. Her voice, though soft, instantly brought the raging Yan Hao to a halt. In Ning. Yan Hao turned to face Cheng and Ning, a look of anxiety flashing across his face as he rushed towards her. Kicking Yin Ping aside, In Ning, what are you doing here? I swear, nothing happened between Yin Ping and me. You must believe me. I believe you. Don't panic. Look, you're sweating. Are you all right? Cheng and Ning smiled reassuringly, then reached up on tiptoe to wipe the sweat from Yan Hao's forehead. I'm fine. I'm on. In truth, Yan Hao was far from fine. The beast's blood had set his blood boiling, and he could barely restrain himself. If it weren't for the beast's blood being stale and emitting a foul odor, he feared he would have already succumbed to his instincts and seized any female. It's good that you're fine. Please return home and wait for me. all right? I've prepared hot water for you. Go wash up, and I'll take care of Yan Ping's snake venom and come find you. Cheng and Ning placed her cool little hand on Yan Hao's feverish face, causing him to draw in sharp breath. And Ning, don't concern yourself with her. She is nothing but a deceiver. She deliberately placed beast blood in the room to incite my instincts. But don't worry, I can control myself. I promise you I would never seek out other females. Yan Hao struggled to maintain his composure, suppressing the heat surging within him. How? I know you can do it. Please return home. I'll be back to keep you company soon, all right? Cheng and Ning gently patted his noticeably warmer hand, offering comfort once more. All right, and Ning, I'll do as you say. I'll head back now. Yan Hao could barely contain himself any longer. He needed to return home. Not a moment longer could he remain outside. He glared at Yan Ping on the floor before turning and striding away. After Yan Hao left, Yan Ji, who had been lurking outside, finally dared to enter. Upon stepping inside, she was horrified to see the chaotic scene, and Yan Ping collapsed on the ground with a bruised leg. Yan Ping, what happened? Didn't you say you were looking for a non-poisonous snake? How could you end up poisoned? I don't know how this happened. Yan Ji, hurry and find Shin the shaman. Get him to save me. Please, quickly. Yan Ping's face was pale, her lips a shade of blue, and her consciousness was beginning to wane. What Yan Ping didn't realize was that she had been poisoned due to Ning applying a small amount of venom to the fangs of the non-poisonous snake she had caught. For someone like Cheng and Ning, who had spent years traversing the forests, she was well acquainted with the myriad dangers posed by the jungle's creatures and knew how to avoid them. Her backpack was always stocked with snake antivenom, and her laboratory contained various types of snake venom. Cheng and Ning collected these venoms solely for the purpose of studying snakes, aiming to evade danger while gathering in the wild. Yet this time, it had served as a means to retaliate against the malicious Yan Ping. Of course, the amount of poison she administered was minimal and would not be fatal, but it was sufficient to teach her a lesson. Seeing Yan Ping's state, Yan Ji was equally panic-stricken, her eyes welling with tears as she replied, Yan Ping, Shin the shaman was called by the Yuan Ling tribe this evening to help treat their people. And he hasn't returned yet. What should we do? What? Yan Ping's already pale face turned even whiter. She shouted in desperation, pushing Yan Ji. Hurry! Go get him for me. Yan Ji, you must go to the Yuan Ling tribe immediately and bring him back. All right, I'll go right now. Just hang in there. Yan Ji, with tears streaming down her face, was about to turn and seek help from someone. However, at that moment, Cheng and Ning spoke up. Yan Ji, you need not go. I can cure Yan Ping's snake venom. Upon hearing this, Yan Ji was instantly filled with joy and hastily grasped Ning's hand, exclaiming, Really? And Ning, you're truly the most intelligent and outstanding female of our tribe. Please help Yan Ping recover. Otherwise, she might truly perish. Meanwhile, Yan Ping, who was slumped on the ground, gazed at Cheng and Ning with wild excitement, urgently pleading, And Ning, can you truly heal me? Please save me. I do not wish to die. Cheng and Ning pushed Yan Ji aside, her face cold as she addressed Yan Ping. I can indeed heal you, but why should I? You and Yan Ji, along with other females, conspired against me, secretly drugging my food, causing my health to deteriorate and confining me to bed. What face do you have to ask for my help? You speak nonsense. I did not. You are wrongfully accusing me. I never did such a thing. Yan Ping was unwilling to admit her guilt. Though shocked that Ning was aware of everything, she would never concede. Admitting it would mean facing the punishment of being banished from the tribe. At that moment, Yan Ji's expression also changed drastically, as she had not anticipated that Ning knew everything. The thought of what could happen if Ning reported this to the chief made her legs tremble uncontrollably. Not admitting it is fine. I can gather more evidence to prove your wrongdoing. You mixed the juice extracted from a pale green fruit into my food, causing me to feel dizzy and weak every day. You, in your desire to become Yan Hao's mate, incited other females to assist you in drugging me. How despicable. You had Yan E help you catch snakes, feigning injury to provoke Yan Hao's lust with beast blood. And then you had Yan Ji lure me over, attempting to use this incident to create discord between Yan Hao and me. You still refuse to admit your fault. Do you want me to reveal your actions to Yan Hao and to the matriarch Yan Huan? Upon hearing this, both Yan Ping and Yan Ji turned pale. How could Ning know every detail of their misdeeds? Was she some sort of deity? In a panic, Yanji disregarded everything and suddenly knelt before Ning. Grasping her hands, and Ning, I was wrong. I did not intend to harm you. It was Yin Ping who said that doing this would allow us to become the chief's mates, so I helped her drug you. And Ning, I beg you, do not tell the chief. Otherwise, he will expel me from the tribe. Chung and Ning glanced at the pleading Yanji, but chose to ignore her, instead turning to Yin Ping and asking, Yin Ping, do you recognize your error? Had she not discerned Yin Ping's scheme early on and secretly added a chemical agent that emits a foul odor to the beast blood, Yan Hao would have long been provoked into making a mistake. Yin Ping clenched her teeth, but said nothing. She believed that harming Ning would not go unpunished. She was certain Ning would seize the opportunity to inform Yan Hao, leading to her expulsion from the tribe. Poisoned and banished, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. This thought filled Yin Ping with a mix of sorrow and rage. She never expected her efforts would ultimately backfire, leaving her feeling utterly unwilling. Seeing that Yin Ping remained silent, Yanji hastily pulled her, insisting, Yin Ping, why aren't you kneeling and admitting your mistake to Ning? Do you wish to die? Do you want to be expelled from the tribe? Do you understand how dreadful it is to be cast out? Alone in the wild, you will be torn to shreds by beasts, leaving no bones behind. Yanji trembled in fear at the thought, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Finally, Yin Ping could no longer restrain herself, suddenly bowing her head to Chung and Ning, saying, Ning, I was wrong. I will not dare again. Please save me. Do not tell Yan Hao. I do not want to be expelled from the tribe. I do not wish to either. And Ning, from now on, we will listen to you. We will never dare to vie for the chief's favor again. Please spare us this time. I implore you, and Ning, you are the finest female of our tribe. No one can compare to you. Only you are worthy of the chief. You are a messenger of the gods. Please forgive us. Yanji collapsed to the ground, weeping pitifully. They had exhausted all pleas, hoping that Chung and Ning would show them mercy. Observing this, Chung and Ning finally replied, I may consider sparing you, but I have conditions that if you do as I ask, I will agree to save Ping and not disclose your collusion against me to Yan Hao and the matriarch Yan Hao. Do you accept? Agreed. We will do whatever you ask. I promise. Yanji responded without hesitation, filled with regret. Yan Ning was a powerful member of the Huaxia tribe. How could they possibly contend with her? It was foolish to even think of competing for the chief's favor. She was clever, agile, and perceptive, far beyond what these lesser tribesfolk could ever match. Yanji vowed that henceforth, no matter how tempting the offer, she would never again engage in actions harmful to Ning, lest she find herself unaware of how her demise would come. Chung and Ning paid no mind to Yanji, recognizing her as a mere pawn unworthy of intimidation. Instead, she focused on Yin Ping, the true instigator, believing that subduing her was the only path to a tranquil existence. Yin Ping, should you refuse to repent, I will not assist you in removing the snake venom. After all, a tribeswoman with such malicious intent will eventually be expelled. Since death is inevitable, I might as well reserve the antidote for others. As she spoke, Chung and Ning slowly raised her hand, retrieving the vial of snake venom antidote from her pouch. Upon hearing Ning's words, Yin Ping could no longer withstand her inner terror and lowered her head. Fine, I admit my fault. I agree. I will do whatever you ask. After Yin Ping's reluctant concession, she added hopefully, but can you guarantee my survival? Chung and Ning, seeing her finally concede, nodded, of course, I can guarantee it. Now, Yanji, assist Yin Ping to the bed. I will administer the antidote. Upon hearing this, Yanji quickly wiped her tears and helped Yin Ping to the bedside. Chung and Ning took the syringe and injected the snake venom antidote into Yin Ping's arm. Moments later, the bluish tint of Yin Ping's lips faded, and her body ceased to shiver. I am better. The snake venom has been cured. Yin Ping exclaimed with uncontainable joy, caressing her arms and legs in sheer delight. From today onward, both you and Yin Ji shall perform double the work of ordinary tribesfolk. I will instruct Yin Yu and Yin Yu to oversee you, that if you fail to complete your tasks, no food will be allocated to you, that if you wish to avoid starving during the cold season. Do not slack off. Diligently contribute to the tribe. Do you understand? Hastily, Yanji nodded. I understand. I will work hard. And you? Chung and Ning turned to Yin Ping, noticing the faint hint of defiance on her face. Do not forget, your life and death are still in my hands. If you refuse to comply, I will inform Yan Hao of your misdeeds right now. Do you think he will show you mercy? Cheng and Ning said unapologetically, Do not tell Yan Hao. I will do it. Yin Ping finally nodded, albeit unwillingly. However, she felt a deep discomfort. She had once been the most favored female in the tribe, requiring no effort to enjoy abundance and warmth. Now, under Cheng and Ning's punishment, forced to toil like a commoner, how could she feel content? Yet, knowing that she was in Ning's grasp, she had no choice but to endure for the time being. Seeing Yin Ping's compliant response, Cheng and Ning nodded in satisfaction and then seemed to remember something. Also, hand over all the green fruits you have hoarded. I will confiscate them. Upon hearing this, Yin Ping's eyes flickered, and she turned to retrieve 2 green fruits from beneath the bee skin pillow at the head of the bed and handed them to Cheng and Ning. However, Cheng and Ning did not reach out to accept them, but instead coldly threatened. You had better surrender all the green fruits. You know, we of the Huaxia tribe have many means. If I have to uncover them myself, you can prepare for expulsion from the tribe. Yin Ping's expression changed, and she finally rose from the bed, dragging out a bee skin bag from behind a wooden stool and presenting it to Cheng and Ning. Upon opening the bag, Cheng and Ning was astonished to find it contained over a dozen of those green fruits. She glanced at Yin Ping as she placed the 2 previously offered fruits into the bag and inquired, Where did you find these green fruits? Yin Ping, not daring to conceal the truth, replied, I stumbled upon them the last time I went to gather sweet fruits, in a low-lying area to southeast of the East Ridge, where 2 green fruit trees were growing that I thought they looked beautiful. So I picked them all, and after that, did you not know what these fruits are called? Cheng and Ning pressed, aware that Yin Ping had used the juice of these fruits to harm her, indicating she must have known their effects all along. Later, I returned to the tribe with the fruit, convinced that its exquisite appearance promised an exceptionally sweet aroma. To my dismay, after consuming one, I was struck with dizziness. My body drained of strength, and I collapsed onto my bed, realizing too late that the fruit was poisonous and unfit for consumption. How could you still add its juice to my food? Yin Ping, are you aware that your actions are malicious? Such mistakes are forbidden by the members of the Yan Hao tribe. If the tribe discovers this, even if Yan Hao does not penalize you, the others certainly will not spare you. For every civilized tribe cherishes peace and tranquility. Individuals like you, who commit such wrongs, only bring endless calamities upon the community. I shall warn you once more, if you wish to live in peace. Refrain from repeating such errors. Should you dare cause harm again, the consequences will be dire. After Cheng Anning delivered her stern warning, she dismissed the terrified and anxious Yin Ping, grabbed the bag of green fruits, and turned to leave. Upon returning to Yan Hao's wooden dwelling, she could hear the sound of rushing water from within. Cheng Anning hurried inside and found Yan Hao, bare-chested, vigorously rubbing his head, face, and body with a piece of fur. The expression on his face, marked by deep inhalations, suggested that the water in the wooden tub was icy cold and had not been warmed at all. Cheng Anning's heart ached at the sight, and she quickly set down the green fruit and approached him. How? Do not use cold water on your body. It is harmful. Come, sit down. Sit down. How could he possibly do so when he felt as if he were on fire? Damn it. Chapter 49. The Green Fruit as Medicine. Anning, you're back? Yan Hao's breath was heavy and erratic, his face flushed with heat as he gazed at Cheng Anning's delicate visage, nearly losing his composure. He quickly stepped back, evading her attempt to grasp his hand, and gruffly stated, Anning, I will sleep in the tent tonight. Without further explanation, he seized his animal skin coat and made for the exit. He could not remain. His entire being felt ablaze, as if countless ants were crawling over him. Cold water was his only remedy to quell the overwhelming emotions stirred by the beast's blood. Yet, Anning was still unwell, her body fragile. How could she withstand the turmoil of his rut? Thus, he resolved to distance himself from her, lest he inadvertently harm her as he had done earlier. But as he took a step, Cheng Anning grasped his arm. How? Do not go outside. You just doused yourself with cold water. You will surely fall ill, furthermore, with your current discomfort. Where do you intend to go? Come, sit down. Cheng Anning discerned Yan Hao's concern for her. However, she had already identified the cause of her ailment and had refrained from consuming the tainted food at dinner. Now, feeling revitalized, did she still require Yan Hao's cautious avoidance. Thus, she firmly took hold of him and guided him to the bedside. Pressing him down to sit, Yan Hao, however, rubbed his face in discomfort and earnestly muttered, "Anning, do not make me stay. If I do, I will want to mate with you. You are still unwell, and I could hurt you." Chung Anning, amused, settled beside him and gently pried his hands away, saying, "I was just about to tell you that I am fully recovered. After you left at noon, I found a miraculous remedy in the laboratory. Took it, and after a nap, my illness vanished. I feel invigorated, completely well." "Really?" Yan Hao exclaimed, lifting his head in disbelief and scrutinizing Chung Anning. Indeed, the pallor and weakness that once marked her face had disappeared, replaced by a healthy, rosy complexion. "Yes," Chung Anning smiled, nodding as she gently wiped the beads of sweat from Yan Hao's forehead, feeling a pang of sympathy for his evident struggle. "You should have said so earlier. I nearly lost half my life." Yan Hao, no longer restrained, wrapped his arms around Anning and pressed her onto the bed. Time passed in blissful oblivion, and eventually, Yan Hao succumbed to a contented slumber. Chung Anning turned her gaze toward him, noticing he was still drenched in sweat. She reached out, carefully wiping his brow, then gingerly returned his hand, which had been resting on her waist, to its rightful place, before pulling the fur blanket over him snugly. Afterward, she donned her clothes and quietly rose from the bed. Stepping into the corner of the room, Chung Anning retrieved a leather pouch and extracted 2 green fruits. Examining and sniffing them for any abnormalities, the fruits exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance and appeared adorably charming, making it difficult to believe they possessed hypnotic properties. However, they arrived in an opportune moment. Earlier, upon hearing Yan Hao mention his impending rut, she had pondered the matter for quite some time and consulted various materials in the laboratory. It appeared that there were few effective medications to suppress similar animalistic urges, but gentle formulations could be utilized to regulate one's physical and mental state. After much contemplation, Chung Anning finally devised a method to create a slow-release agent to alleviate the agitation and excessive energy experienced during the beastman's rut. During her time in the tribe, she had noted the stark differences between beastmen and humans, particularly in terms of their instincts, which often revealed a more primal and untamed nature. Moreover, she observed that the male tribe members exhibited particularly pronounced beastly instincts during moments of excitement, with some even behaving in a frenzied and irrational manner. Yet, following such episodes, these males often experienced a dramatic decline in physical strength, frequently accompanied by volatile tempers. From a biological perspective, this could be attributed to the alternating repercussions of excess energy and exhaustion. Previously, Chung Anning had been unaware of the beastman's instincts until Yan Hao spoke of his rut, which illuminated her understanding. This phenomenon bore similarities to the emotional fluctuations experienced by human females during their menstrual cycles, with physiological discomfort triggering psychological anomalies. Naturally, allowing physiological processes to unfold naturally is preferable. However, in the case of the beastmen, the agitation triggered by exposure to beast blood warranted medicinal intervention. Chung Anning had searched extensively for suitable medications in the laboratory, but had found none until she heard Yin Ping mention the efficacy of the green fruit. She felt compelled to experiment with these fruits to create a slow-release agent. It was only after calming Yan Hao that she finally exhaled in relief, retrieving the heart not pendant from under her pillow to hang by the bedside. Clutching the green fruit as she ventured into the laboratory, this research consumed the entire night. Efforts are never in vain. Through Chung Anning's meticulous experimentation, she successfully extracted a component from the green fruit that could serve as a slow-release agent, combining it with several other formulations to create a syrup that as dawn approached. Chung Anning had produced 30 vials of the syrup from merely 10 green fruits. She rose, stretching her stiff body, and smiled in satisfaction. With these syrups, Yan Hao would no longer fear encountering beast blood. Thus, even if any ill-intentioned female were to provoke him with beast blood in the future, he would be spared the turmoil he experienced the previous night. Chung Anning retrieved a vial of syrup, placing the remainder in a preservation cabinet for safekeeping, then exited the laboratory. She decided to leave the bag of green fruits in the lab as well. intending to process them into medicinal solutions to prevent any malicious individuals from utilizing them against others. Anning, why are you back in the lab again? Why are you up at this hour? Cheng Anning had barely returned to the wooden dwelling when Yan Hao pulled her into his embrace, filled with reproach. How? You woke up? When did you get up? Cheng Anning asked, steadying him. I woke up long ago. When I awoke, I found no trace of you, only the heart not hanging at the bedside. Yan Hao replied, his expression sour. Cheng Anning chuckled. Well, you saw it. I was in the lab conducting research, and I just finished. You worked all night? Yan Hao's brows furrowed in a menacing scowl, hinting at his rising anger. Only part of the night. Cheng Anning quickly corrected. Hadn't they been together during the earlier part of the night? Why was he upset again? She promptly placed her hand on his chest, gently soothing him. You are in your rut. Try to keep your emotions in check to avoid triggering agitation. Then you're not to go to the laboratory at night anymore. Yan Hao asserted firmly. I was working on a remedy to alleviate the restlessness of your rut. After you were provoked by the beast blood last night, it was crucial to create a remedy quickly to prevent harm to your health. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao understood. Anning had exerted herself for his sake by working overnight in the laboratory. However, the symptoms of the beastman's rut were inevitable for both males and females, and no one had ever suggested a remedy could be found. How could Anning possibly concoct a cure? With this thought, he wrapped his arms around Cheng Anning, expressing his helplessness. Anning, I appreciate your intentions, but rutting is an intrinsic trait of beastmen. There is no remedy. So do not waste your efforts. No medication will work. Is that so? Then shall we give it a try? Cheng Anning replied confidently, raising the vial of slow-release syrup to show Yan Hao. Chapter 50. The Tribe's Trading Event. Anning, is this medicine? Yan Hao immediately took it with a look of astonishment, glancing left and right, utterly perplexed by the reddish-brown liquid contained within the slender, cork tube. Did I not mention that this is a calming potion known as green fruit sustained-release syrup? Cheng Anning, observing Yan Hao's astonished expression, could not help but chuckle as she explained, "It is a purely natural biological agent, the epitome of greenness in the modern world. Formulating such a potion was nearly impossible for me. Yet here, in this wild expanse, it comes so effortlessly, bringing me immense joy. Indeed, a blessing in disguise. Yan Ping's futile efforts have inadvertently fulfilled my aspiration to create a green, eco-friendly health potion. Sustained-release syrup? Is it sweet? Can medicine even be sweet?" Yan Hao scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his voice. The sweetness comes from the addition of sweet agents and honey, thus its flavor differs from ordinary medicines. It is not bitter, but rather slightly sweet. Honey is a wonderful substance, albeit rarely available. Thin Xin Wu mused that once barley is cultivated next year, she would be able to produce maltose, and then there would be no shortage of sweet treats and syrups. Will such a small amount of medicine truly prevent me from going into heat upon encountering beast blood? And Ning, are you certain of its efficacy? Yan Hao asked with a hint of skepticism. Although Ning's creations consistently astounded him, the instinct to mate was a trait inherent to beastmen for centuries. Could Ning truly alter it? It won't eliminate your instincts. Rather, it will stabilize your emotions during the heat cycle, allowing you to maintain control just as you would normally, which is beneficial both for your partner and for your own well-being. Try drinking one vial first, and during breakfast, I shall test it with fresh beast blood to observe its effects. Cheng Anning said with a smile. She certainly could not change the physiological responses of beastmen, but she could improve them. The distinction between change and improvement lies in a single word. Yet the concepts are entirely different. What if it doesn't work? Yan Hao glared at her fiercely, his meaning clear. If it failed and he were to become aroused, then Ning would bear the full responsibility. I will take responsibility. Is that acceptable? Cheng Anning's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a playful glare. All right, drink up. Stop dawdling. Now, that is more like it. Yan Hao finally smiled in satisfaction, uncorked the vial, and tilted his head back to drain the syrup completely. After finishing, he smacked his lips in delight and remarked, "Indeed, it is sweet. This medicine is tastier than food. And Ning, give me another vial." Cheng Anning could not help but swat him lightly, admonishing, "Do not speak nonsense. You cannot consume medicine like food. It is meant for healing, and taking too much could have adverse effects, damaging your health." Oh, I see. Then I won't tea drink anymore. Yan Hao chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head before inquiring, must this medicine be taken daily, or will one dose suffice for the entire heat cycle? One dose will certainly not suffice. It depends on the duration of the heat cycle. When does your Yan Hao tribe typically experience their heat cycle, and how long does it last? Cheng and Ning, uncertain if the beastman's instincts align precisely with those of wild animals, sought information from Yan Hao. After pondering, Yan Hao replied, generally, we go into heat twice during the warm winter transition, each lasting approximately 3 full moons. Cheng and Ning nodded, saying so that amounts to 2 cycles per year, each lasting around 3 months. Based on the Yan Hao tribe's characteristics, 10 vials of sustained-release syrup should suffice for 1 heat cycle, though individual bodily differences will also play a role. That means 2 to 3 vials for each full moon, about 1 vial every 10 days. Yan Hao, having made some progress in arithmetic, attributed it to Cheng and Ning's influence. Cheng and Ning smiled and nodded. Yes, that is approximately correct, falling within the range of 8 to 15 vials. That seems we have acquired another task, which is to gather green fruit. Indeed, I will instruct my tribesmen to keep an eye out for where green fruit grows, so we can collect more when the time comes. Yan Hao replied, as if suddenly recalling something. By the way, and Ning, where did you obtain this green fruit? I don't recall seeing you bring it before. Cheng and Ning's gaze flickered for a moment before she explained. Oh, it was Yan Hao and Yan Hao who, in their playful curiosity, secretly gathered it while foraging and brought it back for me to sample. Little did I know upon testing that the juice of this fruit possesses unique sedative properties. Hence I decided to make it into the sustained-release syrup. Yan Hao accepted her explanation without doubt, as he had always held great trust in Cheng and Ning. This, however, stirred within her a twinge of guilt. Although Yin Ping had acted excessively, she had no intention of pursuing complete retribution. Yet, this would be Yin Ping's sole opportunity. Should she persist in her folly, there would be no further leniency. The subsequent hours unfolded in the mundane rhythm of daily life, as the two rose, donned their garments, groomed themselves, and shared breakfast. Cheng and Ning deliberately fetched a bowl of fresh beast blood from the tribe. And indeed, Yan Hao merely instinctively frowned, yet did not experience the overwhelming urge as he had the previous day. This brought him immense joy, exclaiming, "And Ning, your medicine is truly effective." As a result, he no longer had to exercise extreme caution during each heat cycle. They could allow other tribesmen to partake of the syrup, of course on a voluntary basis, without coercion. Furthermore, this remedy could be introduced among the tribes. Should others require it, they could come to trade for it, thus providing additional income for their tribe. Given that many beastmen faced similar issues, this potion should be widely embraced. Then I shall dispatch someone to inform the neighboring tribes about this, and those in need can come to exchange. Cheng and Ning proposed. With the burden on his mind alleviated, Yan Hao felt elated as he enjoyed his meal, nodding in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng and Ning said, "However, notifying each tribe individually is rather cumbersome. How about we choose a date to host a trading fair for the Western Song tribes?" "A trading fair?" Yan Hao asked with intrigue. "You mean gathering all the tribes together for an exchange of goods?" Cheng and Ning promptly nodded. "Exactly. We can select a fixed date, such as every full moon or every half moon, and clear a space near the tribe to set up a trading market. This could last 3 to 5 days, during which the various tribes can engage in trading, facilitating swift and effective exchanges between them, much like a rural market day, where goods are bartered at a designated time." Yan Hao pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. "That could indeed work, but I fear the Jinshi tribe and the Tsang tribe may cause trouble. If they come to disrupt the exchanges, they might seize everything. Thus, we need to ally with the tribe to form a security team to ensure the safety of the trading grounds. That we must personally discuss this with the leaders of the respective tribes." Cheng and Ning, fully aware of Yan Hao's valid concerns, contemplated further and suggested, "How about this? You send someone to invite the leaders of the nearby tribes. Invite as many as you can, and let them visit our Yan Hao tribe to discuss the establishment of the trading market." "Yes, that works too. After all, those tribes will soon come to exchange for Tian Shan, so it's a perfect opportunity to resolve everything at once, saving them the trouble of coming one by one, which would delay our foraging and hunting." In truth, Yan Hao had long been considering ways to gather people for the exchange of Tianshan, but had been at a loss until Ning proposed the trading ground, which was precisely what he had been hoping for. Chapter 51. The heating carbon stove. Once the two had settled on their plans, they discussed a few more details before Yan Hao stood to leave and make arrangements. Cheng and Ning donned her silver fox for attire and stepped outside, prepared to survey the surroundings. After several days without venturing out, she was eager to see how the tribe fared. With this in mind, she briskly made her way to the cattle shed, intent on visiting her little calf friend. Nyo first, moo, moo. Before she even reached the shed, she could hear Nyo's cheerful calls from afar, and upon hearing the sound, Cheng and Ning knew that the little calf was growing stronger. Oh, and Ning, what brings you here? Are you feeling better? Yin, standing outside the shed, was filling Nyo's trough with tender grass. Nyo was munching happily, emitting joyous sounds as it feasted. I'm fine now, all recovered. By the way, where is you? Why are you the one feeding Nyo today? Cheng and Ning replied with a smile, quickening her pace to pat Nyo's head. Nyo, have you been well behaved? You're eating more and more. It seems you're gaining weight. Yin chuckled back. You went to the pottery kiln. I heard the tribesmen have developed a new type of vessel, and she hurried over to check it out. Cheng and Ning laughed. Now that she oversees the communal kitchen, the need for pottery in the tribe has increased significantly. It's no wonder she spends all her time at the kiln, pondering which shapes are most convenient for food preparation. Indeed, Yu has become quite the expert in crafting pottery. She may even excel at it. Yu replied, a hint of admiration in his expression. Yu is ingenious. In time, she will undoubtedly become the most outstanding female in the tribe. Cheng Anning expressed her heartfelt admiration, saying, indeed, the moon possesses remarkable abilities, while I seem to lack any. She lamented, I might end up being the only female in the Yenhu tribe without any male suitors. Yin replied, somewhat dejected. Upon noticing her disheartened demeanor, Cheng Anning reassured her, You, do not lose hope. Yan Hao and I are currently discussing the establishment of a tribal trading fair. Not only will there be males from our Yenhu tribe, but many others from different tribes as well. I will arrange for you and a few other females to assist, and when you spot a male that piques your interest, let me know, and I shall facilitate your match. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Anning, are you truly serious? I can choose my preferred male. Intertribal marriages do occur, though they are not common due to geographical constraints. During her time in the Yenhu tribe, Cheng Anning observed that while the beast tribes of Shitsong generally disfavor interference from other races, they do not reject the idea of intertribal unions. Some even aspire to marry into tribes of diverse civilizations. She had heard Yin Yu mention several times that Yin Huan's mother had hoped for Yin Hao to venture out of Shitsong to find a female from the Lingyuan tribe in the Dongyi region. However, since Anning became Yin Hao's mate, she brought about significant changes to the Yenhu tribe, leading Yin Huan to abandon that notion entirely. Given that the tribesfolk do not mind intertribal marriages, why not seize the opportunity presented by the trading fair to foster connections between tribes? Such alliances could greatly aid mutual development and strengthen relationships to collectively confront adversaries. For a small tribe like theirs, with fewer than 100 members, this strategy could prove invaluable if they could leverage the trading fair to unite various tribes in Shitsong. They would be better equipped to withstand assaults from formidable tribes like the Jinshi and the Tsonglang. Moreover, Cheng Anning's suggestion to Yan Hao to establish this trading fair was also a means to showcase the successful initiatives of their robust tribe to others, allowing them to exchange for more food and goods while garnering goodwill and support from other tribes. Furthermore, as she imparted various skills to her tribe folk, the immediate supply of internal needs was manageable. But over time, it could lead to surplus and wastage. These issues could be effectively addressed through the trading fair, making it a mutually beneficial venture. The only concern regarding tribal connections was safety. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Yuanling tribe, the Maozhong trees had been successfully transported back to the Yenhu territory. Now, as long as they could produce the necessary equipment, they would be significantly empowered. After inspecting various areas of the tribe and ensuring everything was orderly, Cheng Anning finally breathed a sigh of relief. At noon, she observed the tribespeople diligently repairing the safety barriers of their territory with stones and branches at the entrance. Captivated, she lingered for a while, only to return with her hands and feet numbed by the cold wind. With the daily winds and frequent autumn rains, she contemplated the necessity of creating a batch of heating charcoal stoves for the tribe. Conveniently, they had both pottery and charcoal kilns available, making it quite simple to produce parts for the charcoal stoves. After lunch, she called upon Yan Hao to assist her in crafting the heating charcoal stoves. As the tribe currently lacked metal, pottery was the most suitable material for constructing the stoves. Anning mixed fine sand into the ordinary clay used for pottery, ensuring that the resulting charcoal stoves would be more fire-resistant, making them perfect for heating. The stove consisted of 3 parts: a ceramic basin at the bottom to collect ash, a funnel-shaped body in the middle with a square ventilation opening at the bottom, and a chimney. The top featured a perforated lid for heat and smoke dissipation, complete with a handle and dual side handles for easy movement. Once the stoves were successfully fired, Chung Anning promptly had them moved into the wooden houses for testing. Indeed, with the introduction of the heating charcoal stove, the wooden houses quickly transformed into warm havens, much to the delight of Yan Hao and the other tribespeople. Anning, with this charcoal stove, we need not fear the arrival of the cold season. They exclaimed, "Yes, we should place one in every wooden house. When it gets cold, we can boil water and cook our meals without having to go to the communal kitchen. How convenient!" Exactly. No longer will we have to endure hunger until dawn if we get hungry in the middle of the night. We can simply roast meat and fish. Anning, did you make this just for me? Yan Hao teased. You only think about food. The tribespeople gathered together, bursting into laughter. Chung Anning smiled gently, finding joy in creating practical solutions for her kin. Life in the tribe was humble, yet the harmonious atmosphere was something she found difficult to experience in the modern world. Moreover, her tribesfolk were easily satisfied. A simple meal, a warm garment, or even a novel trinket could bring them joy for days. This was why she cherished the beast tribes. Their simplicity and kindness, devoid of deceit, painted a picture of the perfect world humanity yearns for. Perhaps civilization would ultimately bring forth myriad troubles and conflicts. But in this moment, Chung Anning felt a profound sense of happiness and contentment. Chung Anning and her tribesfolk toiled tirelessly, crafting several more charcoal stoves before nightfall. She delivered one to Yan Hao's mother, kept one for herself, and distributed the rest to the elderly and infirm in the tribe. Anning instructed the tribespeople to continue the daily production of pottery stoves until every household possessed their own heating charcoal stove. That evening, after a long day of foraging, Yan Hao returned with a bounty of herbs and food in a woven basket. Indicating a fruitful harvest, he directed the tribesfolk to move the supplies into the storage hut before returning to his own wooden house with a light step. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a wave of warmth, tinged with the aroma of food. The cozy atmosphere and enticing scent invigorated him instantly. What has changed in the wooden house? Why does it feel so different? Chapter 52. A bit too full upon entering, Yan Hao quickly scanned the surroundings and soon noticed the newly added charcoal stove in the corner and could see that moment. Anning was seated on a small stool beside the stove, using a wooden ladle to serve fish fillet soup from a steaming ceramic pot atop the stove. "I'm starving." "Anning, what are you cooking? Are you tired? Wash your hands and come eat. I made extra dishes today. It will be ready soon." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's eyes lit up. He obediently washed his hands and face, then approached, eagerly helping Chung Anning fetch bowls and spoons while curiously asking, "Anning, is this the heating charcoal stove you mentioned before? Did you make it today? Can also be used for cooking?" "Indeed, it's very convenient. From now on, we can prepare our own meals without troubling Yan Hao anymore. I've informed Yan Hao that the communal kitchen will only cater to those busy with work and the elderly. Everyone else should fend for themselves using the charcoal stove." Yan Hao placed 2 bowls of fish fillet soup on the wooden table and nodded. "That sounds excellent. This will free up many hands for gathering, and the tribe's reserves will grow richer. Once the millet is harvested, we need not worry about food for the winter. Meat and vegetables spoil quickly, unlike grains, which can be stored for a year without spoiling. Once we cultivate the millet, we can then plant barley, ensuring that the tribe will never have to worry about sustenance again." The warmth enveloping the wooden house revitalized Yan Hao. Shaking off the chill from the cold winds he had faced outside, as he glanced at the wooden table, he noticed that Anning had prepared shiitake mushroom chicken strips, sesame meat chunks, and sweet fruit fish fillet soup, as well as boiled spoon beans and oil-drenched saltwort. The fragrant meat and crisp vegetables whetted his appetite, making him eagerly sit down to feast. That I'm famished. It's all Yan Li's fault. He grilled meat slices for me at noon. But they turn out half-cooked, either burnt or rawed. I barely managed to eat a few bites. Chung Anning chuckled. Cooking is indeed more meticulous when done by a female. Yan Li is a male, and his clumsy hands are bound to produce unsatisfactory results. You should be grateful that someone is cooking for you while you're out. Chung Anning found it amusing how Yan Hao, who once devoured raw meat and drank beast blood without flinching, had become so accustomed to her culinary creations that he could hardly tolerate anything less than perfection. His constant complaints about Yan Li's cooking, coupled with his refusal to lend a hand, were both exasperating and amusing. You are my mate. You must not defend him. Besides, he is simply a fool, Yan Hao declared possessively, a hint of jealousy evident in his tone. Chung Anning was already accustomed to his childlike temper. Yes, she used chopsticks to serve him some beast meat, she replied. All right, I won't defend him anymore. By the way, did you manage to deliver messages to the other tribes today? Yan Hao speared several pieces of beast meat with his fork, chewed vigorously, and then responded, I did send the messages, and I even asked the neighboring tribes to pass the word along. Why now? The small tribes in the southern part of Shizong should have received the news. Tomorrow, I must rise early to prepare, as I anticipate the arrival of the leaders from various tribes. Chung Anning felt reassured and contemplated. I shall awaken earlier tomorrow and prepare some fruit dishes alongside Yan Yu and the others to graciously welcome our guests. They are coming from afar, and since they are here to discuss important matters, it is only fitting that we extend our hospitality. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Not overexert yourself. If there is anything you find too daunting, leave it to Yan Yu and the others. Yan Hao advised, before returning to his culinary endeavors. Anning occasionally interspersed her speech with huaxiao phrases, yet Yan Hao typically overlooked the incomprehensible words, focusing solely on the significant parts, thus facilitating seamless communication. Anning chuckled softly, continuing to serve him dishes. Soon, Yan Hao devoured every morsel on the table. Only then did he set down his bowl and rise, stretching languidly. How delightful! I am so full. This meal was truly satisfying. After a hearty meal, I shall freshen up and then retire to bed, for tomorrow holds much work for us, Anning declared. And you? Yan Hao inquired, fixing his gaze upon her. I shall sleep later. You go ahead. Chung Anning urged, nudging him. Reluctantly, Yan Hao complied and began his evening routine, stealing glances at Anning as he washed up. However, when he finished and noticed Anning still busy, a hint of impatience crept in, prompting him to stride over and plunge his hand into the basin where she was washing dishes. Let me assist you. Chung Anning squatted by the basin, tilting her head to regard Yan Hao. Why was he behaving so obediently today, offering to wash dishes? It was well known that Yan Hao was a quintessential male chauvinist. Since Anning's arrival, he had been catered to in all aspects of life, and she had grown accustomed to his domineering nature. His sudden offer caught her off guard. Just as she began to feel touched, Yan Hao's large hand inappropriately grazed her smaller one. Leaning closer, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, his intentions unmistakably intimate. Chung Anning's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly propped her elbows against him, urging, stop teasing. I still need to wash the dishes. Am I not helping you? Yan Hao replied, sporting a look that conveyed how considerate he was, nearly causing Chung Anning to burst into laughter. This man, incessantly holding her hand while claiming to assist her, was clearly just trying to take advantage of her. You needn't help me. Go rest in bed. It's exhausting to be out all day. Chung Anning shot him a reproachful glance, reclaiming her hand to continue washing. Exhausted? Not at all. I'm merely overindulged. Hence, I seek a bit of exercise. Yan Hao pouted, sitting beside her, his intentions unmistakable. That sounds splendid. However, Chung Anning feigned ignorance, continuing to place the washed dishes back on the wooden table. Anning, Yan Hao called out, visibly displeased at her dismissal, his tone tinged with annoyance. What is it? Why are you still awake? Just go to bed. Chung Anning replied, not bothering to turn around, her focus solely on the dishes. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Yan Hao stood, striding over to embrace her from behind. Let us exercise together, he whispered seductively in her ear. I am not stuffed. Chung Anning retorted playfully, I do not care. I want you to join me, Yan Hao declared with an air of authority. Observing her reluctance, Chung Anning turned in his embrace, pulling at his cheek, playfully admonishing, You have the thickest skin in the world. Didn't you take medicine? Why are you acting this way? Who is being romantic? Although Yan Hao denied it, he couldn't help the involuntary swallow, tightening his grip around her waist and lifting her off the ground as he made his way to the wooden bed. Yan Hao, put me down, Anning protested, patting his shoulder. Anning, I miss you. I haven't held you all day. I long for your tender face, your soft body, your fragrant hair, and... No more, Chung Anning interrupted, covering his mouth to prevent him from continuing. Feeling her cheeks flush with embarrassment at his candid expression of affection, that I shall not let go. Anning, look at me. Only at me. Just like this, I like it. You are mine, and I want you to see me and only me. Yan Hao leaned down, pressing her into the soft furs, gently pulling her hand away to kiss her palm, before unabashedly capturing her lips with his. Chung Anning, enchanted, ceased to ignore him, wrapping her arms around him and softly whispering in his ear. How? I like you too. Chapter 53. Four-color tea fruit. After a passionate exchange, Yan Hao finally felt content, embracing Anning's soft form with a look of satisfaction and joy. Anning, thoroughly worn out, nestled against him. Dozing off. Anning, today I went foraging and discovered several peculiar plants. Would you like to see? Yan Hao inquired, tilting her chin to draw her attention. Let us wait until tomorrow. I wish to sleep, Chung Anning murmured, burying her face against his warm chest, reluctant to rise. For the first time, she felt the allure of plants had diminished. Observing this, Yan Hao grinned widely, pulling the furs over them. Previously, whenever unusual plants were mentioned, Anning's eyes would light up, and regardless of her activities, she would leap at the chance to investigate, even if it meant leaving his side, which had always displeased him. However, he now noticed that Anning seemed increasingly focused on him, especially after their intimate moments. She relished lazily curling up in his arms, neglecting her curiosity for plants. Anning had just confessed her affection for him, which filled Yan Hao with immense pride, his heart brimming with sweetness akin to a jar of honey. This sensation was peculiar, yet he savored it. The following day, in preparation for the guests, Anning rose early and began bustling about with Yan Yu and Yin Yu, along with several other females from the tribe. She informed them that the dishes they would prepare were tea and fruit delicacies to honor their esteemed visitors, explaining that in the Huaxia tribe, it was customary to present such offerings to friends and guests. The females were intrigued, promptly fetching an array of ingredients from the storage hut, gathering around a large rectangular wooden table to learn from Chung Anning how to prepare the tea and fruit delicacies. Of course, they lacked tea leaves for the time being. However, the tribe had sweet fruits and spoon beans, leading Chung Anning to decide to create jujube bean tea for their guests. The sweet fruit, known as jujube, had already been transformed into no less than 10 different culinary delights by Chung Anning. From sweet fruit puree to sweet fruit slices, sweet fruit soup, candied sweet fruit, shredded chicken with sweet fruit, and sweet fruit fish fillets, she had lost count of the variations. The tribe's females and children adored sweet fruit dishes, making them Anning's specialty. This time, however, the sweet fruit would be prepared as a beverage, prompting curious glances from the tribe members. Anning first removed the pits from a large handful of sweet fruits, slicing them into small rounds to roast over the charcoal stove, then did the same with the spoon beans, discarding the pods before roasting them. Once the sweet fruit slices were ready, she placed them in a clean ceramic jar for later use, then crushed the roasted, dried spoon beans into powder with a stone hammer, also storing this in the jar. Finally, it was time to brew the tea. The tea we are making requires boiling water to steep the bean powder and sweet fruit slices. Now, I will demonstrate. As she spoke, Anning retrieved a clean ceramic bowl, using wooden tongs to place 3 or 4 slices of sweet fruit and scooping a spoonful of bean powder into the bowl, then poured boiling water from a kettle lined with animal skin. After steeping, the bean powder dissolved, transforming the liquid into a vibrant green hue, enriched by the sweet fragrance of the fruit slices, prompting the tribe members to inhale deeply. How delightful! Anning, is this really tea? May I have a taste? Yin Yu exclaimed, eagerly anticipating a sample. Chung Anning smiled, carefully pouring the brewed sweet fruit bean tea into several smaller ceramic bowls, handing one to Yan Yu and distributing the others among Yan Yu and the rest of the tribe. Everyone, please try it and see how it tastes. Be cautious, it's quite hot. The tribe members eagerly lifted their bowls to taste. Yan Yu was the first to take a sip, nearly burning his mouth. So hot, so hot, he exclaimed, puffing air into the bowl. Yan Yu couldn't help but scold. You, Anning already warned that the tea is hot. Why are you rushing? I couldn't wait. This tea is so fragrant. The sweet fruit slices are even sweeter after soaking. It's absolutely delicious. After finally cooling the tea, Yan Yu eagerly took a large sip, savoring the sweet fruit slices, the delightful flavor soothing his throat, an exhilarating experience indeed. Chung Anning cast a humorous glance at the emotionally moved Yan Yu, who was on the verge of tears. She lifted the tea bowl to sample the brew, only to find it slightly lacking in flavor. Consequently, she prepared another cup, tasted it once more, and nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Yan Yu, she instructed, You, when you serve the guests later, be sure to add 5 pieces of sweet fruit slices and 2 spoonfuls of bean powder to each bowl. Only then will the flavor be rich and aromatic. Do you remember? Of course. Yan Yu promptly nodded obediently. Chung Anning set down the tea and instructed the tribe members to bring forth various wild fruits from the tribe, preparing to create some tea fruit delicacies. Anning, how should we prepare the tea fruits? Can't we just place them on the table like this? Yan Yu felt that those fruits were delicious enough without any additional ingredients and wondered if Anning could enhance their flavor even further. Chung Anning smiled and replied, Certainly, that is an option. However, it does not showcase the unique characteristics of our tribe that I intend to create something special to attract people from other tribes. Once they see something they like, they will naturally be inclined to trade their own specialties with us. This way, our trade fair will be easily successful. Anning's thoughtful efforts were undoubtedly aimed at laying the groundwork for future tribal alliances. Without eye-catching offerings, how could they entice other tribes to voluntarily participate in the trade fair? Such strategic tactics were essential though. I understand now. Anning, you are truly clever. None of us had thought of that. Yan Yu chuckled foolishly while scratching his head. Chung Anning smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and began preparing the tea fruits. After inspecting all the fruits available in the tribe, Chung Anning decided to create tea fruits that balanced sweet, savory, sour, and aromatic flavors. The first variety was a sweet fruit salad, made by chopping all the sweet fruits into pieces, mixing them with honey and boiled roe deer milk. The second was a sweet and savory, crispy fruit, crafted from all the tender, fleshy green fruits cut into strips, seasoned with a touch of honey and salt before being dried. Notably, the salt was derived from the saline seep of the saltwort grass, which, while not abundant, had become one of the tribe's more important seasonings apart from honey. Fortunately, saltwort was a common plant in the western plains, making it easy to harvest. Hence, gathering saltwort had become an essential task for the tribe, with salt extraction being a daily endeavor, and the tribe stored salt had accumulated to 2 full jars. The third type was sour fruit preserves, created by cooking all the sour wild fruits until tender, slicing them and roasting them until semi-dry, then adding a touch of honey for flavor, producing a delightful sweet and sour treat. The flavor was tangy, and with each bite, the initial tartness transformed into sweetness, compelling one to indulge repeatedly. A truly alluring taste. Yan Yu held a particular fondness for the sour fruit preserves, and upon their completion, she displayed an expression of desire akin to Yan Yu's, prompting Chung Anning to stifle a laugh. The fourth variety was sesame-flavored fruit, made from wild fruits that possessed a balanced flavor, neither sweet nor sour. The fruits were cut into irregular pieces, threaded onto wooden skewers, and roasted until the skin became slightly crispy before being plated and sprinkled with sesame powder. Before long, the 4 types of tea fruits filled an entire table, and Chung Anning made extra to share with the tribe members who were already drooling in anticipation. The sight of the tribe members joyfully clamoring for food created a warm and harmonious atmosphere. The simplicity of primitive life brought easy satisfaction, a joy that modern individuals could hardly comprehend or experience. However, Chung Anning had come to understand that this was the purest form of happiness in the beastly era. Chapter 54. Just a female before long, the leaders of various small tribes arrived in succession, including Yuan Shi, the leader of the Yuanling tribe, and Feng Zhu, the the leader of the Minglu tribe. Yan Hao proudly embraced Cheng Anning as he introduced her to the gathering. "Welcome, esteemed leaders, to our Yan Hao tribe. This is my female Anning, and all the exquisite dishes on this table have been meticulously prepared by her and my tribe members to host you." As Yan Hao spoke, the leaders of the small tribes widened their eyes in astonishment. Upon entering the Yan Hao tribe, they were struck by the striking transformation it had undergone. In just a few months, the Yan Hao tribe had evolved from a desolate and dilapidated community into a thriving, well-organized settlement abundant in food and resources, leaving them utterly amazed. On their way to the Yan Hao tribe, Yuan Qi had shared tales of Anning's contributions, yet many leaders had dismissed his accounts as mere exaggeration, doubting that a solitary, delicate female from a different tribe could possess such capability. They attributed the tribe's success primarily to Yan Hao's efforts. However, upon entering the tribe, they were astonished to discover that Yuan Qi's words rang true. Throughout their journey, the most frequently heard phrase among the tribe members regarding the guest house was, "This is what Anning taught us." Yan Hao guided them through the newly established wooden construction sites, leather processing areas, pottery workshops, sorting facilities, communal kitchens, experimental fields, kilns, charcoal pits, and storage cabins, each of which left the leaders in awe and allowed them to deeply appreciate the remarkable changes within the Yan Hao tribe. This was a far cry from the former state of the Yan Hao tribe. As small tribe from the southern region of Xizang, they were somewhat familiar with one another, but this visit to the Yan Hao tribe had truly opened their eyes. "Yan Hao, you are indeed fortunate to have such an exceptional female. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also remarkably capable. Did she really create all of this?" one tribal leader exclaimed, his gaze sweeping over the square guest house devoid of doors. Then shifting to the table laden with tea and fruit, ultimately resting on Cheng Anning, whose fair skin stirred a profound envy within him. Yan Hao laughed heartily, replying, "Leader Mukong, you flatter me. However, my female is indeed extraordinary. Hailing from the powerful Huaxia tribe, favored and protected by the dragon god, which has bestowed her with exceptional intellect. In just a few months since she and I became mates, she has greatly contributed to our Yan Hao tribe. I dare say no other leader in all of Xizang can boast of such a remarkable female." "Well said. Yan Hao, you are indeed fortunate. I heard that you summoned us here to establish a tribal trade fair. Allow me to kick off the proceedings. I offer 50 bundles of sesame grass, 20 pieces of leather, and 10 pottery jars filled with wild fruits in exchange for your female." Before he had even taken a seat, another tall, rugged leader with a bushy beard boldly declared his intentions, though his latter words immediately created an awkward atmosphere. His brazen demand for someone else's female and his complete lack of courtesy was indeed audacious. Yet his words echoed the unspoken thoughts of everyone present as they turned their gazes towards Yan Hao, eager to gauge his reaction. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's expression darkened immediately, and without a moment's hesitation, he coldly retorted, "No exchange. Perhaps you feel my offer is insufficient, Leader Yan Hao. If one portion isn't enough, I can certainly add more. How about that?" Firebear remained unfazed by Yan Hao's icy demeanor, quickly upping the ante while his gaze lingered on Anning's fair visage, unabashedly revealing his interest. "Not for sale. Firebear, you should seek something else." Yan Hao continued to refuse coldly, his brows furrowing ominously, signaling the onset of his fury. "Leader Yan Hao, if you wish to establish a trade fair, then everything should be up for exchange. Petite is merely a female. Why take offense?" "Indeed, Leader Yan Hao, Firebear is merely acting in good faith. If this exchange succeeds, the trade fair will be a success." The other leaders, reveling in the unfolding drama, urged in support of Firebear, clearly biased towards him. Yan Hao's anger surged as he slammed his palm on the wooden table, exclaiming, "Listen well. I am open to trade for other goods, but for Anning, you would have to step over my dead body. Leader Yan Hao, the strength of your Yan Hao tribe is comparable to our Shuexiong tribe. You need not fear me. I have set my sights on that female, and if you refuse to exchange, I shall simply take her." Firebear's brazen demeanor matched Yan Hao's as he approached with the intent to seize, showing no respect for boundaries. This realization drove home a crucial point for Anning. To host a trade fair, one must possess sufficient strength to deter other tribes. Otherwise, in this savage world, alliances could lead to calamity. Firebear, you would do well to abandon such thoughts, or else Yan Hao will undoubtedly ensure you pay a heavy price. Yan Hao's fury was palpable as he glared at the arrogant Firebear. His fists clenched tightly, ready to unleash his wrath. And if I refuse? Firebear scoffed, deliberately eyeing Chung Anning as he smirked wickedly. This female is so fair and tender. It must be a delight to mate with her. It is only natural for Chief Yan Hao to be reluctant. How about this? If you agree to the exchange, my Badger clan will join the alliance with the original Lingming Deer clan from this day forth, assisting you in combating the Golden Serpent and the Songlong clan. Surely, this demonstrates our sincerity, does it not? Upon hearing this, both Yuanqi and Fengzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. When their three clans initially formed an alliance, they had sought to include the formidable Badger clan, but regrettably, Firebear had declined, and thus it had been abandoned. They understood that with the Badger clan's participation, resisting the Golden Serpent and Songlong clans would become significantly easier, even rendering them entirely fearless of their attacks. This proposition was indeed highly enticing for them. In comparison, the safety of the clan far outweighed the importance of a single female, although Anning was exceptional. Under such circumstances, anyone would agree to Firebear's terms without hesitation. No, absolutely not. Firebear, I shall reiterate. Regardless of what you offer, I will not exchange Anning with you. You should abandon this line of thought. Yan Hao declared, each word resonating with conviction. Upon hearing this, Firebear's smile vanished, replaced by a look of indignation. Chief Yan Hao, I advise you to reconsider. Otherwise, not only will you fail to protect your female, but your clansmen may also have to make sacrifices. Yan Hao, filled with fury, was about to charge at Firebear to deliver a beating when Chung Anning intervened, grasping his arm. Anning, let go. How dare he covet my female? I must teach him a lesson. Yan Hao bellowed, Oh, you truly need to intervene in teaching him a lesson. You are the esteemed leader of our Yanhu clan. Stooping to the level of a crude individual will only make others perceive you as uncouth as well. Anning gently chastised. How? Our Yanhu clan possesses sufficient strength to command their submission. Remain calm. I will handle this. Chung Anning stepped forward, offering reassurance to Yan Hao, and in response to his skeptical gaze, she addressed the brash Firebear. I fear Chief Firebear may not be aware that our Yanhu clan adheres to the principle of courtesy before conflict. We offer not only fruits and tea, but also weapons. Since you have shown disinterest in our offerings, allow me to demonstrate the weaponry of our clan. Chapter 55. What are you so proud of? What weapons could your Yanhu clan possibly possess, other than spears and bows, and that white tiger spirit pet of Yan Hao's? Do you truly believe I, Firebear, have not seen better? Firebear crossed his arms, wearing an expression of disdain, clearly underestimating the Yanhu clan. Firebear, your fire slave spirit pet as capabilities are hardly impressive. What are you boasting about? Yan Hao retorted, clenching his fist in anger, inadvertently echoing a colorful expletive from Anning's past. Chung Anning found herself both amused and exasperated. She had not anticipated Yan Hao's ability to apply such phrases effectively. However, mere words could not intimidate those present. Only overwhelming strength could crush all opposition. Fortunately, she had prepared for this eventuality, having brought two types of chemical element weapons to deter any unruly guests. While Yan Hao and Firebear exchanged words, Anning retrieved the two weapons from a wooden crate in the corner. The Zhu Qiying, and an upgraded wolf repellent spray that was designed to incapacitate beings stronger than oneself, while the upgraded spray, modified by her, not only had an extensive range and coverage, but also induced tears, sneezing, and a hypnotic effect, proving exceptionally useful against large-scale attacks. Yan Hao was familiar with but the purpose of the spray was unknown to him. Regardless, any weapon produced by Anning was undoubtedly effective. In an instant, the anger ignited within Yan Hao subsided, in the presence of absolute power. Any challenge posed to him would be rendered futile. If Anning could bring down a large-horned beast with then surely a Firebear, merely a third of its size, would stand no chance. Yan Hao seized it from Anning and aimed it at Firebear. You believe that if you utter another word, I could not incapacitate you instantly? Anning had taught him how to use the weapon. and he had grown quite adept at it. However, these weapons were precious to Anning, and thus he seldom brought them out unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Fire Bear's arrogance had crossed the line, making it the perfect opportunity to reclaim his dignity. Fire Bear observed the diminutive in Yan Hao's hand, incredulous that such a small object could be deemed formidable. Unable to suppress his laughter, he scoffed, "Yan Hao, do you take us for fools? I stand here, unyielding, and you would dare to strike me with that pitiful trinket. Let us see what you can truly do." Then behold, Yan Hao exclaimed, his face hardening as he aimed the weapon at Fire Bear's shoulder and fired. The ammunition zipped through the air, embedding itself in Fire Bear's left shoulder. To his surprise, Fire Bear felt as though he had merely been bitten by a mosquito. He raised his hand to his shoulder, promptly extracting a needle as fine as a strand of hair, and with a dismissive huff, he remarked, "Yan Hao, are you attempting to scratch an itch with this?" Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Yet before anyone could fully register the moment, the previously arrogant Fire Bear suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they stared at the unconscious Fire Bear sprawled on the ground. What just transpired? What happened to Chief Fire Bear? Chief Fire Bear, wake up! Several clan leaders rushed forward, attempting to rouse him, but no amount of calling could stir him from his slumber. This weapon can only incapacitate Fire Bear. But we possess another that can subdue everyone present. Would the esteemed leaders care to witness it? Chung Anning stated coolly, casually lifting the upgraded spray in her hand. Upon seeing it, the faces of the crowd shifted dramatically, and they hastily shook their heads in unison. No need. We concede. Yuanqi, his expression filled with reverence, declared, "The weaponry of the Yinhu clan is far too powerful. We are not their match." Fengzhu chimed in at the opportune moment. "Chief Yan Hao need not showcase further. I believe no one here dares to create trouble any longer." Chung Anning exchanged a glance with Yan Hao before she put away the weapons and smiled. "In that case, let us all take a seat and discuss the matters of the trading conference." Agreed. The crowd, thoroughly intimidated, dared not utter a dissenting word, obediently taking their seats to commence serious discussions. It was not until the details of the trading conference had nearly been finalized that Fire Bear finally regained consciousness, rubbing his forehead. The moment he awoke, he sprang to his feet, alarmed, and shouted, "Yan Hao, how dare you ambush me?" Yan Hao rolled his eyes, coldly retorting, "With so many witnesses present, you demanded that I attack you. How can you claim it was an ambush? Fire Bear, I have even more formidable weapons yet to be revealed. Would you care to test them?" Fire Bear's pupils dilated as he recalled the peculiar object in Chung Anning's hand, slightly larger than the... He swallowed hard, speechless. Observing Fire Bear's cowardice, Yan Hao spoke with a hint of arrogance. "Chief Fire Bear, should you be contemplating joining our trading conference, then sit down and engage in discussion. If you choose not to participate, you are free to leave. No one will hinder you. However, I must forewarn you, should your Badger clan encounter any dire straits in the future, do not return to seek my aid. Our Yinhu clan assists friends, not foes." Fire Bear's expression shifted rapidly at these words. Just as he hesitated, caught in a difficult position, the ever-kind Yuanqi intervened to diffuse the tension, saying, "Chief Yan Hao, I believe Chief Fire Bear is merely concerned about the security of the trading conference, which prompted him to test you. He only wishes for this conference to proceed smoothly. Let us not hold it against him." The others soon joined in to smooth over the situation. "Indeed, Chief Yan Hao, we are all in the West Song South. We should support one another. The Golden Serpent and Songlong clans of West Song North are our true enemies." "Yes, yes. Chief Fire Bear, please take a seat. We are nearing the conclusion of our discussion." One leader stood and pulled Fire Bear back in his seat, thus calming the storm over the female dispute. Chung Anning surveyed the crowd and smiled. "Esteemed leaders, the purpose of inviting you here is to discuss the establishment of a trading conference, aiming to connect the clans of West Song South and promote mutual growth. You must understand, the capabilities of a single clan are limited, but when many clans unite, their strength becomes boundless. Through exchange and cooperation, we can unify the cultures within our clans, ultimately fortifying our own. At that point, not only will we not fear the Golden Serpent clan, but we shall also stand undaunted against the Songlong clan. Would you not agree?" "Indeed, absolutely." Chung Anning noted the unanimous agreement among the attendees. Nodding in satisfaction, she turned to Yan Hao, stating, "Hao, since everyone has consented, let us finalize the trading conference to commence on the full moon of this month, with the trading location established at the Tianshi Tai in the central region of West Song South. Once every half month, I just taught everyone how to calculate dates. Do you all understand? Half month? What does that mean?" Huixiong asked, utterly perplexed. He had been dazed earlier and had completely missed Cheng Anning's explanation. Now he felt as lost as a monk who cannot grasp the truth. Chapter 56. No different from beasts, Cheng Anning glanced at Huixiong and remarked, "If you don't even know what a half month is, how can you expect me to be your female companion? How can you communicate with me if you understand nothing? To be honest, even the children of our Huaxia tribe know more than you. If you desire an intelligent female, you must first elevate your own qualities. Otherwise, even if you obtain a clever and capable female, she will inevitably be taken away by someone stronger than you." Huixiong flushed with embarrassment from Cheng Anning's reprimand and muttered sullenly, "I don't understand, and neither do they. Why am I the only one being targeted? No one is deliberately targeting you. It is you who insists on being the first to stand out. So, who should the hunter strike if not you? If you cannot even protect your own female, what right do you have to raise a commotion here? To offer all the tribe's food and possessions for a female you cannot even keep is not the action of a leader, but rather that of a fool. If you wish to possess more and better things, you must at least have the ability to safeguard them. Otherwise, you will merely become a source of amusement for others. In the wild, there are brutes everywhere, but this Huaxiong stands out among them. Such individuals must be kept in check. Otherwise, they will inevitably become a source of trouble." Fortunately, Anning was prepared. Otherwise, today's meeting would surely have been disrupted by this fellow. Huixiong fell silent. Finally feeling somewhat guilty, he cast a furtive glance at Cheng Anning and suddenly realized that she was no longer merely an object of his desire, but rather a sharp thorn in his side. Yan Hao timely interjected, "Huixiong, if you disagree, speak up. If you have no objections, then this matter is settled." "I have no objections," Huixiong mumbled reluctantly. He had no choice but to concede. After all, they had weapons and could easily overpower him. And by the time he had fallen asleep, a pot of meat would have been cooked. He dared not voice any dissent, fearing he might be cooked by the Yan Hao tribe. "Very well. Starting tomorrow, each tribe will send representatives to build the trading venue at Tianshi Tai. Those who do not come will be removed from the list of trading members. Now let's hear everyone's stance." Yan Hao declared decisively that we, the Yuan Ling tribe, shall join. We, the Ming Lu tribe, shall join. We, the Wushu tribe, shall join. We, the Shuixiong tribe, shall also join. Finally, after everyone had expressed their intentions, Huixiong spoke up. Cheng Anning smiled at Yan Hao and nodded in acknowledgement. Yan Hao understood and turned to the crowd, proudly stating, "Since everyone supports our Yan Hao tribe, we shall not be stingy. Anning and I have prepared some small gifts for everyone as a token of our sincerity." With that, he called out to those outside the wooden house, "Yin Li, bring forth the gifts for the leaders." "Yes, chief." Yin Li responded and soon entered with Yin Gang, carrying a large wooden box. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unsure of what lay within. Yuan Shi curiously asked, "Chief Yan Hao, what is this?" Yan Hao beamed with pride as he replied, "Inside are garments made from hemp woven by the females of our Yan Hao tribe. They can cover the entire body. When worn in conjunction with animal skin clothing, they provide remarkable warmth during the cold season. Each leader will receive a complete set of top and bottom garments, all crafted with our heartfelt intentions. Clothing." The crowd was intrigued by this new term. Clothing, along with food and shelter, ranks foremost in importance. Go unclad is to be no different from the wild beasts in the forest. Our distinction from the beasts is primarily manifested in our clothing. Beasts do not wear clothes, hence they lack civilization. Yet we, the beast tribes, are different. We possess intellect and means, and wearing clothing signifies that we are superior to them. Thus, clothing is a symbol of civilization. But you all understand what I am saying? Understood. The crowd nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Cheng Anning's words. Previously, they had wrapped themselves in animal skins merely for warmth. But now, upon hearing Anning's explanation, they realized that wearing clothes is a means of showcasing their distinction from beasts. Who wouldn't relish the sense of superiority that accompanies such an aura? Anning, your Huaxia tribe possesses such profound understanding. We never thought of this before, but now that you mention it, I feel as though I have become smarter, Yuan Shi exclaimed, experiencing a sudden clarity, as if he had been living in chaos and it had now been cleaved apart. Illuminating his path, observing the expressions of others, it was evident they shared this newfound realization. It was truly a marvelous feeling. This is what it means to grasp a principle. When we comprehend something, knowing what it is, how to use it, and how it benefits us, we have understood a principle. Once understood, the body automatically stores this knowledge, and the more principles one retains in their mind, the smarter one becomes. Qing Anning was well aware that these unenlightened beastmen felt deeply moved by novel concepts. Yet without explanation, they remained oblivious to its essence. Thus, she simply elucidated it for them. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder I feel particularly enlightened, someone exclaimed with newfound clarity. Yes, me too, so does this mean I've become smarter? Another leader joyfully chimed in. Indeed, as one comprehends various principles, a person becomes increasingly intelligent. The trading fair exchanges not only food and goods, but also the principles stored within the minds of the tribe's people. When many principles converge, they give rise to even more insights. Thus, as long as communication continues, our understanding will proliferate, and we shall grow wiser. We in the Huaxia tribe refer to this process of exchange as learning knowledge. Learning knowledge, the introduction of this new term, left the recently awakened crowd momentarily bewildered once more. Learning is the process of our mutual exchange, and knowledge encompasses those concepts and the principles they elucidate. Anning, am I correct? Yan Hao displayed his keen intellect, clearly comprehending the subject matter more deeply than others. Correct? Chung Anning nodded, bestowing upon him a sweet smile of approval, which made Yan Hao feel as if he had consumed a jar of honey. All right, that concludes today's discussion. Leaders, you may take your gifts and depart. Remember to bring your people to Tianshi Tai tomorrow. Anning and I will also be bringing our people to help set up the trading fair. Yan Hao, unceremoniously ushering everyone away, left Chung Anning both amused and exasperated. Just as she appraised his intelligence, he immediately reverted to his boisterous demeanor. Sigh. What can one do? After all, he is just a headstrong tiger. After seeing off the leaders, Yan Hao promptly pulled Chung Anning back into the wooden house, closing the door behind them and enveloping her in a flurry of affectionate whispers that made her cheeks flush. When Anning had smiled at him earlier, it had ignited a yearning within him, compelling him to seek her affection. Chung Anning, blushing, pushed him away. Are you out of your mind? It's broad daylight. Let go of me. Yet Yan Hao held her tightly, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at her, his tone tinged with regret as he said, Anning, I find you more radiant than the sun and gentler than the moon. You capture my gaze completely. You have stolen my soul. You have taken control of me, compelling me to heed your every word. Tell me, have you cast a spell on me? At his words, Chung Anning was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Collapsing into his embrace. Chapter 57. Exquisite food and beauty, what are you laughing at? Is it really that amusing? Yan Hao, bewildered by her laughter, felt his pride wounded. Chung Anning finally stifled her giggles and said with a serious expression, You are quick to revert to foolishness after a few compliments. What magic or divine power could I possibly possess? It's merely the persuasive power of knowledge and experience that makes you find my words reasonable, leading you to comply unconditionally. This is not some divine power. It is simply a natural outcome of improving your ability to understand things. Many principles are fixed. It is not because I said so that you agree. If anyone else were to say the same, you would likely find yourself in agreement. Do you understand? Yan Hao listened, seeming to grasp the concept yet remaining somewhat confused, scratching his head as he mumbled. So if anyone says it, I would agree, but I don't feel that way. He believed Anning's words implicitly, yet if spoken by another, he would not be so inclined to agree. Principles become principles because everyone acknowledges them as true. Therefore, regardless of who articulates these principles, others will unconditionally accept them. However, this does not imply that the speaker possesses any divine power. It merely indicates that they understand more principles than others. Chung Anning elaborated once more. Glancing at Yan Hao, who still bore a look of disapproval, she continued, The same principle articulated by different voices may find you in agreement with me, yet at odds with others. For it is your subjective consciousness that influences your stance on the matter. However, this does not alter the objective reality that the principle itself holds truth to I concern myself with whether this principle is correct. I am merely aware that what you assert is right. While the assertions of others fall short, as long as I trust you, that suffices. Yan Hao, only partially comprehending, resorted to stubbornly contending. Cheng Anning found herself both amused and exasperated by Yan Hao's brutishness. It dawned on her that the validity of the reasoning had little bearing on him. What mattered was that it was spoken by someone he trusted. Shaking her head, she teased him. You believe me. Don you. Then from tomorrow onward, we shall refrain from physical exertion at night. I say it is beneficial for the body. Do you believe it? I believe you must be jesting. I do not accept that. Anning, do not lead me astray with your illogical reasoning. Yan Hao retorted, his dissatisfaction evident, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, which elicited both irritation and amusement from Cheng Anning. How is it that you no longer trust me? When your own reasoning fails, how can you expect others to accept your claims? Selfishness and self-serving behavior are unacceptable. Cheng Anning admonished, her finger poking Yan Hao's forehead, heedless of whether he grasped her words or not. I care not for the validity of the reasoning. I shall pursue what I desire regardless. Certainly, I cannot forego evening exercise. Yan Hao tightened his embrace around Cheng Anning, rendering her helpless. You bully. Cheng Anning, relinquishing her resistance, placed her hands loosely on his shoulders and retorted, if I possessed divine powers, would I not have distanced myself from you long ago? Why would I remain in the tribe to be bullied by you? Fool! You are my female, and thus must remain in my tribe. Whoever dares to take you from me shall face my wrath. Yan Hao declared, recalling how that fire bear had audaciously attempted to claim Anning for himself, stirring a primal urge for violence within him. While inflicting pain upon another may be easy, ensuring their submission is far more complex. One must employ strategy in combat. Striking with fists necessitates a perpetual cycle of violence unless one is lethal. Whereas employing intellect requires but a single strike, rendering physical confrontation unnecessary thereafter. Cheng Anning, observing Yan Hao's disgruntled expression, could not suppress a laugh that I can use my fists. I cannot use my head. Wouldn't crashing my head merely result in a mess? That is not combat. That is inviting trouble. Yan Hao huffed in frustration that he too understood the principles of combat. Did he not? Cheng Anning playfully punched his shoulder, correcting him. It is intellect, not head. Is there truly a difference? Yan Hao retorted defiantly. Indeed, there is. Intellect refers to the knowledge and experience stored within one's mind for problem solving, while head merely denotes a part of our anatomy. Every part of the human body is inherently fragile. Yet the power of the mind is indomitable. Therein lies the distinction. Attacking an adversary with a mere body part yields minimal impact, but utilizing one's intellect can exert overwhelming force, ensuring they never dare to retaliate. When I instructed you on how to deal with the fire bear, was that not an application of intellect? I demonstrated it for you, yet you remain oblivious? Cheng Anning reiterated the differences between physical and intellectual combat, providing examples to elucidate the concept for Yan Hao. That is not correct. To her surprise, Yan Hao immediately countered. What is incorrect? Cheng Anning inquired, puzzled. You were clearly employing weapons against the fire bear, he asserted confidently. Those weapons are merely extensions of intellect, brought forth to instill fear. There are myriad methods that require no weapons at all. Sometimes, a mere few words can deter others, though this demands a greater reservoir of knowledge and a robust physique. Cheng Anning felt as though she were speaking to a brick wall, her enthusiasm waning. Yet, to her astonishment, once she finished, Yan Hao's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, I understand now. What do you understand? Cheng Anning asked, taken aback. You will be my intellect, and I shall be your weapon. Together, we can surely vanquish all enemies of the West Song, Yan Hao proclaimed, convinced of his own brilliance, though he grasped little of Anning's words. He comprehended this principle, deeming it the most significant notion of all. Very well, you are correct. This, perhaps, epitomized the lazy mindset, the pinnacle of wisdom within the simplistic minds of the beastmen. The implication is clear. You possess a clever intellect, and I possess you. Thus, I too possess cleverness. Your intellect requires formidable weaponry to bolster it, and I can serve as that weapon to support your formidable mind. This presents an intriguing symbiosis, a perfect union for mutual benefit. Fine, she conceded, recognizing that although Yan Hao was not particularly astute, his determination to keep her by his side was sufficient. See, I told you I was clever. Yan Hao, however, refrained from praise, knowing it would inflate his ego. Cheng Anning chuckled, Indeed, you are clever. You are quite the genius. Great wisdom may appear foolish. I cannot match your lofty realm. Enough of this. I am famished. Let us procure some ingredients and prepare a feast. I desire tea fruits. Yan Hao's eyes sparkled at the mention, and he took Cheng Anning's hand, leading her out of the house toward the storage hut. Tea fruits are mere snacks to accompany tea. They cannot constitute a meal. Cheng Anning countered that I want them nonetheless. I wish for sweet fruit salad and sesame fruits. Anning, may we prepare these too? The mere mention of food transformed Yan Hao into a child of 3. Fine, I shall make whatever you desire that acceptable. Cheng Anning acquiesced. For Yan Hao, the allure of delicious food and the beauty of Anning were cravings he could never resist. Chapter 58. Where do we come from the following day? Cheng Anning and Yan Hao, accompanied by their tribesmen, pushed carts and carried baskets, prepared with various tools and materials for constructing a marketplace, set off grandly toward the Heavenly Stone platform. The Heavenly Stone platform was not far from the Yan Hao tribe, and within approximately half an hour, they arrived. This expansive woodland was ingeniously characterized by a slightly elevated, flat clearing at its center, devoid of large trees save for some weeds, leading the beast tribes of West Song to name it the Heavenly Stone platform. Covering an area of roughly 5 acres, the platform seemed a divine gift to the beast tribes. Long ago, there had been attempts to claim it as a personal possession, but after much negotiation between tribes, it was decided to name it the Heavenly Stone platform and designate it as a communal space, not belonging to any single tribe. Thus, many beast tribes from the southern West Song would gather here for significant events. Naturally, establishing a marketplace here also signified a shared ownership among the tribes. So when the Yan Hao tribe proposed to hold a marketplace at the Heavenly Stone platform, no one objected. Anning surveyed the terrain of the Heavenly Stone platform, then picked up a stick and squatted to sketch a layout. Yan Hao, intrigued by her artistic endeavor, leaned over to observe, but after a prolonged gaze, he remained perplexed about what she was illustrating. Anning, what are you doing? I am drafting a planning diagram. Cheng Anning smiled up at Yan Hao before returning to her natural cartography. Intrigued, Yan Hao squatted beside her, peering closely at the ground. What are these squares and circles? After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to the square frames and the moon-like circle. The squares represent the trading halls we shall construct, while the circles denote temporary lodgings for the various tribes. Should the quantities of traded food and items be substantial, or if they need to be transported in stages, a single day will not suffice for the marketplace. Each tribe may find themselves at the Heavenly Stone platform for several days, and during that time, they cannot camp outdoors, necessitating the construction of temporary wooden lodgings. The trading halls will serve as storage for the traded goods, and we must also organize a security team to ensure the safety of all tribesmen participating in the marketplace. You have certainly considered everything, but I believe there is no immediate need for such extensive preparations. After all, no tribe from the southern West Song would dare to disrupt the marketplace. The trade fair has gathered the majority of the Beastman tribes from the southern region of Shizong, while the smaller tribes and scattered orcs are likely too timid to challenge this united front. Thus, they pose little threat. The only tribes of concern are the Golden Serpent and the Tsong Wolf tribes from the northern region of Shizong. However, in the short term, they are unlikely to notice the small maneuvers of the southern tribes. Now is the prime season for autumn hunting, and the larger tribes are particularly active in gathering and hunting, as they must stockpile sufficient food to survive the winter, leaving them little time to assault other tribes. Cheng Anning nodded in agreement, stating, You are correct, but the trade fair is a long-term endeavor, and it may expand in the future. Therefore, it is essential to establish a solid framework from the outset to accommodate any unforeseen circumstances that may arise later, while there may not be immediate raids from external tribes. Over time, the trade fair will inevitably spread, and the Golden Serpent and Tsong Wolf tribes will eventually learn of it. Thus, Anning must take precautions in advance and treat the establishment of defenses as a paramount task. After all, while trade is important, the preservation of life is paramount. Ensuring safety is the key to the longevity of the trade fair. As Yan Hao and Anning discussed, the various tribes arrived with their kin as scheduled. Yan Hao greeted the leaders and provided an overview of Anning's plans. Once all were in agreement, the tribal leaders directed their people to begin constructing temporary wooden shelters and trading booths. While other tribes produced stone knives and axes, Yan Hao proudly unveiled the woodworking tools of the Yan tribe: squares, saws, files, planers, hammers, chalk lines, and axes. These tools were familiar to the Yan tribe, but the members of the other tribes had never seen them, let alone used them. As soon as Yan Hao displayed them, he was surrounded by curious onlookers. What are these things? How peculiar! What are they used for? What's this? It looks like a large bone needle. Why is this thing uneven like sharp grass? Ouch! It pricks. Some picked up chisels and likened them to bone needles, while others held saws and compared them to sharp grass. Still others fumbled with various tools. Mumbling in confusion, with a wave of his hand, Yan Hao declared, "Enough, enough, stop being ignorant. Step aside. We need to get to work." He then distributed the tools among the Yan tribe's members, who began their tasks in an orderly manner. Some sawed wood, others planed, while others polished or drilled. Each person had a specific role, and they worked together seamlessly. In comparison, the efficiency of the Yan tribe surpassed that of all the other tribes combined. In just half a day, the Yan tribe had prepared enough timber for 2 wooden shelters, while the other tribes could barely manage to construct one. Furthermore, the members of the Yan tribe showed no signs of fatigue, while the others were utterly exhausted. The absence of comparison is indeed a source of discomfort. Upon witnessing this, the leaders, including Yuan Qifeng and Zhu, could only sigh in admiration. "Yuan Qi, do you know where Yan Hao's tools came from? I've never seen anything like them. Could they be from the Dongyi or Namlin tribes?" As noon approached, Huaxiong called a halt to the work of the Shuexiong tribe, glancing furtively at the Yan tribe members who were resting and sipping tea, before approaching Yuan Qi and inquiring. Yuan Qi, upon hearing this, looked toward the Yan tribe and shook his head with a wry smile. "I truly don't know, but I heard Yan Hao mention that they were provided by Anning." "Isn't Anning from the Huaxia tribe? Could it be that the Huaxia tribe is a major tribe from Dongyi or Namlin? Otherwise, how could Anning possess such formidable tools?" In Huaxiong's limited understanding, only the advanced civilizations of the Dongyi and Namlin tribes could produce such powerful weapons and intricate tools. "Anning belongs to the Huaxia tribe, but I have never heard of this Huaxia tribe at AS for whether it belongs to Dongyi or Namlin. I truly do not know." Yuan Qi glanced at Cheng Anning, who was smiling as she distributed food to her kin, feeling a renewed sense of curiosity. With her fair skin, striking beauty, and the exquisite food she prepared, coupled with her uniquely exceptional weapons and tools. If Anning were not from a major tribe of Dongyi or Namlin, he could not fathom where she could possibly come from. Yet, if Anning were indeed part of Dongyi or Namlin, why had she ended up in Shizong? Chapter 59. You're not so unrefined after all, esteemed leaders. Please come and have something to eat. However, we have prepared only a modest amount to share. While Yuan Qi was deep in thought with Feng Zhu and Huaxiong, Cheng Anning approached with a wooden tray laden with food, extending a polite smile as an invitation. "You wish to give us food? For free. We haven't prepared anything to exchange." Feng Zhu looked at Cheng Anning in surprise. The Minglu tribe only had 2 meals a day, one at sunrise and another at sunset, drinking only water in between. They had already eaten that morning and would have to wait until sunset for their next meal. However, it was evident that the Yan tribe was different from the Minglu tribe. Indeed, upon hearing this, Cheng Anning smiled and replied, "I heard Yan Hao mention that your Minglu tribe has 2 meals a day. However, since everyone will be working hard today, 2 meals may not suffice to sustain your energy, and it might slow down progress later. You should eat a little to replenish your strength, though, and this does not require you to exchange anything. It is a gift for you." With that, Anning placed a large clay pot of beast meat, a large plate of alkali grass, and several roasted river fish on a relatively flat stone beside Yuan Qi and the others. "Wait, Yan Hao's female. Hold on." Just as Cheng Anning was about to turn away, she was called back by a rough voice she recognized as Huaxiong's. The title made her chuckle slightly. "You can call me Anning." Cheng Anning turned around, looking at Huaxiong with a gentle smile. "What can I do for you, Chief Huaxiong?" Chung Anning's soft voice contrasted sharply with the coarse tones of the other females in the Beastman tribes, making it feel as if someone were teasing their chest with a feather. Huixiong felt an involuntary flush creeping up his cheeks, and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Anning, I wanted to ask, where is your Huaxia tribe? Is it located in Dongyi? Where is the Huaxia tribe?" How should I answer this? Chung Anning pondered for a moment before responding. The Huaxia tribe is in the land of Xinzhou. Xinzhou, Huixiong, Yuan Qi, and the others all looked bewildered, as they had never heard of such a name before. What kind of place is the land of Xinzhou? Yuan Qi's curiosity intensified, prompting him to eagerly ask, "It is a land of clear mountains and waters, rich in resources, beautiful and prosperous." Chung Anning replied with a smile once more. Based on her description, Yuan Qi and the others quickly began to envision the landscape of Xinzhou in their minds. "Anning, where is this land of Xinzhou? Is it far from Shizong?" Feng Zhu, captivated by the imagery of Xinzhou, was filled with longing, unable to resist the allure of such a beautiful place. "How should I put it? It's neither too far nor too close," Chung Anning mused, furrowing her brow. "What do you mean by that? If it's far, it's far. If it's near, it's near. What do you mean by neither far nor near?" Huixiong asked, perplexed. He found it strange that the people of the Huaxia tribe spoke in such an odd manner. "Indeed. Anning, what does that mean? Please explain it to us," Yuan Qi added, his impatience evident. "If I tell you, you won't understand. Anning, stop wasting time with them. Come here and have a sweet fruit. Didn't you say this can replenish energy and blood?" Before Chung Anning could respond, Yan Hao's voice sounded from behind her. Immediately after, Yan Hao pulled Chung Anning into his embrace and stuffed a sweet fruit into her mouth. Chung Anning had no way to counteract Yan Hao's domineering nature and could only raise her hand to munch on the sweet fruit. "Is it sweet?" Yan Hao, unabashedly holding Chung Anning's waist, leaned closer with a flattering smile and asked. "Yes, it's very sweet. You certainly know how to choose," Chung Anning complimented Yan Hao after finishing the fruit. Yan Hao beamed with pride and declared, "Of course, I'm the smartest leader of the Yenu tribe, so I can certainly pick the sweetest." Chung Anning chuckled softly, thinking to herself how boastful he was. However, not everyone was as amused. Someone spoke up, teasing, "Well then, the smartest leader of the Yinhu tribe, why don't you explain what Anning's words meant earlier?" The one posing the question was Huixiong. Observing Yan Hao embracing Anning in a display of affection, an unsettling feeling stirred within him, especially after Yan Hao had seemingly interrupted Anning's explanation about the Huaxia tribe, which only exacerbated his displeasure. Chung Anning glanced back at Huixiong, then turned her gaze towards Yan Hao, remaining silent and patiently awaiting his response. She had not previously mentioned the matters concerning Huaxia and Shenzhou to Yan Hao, but she was curious to see how he would handle this inquisitive group in such circumstances. At that moment, Yan Hao finally turned to face the questioning Huixiong, adopting a languid demeanor as he replied, "Why should I divulge anything to you? I've stated my terms. What do you intend to offer in exchange?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback. None had anticipated Yan Hao's sudden retort. Chung Anning, observing Yan Hao's haughty demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. This fellow, tasked with providing an explanation, had cleverly turned the tables on them. Merely answering a question required a trade? Why not simply seize it? Huixiong exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "I am not so uncouth as you." Anning mentioned that uncouth individuals are the most irritating. Those who do not honor their words, steal from others, and bully the weak and elderly exhibit behavior that is utterly unacceptable. Huixiong retorted, asserting that he would not partake in such unrefined conduct. Yet he pondered whether these individuals could even comprehend the essence of his words. "Stop rambling nonsense. You haven't yet answered my earlier question." Huixiong, not one to be easily swayed, promptly redirected the conversation. However, Yan Hao was impervious to Huixiong's tactics, crossing his arms and casting a disdainful glance at him. "I've already made it clear. Only by offering something can I divulge information. Do you think the matters concerning the illustrious Huaxiao family can be so easily pried from me? This knowledge resides in Anning's mind. Whoever hears it becomes wiser, and it cannot be shared lightly." Huixiong glared at Yan Hao, who was clearly being obstinate, left speechless with indignation. Standing behind Yan Hao, Chung Anning covered her mouth, nearly laughing out loud. This Yan Hao certainly had a knack for banter. Witnessing Huoxiong's desire for knowledge clashing with his reluctance to provide compensation was utterly amusing. So, what will it be? Will you exchange or not? If not, we shall take our leave. Yan Hao raised an eyebrow, extending his arm to embrace Cheng Anning as if to depart. Wait, I will exchange 10 pelts with you. Just tell me. Huoxiong could no longer contain himself and finally spoke up. Yet, to his surprise, Yan Hao merely scoffed, 10 pelts for a chance to become wise. You might as well remain foolish. With that, Yan Hao took Cheng Anning and began to leave, at 5 more white fur pelts. No more than that. If you refuse to discuss it, that's your choice. Huoxiong pressed on, his face a mix of indignation and frustration. White fur pelts. Now that is something worthwhile. Yan Hao's eyes lit up, and he turned back to Cheng Anning, stating agreed, that will suffice. He then added with a hint of urgency, make sure to deliver them to the Yan tribe tomorrow. If you don't show up, I shall come personally to claim them by force. Do not exhibit such lack of decorum. Huoxiong huffed in annoyance. Well, it seems this fellow has learned to adapt. Chapter 60. Who will you treat well? Upon hearing this, Yan Hao nodded and added, now we're getting somewhere. Ive presented my offer. It's your turn to reciprocate. Huoxiong, irritable, urged him on. Yan Hao flashed a grin, extending his hand to grasp Cheng Anning's shoulder, pushing her forward. Anning, please explain to them what you meant by not far, yet not near. The onlookers collectively rolled their eyes inwardly. It appeared that Yan Hao was oblivious to the fact that he had thrust Anning into the limelight to explain. You cunning rascal, Huoxiong fumed, his temper nearly reaching its boiling point. Had Yan Hao not interrupted Anning, he would not have had to offer so many items in exchange for answers, and he felt utterly duped. Yan Hao, however, appeared unabashed as he replied. What is the matter? Anning is the mate of this leader. Her words are as good as mine. That not acceptable. Huoxiong ground his teeth in frustration, unable to counter. Indeed, within the tribe, it was customary for females to depend on males for sustenance and goods, while females were expected to heed the commands of their male counterparts. This was simply the way of things. Come now, let us not bicker. Cheng Anning interjected, unable to bear it any longer that Yan Hao's words had cost Huoxiong 15 pelts. And it was evident that the white fur pelts were of considerable value, which was likely why Yan Hao had readily agreed to the exchange. This fellow was quite shrewd. However, these smaller tribes were not affluent, and demanding such a price could leave some of their members vulnerable to the cold. Thus, Cheng Anning turned to Huoxiong with a gentle smile, saying, Chief Huoxiong, Yan Hao was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. You may keep those pelts for your people to survive the winter. Initially irate, Huoxiong's anger dissipated upon seeing Anning's warm smile and hearing her considerate tone. He promptly thumped his chest, declaring, that simply will not do. What I promised, I shall deliver. Rest assured, I will have someone bring the pelts tomorrow. Indeed, Chief Huoxiong possesses great resolve. Yan Hao remarked, a rare compliment laced with a hint of pride. Cheng Anning sighed in resignation before beginning to clarify her earlier statement. Chief Huoxiong, I meant that Shenzhou is neither far nor near from Shizong. With our Huaxia tribe's mode of transportation, it would take merely half a day to traverse from central Shenzhou to Shizong. However, if one were to walk, it would take several days and nights to cover the distance. This is what I meant by not far, yet not near. It varies from person to person, for us Huaxia people. The distance is not great, but for you Shizong individuals, it may indeed feel quite distant that I see. Huoxiong finally grasped Cheng Anning's explanation. Meanwhile, Yuanqi, standing nearby, seemed to have made a discovery and eagerly inquired. Anning, does this mean your mode of transportation allows you to reach Shizong swiftly? What is this tool? Is it not fast? With a whoosh one can traverse. Cheng Anning thought to herself, stifling a laugh before responding earnestly. It is a means of transportation that moves rapidly, allowing individuals to sit while covering great distances without walking. I know. Anning, you're referring to a cart, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Yan Hao envisioned the outline of the tool in his mind and quickly recalled that the tribe had a similar cart. Yes, precisely, it is a cart. Cheng Anning did not correct Yan Hao, but chose to affirm his answer instead, as it would likely please him and bolster his pride at a cart. What is that? Huoxiong asked. Puzzled, he glanced at Fengzhu, who bore a similarly confused expression, before looking at Yuanqi, who seemed to have some inkling of understanding. Anning, Are you referring to the cart used to transport timber earlier? With Yan Hao's prompting, Yuanqi finally recalled the human-powered cart he had seen in the Yan tribe. However, while that cart could carry people, it did not seem to move particularly quickly. Yes, that is correct. Cheng Anning understood Yuanqi's confusion but was unwilling to elaborate further, fearing the questions would never cease. She turned to Yan Hao and said, "The time is drawing near. Let us return to our tasks. I believe constructing the trading post will take several days, and we must expedite our efforts." Agreed. Yan Hao responded, taking Cheng Anning's hand as they returned to their fellow tribesmen, resuming their diligent work. Yuanqi and the others quickly distributed the food Cheng Anning had brought to their people before also returning to their tasks. The following day, Huaxiong indeed arrived with 15 pelts to present to Yan Hao. Without hesitation, Yan Hao accepted them, then picked up a white fur pelt and draped it over his shoulders, his face alight with a gleeful sparkle as he hastened toward Cheng Anning. "Anning, come here." Cheng Anning was in the midst of instructing a tribesman on how to cut mortise and tenon joints from the timber when she heard Yan Hao's call. She first offered a reminder and then walked over. "What is it, Hao? Do you need something?" As Cheng Anning approached, she noticed a mysterious smile on Yan Hao's face and inquired with curiosity. "Close your eyes," Yan Hao commanded. Cheng Anning was momentarily taken aback. "Close your eyes." "Quickly," Yan Hao urged impatiently. "All right." Cheng Anning, left with no choice, obediently shut her eyes, though she pondered what scheme he was up to this time. Seeing her compliance, Yan Hao retrieved the white fur pelt and took her hand, guiding it to touch the soft material. "What is this? So soft and smooth. Is it like cotton?" "No, it feels like silk." "Wait, is it akin to mink fur?" Cheng Anning was taken aback by the sensation from her subordinate, eagerly opening her eyes to behold a pure, immaculate, soft, and smooth pelt cradled in the massive hand of Yan Hao. Though it was indeed fur, its texture was unlike any other beast's skin. It was astonishingly soft, akin to holding a bundle of exquisite silk cotton in her grasp. It was a sensation that Cheng Anning had not experienced in a long time. "What kind of pelt is this? It feels so delightful," Cheng Anning exclaimed, her small face flushed with excitement as she caressed the piece of fur in her hands. "It is the fur of a white fluff beast. Anning, I procured it to craft clothing for you. 5 pieces of white fluff beast fur, sufficient to make you a set of top and trousers," Yan Hao replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Cheng Anning was profoundly moved, unable to restrain herself as she stepped forward to embrace Yan Hao's sturdy frame. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to draw close to him in such a public setting. "You are too kind to me. I scarcely know how to thank you." Cheng Anning buried her face in Yan Hao's warm, broad chest, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. "Thank what? Thank who? You are my mate. If I did not treat you well, who else would I?" Yan Hao tenderly stroked Cheng Anning's hair. Cheng Anning felt her heart swell with warmth. Lifting her gaze to Yan Hao, she chuckled through her tears. "Indeed, if I shan't say thank you, then let me utter something you adore." "What is it?" Yan Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Cheng Anning suddenly pushed Yan Hao away, taking a step back, then another, and amidst Yan Hao's bewildered expression, she cupped her hand around her mouth and proclaimed loudly to the lush, verdant forest surrounding them, "I like you, Yan Hao. I like you." In that instant, Cheng Anning's melodious voice resonated throughout the mountains. What an ardent and passionate confession, and in the presence of so many witnesses. Embraced by nature itself, Cheng Anning had never imagined that she could deliver such a super romantic and wildly daring declaration, especially to an orc. After calling out, she turned to Yan Hao, who stood there in stunned silence, and bestowed upon him a radiant smile akin to the morning sun. Yan Hao, enchanted by Anning's smile, felt his heart overflow with boundless joy in that fleeting moment. He stepped forward, sweeping Cheng Anning into his arms, and began to spin her around, releasing joyous roars akin to a tiger's cries. "Is this fellow in heat?" Firebear and the others halted their tasks, gazing incredulously at the embracing figures of Yan Hao and Cheng Anning. From the tiger-like roars emanating from Yan Hao, they discerned the unique cadence of an orc in heat, yet wondered why he showed no sign of abnormality. How could it be, with such a beautiful female by his side, he managed to refrain from pouncing on her? This was unfathomable. At that moment, Feng Zhu approached with a look of astonishment and remarked to Yuan Shi and Fire Bear, "What does Chief Yan Hao intend to do? Surely, he does not wish to mate with his female here, does he?" As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed Yan Hao, still cradling Cheng Anning, lean down to plant a kiss upon her lips. All eyes fixated on the couple, anticipating that Yan Hao would soon bring Cheng Anning to the ground. Such behavior during the heat period was typically a precursor to mating among orcs. While it was not uncommon for orcs to lose control in public during such times, it was particularly noteworthy when it came to Yan Hao, who was renowned for his self-discipline. Would he truly make an exception for Cheng Anning? All eyes were glued to the pair. Yet just as everyone believed Yan Hao would swiftly bring Cheng Anning down, he simply bestowed upon her a passionate kiss before reluctantly releasing her. Failing to take further action, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They themselves felt a stirring within, yet how could Yan Hao exhibit such restraint? This could not be real. Fire Bear rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Was this truly Yan Hao before him, or had Yan Hao perhaps fallen ill? Otherwise, how could he suddenly halt in his tracks before such beauty? "Anning, I like you too. From now on, all that is mine belongs to you, including my life." Yan Hao gazed earnestly at Cheng Anning, making a solemn promise. Cheng Anning was deeply touched, cupping Yan Hao's face in her hands, and replied, "I feel the same." They exchanged smiles, embracing once more. "I say, Chief Yan Hao, would you like us to assist in erecting a tent?" One leader suddenly chimed in with a teasing grin. The couple finally snapped back to reality, and Yan Hao, still holding Cheng Anning, turned to face the multitude of onlookers whose gazes were laden with ambiguity. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You lot lack decorum. I am Anning's male. Anning's Huaxiao tribe is a great clan under the protection of the dragon god. We are a civilized tribe, unlike your barbarous selves." Cheng Anning nearly burst into laughter, particularly at Yan Hao's admonishment of the others for their supposed barbarism. What was barbarism, if not instinct? Look at which male in Shitsong was not savage during their heat period. When in heat, one sought a female to mate. Without mating, how could one bear offspring? And without offspring, how could the tribe continue? Do you all agree with what I say? To her surprise, Fire Bear began to expound on the matter. Cheng Anning regarded him with astonishment, nodding in agreement. Fire Bear is absolutely right. Orcs possess their own nature, deserving of respect. However, this very nature can greatly impact their bodies and emotions, often leading to self-harm and harm to others. Thus, I have developed a calming agent that can alleviate the symptoms of orcs' heightened emotions and impulsiveness during their heat period, and if anyone is interested, you may exchange items with our tribe to obtain it. Calming agent? Is it a medicine? Can heat be treated? Yuan Shi and Feng Zhu exchanged bewildered glances, then turned to Cheng Anning with puzzled expressions that it is not a treatment. It is a relief. Heat is not a sickness. It cannot be treated. This agent merely helps males maintain composure during their heat, preventing them from exhibiting violent emotions, even upon encountering beast blood, thus benefiting their health. Cheng Anning clarified that I see. Fire Bear, Yuan Shi. And Feng Zhu finally understood, realizing why. Even in such an impassioned moment, Yan Hao displayed no signs of abnormal behavior, remaining remarkably composed despite being in heat. This calming agent is excellent. In the past, during heat, we had to tread carefully, fearing we would disrupt important matters. With this calming agent, we need not constantly avoid the heat period during our hunting and gathering expeditions. Anning, can we truly exchange for it? Yuan Shi immediately pressed for details. The members of the Yuanling tribe were generally weaker in constitution. During heat, many males and females were rendered bedridden. The availability of such a calming agent would be a tremendous boon. Certainly, once the trading fair is established, I will have Yan Hao bring the calming agent to the fair for anyone in need to obtain as they wish, Cheng Anning replied with a smile. Then turned to Yan Hao, saying, "All right, let us hasten our work. I believe if we push ourselves, we can complete it by tomorrow." "Indeed, it should suffice. Let us go." Yan Hao took Cheng Anning's hand, turning back to the construction site to continue their labor. 3 days later, with everyone working in unison, the trading fair venue was finally completed, comprising 6 wooden houses and 10 open-air trading halls, more than sufficient for the trade of over 10 tribes from Shitsongnan. With the full moon approaching in just a few days, the tribes began to return to their respective clans to prepare their trading goods, heralding the commencement of a bustling marketplace. In the intervening days, Yan Hao and Chung Anning were utterly occupied with preparing their trading items, barely finding time for their evening exercises. Both were thoroughly exhausted, having taken on the monumental task of organizing the trading fair. Yan Hao spent his days liaising with various tribes to establish a security team for the fair, leaving the tribe for extended periods. Meanwhile, Anning dedicated her time to her laboratory, formulating the green fruit calming syrup. Fortunately, after extensive searches by the tribespeople, several patches of the green fruit were discovered, prompting her to instruct them to continue gathering. The tribe was now receiving a steady supply of green fruit, allowing her to focus on her pharmaceutical endeavors. As for other trade items, Chung Anning prepared a batch of wooden products, a collection of Rami clothing, and a number of carbon stoves, amounting to quite a substantial inventory. The initial batch of trading goods was nearly complete. The day of the full moon swiftly arrived, and the tribes came as promised, gradually transporting their diverse array of trade goods to the Tian Shurtai marketplace. Gazing upon the eclectic assortment of items brought by the tribes, Chung Anning's heart brimmed with joy, for it seemed that this trading event would yield significant rewards. Among the exchanged goods from the smaller tribes, she had discovered several intriguing items. In terms of food, the various fruits presented by the Badger Bear tribe were nothing short of exceptional. The people of the Badger Bear tribe had a particular fondness for fruits. Be it berries, dried fruits, or nuts, there were none they did not cherish. They rely on fruits as their staple food, while their supplementary sustenance consists of the roots of various plants, alongside the diverse small creatures such as jumping beasts and furry animals found in the western Song grasslands. Consequently, they have amassed a particularly abundant supply of fruits, among which Chung Anning recognized several familiar varieties of dried and fresh fruits, including sunflower seeds, pine nuts, chestnuts, plums, apples, pears, and peaches, among others. However, upon examination, Anning discovered that these fruits were ancient varieties, markedly different from their modern counterparts. Their flavors were not as rich, each fruit carrying a slight astringency on the palate. Nevertheless, this posed no challenge for Anning. In her capable hands, cultivating new varieties or even grafting was a trivial matter. Naturally, these fruits bore different names from their modern equivalents. Sunflower seeds were referred to as jianzi, chestnuts as mausiaigua, plums as shuangua, and apples simply as nai. Regardless of their names, Anning was adept at identifying them based on their shapes and flavors, swiftly estimating their worth. Sunflower seeds could be pressed for oil, plums could be fermented into fruit wine, and pears were prized for their medicinal properties, serving as an excellent remedy for coughs. Apples, rich in nutrients, were a common fruit among the people. The goods from the Shuexiong tribe delighted Anning, while other tribes also showcased remarkable items, such as the exquisite pottery and a plethora of seasonings from the Yuanying tribe. The sheer variety of seasonings available from the Yuanying tribe astounded Chung Anning. They had not only salt, honey, alkali, and vinegar, but also scallions, garlic, and ginger, leaving Anning utterly amazed. Though their quantities were not vast, their possession was certainly enviable. The Minglu tribe, in addition to an abundance of spoon beans, had amassed a considerable stock of a food known as gaoji. Initially perplexed by its identity, Anning was astonished to discover it was wild sugar cane. This discovery was another delightful surprise. Sugar cane is a crucial ingredient for sugar production, and with the 5 essential flavors nearly complete, once she gathered them all and made slight modifications, creating a vibrant food market would be effortlessly achievable. Other tribes also exhibited distinctive features. Though their goods may not have been as advanced as those from the Yenu tribe, they were commendable nonetheless. Thus, the reason for mutual prosperity through trade lay in the transformation of individual civilizations into shared resources, enabling all tribes to progress collectively. This was the ultimate objective of trade in the harsh wilderness. Achieving a life free from worry regarding food and clothing swiftly relied on either plunder or alliances. Clearly, the Jinshi tribe and the Zonglong tribe of northern Xizang opted for the former route. However, given Anning's easygoing nature, she found the latter path more to her liking, and thus chose it. The trading event proceeded with great fervor, with tribes of all sizes reaping substantial benefits throughout the exchanges. After 4 days of trading, the event drew to a close, with all tribes returning home in satisfaction. This marketplace trade had culminated successfully. The Yan Hao tribe had successfully exchanged for a variety of rich foods, seasonings, and various items. This trading event at the Tianshi platform became a topic of lively discussion among the tribespeople as autumn gave way to winter. Following the fifth marketplace trade among the tribes, the Yan Hao tribe finally reaped its first harvest of millet. Cheng Anning and Yan Hao led their people in harvesting the millet, husking and packing it into pottery jars. They managed to fill 2 large jars with the golden grain. Without a moment's pause to prepare a meal from the millet, Anning once again set her people to tilling the land. Preparing for another round of planting. Anning, where are we going to plant this time? Winter has arrived. Is there anything left to sow? Surely nothing will grow now? Yan Hao inquired as she and the other tribespeople worked in the experimental fields. Cheng Anning smiled and replied, "This time we won't plant grains, but vegetables. We will sow a type of vegetable that can thrive even in winter, called white radish." White radish? Is it really white? Is it tasty? Yan Hao asked, her face reflecting her curiosity. Delicious and nutritious. Not only can we make radish meatball soup, but we can also prepare steamed radish balls, salted radish shreds, and spicy radish strips. Each dish is incredibly flavorful. Cheng Anning responded, while surveying the progress of her tribespeople. Wow. Anning, why did you wait so long to introduce such a wonderful ingredient? You are making my mouth water. Before Yan Hao could finish her thought, Yan Hao chimed in, her face alight with eagerness. Cheng Anning chuckled as she patted her shoulder, saying, I was preoccupied with the trading event, which is why I delayed. Don't worry. These little white radishes will be ready to harvest in about 2 months, and soon we'll be able to enjoy them. Great. Let us work hard. I want to eat radish soup and radish meatballs. Yan Hao declared earnestly, shaking her chubby fist, her expression utterly adorable. Yan Hao had always been defenseless against the allure of food. Even working became a source of motivation, which never failed to amuse Cheng Anning. I've noticed you've gained some weight again. If you keep eating like this, you might end up having to fend for yourself. Yan Hao teased, casting a mock horrified glance at Yan Hao. Startled, Yan Hao immediately began checking herself anxiously, exclaiming, Where have I gained weight? You, tell me quickly. I need to find a piece of animal hide to cover up. Cheng Anning and Yan Hao burst into laughter at her reaction. Realizing the jest, Yan Hao pouted and retorted, You're deceiving me again. The leader said that lying is a sign of poor character. Do you want to be seen as someone lacking in character? Cheng Anning couldn't help but laugh again at this. Ever since Yan Hao had mentioned poor character a few times, it had become a recurring theme. Day in and day out, this lack of character and that lack of character. He certainly carried himself with the air of a self-righteous leader. Cheng Anning couldn't help but admire Yan Hao. This fellow was quickly becoming dominant among the tribes. Even the Huaxiong tribe couldn't best him, let alone others. Upon seeing him, Chi Fengzhu would scurry away, fearful of inadvertently falling victim to his biting words. I was just joking. Anning said that jokes are just for fun and shouldn't be taken seriously, so this doesn't count as lacking in character. Yan Hao now spoke in a manner very much influenced by Anning, easygoing and fond of dialectics. She resembled a scholar possessed. Her favorite pastime was teasing Yan Hao, playfully joking about her plumpness, and Yan Hao always fell for it, her flustered expressions bringing endless joy to those around her. Their playful banter added much merriment to Cheng Anning's life. At present, Cheng Anning was thriving within the Yan Hao tribe. Her relationship with Yan Hao was stable and sweet, surrounded by friends and family. With ample food and clothing, free from worries, and even time to immerse herself in her laboratory to study native plants, truly a life akin to paradise. Thus, she felt content, contemplating that continuing this way of life would be quite delightful. The prospect of walking hand in hand with Yan Hao into the future seemed a very happy notion indeed. How? Could you take Huoji to see Nyonyo? Nyonyo is so adorable, and I really want to see her. Lost in thought, Cheng Anning was startled by a voice, entirely out of place in the beast world, that piped up nearby. Cheng Anning nearly shivered in response that in this world, females were typically robust and unrefined. Akin to sunflowers, who was this female with a gene mutation, blossoming into a delicate white lotus? Chapter 63. The arrival of a high-class white lotus. Cheng Anning looked up to see a petite figure clad in white fur garments. Nestled closely against the tall form of Yan Hao, her arms intimately wrapped around his. There was no hint of shyness in her demeanor. The smile that had graced Chang Anning's face instantly vanished. She recognized this female. Her name was Huozhi, the younger sister of Huoxiong, and she had just come of age. Though her complexion was slightly dark, she was undeniably beautiful. Perhaps it truly was a genetic anomaly. For this petite female bore no resemblance to her brother Huoxiong, instead appearing dainty and exquisite, quite unlike the members of the Shuexiong tribe. The first time she encountered Huozhi was during the second Tianshi platform trading event. On that occasion, Chang Anning had spent 2 days transforming the white fur she had exchanged from Yan Hao into a flawless white outfit. The top was styled in a chic manner, while the bottom was a pair of wide-legged trousers, complemented by her mountaineering shoes and a princess braid, creating an ethereal and elegant appearance. When Chang Anning tried it on, Yan Hao was so captivated that he couldn't take his eyes off her, holding her close and reluctant to let go. Throughout that day, his gaze remained fixed on her, leaving Chang Anning feeling quite bashful. Naturally, Chang Anning's ensemble attracted not only Yan Hao's attention when she wore it to the Tianshi platform. Nearly half of the females present were drawn to her. The bold stares made Chang Anning regret donning such an eye-catching outfit, as it was entirely at odds with her character. Consequently, she never wore that white fur outfit outside the tribe again. However, at the third trading fair, the fiery pheasant, which had made an appearance at the second fair, astonishingly replicated the same attire and adornments, garnering the attention of all the males, much like Chang Anning did last time. Anning was somewhat taken aback, for she had only taught her garment-making technique to her kin and had yet to share her craft with others. Under her skeptical gaze, Yan Hao sheepishly confessed the truth. It turned out that this fiery pheasant had just come of age and was ready to seek a mate. Feeling sympathetic towards his younger sister, the fire bear had observed her infatuation with Chang Anning's white fleece attire at the trading fair. Thus, he privately implored Yan Hao to trade 20 pieces of white fleece bee skins for the garment-making skills of the Yan Hu tribe. Chang Anning, being generous with her craft, had always imparted her newly created designs to her kin. So Yan Hao did not hesitate to agree and sent a clansman to the Shuexiong tribe to teach the fiery pheasant this technique. The fiery pheasant, notably astute, learned swiftly and even innovated her own styles, transforming Chang Anning's modest crop top into a daring one-shouldered bee skin ensemble and altering the trousers into a skirt with side slits. It is worth noting that typically, most beastmen wore nothing beneath their bee skins. Even though the Yan Hu tribe had introduced hemp garments, many beastmen still preferred beast skins. The fiery pheasant was no exception. Her outfit, now imbued with an air of innocence on the surface yet laced with seduction within, donned by a girl who had just reached maturity and appeared no older than 13 or 14, exuded a rather dissolute essence. Nevertheless, Chang Anning understood that in the beast world, such attire was bound to attract male attention, and the fiery pheasant evidently relished the prying gazes as a mark of honor. However, this was of no concern to her. Everyone had their own preferences, and she chose not to comment. Thus, she paid little mind and allowed things to unfold as they would. Little did she expect, the fiery pheasant would soon escalate her antics, incessantly imitating Chang Anning's fashion and appearance. Yet, she invariably found ways to imbue Anning's originally modest attire with a provocative flair, leaving Chang Anning feeling quite uncomfortable. Furthermore, Chang Anning noticed that the fiery pheasant was particularly clingy towards Yan Hao. Each trading fair, she would appear and nearly cling to Yan Hao throughout the day, unabashedly pulling him close and hugging him. Initially, Yan Hao found this off-putting, but after Fire Bear intervened to apologize, explaining that his sister was still a child at heart and asking Yan Hao not to regard her as a mature female with ulterior motives, Yan Hao felt compelled to temper his reactions. Yet the fiery pheasant did not relent. Her attachment to Yan Hao only intensified thereafter. Whenever someone reminded her that Yan Hao and Anning were destined to be each other's only mate, she would feign innocence, asserting that she merely wished to be Yan Hao's exotic sister and had no intentions of competing with Anning. To her surprise, Yan Hao believed her words, and soon he was brazenly seen walking alongside her, even dismissing the fiery pheasant as casual embraces. Chang Anning observed all of this with keen eyes, fully aware that the fiery pheasant was a master manipulator, surpassing even Yan Ping in her cunning. The very fact that she could make Yan Hao, despite already having Anning, tolerate her advances was nothing short of remarkable. Anning felt disheartened that Yan Hao remained oblivious to the fiery pheasant's true intentions, naively thinking he merely had an additional exotic sister. Yet, Chung Anning knew that it would not be long before the fiery pheasant's true colors would emerge. She was in no hurry, content to watch how far Yan Hao would go before uncovering the fiery pheasant's true nature. That fiery pheasant was truly insufferable. She keeps coming to our tribe. Indeed, every time she arrives, she clings to the chief. Anning, why don't you drive her away from the chief's side? The chief is your male. Yet he spends all day with her. Humph. Yin Yu and Yin Yu expressed their indignation, equally irked by the fiery pheasant's attempts to cozy up to Yan Hao under the guise of being an exotic sister. Chung Anning said nothing, not even glancing at the two entwined figures, simply smiling as she turned to pick up a wooden hoe to help her kin till the soil. Anning, are you really not going to do anything? Yin Yu exclaimed, visibly agitated. Chung Anning turned back with a smile, saying, if I were to concern myself with every little thing, when would I find time to tend to my own matters? Besides, she was originally a guest. If the chief hasn't voiced any objections, it would be unwise for me to show her disdain, as that would clearly put me at odds with the chief. Now, let us not dwell on them. We ought to get on with the task at hand and plant the white radishes that... Don't you want to enjoy some radish soup? I do want to eat, Yin Yu mumbled, reluctantly joining the equally exasperated Yin Yu in pulling the wooden plow to begin tilling the soil. Please, Hao, I want to stay and accompany Nyo for the night. Didn't you say she would behave at night? I want to see. No, I promised Chief Firebear to take you back before dark. Stop making a fuss, or I'll be displeased. Yan Hao looked at the fiery pheasant with mild annoyance. With the same hairstyle and attire as Anning, he nearly mistook her for Anning at first glance. Yet, the fiery pheasant's radiant smile was blinding, and her movements inadvertently revealed enticing glimpses of her figure, too alluring for comfort. He found Anning's gentle smile far more soothing, her demeanor warm and orderly, which he preferred. His patience was wearing thin. Had he not promised Firebear, he would not have tolerated the fiery pheasant for so long. How? Promise me, please. Just let me stay for one night. The fiery pheasant's voice took on a beguiling tone as she inched closer to her goal. She likes Nyo, wants to stay and be with Nyo. Who does she really like, and who does she want to stay with? Chung Anning shrugged, continuing to till the soil with her hoe, seemingly oblivious to the conversation unfolding nearby. No. It's time to go. It's getting late, and I'll have a clansman escort you back to the Shuexiong tribe. Yan Hao remained resolute, tugging at the fiery pheasant's arm to usher her away. The fiery pheasant's gaze flickered, and she quickly retreated, proposing a condition. Let me feed Nyo some grass one last time, and then I'll leave. Yan Hao pondered for a moment before conceding. Fine, just this once, go on. The fiery pheasant's face lit up with joy, but as Yan Hao turned away, a glint of cunning flashed at her eyes. Chapter 64. Who do you think it is? Seizing the moment when Yan Hao's back was turned, the fiery pheasant stealthily approached, tugging the rope tethering Nyo, and then pulled a bone knife from her bee-skin attire, plunging it into Nyo's hind leg. Moo! Ah! Yan Hao, who had been glancing towards the experimental fields, caught a glimpse of Anning seemingly tilling the soil with Yin Yu and the others, and was momentarily displeased, just as he was about to call out a warning. A piercing scream echoed behind him. He swiftly turned around to see Nyo charging out of the barn in a frenzy, heading straight for the fiery pheasant, who was still clutching a handful of grass. His expression shifted dramatically as he dashed forward to tackle the fiery pheasant, narrowly avoiding Nyo as it barreled past him, frantically rampaging about. Moo, moo! The sound of the distressed cow reverberated throughout the tribe, causing everyone to drop their tasks and rush towards the commotion from all directions. What happened? Why is Nyo crying out in such agony? Is it frightened? Chung Anning and Yin Yu immediately set down their tools, only to find Nyo rampaging wildly through the tribe, its cries frantic. Yin Li, Yin Gang, don't block it! Let it run. Everyone step back, or you might get hurt. Though Nyo was a primordial wild cow, known for its untamed nature, it had been raised from a young age by Chung Anning within the tribe and was usually quite docile, never once going berserk or harming anyone. Chung Anning was perplexed as to why Nyo had suddenly gone wild. But she was certain there was a reason behind it. Given Nyo's current state of frenzy, any attempts to restrain it would only heighten its sense of threat, so the best course of action was to allow it to calm down on its own. At Chung Anning's urging, the crowd dispersed, giving Nyo space to regain its composure. After a frantic sprint, Nyo finally halted behind a shallow shed, mooing in distress. Chung Anning quickly approached, wrapping her arms around Nyo while gently stroking its back to provide comfort. Nyo, dear, don't be afraid. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly become so agitated? Are you feeling unwell? Don't be scared. Moo. With Chung Anning's continuous reassurances, Nyo gradually ceased its restless pacing, allowing the others to cautiously approach. Anning, what happened to Nyo? Why did it suddenly go wild? It scared the life out of me. Yes, Nyo's horns are getting so long. If it charges at someone, it could seriously injure them. Indeed, Nyo, despite being a large-horned beast, is notoriously difficult to tame. Chung Anning surveyed the worried faces of her kin, then spoke up. Nyo is usually very calm and wouldn't go wild without reason. Everyone, please come help check if Nyo is injured or unwell. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately scattered to inspect Nyo's body for any signs of injury or discomfort, soon hiding behind Nyo's rear. Yan Yu exclaimed in surprise, and Ning, Nyo's hind leg is bleeding. Upon hearing her shout, Ching and Ning immediately approached and crouched down to examine Nyo's hind leg. To her dismay, she discovered a wound on the upper part of Nyo's hind leg, still oozing fresh blood. The shape of the injury suggested it had been inflicted by a sharp object, akin to a bone knife. That a surge of anger welled up within Chung and Ning. It was evident that someone had deliberately harmed Nyo to provoke it into a frenzy. Just moments ago, Yan Hao and Huiji had been in the barn. Chung and Ning swiftly stood up and, with a stern expression, made her way toward the barn, declaring, Nyo has been injured by someone, which is why it suddenly went berserk. What? Everyone gasped in disbelief, their gazes immediately shifting toward the barn that moment. At the entrance of the barn, Huiji was tightly nestled in Yan Hao's embrace, her face a picture of fright as she wept uncontrollably, her tears flowing freely. Wow. How? Why did Nyo suddenly become upset? Does it not like eating grass? You scare me to death. I thought it was going to eat me. I was so terrified. Upon hearing such a melodramatic statement, Chung and Ning could hardly muster the energy to retort. Eat her? Had she never heard of herbivores like cows eating humans? This Huiji was indeed a thief, crying stop thief, turning the tables on others. There was no way Yan Hao would harm Nyo. Nor would Nyo injure itself without cause. Thus, the only suspect in Nyo's injury pointed squarely at Huiji. This female was simply outrageous. Clinging to Yan Hao was one thing, but to exploit Nyo's injury for sympathy was utterly intolerable. Huiji, let go of me. I need to check on Nyo. Yan Hao attempted to pry Huiji off, moving forward to assess Nyo's condition, but Huiji refused to release her grip, pretending to be weak as she leaned against him. Ow, I feel so dizzy. I have no strength at all. Could you support me to your wooden house for a moment? I'm feeling unwell. How can you be dizzy? I just caught you a moment ago. Huiji fell against him without a scratch. How could she possibly be feeling faint and weak? At that moment, Yan Hao finally understood that Huiji was feigning illness. Let go. He forcefully pulled Huiji away, pushing her with irritation. However, unexpectedly, Huiji staggered and fell to the ground, twisting her left foot painfully as she landed with a thud. Huiji cried out in pain, immediately bursting into tears. It hurts. Ow. If you don't want me to stay, I will leave. But how could you push me? My foot is broken. It hurts so much. Yan Hao hadn't anticipated that his single shove would lead to such a consequence. And he quickly turned around to check on Huiji. What happened? My foot hurts so badly. Huiji seized his hand tightly, crying, How? My foot is injured. Please carry me back to the wooden house. Yinli, come here and carry Huiji back to your wooden house. Feeling guilty, Yan Hao immediately turned to instruct Yan Li, who was rushing over. Meanwhile, Chung and Ning and the others had also arrived. Chung and Ning observed the two with a composed expression, saying nothing. Yin Yu stepped forward to report, Chief, Nyo's hind leg was injured by someone, which is why it suddenly went mad. What? Is that true? Yan Hao was momentarily stunned, turning to Huiji. Did you do it? Huiji, with a pitiful expression, began to cry. How could I harm Yonyo when I love it so much? How? It wasn't me. Just now. Only you and the chief were in the barn. If it wasn't you, could it possibly be the chief? Yanyu immediately questioned. She had always disliked Huiji's pretentious demeanor, and seeing her cling to Yan Hao now filled her with disdain. It really wasn't me. How? You must believe me. I didn't injure Nyonyo. Perhaps some child accidentally heard earlier. When I was feeding Nyonyo grass, it suddenly cried out in pain, which is why it went berserk. I nearly got trampled by Nyonyo. Do you think I would harm it to hurt myself? Upon hearing Yin Yu's accusations, Huiji quickly began to defend herself vigorously. True, Huiji couldn't possibly harm herself. But if it wasn't Huiji, then who injured Nyonyo? Was it one of the children from the tribe? Let's all go back and ask around to see if some child did it. As everyone pondered, they found Huiji's reasoning somewhat plausible, leaving them uncertain about who was telling the truth and who was lying. Yan Hao, who do you think it is? At that moment, Cheng and Ning, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, gazing intently at Yan Hao, who was still being clutched tightly by Huiji, and asked gravely. Chapter 65. Sister gathering. Yan Hao looked at Ning, clearly sensing her displeasure. But recalling that Huiji was the sister of Huixiong, who had urged him to take care of her when she came along, he thought for a moment before replying, perhaps it was one of the children from the tribe. Forget it, let's not dwell on this matter. Huiji's foot is injured. Yin Li, come here and carry Huiji back to your wooden house. Then, summon Xinwu Yi to take a look at her. Yan Hao's avoidance of the issue left Cheng and Ning feeling disappointed. She said nothing and turned to leave. Yin Yu and Yin Yu shot Huiji a glare before following Ning. Yan Hao watched Cheng and Ning's unhappy figure and hurriedly stood up to follow her, but Huiji held on to him tightly. How? My foot hurts so much. What if I can't walk again? I'm so scared. Please don't go. Stay with me. Yan Hao wanted to push Huiji away, but remembered his promise to Huixiong, so he suppressed the urge to chase after Ning and turned back. Saying, how could you not walk? It shouldn't be anything serious. Stop thinking nonsense. Saying this, Yan Hao shot a glare at Yin Li, who was standing by. Yin Li, are you going to come over or not? Yin Li, feeling helpless, wanted to go over, but Huiji was clinging to the chief, preventing him from doing so. Seeing the chief's anger, he had no choice but to steel himself and approach, bending down to lift Huiji. Huiji, let go of the chief. I'll take you back to the wooden house. How? I will only let go if you promise to stay with me. Huiji insisted, refusing to relent. Yan Hao had no choice but to agree. All right, let go, and I'll go find Xinwu Yi to check your foot. How? You're so kind to me. Huiji finally stopped crying and released Yan Hao, allowing Yin Li to carry her back to the wooden house. Cheng and Ning, Yin Yu, and the others worked diligently until nightfall, finally finishing tilling the soil and planting the radish seedlings. Next came the careful nurturing. As long as the seedlings survived, they would soon be able to enjoy white radishes. Yin Yu, after a day of hard work, are you tired? How about I prepare some delicious food for you? Cheng and Ning suggested as they all returned the farming tools to the storage house and locked the door behind them. Originally, they should have gone home, but suddenly, Cheng and Ning grabbed their hands and smiled. And Ning, aren't you going back to the wooden house? The chief must be waiting for you to prepare food. Yin Yu asked, a mix of anticipation and hesitation in her tone. Cheng and Ning's culinary skills were renowned in the tribe, although she had taught many of her techniques to the villagers. None could surpass her culinary prowess, particularly in cooking, despite following the same methods. Yin Yu always felt her dishes paled in comparison to Ning's, leaving her quite disheartened. And no worries. Just tell Yin Li later to prepare more food for Yan Hao. Today we are having a sister gathering. Let's not bother about him. Cheng and Ning replied nonchalantly. Sister gathering? What does that mean? Yin Yu asked, intrigued. It means good friends come together to enjoy delicious food, chat, and bond. Sisters is the term we use in the Huaxia tribe for close female friends, indicating that we share a strong bond. You can call me sister Ning, Yin Yu's sister Yin Yu, and Yin Yu's sister Yin Yu. Those called sister are older, while those called younger sister are younger. Cheng and Ning explained with a smile. Oh, can I call you sister Ning from now on? Yin Yu asked excitedly. Of course. Cheng and Ning nodded with a smile. Can I also call Yin Yu's sister Yin Yu? Yin Yu immediately turned to Yin Yu. But Yin Yu quickly shook her head in refusal. No. Why not? Yin Yu scratched her head, puzzled. Because you were born before me. Therefore, you must call me younger sister Yin Yu. But I only came out a little earlier. The great chieftain said we were almost the same age. Yin Yu quickly argued. Almost the same age still makes you older, so from now on, I will call you Sister Yin Yu, Sister and Ning for you, and you will all call me younger sister Yin Yu. Yin Yu proudly arranged a hierarchy as if she understood the reasoning perfectly, which made Cheng and Ning find it quite amusing. All right then. I will be the older sister. However, Yin Yu, you won't have a younger sister. Yin Yu expressed her regret. Huiji appeared rather diminutive. She could easily be mistaken for my younger sister. Yet I find myself somewhat disinclined towards her and hesitate to address her as Sister Huiji. Yin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, I too do not wish for her to be my sister, but she is younger than us. What are we to do? Yin Yu remarked with a hint of worry. Only those who share a close friendship may refer to each other as sisters, that if you both feel averse to Huiji, you need not call her sister. Using her name suffices, Cheng and Ning gently reminded them. Oh, in that case, splendid. Huiji has been incessantly clinging to the leader. How bothersome. I certainly do not wish to call her sister. Yin Yu exclaimed, feeling relieved upon hearing this. Indeed, everyone knows that Ning is the true female leader. Only she pretends not to realize it. She lacks a basic understanding of propriety. Yin Yu added, indignantly. All right, let's not dwell on this any longer. Come, let us go to the storage cabin to select ingredients for our feast, ensuring she receives none. How does that sound? Cheng and Ning said, wrapping an arm around both Yin Yu and Yin Yu with a cheerful smile. Absolutely. We shall return with an abundance of delicious food. Not a morsel for Huiji. Let her continue to pester the leader. May she starve. Yin Yu huffed defiantly as they made their way to the storage cabin alongside Ning and Yin Yu. Ever since the introduction of the carbon stove, everyone had taken to cooking independently, and she seldom had the pleasure of tasting Ning's culinary creations. Now that Ning had promised to prepare a feast, she felt elated, though a tinge of concern lingered about the leader's potential displeasure. However, given that the leader was currently preoccupied with Huiji, he likely had little time to dwell on such matters. The trio selected several ingredients from the storage cabin and returned joyfully to Yin Yu's wooden dwelling, eager to commence their culinary endeavors. Yin Yu, assist me in lifting that stone slab. I intend to roast sunflower seeds and other nuts. This shall be our appetizer, crisping up nicely for later. Cheng and Ning instructed as the two helped to move the thin stone slab, placing the sunflower seeds, pine nuts, and chestnuts upon it to roast, while she tasked Yin Yu with keeping watch. Subsequently, she and Yin Yu began to prepare additional delicacies. And Ning, what shall we be making today? Yin Yu inquired, glancing at the array of ingredients before her. A touch perplexed, plum preserves, fruit salad, sweet corn cake, minced meat with spoon beans, steamed river fish, sweet and sour beef steak, and perhaps a bowl of egg drop soup, Cheng and Ning declared, since the tribe had resumed its sugarcane trade. She had successfully rendered sugar, and now the storage cabin boasted over 10 jars of sugar sand, ample for the tribe's needs, coupled with vinegar and other seasonings acquired from the Yuanling tribe. The tribe's culinary offerings were steadily ascending in quality to, oh, how wonderful! I'm absolutely ravenous. And Ning, please, hurry and prepare the dishes. Yin Yu exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement, as Ning listed the delectable items. Yin Yu chimed in, Yin Yu, do exercise some restraint. Your gluttonous demeanor is rather unbecoming. And Ning, would you not agree? Cheng and Ning chuckled and shook her head. No need for restraint among sisters, but do be mindful in the presence of outsiders. You may find yourself without suitors. Ah, upon hearing this, Yin Yu quickly composed herself. Adopting a serious demeanor, she declared, I possess refinement. I am not greedy, and I understand propriety. The sight of her earnestness prompted laughter from both Ning and Yin Yu. Chapter 66. What a pity as the three shared laughter and merriment. Their gathering was lively and cheerful. Meanwhile, Yan Hao, having finally extricated himself from Huiji's clutches, swiftly returned to his wooden abode. To his surprise, Ning, who usually prepared food for him, was absent. The space was devoid of even a flickering candle. The carbon stove in the corner was on the verge of extinguishing due to neglect, and the air was permeated with a chilling atmosphere that sent a shiver down Yan Hao's spine. Where could Ning be? He searched around the dwelling, but her presence eluded him. He even checked the shallow shelter, yet still found no trace of her, and in frustration, he collapsed onto the bed. What could be the matter with Ning? Did she not realize he would be starving upon his return? Where could she have gone at this hour? The water had not even been boiled, preventing him from freshening up. Having grown accustomed to his nightly routine of washing up, he found it impossible to sleep without it. Could it be that Ning was preoccupied with some matter? He resigned himself to lying on the bed, waiting for her return. Yet, after a considerable amount of time had passed, there was still no sign of her. His stomach growled with hunger, compelling him to rise, stoke the carbon stove, and ignite the flames. He then boiled a large pot of hot water to wash up, but upon noticing Ning's continued absence, he decided to slice a piece of beast meat with his trusty fruit knife, preparing to grill some meat slices. However, what typically appeared to be an easy task devolved into a culinary disaster in his hands. The meat was either charred or undercooked, lacking any delectable aroma, and instead possessing an unpleasant bitterness that made it nearly inedible. After much effort, he produced only a meager few edible slices, which in a fit of frustration, he tossed into the carbon stove, sealing the lid with a thud. He then flopped onto the bed in exasperation, muttering, "When you return, I shall have words with you." As he lay on the bed, a mix of anger and annoyance, he unwittingly succumbed to sleep. Just as he drifted into a hazy slumber, he felt a gentle touch upon his face, as if a small hand were caressing him. Instinctively, he assumed Ning had returned. Still half asleep, he reached out to embrace her waist, rolling over to pin her beneath him. Then, without hesitation, he grasped her clothing and tore it away, lowering himself to fervently kiss her lips. "Ah, Hao, be gentle," a soft, delicate voice broke through, instantly rousing Yan Hao from his stupor. He pushed away the figure in his arms and leaped off the bed, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at the occupant on the bed. "Huiji, how is it you?" Huiji's white fur garment hung loosely, leaving much of her body exposed, yet she showed no sign of embarrassment. Rising, she regarded Yan Hao and replied, "Who else could it be?" "And Ning? She hasn't returned, and you still think of her." As she spoke, she grasped Yan Hao's hand, her tone sultry. "Hao, let me be your female companion, please." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's expression darkened, and he swiftly withdrew his hand from Huiji's grasp, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? I regard you merely as a sister from another tribe. Did you not claim to view me as a brother akin to Huixiong? If I had not said so, would you have taken me back to the tribe? Would you have spent time with me? How? Since you have brought me back, it signifies that you harbor feelings for me, while Ning is away tonight. Allow me to be your female companion. I promise to coexist harmoniously with Ning and be your female partner." Huiji insisted, her demeanor one of entitlement, which incited a wave of revulsion in Yan Hao. "So this is your true intention, to deceive me. All your sweet words are but lies aimed at taking advantage of Ning's absence to claim the role of my female companion. Huiji, you truly lack any sense of decency." Yan Hao's reprimand ignited Huiji's fury, and she rose from the bed, her attire in disarray, glaring at him with resentment. "What is this decency you speak of? Can it be consumed? Can it be drunk? Can it transform me into your female companion? It serves no purpose. You prattle on about decency, yet is merely a phrase spoken by Ning, and that is why you heed it. But look at her now. She pays you no mind. Just moments ago, I saw her enjoying herself with Yan Yu in the cabin, laughing and drinking happily. She clearly does not care for you. Otherwise, would she allow you to go hungry? She is intentionally withholding food from you, deliberately avoiding you. You lie, and Ning would never act like that." Upon hearing Huiji's words, Yan Hao's expression shifted, and Ning is deliberately ignoring him, intentionally avoiding him. Would she rather share laughter with Yan Yu than wait for him? Is she truly allowing him to go hungry? No, that cannot be. How could Ning do such a thing? It is simply inconceivable. If you do not believe me, go and see for yourself. Is she not with Yan Yu? They are preparing a feast, yet did she save you any? She hasn't even mentioned it to you. How? Cease your thoughts of her. And Ning is not worth it. Allow me to be your female companion. I shall prepare delicious meals for you, and we can share laughter together. You may even find other female companions, and I shall not be the least bit jealous. What do you say, Hao?" Huji, noticing Yan Hao's troubled expression as he absorbed her words, seized the opportunity to grasp his arm, pleading earnestly. Any male in his position might have found it difficult to resist Huji's advances. Yet Yan Hao was no ordinary male. He held steadfast to the belief that Ning was irreplaceable and would never waver in his commitment. Had he wished to waver, he would have acquiesced to Yin Ping's advances long ago, rather than waiting for Huji to take her place. Leave? Yan Hao's face darkened as he shouted her away. How? Be quiet. Do not utter my name. From now on, aside from Ning, no one is permitted to speak my name. Get out, or do not blame me for casting you out. Yan Hao's anger surged, his fists clenched tightly that I refused to leave. What will you do about it? The fiery pheasant, accustomed to indulgence within the badger tribe, had never before endured such humiliation. Ate tea that moment. It boldly confronted Yan Hao, and after expressing itself, defiantly sauntered to the bedside, lying down and pulling over the furs belonging to Yan Hao and Anning. Yan Hao narrowed his eyes and strode over. Minutes later, a wretched scream reverberated throughout the Yan Hao tribe. The tribespeople, still awake, hurried outside to investigate, only to witness the fiery pheasant struggling to rise from the ground, its head adorned with a fur blanket. Weeping, Yan Hao, how dare you treat me this way? Tomorrow, I shall return to the tribe and inform Brother Huaxiong, and he will ensure you are left prostrate on the ground. No need to wait until tomorrow. I shall send you back today. Yanli, gather a few people to escort the fiery pheasant back to the badger tribe and inform them that henceforth, we, the Yan Hao tribe, shall not exchange anything with the fiery pheasant. After Yan Hao's roar, he slammed the wooden door shut, ignoring everyone thereafter. Yanli, trembling with fear, quickly summoned Yin Hien and several other tribespeople, hastily escorting the fiery pheasant out of the tribe and returning it under the cover of night. Meanwhile, hiding at the doorway of Yin Yu's wooden house, Yin Yu turned to Anning and exclaimed, Sister Anning, did you see that the chief threw the fiery pheasant out of the wooden house? I can't be mistaken. Indeed, the fiery pheasant is truly pitiable. Anning feigned sympathy, sighed, gathered some leftover food, and stood up, saying, Well, it's getting late. I must return to visit my mail. With that, she waved at the two of them and leisurely made her way back to Yan Hao's wooden house. Chapter 67. A tossed-aside creak. The door creaked open and shut once more. Anning tiptoed inside, noticing a candle flickering in the room, casting a wavering glow that illuminated the disarray. The table was askew. The chairs overturned, and tea was spilled across the floor. Upon closer inspection, she realized the furs on the wooden bed were missing. Yan Hao lay on the bed, silent, leaving her uncertain whether he was asleep or merely brooding. Anning stifled a laugh, choosing to disregard Yan Hao, and casually grabbed a small stool to sit by the hearth, placing the large bundle of food she held beside it to warm. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the room. However, to her astonishment, Yan Hao, who typically could not resist delectable dishes, showed no reaction today, prompting Anning as surprised, Oh dear, this fellow appears quite vexed. But shouldn't it be, who is upset? My male is being entangled and tempted by another female. I have far more reason to feel distressed. Both remained silent. Yan Hao lay on the bed, while Anning leisurely heated the food. The fragrance intensified, leading Yan Hao's stomach to audibly protest. Annoyed, he rubbed his belly. Hungry yet resolutely silent. Since Anning was ignoring him, why should he go to her? She was clearly avoiding him, likely irritated with him, so he would not seek out her cold demeanor. Anning finished preparing all the food, and, noticing Yan Hao's continued indifference, felt even more incredulous. Stifling a chuckle, she rose and sauntered to the side of the bed, teasingly remarking, My male has shown remarkable self-control of late, remaining unmoved not only by beauty but also by culinary delights. Quite impressive. However, such a pity for the meals I painstakingly prepared. If you are not hungry, I shall share them with the other tribespeople. With that, Anning stood to leave. Unexpectedly, Yan Hao abruptly turned and sat up, pulling Anning back with a sudden motion. Who permitted you to give my food to others? Chung Anning, have you grown audacious? Anning found herself seated on his lap, hastily wrapping her arms around his neck, deliberately examining his disgruntled face from various angles while teasing him that, oh dear, it seems the fiery pheasant lacks skill. Why do you wear such a dissatisfied expression? Yan Hao, have you been wronged? Yan Hao, having spent considerable time with Anning, understood that she was merely jesting at his expense. In his frustration, he flipped her onto the bed, unabashedly advancing toward her through their clothing. Anning gasped, her cheeks flushing as she quickly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Stop it! I prepared delicious food for you. Are you not hungry? Let us eat first, or you will lack the strength. Do you see any lack of strength in me?" Yan Hao retorted, refusing to release her, his anger overwhelming his rationality. "A lack of strength? I truly meant no offense." Anning had merely been concerned about him, fearing he would be exhausted and hungry. Yet at this moment he was too consumed with his emotions to heed her words. "Oh well, let it be." The wretched cries of the fiery pheasant earlier showed that Yan Hao truly held nothing back. "It is good that it has come to its senses, as that saves me the trouble of intervening." Anning had anticipated that the fiery pheasant would feign reasons to linger, hoping to draw closer to Yan Hao. Thus, she allowed them the opportunity to act on their own. If Yan Hao lacked even this minimal self-control, she would need to reconsider their future together. Nevertheless, she was confident that Yan Hao would not succumb so easily to temptation, which is why she felt comfortable allowing the fiery pheasant to play its games without interference. Yan Hao was simply too trusting of others. Letting him experience a minor setback would provide him with valuable lessons for future interactions. The commotion finally subsided amidst the persistent growling of Yan Hao's stomach. "I am hungry," he lamented, his gaze fixed on Anning. "It's time to eat," she replied, rolling her eyes at him, rising from the bed. "Anning, do you truly despise me now? Have you abandoned me?" Yan Hao asked, his face a picture of dejection. "Who told you such nonsense?" As Anning slipped on her shoes to stand, she turned back, raising an eyebrow at him. The fiery pheasant, Yan Hao replied glumly, "It claimed to regard you only as a brother of a different tribe, yet secretly yearns to be your mate." It asserted that it had not harmed Nyonyo, yet someone witnessed blood on its bone knife. It alleged an injury to its foot, but still ran to your wooden house in the dead of night to seduce you. You believe its lies? You fool. Anning chastised him sharply. Upon hearing her words, Yan Hao's eyes lit up with joy as he seized Anning's hand, asking, "Anning, so you're saying you're not angry with me? You're not deliberately ignoring me? You haven't cast me aside? Of course not. Otherwise, why would I leave so much delicious food for you?" "Silly boy," Anning replied, casting him a look that conveyed her disbelief. Yan Hao's heart soared with happiness as he tightly clasped Anning's small hand, saying, "Really, you're not deceiving me. Then why did you not return, leaving me to starve and freeze?" "Because I knew the fiery pheasant would seek an opportunity to approach you. I wanted to observe your response and see if you would succumb to its temptation." Anning explained, "I would never." Yan Hao declared vehemently, "I have pledged my devotion solely to you. How could I allow the fiery pheasant to become my mate? I even rejected Ping. Is that so? Yet you have been spending these days in close proximity to the fiery pheasant, almost inseparable. It's hard not to draw the wrong conclusions." Anning teased, casting him a sidelong glance filled with playful skepticism. "I haven't." Yan Hao stammered in a panic, tugging at Anning's arm to clarify. "I only cared for the fiery pheasant because I promised Brother Huoxiong. Who else would tend to it?" Seeing his earnestness, Anning withdrew her hand and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Though you may not have intended it, the fiery pheasant is quite invested. Thus it is wise for you to be cautious. Otherwise, you might find yourself sitting on a cold bench in the future." "Cautious? What does that mean?" Yan Hao asked, perplexed. To be cautious means to dispel suspicion. When you already have a mate and absolutely will not seek another, if a female approaches you under some pretense, regardless of the reason, you must refuse, for only then will your mate not misinterpret your intentions. Anning elucidated Doe. "So you've thought I like the fiery pheasant these past few days?" Yan Hao finally grasped the situation. Anning rolled her eyes, replying, "I thought you might. Go ask any of the other tribespeople who does not believe you have an inclination for the fiery pheasant. If you continue to associate with her, soon, other females will likely follow suit, seeking various excuses to draw near to you. At that point, you won't be able to toss them aside." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao appeared sheepish, scratching his head as he admitted, "All right, I see now that I failed to consider all aspects." I will remember this moving forward and will not easily trust other females again. Content with his response, Anning nodded approvingly. That is more like it. Now, sit tight. I'll go warm up some food for you. With that, she descended from the bed and returned to the hearth to reheat the meal. As Anning warmed the food, she casually inquired. Yan Hao, while tossing the fiery pheasant out, was one thing. Why did you also discard our fur blankets? What shall we cover ourselves with when we sleep? Chapter 68. Has Yan Hao infected me? The fiery pheasant is overwhelming. It makes me feel nauseous. I shall retrieve a blanket from the storage cabin shortly. After venting his frustrations, Yan Hao felt considerably relieved, yet the mere thought of the fiery pheasant's visage caused him to grimace anew. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of the fiery pheasant's fur, which had covered her and Ning, filled him with discomfort. He surmised that he had grown accustomed to Ning's scent, making the aromas of other females particularly unpleasant to him. Ning's fragrance was delightful, sweet, and utterly pure, devoid of any chaotic undertones. With this thought in mind, he decided to rise from the bed, taking a small wooden stool to sit beside Chung and Ning, and then, with a swift motion, pulled her into his embrace. Don't move. Be careful not to burn yourself. Chung and Ning shot him an annoyed glance. But Yan Hao leaned down to plant a playful kiss on her lips, lamenting, I'm so hungry. Is it ready yet? Chung and Ning pinched a slice of meat and offered it to him. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. So delicious. Your cooking is the best. I want a few more slices. As Yan Hao indulged in the delicacies, he felt as if he hadn't eaten in several lifetimes. Urging her for more with insatiable eagerness, you eat it yourself. Chung and Ning nudged him with her elbow. No. You feed me. Yan Hao feigned stubbornness, leaning his head against her shoulder and opening his mouth expectantly. Chung and Ning, feeling helpless, picked up her chopsticks and began to cater to this pampered lord who took advantage of her kindness. So tasty, so fragrant, as he savored the food and reveled in her beauty. Yan Hao's earlier discontent melted away, leaving him in a state of sheer joy. Of course it's fragrant. This is my first time making sweet corn cakes, and I use cane sugar, so it's both fragrant and sweet. Chung and Ning replied with a hint of pride, lifting a small piece of sweet corn cake to Yan Hao's lips, but he swallowed it eagerly, savoring the taste before replying. Indeed, it's both fragrant and sweet. But what I meant wasn't tea about the cake. It's your body that smells divine. So fragrant, even more so than the sweet cake. As he spoke, Yan Hao had already leaned closer to Chung and Ning's chest, inhaling deeply. Chung and Ning's cheeks flushed crimson, and she raised her hand to push his face away, exclaiming in embarrassment, No wandering hands. There's no one else here. Can't I just have a whiff? Yan Hao huffed in disappointment. No. Hurry and eat. After we finish, we'll sleep. I'm utterly exhausted after a day of labor. Chung and Ning deliberately ignored his pouting face and turned to fetch a small bowl of minced meat and beans for him, signaling that he should eat. Reluctantly, Yan Hao accepted the bowl, picked up his fork, and continued eating, taking the opportunity to ask, And Ning, today I saw you planting seedlings with Yan Yu and the others. What did you plant? Just the white radishes I collected last time. That I have successfully cultivated the seedlings. They are perfect for planting before winter sets and that I've checked, and these are small white radishes that will mature in about 2 months. Based on what you told me about Shizang's climate, we should be able to harvest them before the cold front arrives. Speaking of this, Chung and Ning's face brightened with joy. They would have another vegetable to eat. If she could find other varieties, perhaps in the future, she could even cultivate carrots and crisp radishes. Are white radishes tasty? Yan Hao and Chung and Ning were clearly not on the same wavelength. He was far more concerned about the flavor of the food. Ever since Chung and Ning had introduced him to the world of flavors, Yan Hao had become increasingly discerning, even though he could not cook himself. This guy sometimes really resembled a child, yet at other times, he could be remarkably assertive, leaving Chung and Ning feeling both affection and frustration. White radishes have a unique flavor. You'll know once you taste them. They are also good for the body and can be used in soups or dishes, and they can be made into dumplings, steamed, or fried. As Chung and Ning spoke, she suddenly remembered something and asked, How? In the beast tribes of Shizang, is there anyone who cooks with pots? Pots? What are those? After finishing a bowl of minced meat and beans, Yan Hao handed the bowl back to Chung and Ning, saying, I want to eat fish. Chung and Ning took the bowl back and added several pieces of tender steamed river fish, noticing there were also 2 pieces of steak in the ceramic dish, which she added before turning to hand the bowl to Yan Hao. She then explained, "A pot is a cooking tool. It's more useful than a ceramic jar and allows for various cooking methods. Unlike a ceramic jar, it can be used for frying and stir-frying, which are common cooking techniques. Many dishes taste better when stir-fried. That's so. I'll pay more attention from now on. Next time we go out, I'll ask if anyone from other tribes has seen one." Yan Hao promised eagerly upon hearing that a pot could yield more delicious food. "That's fine, but there's no rush. We're eating well now, and we have enough food for winter." Today, while chatting with Yan Yu and the others, they mentioned the tribe's reserves. Yan Yu said she had counted them, and the variety of food and grain was sufficient for the tribe to get through the winter. With the carbon stove this year, the wooden houses were warm, the tribe members were healthy, and there were few sick individuals, so they should be able to enjoy a warm and stable cold season. Chung and Ning felt considerably reassured. Once the white radishes were harvested, she could take a well-deserved break. Winter was perfect for immersing herself in a laboratory to conduct research, sipping coffee, and enjoying a few snacks. She wouldn't mind spending a day or 2 in that blissful state. Perhaps as winter set in, she could relive the beautiful moments of yesteryear. "Yes, I checked the storage cabin yesterday, and we have ample food for winter. There's even some left over. Thanks to your trade fair, these small tribes in Shizong will have a stable winter this year." Yan Hao had also surveyed the tribe's reserves in previous years. He often fretted about not being able to procure enough food at this time, but this year, with a Ning by his side, everything had gone so smoothly, he felt fortunate for having brought a Ning back from the sacred hill. She truly was a gift bestowed upon him by the heavens. "Hey, Ning, you mustn't do such heavy labor in the fields anymore. Do you understand?" Yan Hao set down the now empty ceramic bowl and suddenly reminded her. "It's fine. I'm in great health, and this little bit of work won't tire me out," Chung and Ning replied dismissively, raising a piece of soft fur to wipe his mouth and hands. However, Yan Hao received the bee skin with a serious expression and insisted, "When I say no, I mean no. Do you hear me?" Chung and Ning couldn't help but laugh at Yan Hao's grave demeanor. "What is wrong with you? Why so serious? If you don't want me to, then I won't. There's no more field work coming up anyway." Seeing a Ning acquiesce, Yan Hao nodded in satisfaction, picking up the fur to wipe away the remnants of food from his fingers and mouth, while saying, "Just be obedient, and you will understand in time." "Oh," Chung and Ning replied nonchalantly before turning to wash the dishes in the ceramic basin. "I'll go to the storage cabin to fetch a fur blanket. You need anything else while I'm at it?" Yan Hao finished wiping and stood up to speak to a Ning. After a moment's thought, Chung and Ning replied, "Could you bring me a few plums? I suddenly have a craving for them." Yan Hao looked at Chung and Ning for a few seconds before nodding, saying, "Wait here. I'll be right back." "All right." Chung and Ning smiled and nodded, and after washing the dishes, she sat by the bed to wait for Yan Hao. The fruits from the Shuexiong tribe had delighted her for some time, especially the plums whose sweet and sour taste she adored. Once winter set in and she had some leisure time, she intended to try pickling some plum wine. It would surely be delightful. Thinking of the tangy and sweet flavor made Chung and Ning salivate. How had she become so greedy? Had she really caught Yan Hao's affliction? Chapter 69. Comparable to a silk quilt. Soon, Yan Hao returned carrying a new fur blanket and a small jar of plums for Chung and Ning. She eagerly devoured nearly half the jar in one go, only stopping to sit by the bed, satisfied and smacking her lips at Yan Hao's urging, "And Ning, try this blanket. Is it comfortable?" Yan Hao spread the soft, silky fur blanket across the bed and turned to call her over, only to find Chung and Ning sitting on the edge of the bed, popping another plum into her mouth. The sensation of her mouth overflowing with the sweet and sour flavor filled her with immense happiness. Previously, she had never paid much attention to her cravings, but recently she had developed quite the fondness for these plums. Yan Hao chuckled as he watched her, reaching out to take the jar from her hands. "All right, that's enough. It's time to sleep." "Oh, just one more." Chung and Ning protested, reaching out to snatch the jar back, but Yan Hao held it high above her reach. "Be obedient. Too many will upset your stomach. You can have more tomorrow. Hurry and see if you like the new fur blanket I prepared for you." "Fine." Chung and Ning resigned, casting one last longing glance at the jar of plums held high by Yan Hao before climbing onto the bed. "Wow, So soft and comfortable. Is this made of white fur bee skin? Chung and Ning finally discerned the secret behind the fur blanket Yan Hao had brought back. It was made from exceptionally high-quality white fur. The fabric felt akin to a silk quilt, soft and smooth to the touch, truly remarkable. How? Is this crafted especially for me? However, where did you acquire such an abundance of white fur pelts? Chung Anning, embracing the white fur quilt, sat on the bed with a look of astonishment, inquiring of Yan Hao. The softness and comfort of the white fur pelts made them particularly sought after, yet their rarity rendered them exceedingly precious. In contrast to other furs, the quantity of white fur pelts scarcely reached double digits. Utilizing them for clothing was already a luxury, let alone for blankets. The white fur pelts she had exchanged earlier were nearly all transformed into a complete outfit, with the remaining fragments distributed among her kin. However, there were not enough to craft a full ensemble due to their scarcity. Yet today, Yan Hao had astonishingly presented her with a quilt made entirely from such pelts. How could she not be thrilled? But amidst her joy, a tinge of suspicion arose, leaving her curious about the circumstances through which Yan Hao had acquired so many pelts. Did you think I was consistently visiting the badger tribe and treating the fire pheasants well for no reason? Do you truly believe I am foolish? Yan Hao's words elicited a look of surprise from Chung Anning, who replied, So, your recent trips to the badger tribe were to procure white fur pelts from their people? Yan Hao nodded, disrobing his boots as he climbed onto the bed, responding, Indeed. Although the white fur pelts traded by the fire bears are scarce, many members of the badger tribe possess them, albeit too few to craft garments. Thus, I've been visiting the badger tribe daily, exchanging various fresh goods from our tribe until I accumulated enough white fur pelts to create this quilt. At this point, Yan Hao gestured towards the soft white fur quilt, saying, Look, this was skillfully sewn by their talented artisans, with no trace of seam visible. Go ahead and try it. Chung Anning immediately nodded, obediently lying down as Yan Hao tucked her in. How comfortable! It feels as cozy as a cotton quilt. How? I absolutely adore it. Chung Anning exclaimed, her head peeking out from under the covers, her face alight with excitement. Seeing her delight, Yan Hao felt a surge of happiness, turning to lie beside Chung Anning, pulling another fur quilt over both of them, before stating, I'm glad you like it. I finally feel my efforts were worthwhile. Chung Anning, however, felt a twinge of guilt and embraced Yan Hao, saying, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. It turns out you went to the badger tribe solely for me. I thought you were doing it for the fire pheasants. Yan Hao tightened his embrace around Anning, leaning closer to her ear and saying, Of course not. I have told you countless times that once I promised not to seek out other females, I would uphold that vow. You must not harbor doubts about me in the future. I understand. Chung Anning smiled and nodded in his arms, then added, In truth, I have always believed in you. I merely wish to draw out the true nature of the fire pheasants for you to see more clearly. I comprehend. Anning, I will be more cautious in the future and not fall for tricks so easily. Through this incident, Yan Hao finally grasped that some individuals act with duplicity, a form of cunning. As Anning had said, such individuals are deeply detestable and unworthy of companionship, regardless of gender. However, from this experience, Chung Anning's greatest takeaway was the affirmation of Yan Hao's sincerity. He was a man of his word, unwavering in loyalty, which brought her immense joy and comfort. In return, Anning resolved to diligently study the primitive equipment during the growing season of white radishes, aiming to enhance Yan Hao's combat prowess. Thus, on a relatively warm afternoon, she ventured to the open shed where the sago palm trees were stored. Having set aside her crafting endeavors due to the bustling trading events, she now had the opportunity to thoroughly explore the possibilities of sago palm armor and weaponry. Speaking of sago palm bark, it was remarkably resilient, making it ideal for crafting armor. Nevertheless, for ease of movement, Anning decided to create sago palm scale armor. The method involved peeling off the scaly bark of the sago palm, shaping it into uniform, scale-like pieces, and then threading them together with beast tendons to form a protective garment covering the front and back, with the initial length reaching the knee. She planned to create 1 or 2 sets for experimentation. Without delay, Anning called upon several tribespeople, who began by crafting the armor. Although many were perplexed by Anning's instructions to sew bark, they diligently followed her commands and executed each step with care. During the process, Chung Anning discovered that boiling the sago palm bark rendered it even more resilient, transforming its rough exterior into a smooth finish, which delighted her. She promptly altered her plan, opting to boil all the armor pieces before continuing with the sewing. In a short time, under the eager gazes of the onlookers, the first set of sago palm armor was completed. After meticulously inspecting it to ensure everything was flawless, she raised her hands to don the armor. Anning, isn't that armor meant for males? Can we females wear it too? Yin Yu could not help but interject that, of course. As long as one possesses exceptional abilities, gender is irrelevant when it comes to wearing armor. Now, let me test its defensive capabilities. With that, she gestured to Yan Yi and several other male tribespeople who were busy nearby, calling out, Yan Yi, come here for a moment. I need your assistance, upon hearing her call. Yan Yi and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Anning had been industriously engaged in various tasks, chopping, slicing, and even setting up a carbon furnace to boil the bark, as if preparing a meal. What on earth was she up to? The anticipation among the tribespeople grew regarding what Anning intended to create from the sago palm trees. Anning, how can we assist you? Yenny inquired as they approached. Chung Anning smiled and replied, It's nothing too serious. I just need someone among you who excels at archery to come and shoot an arrow for me. Immediately, they all pushed Yin Gang forward, asserting Yin Gang is the best archer. He can assist you. Yin Gang stepped forward confidently, asking Anning, What do you want me to shoot at? Just shoot at this armor, and get it you're all understood? Chung Anning pointed to the sago palm armor she was wearing. All right, then hang it on a tree, Yin Gang said while accepting the bow and arrow handed to him by Yin. But Chung Anning chuckled and shook her head. There's no need to take it off. Just shoot at me, Yin Gang was momentarily taken aback. Was Anning joking? She actually wanted to shoot at her. He dared not comply. If the chief saw, wouldn't he flame alive? No way. Absolutely not. Yin Gang shook his head fervently, throwing the bow back to Yin. Why, it's all right. This sago palm bark is extremely tough. Ordinary arrows 1T penetrated. I will be fine, Chung Anning reassured with a smile. No. That is still not acceptable. What if I hurt you? The chief would expel me from the tribe. I would rather die than shoot at you. Yin Gang adamantly shook his head, refusing to comply. Chung Anning, unable to persuade him, turned to Yin Yi, who was still holding the bow and arrow, saying, Yin Yi, you come instead. Just shoot lightly. But Yin Yi reacted with an exaggerated expression of refusal. No. I'm even less daring. My archery skills are lacking. Let Yin Gang handle it. He quickly shoved the bow into Yin Gang's hands. Yin Gang attempted to escape, but Chung Anning's cold voice followed him. If you dare run, I'll have how starve you for 3 days and nights. Do you believe me? Gah, starve for 3 days? Wouldn't I go mad from hunger. That is unacceptable. Yin Gang, having failed to slip away, had no choice but to return with a look of reluctance, saying, Anning, I really can't. Please don't make me shoot. It 1T work. If you don't help me test it, how will I know if this armor is safe? If I let the tribespeople wear it without assurance, what if it fails and endangers them? You helping me now is for the benefit of the tribe. The chief will not punish you, but rather reward you for your contribution. Chung Anning earnestly attempted to persuade her fellow tribespeople. Anning, why not just test it without wearing it? That would be safer, someone suggested. In truth, removing it was not out of the question. However, the effectiveness would be less direct compared to wearing it. Moreover, wearing it would provide a more authentic sense of its performance and any areas needing improvement, seeing that none of the tribespeople were willing to accept the task. Chung Anning sighed in resignation and said, All right, since everyone disagrees, then, Anning, I'll help you test it. Just as Chung Anning was about to change her mind, a voice chimed in, The chief has arrived. The tribespeople immediately erupted in excitement. Yan Hao strode over confidently, wrapping his arms around Anning, saying, I'll wear the armor, and you shoot at me. How? Before Chung Anning could utter another word, Yan Hao swiftly extended his hand to cover her mouth. Asserting decisively, It's settled then. Chung Anning hurriedly pried his large hand away, which nearly enveloped half of her petite face, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, Very well. I shall shoot the arrows. You must be cautious. Yan Hao nodded in agreement, allowing Chung Anning to remove her armor and hand it over to him. With her assistance, Yan Hao quickly donned the armor and positioned himself at a suitable distance for Chung Anning to shoot. Chung Anning took an arrow from Yin Gang's hand, deliberately aiming for a non-vital area, specifically the abdomen, for her initial shot. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared through the air, seemingly on course to strike Yan Hao, causing the onlookers to hold their breath in suspense. Thud! After a faint sound, the arrow unexpectedly failed to penetrate the armor crafted from palm bark, falling harmlessly to the ground. The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be? Anning, try again. Put more force into it. At this moment, Yan Hao appeared to sense that Chung Anning had not exerted much strength with her first shot, so he called out, patting his chest to signal her to aim for him. Chung Anning hesitated momentarily, then once more drew her bow and aimed for Yan Hao's chest. With another whoosh, the arrow was released. The crowd was tense to the utmost. Yet again, a dull thud resonated as the arrow struck the armor on Yan Hao's chest, plummeting to the ground. This time, Yan Hao felt a distinct but mild sensation of pain, yet the force was still minimal. After pondering for a moment, Yan Hao raised his head and instructed, Yin Gang, you take a turn. Anning lacks the strength to truly test the armor's protective capabilities. Shoot an arrow with all your might. Do not hold back. Yin Gang, after considerable hesitation, stepped forward to take the bow, aiming directly at Yan Hao's chest. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth with double the ferocity of the previous attempts. Yan Hao fixated on the projectile. His fists clenched, bracing himself. Thud! With a resonant sound, Yan Hao staggered slightly, half kneeling on the ground, as the arrow struck his chest. Chief! Yin Gang, pale with fright, dropped his bow and rushed forward to assist. Chung Anning also immediately ran over, offering her support to Yan Hao, her concern evident as she asked, How? Are you all right? Chief, are you injured? I shouldn't have used so much force. I am truly remiss. Yin Gang lamented his actions. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yan Hao straightened up and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, What impressive armor! It can withstand an arrow shot with all the strength of our tribe's strongest males. This is truly remarkable. Yin Gang was taken aback, then promptly pulled the arrow from Yan Hao's chest, discovering that it had merely left a small hole in the armor, failing to penetrate or harm him in any way. Yin Gang was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, The chief is indeed unharmed. This armor is astonishing, truly magnificent. The gathered crowd stared in disbelief, but once Yan Hao opened his garments to reveal his unscathed chest, they erupted in jubilant cheers. Wonderful. We have new equipment. The palm bark armor is incredible. Arrows cannot penetrate it. From now on, we shall no longer fear those hostile tribes. We have protective armor. Seeing Yan Hao safe and sound, Chung Anning finally relaxed, playfully chiding. You nearly scare me to death, feigning injury to trick us? Yan Hao laughed heartily, brushing his hand across Chung Anning's small face. What is there to fear? I, Yan Hao, am not so easily defeated. You, Chung Anning responded with a mix of exasperation and amusement, finding his childlike demeanor endearing. Anning, with this armor, I need fear nothing. Huh, what a treasure! Yan Hao exclaimed, caressing the armor with affection. Do not get too complacent. I still need to craft a weapon. Later, you shall test it with another arrow. Chung Anning remarked, dousing his exuberance with a splash of cold reality at a weapon. What sort of weapon? Yan Hao inquired, his curiosity piqued. You will find out shortly. Chung Anning smiled, turning to re-enter the open shed. Chapter 71. Unable to mass-produce for the time, being upon returning to the shed, Chung Anning promptly instructed Yin Yu and the others to retrieve the woodworking tools and then focused intently on her task. Yan Hao and the other tribesmen exchanged puzzled glances, following her into the shed to observe the crafting of the new weapon. Anning, let me assist you, Yan Hao exclaimed as he noticed Chung Anning engaged in laborious woodworking. Chung Anning smiled, handing him a piece of wood while explaining how to cut, carve, and polish it. The other tribesmen gathered around, squatting before Chung Anning, curiously examining the various components she was creating. With Yan Hao's help, they completed the rudimentary form of a crossbow in no time. Indeed, the weapon Chung Anning was crafting was a crossbow. The crossbow is an enhanced version of the ordinary bow and arrow. boasting a power level exceeding that of traditional projectiles by more than twofold. However, crafting a crossbow requires some understanding of physics, a feat currently beyond these primitive peoples. Yet, in Chung Anning's capable hands, creating a simple crossbow was far more manageable. Once Chung Anning completed the crossbow, Yan Hao took it in his hands, examining it from all angles, marveling at its craftsmanship, although he wondered about its lethality. "Anning, what is this weapon called?" he asked, turning the crossbow over in his hands. Chung Anning, noting his fascination, smiled and explained, "This is called a crossbow, commonly referred to as a repeating bow. It is a fortified version of a traditional bow and arrow, capable of shooting farther and with greater lethality. Do not rush. I will finish making the arrows shortly, and then we can test its power." Only then did Yan Hao understand. His enthusiasm reignited as he picked up a sturdy wooden stick and a knife to prepare the arrows. However, Chung Anning stopped him, saying, "Wait, this time we will not use wood for the arrows." Yan Hao was taken aback and asked, "Not wood? What will we use instead?" Chung Anning smiled and replied, "We will use the leaves of the palm tree." With that, she quickly found a palm leaf of uniform thickness, much to the astonishment of Yan Hao and the others. The palm leaf is lanceolate, incredibly sturdy, making it an excellent material for arrows. Moreover, it is easy to work with and resistant to deformation, while the natural tip of the leaf is far sharper than any manually crafted point. This palm leaf is indeed a natural weapon material. "How? Come look." Before long, Chung Anning had crafted 3 arrows and presented them to Yan Hao. As he took the palm leaf arrows, he noticed their natural formation, hardness, and sharpness far surpassing the wooden arrows previously used by the tribe. Confirming their superiority, excellent arrows. Yan Hao couldn't help but praise. "Now, give it a try. See if you can hit that large tree." Chung Anning handed the crossbow to Yan Hao, pointing towards a tree roughly 200 meters away. The onlookers were filled with skepticism. That far? He surely cannot hit it. Indeed, how could he possibly hit? It's far too distant. While the crowd expressed their doubts, Chung Anning smiled and encouraged Yan Hao. "Give it a shot. Just do your best." Seeing her confidence, Yan Hao nodded, took his stance, and aimed. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth and, to everyone's astonishment, struck directly into the trunk of the tree with a resounding thud. He hit it. The chief actually hit it. He really did. Good heavens, the chief is formidable. Amidst the cheers, Yan Hao gazed at his hands in disbelief. Could it be? Did I truly hit? Chung Anning, observing his astonishment, merely smiled and said, "This is not surprising. You can achieve even more. Others can do it too. If you don't believe me, watch." With that, she handed the crossbow to Yan Gang, saying, "Yan Gang, you give it a try." Hesitating for a moment, Yan Gang took the crossbow and, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, released the arrow that struck the tree perfectly. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. How is this possible? Yan Gang also hit. This is the power of the crossbow. Chung Anning approached, smiling as she clarified. The crossbow differs from a traditional bow. It utilizes a sophisticated mechanical force rather than sheer human strength. Therefore, whether it is used by Yan Hao or anyone else, the results are remarkably effective. Mechanical force? The crowd appeared puzzled that a term from Huaxia. Mechanics refers to the assembly of small components made from various woods or materials. When assembled, it is called a mechanism. Mechanical force refers to the power generated when this mechanism is activated. The crossbow I have created is a type of mechanical bow. The power of a mechanism far exceeds that of human strength, which is why you can shoot arrows so far with a crossbow. Moreover, it is not only you. Even those who are not adept at archery can still shoot far and accurately as long as their aim is precise. If you do not believe this, we can put to the test. After Chung Anning finished speaking, he instructed his clansmen to retrieve the 2 arrows and then summoned the young and vigorous males and females of the tribe to begin testing the crossbows one by one. The trials lasted for about an hour, during which a significant portion of the tribe had a chance to handle the crossbows. Just as Chung Anning had asserted, regardless of who drew the bow, they could shoot farther than with traditional arrows. Furthermore, the sharp tips of the palm leaves were far more lethal than ordinary wooden arrowheads. In the end, the tribespeople completely grasped everything Chung Anning had conveyed, fully understanding that the crossbow was indeed a formidable weapon suitable for all ages. Even some of the elderly and weaker members of the tribe, out of curiosity, had managed to hit their targets, albeit not as far or as accurately as the stronger tribe members. Nevertheless, possessing a crossbow endowed them with a certain degree of combat capability, transforming them from burdens without any means of self-defense. Anning, let us do this now. All of us in the tribe should work together to create more crossbows. It would be best if everyone had one for self-defense. Having witnessed the power and convenience of the crossbow, Yan Hao was ecstatic and immediately began discussing large-scale production with Anning. However, Chung Anning shook his head and replied, "How? For now, we cannot manufacture crossbows in mass quantities." Yan Hao looked puzzled and asked, "Why not? Such a powerful weapon should be produced abundantly. This would significantly enhance our tribe's combat strength." Chung Anning shook his head once more, saying, "It may increase the combat strength of our Yenu tribe, but it could also bolster the strength of other tribes. That remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with skepticism. Yan Hao, visibly confused, inquired Anning, "What do you mean by that? If our tribe possesses such a formidable weapon, we would no longer have to fear attacks from other tribes. Surely that means our combat strength is enhanced, not theirs. What if the weapons we produce are seized by those fierce larger tribes and then used against us?" Chung Anning immediately countered with a question, and upon seeing the grave expression that appeared on Yan Hao's face, he continued, "It is easy to foresee that those larger tribal groups would exploit these lethal weapons to slaughter our people. They are numerous, and how could we possibly withstand them? Therefore, we cannot produce these weapons in excess for the time being. We only need enough for our tribe's use. Otherwise, if they fall into the hands of others, we would be in grave danger." Chapter 72. "I will never allow you to succeed, no. Anning, don't we have the palm leaf armor? Surely it can withstand the crossbows?" Yan Hao immediately thought of this. "Perhaps that is somewhat optimistic." Chung Anning sighed softly and suggested, "Why don't we conduct another test to see if this armor can indeed withstand the crossbow?" Yan Hao agreed, saying, "All right, let us try again." He then raised his hand to summon Yin Gang and the others, saying, "Yin Gang, come over here. Help me test the armor once more." "Understood, Chief?" Yin Gang promptly approached, eager to try the crossbow again, having already tested the armor and found it quite sturdy. He thought that although the crossbow had considerable power, the palm leaf armor was not an ordinary item, so it should hold up just fine. Thus, Yin Gang was not overly concerned and, without waiting for Anning's command, picked up the crossbow and aimed directly at Yan Hao, who was donned in the armor, preparing to shoot him in the chest. However, just as Yin Gang released the arrow, Chung Anning suddenly rushed forward and pushed Yin Gang's arm. The arrow flew off course and struck Yan Hao in the shoulder. "Anning, what are you doing?" Yin Gang exclaimed in disbelief. Chung Anning, ignoring him, hurried to Yan Hao's side and anxiously asked, "How are you hurt?" Yan Hao lifted his right hand, which was covering his left shoulder, revealing that the armor had been pierced by the sharp arrowhead, and blood seeped through the fabric beneath. Fortunately, Chung Anning had timely deflected Yin Gang. Otherwise, that arrow would have seriously wounded Yan Hao. At that moment, Yin Gang and the other tribespeople finally reacted, rushing over to check on Yan Hao. "Chief, are you all right?" "Chief, you're bleeding," summoned the healer quickly. "We need to stop your bleeding. Chief, I'm sorry. I didn't realize the crossbow was so powerful that it could pierce even the palm leaf armor. I didn't mean to," upon seeing Yan Hao injured. Yin Gang's face turned pale with horror. Overwhelmed with regret, he recalled that had it not been for Anning's push, he might have directly shot the chief. Yan Hao glanced at the armor pierced by the crossbow and sighed, saying to Anning, "You were right. Our armor indeed cannot withstand the crossbows. If we lack protective gear ourselves, we certainly cannot produce these crossbows in large quantities. Otherwise, it would truly be our disaster. Enough of that. We need to stop the bleeding first." Chung Anning refrained from saying more and quickly called for the healer, assisting Yan Hao back to the wooden hut to clean and bandage the wound. Fortunately, the arrow had merely grazed Yan Hao's shoulder without penetrating deeply, so the healer was able to treat him swiftly before departing. After the healer left, Yan Hao sat on a wooden bench, dispirited, staring down as if lost in thought. Chung Anning approached, placing a gentle hand on his right shoulder and smiling. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Yan Hao lifted his head, somewhat glumly responding, "While the crossbow is excellent, we cannot use it in excess If only we had armor that could defend against it, then we would not fear others taking it from us. Chung Anning smiled and replied, "Do not lose heart. Armor that can resist crossbows certainly exists. It's just that we have yet to find the materials to create it." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao's eyes brightened as he grasped Anning's arm, saying, "Anning, so you know what kind of armor can withstand crossbows?" Chung Anning nodded with a smile, saying, "I do, but I cannot share that information with you just at this point," seeing Yan Hao's anxious expression. Chung Anning comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not rush. What I mean is that even if I told you now, it would be of no use, as I have not seen any materials for sturdy armor in the West Song South. But that does not mean there are none elsewhere. For now, having crossbows and palm leaf armor is sufficient for our self-defense. Once our tribe becomes more prosperous, we can venture to the East and South Lin to explore. Perhaps we will find what we need there." Yan Hao, feeling resigned, nodded and said, "All right, let us proceed with that for now. We will manufacture 20 crossbows for the tribe's use." Chung Anning nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us do as you suggest. However, we must not trade our crossbows at the Tianshi platform, nor allow our tribespeople to engage in private transactions that we need to assign dedicated personnel to guard the crossbows. Ensuring that such lethal weapons do not fall into the hands of tribes like the Golden Snake and the Tsang Wolf, or else our small tribe in West Song South would be utterly annihilated." "I understand." Yan Hao nodded. Having personally experienced the power of the crossbow, he was acutely aware of the seriousness of the matter. Even after the crossbows were manufactured, strict supervision was essential. Otherwise, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. At that moment, unbeknownst to the two, a shadow flitted behind their wooden hut, disappearing from sight. After returning to her own hut, Yan Ping felt a surge of excitement. Initially intending to check on Yan Hao after seeing him injured, she unexpectedly overheard such an important conversation between Yan Hao and Anning. Chung Anning had been the center of attention in the tribe. She felt utterly overshadowed and had almost been poisoned to death by Anning's snake venom last time. She was determined to take revenge. If she forbade others from trading crossbows privately, she would do the opposite. Even if she could not seek vengeance immediately, she would find a way to create trouble for her. With this thought in mind, Yan Ping sneered, "Chung Anning, if you aspire to dominate the tribe, I shall not allow you to succeed. Just wait. I will ensure you become the tribe's scapegoat." As the days passed, the Yanhu tribe entered a tranquil and peaceful snow season. During this time, snow began to fall frequently, and the tribespeople reduced their outings, collectively remaining within the tribe to assist Anning in manufacturing crossbows. 20 crossbows and thousands of arrows were perfectly produced through the joint efforts of the tribespeople under Anning's leadership. Yan Hao assigned individuals to place the crossbows and arrows in a designated weapons hut and organized shifts for guarding them. The white radishes in the fields had grown thick stems, appearing particularly delightful. Yanyu would run to the radish field several times a day, squatting at the edge of the field and chanting about radish dumplings and radish soup, which amused and frustrated Chung Anning in equal measure. After much anticipation, Yanyu finally awaited the radish harvest, and on this day, she worked particularly energetically and finally relished the radish dumplings and enjoyed the radish soup. After another heavy snowfall, the long-awaited sunlight appeared in the sky, casting a silvery hue over the snow-covered ground. Chung Anning, dressed in a thick white fur coat, with a furry collar and gloves, stepped out from Yan Hao's wooden hut. She gazed at the snow-clad landscape. Inhaling the earthy, fragrant air, her spirits lifted immensely. Yanyu, come out and help build a snowman," Chung Anning called out towards the wooden cabin of Yanyu. And soon, the two emerged, wrapped in thick fur garments. Yanyu, due to her robust build, resembled a bear in her heavy attire, especially as she lumbered along. The sight was almost too fitting as soon as Yanyu appeared. Chung Anning couldn't help but let out a giggle. "Yanyu, when did you transform into a bear? That outfit is simply too emblematic," she teased. "Are you dressed like that in hopes of visiting the Badger tribe to seek a male companion?" Yanyu's chubby cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Anning, stop joking. I have no intention of going to the Badger tribe." "Then which tribe are you planning to visit?" Yanyu inquired mischievously. I certainly won't go to the Badger tribe." Yanyu stammered in her defense I see. You must have a crush on that young potter from the original Antelope tribe, right?" Chung Anning suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 73. The Joy of Snow upon hearing this. Yin Yu's face turned beet red, rendering her speechless. Chung Anning's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed on. Yin Yu, you can't possibly be smitten with Yuan Shao, can you? Yuan Shao. Anning Jia, are you referring to the male from the original antelope tribe who excels in pottery? Yin Yu asked, her interest piqued. Yes, that's him. Last time he gifted Yin Yu a beautifully crafted ceramic bowl. A ceramic bowl? Yin Yu Jia, is there truth to this? You must tell us. No, wait, go fetch that bowl for us to see. Yin Yu urged excitedly, pushing Yin Yu to retrieve it. No. Don't push. Yin Yu, it's not like that. Yuan Shao saw me struggling to eat from a small bowl, so he made a larger ceramic bowl for me. Yin Yu explained, stammering. However, Yin Yu insisted with conviction, he cares so much about whether you're well fed. He must surely have feelings for you. No. Yin Yu, don't say such things. Yuan Shao is so handsome and skilled at pottery. Many from the original antelope tribe admire him. How could someone as clumsy as me catch his eye? He is simply kind-hearted. Yin Yu protested, her face aflame as she waved her hands in denial. Observing Yin Yu's unusual bashfulness, Chung Anning felt a flicker of understanding in her heart. However, patience was key. Haste makes waste. With this thought, Chung Anning pulled Yin Yu aside and said, All right, stop teasing her. Go and call a few more tribespeople. And gather the children too. I will teach you how to build a snowman and have a snowball fight, shall we? Build a snowman? Have a snowball fight? What are those? Is it a fight? Yin Yu asked, her face a picture of confusion. Chung Anning chuckled, pinching her chubby cheek. It's a fight, but not a real one, just a playful one. How can a playful fight be a fight? ISNT that contradictory. Yin Yu chimed in with curiosity. Yes. Hurry and call everyone. We're going to have a splendid time. Chung Anning urged, laughing as she nudged Yin Yu along. Before long, the tribe was abuzz with excitement. After several snowfalls, the children, having grown restless confined in the wooden cabin, rushed out upon hearing of the fun. Soon, a few of the females joined in, and under Chung Anning's guidance, they began building a snowman. Everyone scooped handfuls of dazzling white snow, stacking it up until the snowman's body took shape. Chung Anning found a round ceramic pot to serve as the snowman's head, then asked Yin Yu for 2 sweet fruits to use as eyes and Yin Yu for a stunted white carrot for a nose. Afterward, she pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket and affixed them below the snowman's nose to create a smiling expression, making the snowman come alive like the tribespeople. Oh dear. This snowman resembles Yin Yu quite a bit. Indeed. Look at the eyes, nose, and mouth. They all look so alike. Yes, and the plump body is just like hers. Ha! Yin Yu felt bashful under their scrutiny and exclaimed, Where's the resemblance? I'm not as plump as that snowman. Chung Anning picked up 2 branches and approached Yin Yu, saying with a grin, Yin Yu, look how adorable this snowman is, just like you. Why not become sworn siblings with the snowman? Then you'd have a lovely little sister. Yin Yu scratched her head. Anning, are you joining in on the teasing too? Does this snowman really look like me? Absolutely. Here, let me attach its little hands, Chung Anning replied, inserting the 2 branches into the snowman. Now, let us hold hands with the snowman. Chung Anning held one branch with one hand while gripping Yin Yu's hand with the other, who in turn took hold of Yin Yu, who then held onto a lively little child. They formed a circle, with that child holding the snowman's other hand. Everyone, hand in hand, let me teach you a song, Chung Anning suggested, and, after a moment's thought, she selected a simple, cheerful children's song to sing. 2 tigers, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. How strange. Upon finishing, the crowd was left in bewilderment. Anning, is the tiger you sang about our tribe's deity? Why does it have no ears or tail? Did it lose them in a battle with a wild beast? No, that can't be right. How could such a fierce deity lose? It must have been besieged by wild beasts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a terrible defeat. Chung Anning was both amused and exasperated. No, it's just a game. The tiger isn't truly injured. Watched out AS, she spoke. She covered one of her ears and sang. One has no ears, then turned and pretended to cover her tail while singing. One has no tail, concluding with, how strange. Oh, I understand now. It was pretending to have no ears or tail. But why would it do that? Is it a silly tiger? Yin Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with realization. However, her next question made Chung Anning burst into laughter. That's not a silly tiger. I think you resemble a silly girl. Rain, didn't T. Anning say? It's just playing a game. Yin quickly grasped the crux of the matter. What does playing a game mean? Yin asked, her expression still puzzled. Playing a game is simply having fun, making merry. You can play however you like as long as it brings joy. Chung Anning replied with a smile, then waved to the tribespeople. Come, I'll teach you a game. This game is called a snowball fight. A fight? Are we going to fight among ourselves? The tribespeople's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, we will playfully fight among ourselves, but it's not a real fight, just a pretend one. Chung Anning clarified with a grin. She then bent down, scooped up a handful of snow, and molded it into a snowball. Stepping back a few paces, she raised it high and declared to Yin Yu, "From now on, you are my enemy. I will use my snowball weapon to defeat you, and you must dodge to avoid being hit. Otherwise, you'll be out of the game. Ready, catch," she warned, then threw the snowball at Yin Yu. Yin Yu was caught off guard and got hit, snow covering her from head to toe. Chung Anning clapped her hands and cheered. "I hit Yin Yu. I am victorious." "Yay, Yin Yu, catch." After celebrating, she quickly scooped another handful of snow, shaped it into a ball, and tossed it at Yin Yu. Yin Yu was quicker than Yin Yu and deftly dodged the incoming snowball. "Oh, Yin Yu, you're so sly. Let us try again," Chung Anning called out, quickly forming another snowball and throwing it at Yin Yu. I could see that moment. Yin Yu seemed to grasp the rules of the game and bent down to make her own snowball, hurling it back at Chung Anning. "Catch! Oh no! Don't dodge! You can't escape! Everyone come join the snowball fight." Under the enthusiastic guidance of Chung Anning, the tribespeople began to engage in the snowball fight, tossing snowballs back and forth, filling the air with laughter and joy. When Yan Hao awoke, the scene before him was one of playful chaos. The Inhu tribe was in a friendly skirmish, with males, females, elders, and children all joyously participating. Chapter 74. The Magical Heartstone Stop. "Everyone, cease at once." Yan Hao burst into the crowd, shouting loudly. The tribespeople paused in surprise for a moment before erupting into laughter. "Ha! Chief, we're not fighting. Indeed, Chief. Anning is teaching us how to play games." Amidst the clamor of clarifications, Yan Hao was momentarily taken aback as he approached the rosy-cheeked Chung Anning, who had been playing. "Anning, what on earth is happening?" he inquired. With a smile, Chung Anning reassured him. "Ow, do not be anxious. We're not fighting, we were merely engaged in a playful snowball fight. It is all in jest. Look, you just form a snowball and throw it swiftly at the target." As she spoke, she demonstrated the action with a flourish. So it is merely throwing snowballs? Yan Hao's realization dawned upon him. "Indeed. Come, let's join in the fun." Chung Anning grasped Yan Hao's hand and called out to the gathered clan's people. Come. Whoever can hit Yan Hao will receive an extra portion of food later. Let the snowball fight commence." The clan members, initially surprised, quickly bent down to form their snowballs and hurled them towards Yan Hao in unison. Targeted from all sides. "I'm out of here. Yan Hao, take care of yourself." Chung Anning laughed as she scampered to a safe distance, crossing her arms and enjoying the spectacle. Yan Hao, quick on his feet, managed to evade most of the snowballs. With only a couple striking him, he dodged with a calm demeanor, appearing to relish the experience. "Yan Hao, you too can form snowballs and throw them back. It's a game, and we can all attack each other." With Chung Anning's encouragement, Yan Hao began to gather snowballs and soon repelled several clan members one by one. They retreated until ultimately he had thwarted them all. "All right, enough of this. Everyone can disperse now. Those who managed to hit Yan Hao, please collect an extra portion of food from Yin Yu at the storage hut," Chung Anning commanded, before making her way towards Yan Hao, taking his hand as they returned home. "What reward do I receive?" Yan Hao inquired playfully, wrapping his arm around Chung Anning. "You always wanting something. Come on, let us head home so I can prepare you some meatballs with radish," Chung Anning replied with a chuckle. "Now that sounds more like it," Yan Hao responded, his expression one of pride. Chung Anning found herself at a loss. He had always been this way. Yet he was easily appeased, prepare him a delicious meal, and he would quickly turn obedient. Upon their return to the wooden hut, Anning busied herself grilling food over the charcoal stove while Yan Hao sat beside her, assisting her. However, before the meal was completed, Chung Anning suddenly leaned against Yan Hao. Feeling fatigued. What's wrong, Anning? Yan Hao asked softly, tightening his embrace around her. How? I feel as though I might be unwell, Chung Anning murmured weakly against his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Yan Hao immediately supported her. Concern etched across his face. Anning, do you feel unwell anywhere? Should I call for the shaman? Chung Anning merely shook her head, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. For the past month, she had often felt drained of energy. Although she had enjoyed the snowball fight with the clan members, midway through, that sense of weakness had returned, prompting her to merely observe and direct the others. She was at a loss as to why she felt this way. Unable to shake off her suspicions, she wondered if she had been poisoned again. Yet, since winter had set in, she had cooked for herself, making it impossible for anyone to slip something into her food. And Yin Ping had been unusually quiet, seldom appearing before her, thus ruling out the possibility of foul play. But what could be the cause of her persistent fatigue? She voiced her concerns to Yan Hao, who responded with a silly grin, taking her hand and leading her out of the wooden hut. Anning, come with me, I will take you to see Mother. Chung Anning was puzzled, questioning the need for such a visit, as Mother was not a healer. Upon arriving at Yan Huan's hut, they found her seated on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. Yan Hao approached with a smile, kneeling beside her and whispering something into her ear. Upon hearing him, Yan Huan's face lit up with joy, and she quickly rose to sit beside Chung Anning. Mother, what is going on with you two? Why do you look so cheerful? Chung Anning was bewildered by their expressions. Yan Hao exchanged a knowing glance with Yan Huan, who then produced a heart-shaped stone from her fur garment. Taking Chung Anning's hand, she pricked her finger with a bone needle and let her blood drip onto the stone. Remarkably, the dull gray stone transformed into a vibrant red almost instantly. The blood spread from the tip outward like fine capillaries, soon enveloping the entire stone, which pulsated as if it were a living heart. Sending shivers down Chung Anning's spine. In contrast, Yan Hao was filled with exuberance as he pulled her into a tight embrace, showering her with kisses. Anning, do you see? The heartstone has changed color. This is wonderful. Chung Anning, her face flushed with embarrassment, pushed him away and asked, what does this mean? How did the stone change like this? Anning, you are with child. Look, the heartstone has given us the joyous news. Yan Huan exclaimed, pointing at the stone with delight. With child? Chung Anning was instantly taken aback. Is it possible that this stone could determine pregnancy? What material is it made of? How miraculous! Curiosity overtook her, and she reached for the stone. Mother, may I take a closer look at it? Yan Hao promptly retrieved the stone from Yan Huan and explained, the heartstone has been passed down from our ancestors in the Yan Hu tribe. If a female is pregnant, her blood will cause it to take on the shape of a heart, signifying pregnancy. Conversely, if the heartstone remains unchanged, it means she is not pregnant. Chung Anning's understanding dawned upon her. The tribe possessed such a wondrous artifact. Unable to contain her joy, she looked up at Yan Hao, exclaiming, So, I'm not ill, but rather pregnant. Is that why I have felt so weak and craved sour foods lately? Yan Huan nodded, smiling. Of course, once you are with child, the little one will draw energy from your body, leading to feelings of discomfort. But fear not. If you eat well, you will soon regain your strength. At this point, Yan Huan turned to Yan Hao, instructing him, Hao, remember, for 3 months, you must not engage with Anning. We will discuss that after the child is born. Yan Hao promptly nodded, grinning, Mother, I understand. Chung Anning, taken aback, exclaimed, 3 months? Is it true that your beast tribe gives birth in just 3 months? Indeed, in the Yan Hu tribe, females typically give birth in about 3 months. Anning, you'll have to endure this time. Fortunately, it is currently the snowy season, so there is no need to venture out for gathering or hunting. You can comfortably remain in the tribe to carry your child. Yan Hao remarked, gently caressing Chung Anning's face with a smile. Yan Huan also smiled and took Chung Anning's hand, saying, It has been quite some time since a female in the tribe has given birth. Anning, you are making a significant contribution to our community. That evening, they planned to hold a bonfire celebration to rejoice in the momentous occasion. Chung Anning finally felt a flicker of joy and anticipation at the thought of becoming a mother. However, the notion of giving birth in 3 months truly astonished her. As night fell, at the lively bonfire, Yan Hao announced the joyous news to the clan. The members erupted in song and dance. celebrating around the flames, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Yet, in the corner, Yin Ping wore a sullen expression, his gaze fixed on Cheng Anning, filled with jealousy and resentment. Days turned into weeks, and as the harsh winter season drew to a close, Yan Hao and Cheng Anning welcomed their first offspring into the world. Chapter 75. Observing a slightly underdeveloped child, Cheng Anning's cries of pain echoed within the wooden hut, causing Yan Hao, who anxiously awaited outside, to turn pale with fear. Though he had witnessed females in the tribe give birth before, he had always thought them overly delicate, lamenting so loudly over the process. Where had their strength gone? Yet now, as Anning was in labor, he felt an urgent anxiety gripping his heart. Each cry from Anning felt like a painful stab to his own heart. If Anning cannot deliver, I shall perish. He urged Yin Yu, go check on Anning. Why hasn't she given birth yet? Hurry. Yan Hao grabbed Yin Yu, who had been waiting with her neck craned in concern, and pushed her towards the hut. Chief, I cannot go in. Yin Yu stammered, her face ashen. A child. She had accidentally entered a hut where a female was giving birth. The horrific sight of blood had left her traumatized, and she had not dared to return since. Even though it was Anning giving birth this time, she remained paralyzed with fear, as Yin Yu and several other females had already entered to assist, leaving her trembling outside. Useless female. Yan Hao glared at Yin Yu in frustration, his agitation mounting as he attempted to rush into the hut, only to be restrained by Yin Li and Yin Gang. Chief, you cannot enter. It is a grave taboo for males to be present during a female's labor. Please remain outside and wait. Can I not be anxious? You have not noticed that Anning has been unable to give birth. She must be too weak to have the strength. I need to go in and check. Yan Hao, who was already frantic, raised his hand to push open the barriers set by Yan Li and Yin Gang, recklessly rushing inside. Anning. As soon as Yan Hao burst into the wooden house, he was intercepted by Yin Huan. Hao, who allowed you to enter? He scolded. Males cannot witness the birthing of females. Get out now. Mother, Anning is calling out so loudly. She must be in great pain. Did I have to see her? Yan Hao stretched his neck to gaze over at the wooden bed, his face etched with worry. Anning is under our watch. She will be fine. You must leave. Yin Huan glared at Yan Hao reproachfully, pushing him out of the wooden house. Reluctantly, Yan Hao shuffled towards the exit. It hurts. Just then, Anning let out another cry of pain, causing Yin Hao's heart to clench. He could no longer care for anything else. He turned and, circumventing Yin Huan, dashed to the wooden bed, forcefully pushing aside the females surrounding Anning and kneeling at her bedside. Yan Hao, seeing this, Yin Huan let out a helpless sigh and conceded to his wishes. That moment, Anning lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, her small face pale and devoid of color, with a heart full of concern. Yan Hao gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, anxiously asking, Anning, how are you? Hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. In her pain-induced haze, Anning, hearing Yan Hao's voice, weakly called out, raising her hand with great effort. Yan Hao immediately took her hand, reassuring her softly, Anning, do not be afraid. I am here. Stay strong and give birth to our little ones. The warmth radiating from his palm provided Anning with a sense of calm, allowing her to focus on regulating her breathing and exerting effort through the waves of pain. Wow. Wow, wow. Finally, at the peak of her agony, the sound of a baby's cry resonated through the air. She has given birth, has she? Wow. Wow. Before the crowd could fully register their astonishment, two more cries followed, 3 infants emerging in succession. Simultaneously, 3 notifications echoed in Anning's mind. Heavenly sound notification. You have triggered the metal combat power of the Savage 5-element system. Heavenly sound notification. You have triggered the wood combat power of the Savage 5-element system. Heavenly sound notification. You have triggered the water combat power of the Savage 5-element system. Anning's muddled mind suddenly cleared, pondering the 5-element system. What on earth was this? Aside from those 3 notifications, no other information flooded her brain, leaving Anning momentarily perplexed about the essence of this 5-element system. At that moment, the jubilant exclamations of Yin Yu reached her ears. She has given birth. All of them. Sister Anning, you have 3 little ones, 2 males and 1 female. How impressive. Moreover, The offspring Anning bore were unlike any other beast cubs. These three were plump and fair, their skin as tender as that of a peeled egg, even more beautiful than Anning herself. Such beautiful cubs, so adorable. Great chief, look at their skin, it's white just like Anning. Yin Yu and several other females immediately wrapped the little ones in soft fur and presented them to Yin Huan. Wonderful, simply splendid. Upon seeing the three chubby cubs, Yin Huan's eyes crinkled into a joyful slit. Hao, bring the cubs over. I want to see. Weak and fatigued, Anning watched as Yin Yu cradled her children, momentarily setting aside her exhaustion to request softly. Yan Hao immediately called out, Yin Yu, bring the cubs over for Anning to see. Coming, Yin Yu responded promptly, quickly bringing the three cubs and arranging them beside Anning. After just one glance, Anning's expression turned to concern. They are so small. How? Are the cubs unhealthy? The three cubs were not large, averaging merely around 2 gene each. In human terms, that would be considered underdeveloped and malnourished. To her surprise, Yan Hao chuckled and replied, How could that be? Our cubs are perfectly fine. Just look at their little arms and legs. They are adorably plump. As he spoke, he gently poked the small limbs of the cubs with his finger. Don't fidget. Your hands are too rough. Be careful not to hurt the little ones. Yin Huan approached, casting a reproachful glance at Yan Hao. Yan Hao chuckled sheepishly, retracting his hand to look at Anning. Rest assured, they're all well. Is it because the Huaxia tribe's birthing differs from ours that you are so worried? Anning nodded and replied, In our Huaxia tribe, pregnancies last 10 months, and each cub is as large as all three of them combined. I thought our cubs were underdeveloped. Not at all, Yan Hao quickly clarified. The cubs of the Yin Hu tribe are all like this at birth. Our little ones are already the largest and very robust. Anning finally understood after hearing Yan Hao's explanation. Feeling relieved, weariness washed over her, and she drowsily closed her eyes. Anning, you should rest well. With me here, you need not be afraid. Yan Hao tenderly stroked Anning's small face and gently kissed her forehead. Life soon returned to tranquility. Anning was kept busy with the arrival of 3 cubs. Due to insufficient milk to nourish them, Yan Hao resorted to his old tricks, sending someone to fetch a female roe deer to provide milk for the eldest cub, while the second and youngest drank from Anning. This arrangement finally resolved the cubs' dietary needs. That it was said that between 3 to 6 months, the cubs could be weaned, which eased Anning's mind. The nursing period was significantly shorter than that of humans. While surprised, Anning adapted quite well. The cubs grew rapidly, and within a month they resembled human toddlers of 3 or 4 years, not only babbling mother but also gradually displaying their extraordinary traits. Chapter 76. The extraordinary abilities of the cubes that could transform back to ancient forms. The 3 cubs could actually transform at will. The first time Anning witnessed them lazily roll over and morph into 3 little tigers, she nearly fainted from shock. How can this be? During her time in the Yin Hu tribe, she had never seen a clansman transform. Even Yan Hao could only conjure his spirit companion, Xiao Bai, to bolster his strength in battle. Yet these 3 little ones could freely transform, bounding around with agility. They resembled playful monkeys rather than little tigers. Anning was astounded beyond measure, yet Yin Huan and Yan Hao were overjoyed. Upon seeing the cubs transform, Yin Huan actually knelt down to worship their ancestors, exclaiming, "The Yin Hu tribe flourishes." Anning was utterly bewildered by the sight. Only later understanding through Yan Hao's explanation that it turned out that in ancient times, the beast clans of Shitsong could transform freely, possessing the ferocity of beasts combined with human intellect. However, over the long years, they gradually devolved. The beast clans of Shitsong could no longer wield the formidable power of beast forms, but were merely powerful individuals who could barely summon spirit companions for assistance. At least, since Yin Huan could remember, none of the leaders of the numerous beast clans in Shitsong could transform. To my knowledge, only the beast clans of Dongyi and Nanlin still retain the ability to transform. Thus, they are both powerful and astute. Our small clans in Shitsong cannot compare. Anning, you truly are a blessing bestowed upon our tribe. You have given birth to ancient beasts for Yan Hao, which signifies that in the future, you and Yan Hao's lineage will become the strong and intelligent beastmen of the Dongyi and Nanlin tribes. Therefore, you and Yan Hao must have more children to strengthen our tribe. Anning felt an immense pressure upon hearing this. Have more children? One is already overwhelming for me. The pain of childbirth still lingers in my memory. Let me take it slow. Noticing Anning's fearful expression, Yan Hao reached out, wrapping his arm around her, and chuckled. Do not fear, Anning. In our Yan tribe, we typically wait 2 to 3 years between births. The fastest would be over a year. I am not asking you to give birth right now. Anning felt relieved upon hearing this. Indeed, in 2 to 3 years, the cubs will be independent. By then, I can take care of them while you continue to have more. Yan Huan's face was blooming with joy, envisioning the bright future of the Yan tribe. She felt as if her old bones could leap with delight. Ditto. Anning sighed, realizing that strengthening the tribe by giving birth to Yan Hao's children was a long-term and formidable task. Fortunately, the gestation period was short, and the cubs grew quickly. Could they really become independent in just 2 to 3 years? This revelation left her astonished. In the days that followed, the 3 little rascals became increasingly boisterous. Moreover, Anning discovered that the 3 cubs could control the elements of metal, wood, and water. Though still merely a fledgling, the signs of potential are already beginning to emerge. The first incident occurred when the second cub, after transforming, stealthily followed its kin into the reed forest to gather timber. The result was chaos, with logs flying about, leaving the tribe members convinced that a divine presence had descended upon them, compelling them to kneel in fervent supplication. Fortunately, the second cub's abilities were still nascent, allowing it to control only a few branches, which enabled the tribe to cautiously retrieve the reeds. The second occurrence involved the third cub sneaking into the communal kitchen, where it siphoned water from a wooden barrel, forming a swirling column of water midair that left Yan and Yan trembling in fear, huddled together. Finally, amidst the third cub's tinkling laughter, the water column gently descended back into the barrel. Following these events, such occurrences grew more frequent, eventually drawing the attention of Cheng and Ning and Yan. It was then that Cheng and Ning recalled the celestial hint received at the time of the third cub's birth. It was not she who possessed the power to manipulate the 5 elements, but rather her 3 cubs. The eldest had yet to exhibit any unusual traits, likely due to the absence of metal artifacts in the Yan tribe. However, by logical deduction, with the second cub controlling wood and the third controlling water, the eldest must surely wield power over gold. This would only be revealed in due time, given their unique abilities. Cheng and Ning decided to name the 3 cubs Yan Jin, Yan Mu, and Yan Shui. The third cub, being female, was aptly named Yan Shui, as gentle as water, though her temperament was anything but gentle, perpetually causing mischief in the kitchen, leaving Cheng and Ning exasperated whenever she had to abandon her experiments to fetch her wayward cub. Fortunately, the cub's powers were still feeble, allowing them only to play pranks and frighten the tribe, preventing any real harm. Otherwise, Cheng and Ning would be at her wits' end. Thus, days passed, and the cubs grew. Their boundless energy sent Cheng and Ning into a state of constant worry. Yet, Yan Hao remained unperturbed, allowing the cubs to frolic freely, a stark contrast to the human instinct for caution. They sought to liberate their nature, while Ning could hardly focus on her experiments whenever she lost sight of the cubs. Yan Hao, feeling somewhat neglected, grumbled, "In the past, I could conduct experiments all night without interruption. Yet in your heart, I am worth less than even a single cub's leg." Cheng and Ning rolled her eyes and playfully smacked him. "How old are you to be jealous? Have you grown weary of our peaceful life and yearn for a fight?" Yan Hao immediately feigned innocence, wrapping his arms around Cheng and Ning with a charming smile. "Of course not. I could never bear to argue with you." Cheng and Ning shot him a playful glare before turning back to her cooking. Like all ordinary couples, she was gradually adapting to this tranquil life in the wilderness. However, Ning overlooked the fact that the wild could also harbor dangers, especially when one is under the watchful gaze of those with ulterior motives. A crisis was silently looming as winter gave way to spring. Life began to flourish anew, and the tribe, having endured a long winter, grew restless and ventured outdoors. One day, while Cheng and Ning was inside the wooden cabin, sewing fur garments for the third cub, Yan Yu suddenly arrived, holding a peculiar plant. "Sister Ning, I found something incredibly strange. Come see what it is." Yan Yu entered the room and handed the object to Cheng and Ning, immediately rushing to play with the 3 little cubs. Cheng and Ning, suspiciously accepting the item, was instantly filled with delight. Yan Yu, where did you find this? Noticing in Ning's expression, Yan Yu proudly replied, in a depression to the north of the tribe. Sister Ning, is this useful? Can it be eaten? Cheng and Ning smiled, lifting the plant in excitement. This is called cordyceps. It is a very precious medicinal herb. You made a significant contribution to the tribe. Really? That's wonderful. I'll go gather some with Yan Yu tomorrow. Yan Yu exclaimed happily. Cheng and Ning pondered for a moment. I'll join you. Perhaps we can find more plants, glancing at the three little tigers tumbling about on the bed. Yan Yu hesitated. Is that all right? What about the cubs? Won't they run off again if left unattended? The entire tribe was well aware of the cubs' antics, and only Ning could keep them in check. It's fine. I'll have a Mu take care of them, and ask a few tribe members to help watch over them. IT should be all right. IT had been quite some time since new plants have been discovered, and Cheng and Ning was itching to go out. With the arrival of spring and the warming weather, it was the perfect opportunity to gather, and she was eager to see what new plants they might find. Thus, the next day, after settling the three cubs with Yan Huan, Cheng and Ning set out for the depression with Yan Yu and Yan Yu. Chapter 77. A trap you. How much further? Cheng and Ning followed Yan Yu for quite a distance without reaching the depression, and they had already left the territory of the Yan Hu tribe, causing her to feel a twinge of unease. Although the West Song South had been stable lately, with peaceful trade and mutual development among tribes. And Ning did not forget that beyond their territory lay other savage tribes, and venturing too far could be perilous. It's just ahead. Sister Ning, IT wasn't far when I came last time. Why does it seem so far this time? Yan Yu scratched her head, unsure of the reason. You surely aren't mistaken? Cheng and Ning chuckled at Yan Yu. Beastmen generally struggled with navigation, despite Ning's extensive teachings. Yan Yu seemed hopelessly directionally challenged. The day before, Yan Yu had mentioned finding cordyceps in the depression, piquing her curiosity. How could this girl suddenly become so astute? She had initially assumed it was merely a nearby depression. Yet they had wandered so far, I couldn't be. Look, I have left markers all along the way. You taught me how to do it. Yan Yu pointed to the clusters of hemp grass tied in knots along the roadside. Cheng and Ning looked ahead and indeed saw the familiar knots spaced out along the path. Because Yan Yu struggled with directions, and Ning had previously taught her to mark the route with knots in the hemp grass and arrangements of stones. It seemed she had remembered quite well, so there was likely no cause for concern. After walking a considerable distance, the three of them finally caught sight of a depression ahead. Yan Yu immediately exclaimed, Look, there it is. I told you I wasn't wrong. Yan Yu dashed ahead in excitement. Cheng and Ning sighed in relief, urging Yan Yu to follow quickly. The trio soon entered the depression, unfastening their vine baskets to begin collecting. However, after searching for quite some time, they found no cordyceps, nor any other valuable plants. The area was just a barren patch of wild grass with nothing remarkable about it. Yan Yu, let's head back. There are no fresh plants here, nor cordyceps. IT seems the one you found was merely a chance occurrence. Cheng and Ning said with a hint of disappointment, standing up to beckon the others. Yan Yu both rose with downcast expressions, and Yan Yu muttered, How could this be? When I found a cordyceps last time, there were so many saltworts around. How come there's nothing now? Hearing this, Cheng and Ning's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Yan Yu, what did you just say? The place where you found the cordyceps at Saltwort? Yes, there were plenty, but today, not a single one is in sight. Yan Yu scratched her head, puzzled. Cheng and Ning's face changed at that moment. Cordyceps thrive in moist soil, while saltwort grows in dry, saline environments. Both cannot coexist. Thus, for Yan Yu to find cordyceps where saltwort thrived is impossible. The only explanation is, it's a trap. Run, we've been deceived. Cheng and Ning's heart raced with urgency, and she could no longer think of anything else. Grabbing one cub with each hand, she pushed Yan Yu to sprint back toward the Yan Hu tribe. And Ning, what is happening? Why are we running? Yan Yu were bewildered, panting as they followed in Ning's lead. Yan Yu has been misled. There are no cordyceps here. This isn't the same depression you visited before. Someone took advantage of your poor sense of direction, deliberately altering the markers you left, leading us here with the intention of capturing us. At that moment, Cheng and Ning finally realized that someone had used Yan Yu to lure her out of the tribe with malicious intent. The only one who would go to such lengths to harm her within the tribe is none other than Yin Ping. Yin Yu, was it Yin Ping who brought you here to find the cordyceps? To confirm her suspicions, Cheng and Ning asked as they ran. Yes, it was her. How did you know? Yin Yu felt a pang of guilt and unease. Previously, when she had found the cordyceps, Yin Ping had insisted she not tell Ning, claiming Ning despised her. That's why she had kept his secret. Little did she know, Yin Ping had intended to harm them. Yin Ping is so wicked. How could she do such a thing? Of course I know. After all, she had drugged me once before, but I didn't tell you. Initially intending to grant her a chance for redemption, I was dismayed to discover that she remained obstinately unchanged, even going so far as to exploit you. Enough of this. We must swiftly return to the tribe for our safety. Cheng Anning grasped the hands of Yin Yu and Yin Yu as they sprinted away. But before long, they were intercepted by a menacing group of orcs. Ha! Tender female, do you remember me? Cheng Anning looked up to see a wild man with long hair cascading down his shoulders. Clad in brown animal hides, his triangular eyes and sharply defined features bore an expression of savagery and arrogance, instantly reminding Cheng Anning of the very individual she had encountered on her first day in this world, the leader of the Golden Snake tribe. Jean Exen, who had clashed with Yan Hao over a celestial ginseng at the Sacred Hill. How could he possibly be here? Could it be that this hollow ground they had been lured into as the territory of the Golden Snake tribe? Oh no, this wretched Yin Ping had truly led them into a trap. Cheng Anning tightened her grip on the trembling hands of Yin Yu and Yin Yu, striving to maintain her composure as she said, I thought I recognized you, Jean Exen, leader of the Golden Snake tribe. What brings you here? Did you not learn your lesson the last time when Yan Hao shattered your leg? Are you seeking death once more? Jean Xian's eyes flared with fury at her words, and he drove his wooden fork vehemently into the ground, bellowing, You bold female, how dare you speak to me, your leader, in such a manner? Do you wish to meet your demise? Jean Exen, we were merely foraging and inadvertently trespassed into your territory. I implore you to let us pass. If not, when Yan Hao arrives, you will find it difficult to escape. Cheng Anning's words were firm. Yet her heart raced with anxiety. She had embarked on this outing unarmed, having left behind her usual tranquilizers and weapons, believing it would be a short trip, as Yin Yu had suggested. She never anticipated being accosted by these vile tribesmen. Had she known, she would have at least brought a bow. Cursed be that treacherous Yin Ping for deliberately ensnaring them. If they survived this ordeal, she swore she would not let Yin Ping off lightly. This is indeed the territory of the Golden Snake tribe. How dare you intrude and think to escape? Humph, not a chance. Jean Exan sneered, his voice laced with menace, seeing the three females in a weakened state. He felt confident in his imminent victory and refrained from rushing to capture them. What should we do, Sister Anning? I'm so scared. Yin Yu's palms were slick with sweat as she gazed at the dozen or so orcs before them. It's my fault. I should never have trusted Yin Ping, and now I've endangered you. Yin Yu had already succumbed to tears of guilt, but weeping was futile. They were surrounded by these ferocious beasts. An escape seemed impossible. Do not panic. Hold on a moment longer. If Yan Hao sees that we haven't returned, he will surely send someone to find us, that we must focus on saving ourselves, or we shall become their prey. What should we do now? Yin Yu trembled as she asked. I will attract their attention. You two take the opportunity to flee and inform Yin Hao. Do you understand? Cheng Anning whispered her plan to Yin Yu and Yin Yu. Then released their hands and stepped towards Jean Exen. Chapter 78. Two have fled Jean Exen. We were merely gathering food and accidentally strayed into your territory. I beseech your forgiveness. Esteemed leader, I have brought some fresh delicacies from the Flame Tiger tribe as compensation. Cheng Anning approached Jean Exen and his entourage, unfastening the vine basket from her back with a smile. Fortunately, Yin Yu's love for food had prompted her to bring a considerable supply of tribal delicacies, which now proved fortuitous. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Golden Snake warriors lit up with interest. Food from the Flame Tiger tribe. They had not savored cuisine from other tribes in quite some time. In recent months, Jean Exan had heard rumors of the smaller tribes in the southwestern region of Shizong making significant moves, establishing trade fairs, and inventing various delicacies, tools, and weapons. He had long wished to witness such marvels, but had been hindered by the treacherous winter roads. Otherwise, he would have raided them long ago. Now, with Chung Anning voluntarily offering food, his arrogance swelled further. "You're quite the agreeable female. Come, everyone, gather around and see what the Flame Tiger tribe has brought us." Jean Xin waved his hand, and over a dozen orcs closed in. Chung Anning began to remove the food from the basket, describing each item in detail. "This is a unique delicacy from our Flame Tiger tribe, called Huangmi Sweet Cake that is made by crushing yellow rice and adding cane sugar. Once steamed, it has a sticky texture and a delightful sweetness, beloved by all in our tribe. And this is the sesame radish ball. It is crafted from fresh white radish, shredded and juiced, mixed with yellow rice flour to form round balls, which are then pan-fried. The outer layer is crispy, while the inside remains tender and delicious, perfect for the elderly and children alike. Finally, we have the pan-seared steak, an exquisite treat made from the tenderest rib meat of the great horned beast, cut into perfectly sized slices and grilled on a thin stone slab, when cooked to medium. We sprinkle it with salt, honey, and sesame powder. The aroma is so enticing, it could waft through the entire tribe. In addition to these, we also have many delightful teas and vegetables. Chung Anning exaggerated the details intentionally, successfully capturing the full attention of Jean Xin's men, some of whom could not help but salivate mid-description that a love for food is a common trait among orcs. And knowing this, Chung Anning devised this strategy to buy time. She squatted down, pretending to search for more delicacies in the basket, and from the corner of her eye, she spotted Yan Yu, and Yan Yu stealthily slipping away while Jean Xin's attention was diverted. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She then stood up, distributing the food to Jean Xin's subordinates, and with a gentle, harmless smile, urged, "Please, do try these treats and tell me if they are as delectable as I've described." The orcs, unable to contain themselves, ravenously devoured the food Chung Anning offered. She observed Yan Yu, now far in the distance. She smiled and said, "If leader Jean Xin is willing, you may come to trade with our tribe, and you too can savor such culinary delights." Jean Xin, with a mouthful of pan-seared beef, retorted arrogantly, "Trade? Only you small tribes of Shitsong South resort to such tricks. We are the great tribes of Shitsong North. We take what we desire by force. What pitiful trading fare. This leader would never part with his own treasures." With that, he kicked the basket away with a fierce kick and commanded, "Enough eating. Capture these 3 females and bring them back to our tribe. We shall demand offerings of food from Yan Hao's tribe. Otherwise, we shall feast upon them ourselves. Not good. Leader, 2 of the females have fled, and only one remains. She is so thin. Even capturing her won't suffice for a meal." One of the orcs finally realized Yan Yu had escaped, shouting in alarm. Jean Xin's eyes narrowed in fury as he scanned the surroundings, realizing the absence of Yan Yu. When he looked further into the distance, he saw 2 small black dots already vanishing. "Pursue them now. How dare they escape? Bring them back, and I will have them butchered and served." Jean Xin roared with rage. Several orcs immediately seized their spears and dashed off in pursuit of Yan Yu. However, Chung Anning knew they would not catch up. With Yan Yu's swiftness, they should be able to return to the tribe's territory before Jean Xin's men reached them. Once within their territory, they would be safe. Save your efforts. You will not catch up? Chung Anning remarked coolly as she observed Jean Xin's furious demeanor. "You cunning female, you deliberately used food to distract us, allowing the 2 females to escape." Jean Xin finally grasped the situation, but it was too late. Chung Anning shrugged nonchalantly. "What does this have to do with me? You were the ones who succumbed to gluttony and failed to keep watch. If you cannot catch them, do not blame me. Had it not been for you, could they have fled? I shall take you back and have you executed." Jean Xin's eyes glinted with malice as he waved his hand at the remaining orcs. "Seize her." As several orcs advanced, Chung Anning quickly picked up the vine basket and held it before her, coldly stating, "I advise you to let me go. I am Yan Hao's female. If you capture me, he will not spare you. Furthermore, I forgot to mention that our Flame Tiger tribe not only possesses a plethora of delicacies, but also wields powerful crossbows. They can shoot arrows twice the distance of ordinary bows, and their arrows are razor sharp. One hit, and you are certain to perish. Who among you wishes to test their luck?" Upon hearing this, the orcs hesitated, suddenly apprehensive. This female is Yan Hao's. The Flame Tiger tribe possesses formidable weapons. Just Yan Hao alone was enough to instill fear. With the addition of such powerful weaponry, who could contend with Yan Hao? His valor was unmatched, even by Gene Exen. If they harmed his female, would they even live to tell the tale? No, this requires more contemplation. Gene Exen, seeing how easily Chung Anning had subdued his warriors with mere words, felt his rage boil over. He brandished a wooden fork, pointing it at several of his subordinates, and bellowed, "Why are you still standing idle? What are you waiting for? Are you hoping that Yan Hao will arrive and slaughter you all? Hurry, seize her and bring her back to the tribe. If Yan Hao wishes to take her, he won't be able to do so." The orcs, upon reflection, realized that as long as they brought the female back to the Golden Snake tribe, Yan Hao would stand no chance against their entire clan. Thus, they began their ascent up the mountain once more. "Stop. Are you all courting death? Yan Hao has a spirit beast to assist him in battle, and he is remarkably swift. It is possible he is already riding Shao by to rescue me," she exclaimed, her heart racing, "that if he sees you capturing me, he will slaughter you all. Do you still wish to live? When the time comes, will your leader care about your fates? He will only think of his own escape." Chung Anning continually sowed discord among the simple-minded orcs, biding her time. Yet inwardly, she desperately called out, "Yan Hao, please come quickly. If you do not arrive soon, I will truly be captured by Gene Exine and taken back to the Golden Snake tribe to be devoured." "Silence, you wretched female," Gene Exine shouted. Incensed, "They are my kin. How could I disregard them? Do not listen to her. Quickly, apprehend her." However, one of his subordinates hesitated, voicing a concern. "But what if what she says is true? I have heard that the small tribes in the southwestern region have recently been trading in secret and have even formed a protective force. If they do not possess formidable weapons, how dare they do such a thing?" The orcs wavered. Who among them was not afraid of death? Moreover, they would have to face Yan Hao, the mightiest male in the southwestern region. "You cowardly fools! Are you so terrified of single Yan Hao? Stand aside. I shall personally bring her back. I want to see what Yan Hao can do to me," Gene Exine thundered, seizing the wooden fork and lunging fiercely at Chung Anning. She quickly raised her wicker basket in defense, summoning all her strength to withstand Gene Exine's assault. "Hold on, just a little longer. Yan Hao will surely come to rescue me." "Gene Exine, listen. The tribes in southwestern region have already formed an alliance, and we possess powerful weapons. If you dare to capture me, all the tribes will unite to attack the Golden Snake tribe. I know your tribe is numerous, but when all the tribes in the southwestern region join forces, are you not afraid? Think carefully. If the Golden Snake tribe goes to war with us, there will undoubtedly be casualties. The Tsang Wolf tribe from the north will seize the opportunity to invade and annihilate your Golden Snake tribe, becoming the overlord of the northern region. At that point, not only you, but all of your kin will perish." As Chung Anning fought to fend off Gene Exine, she devised various psychological tactics to undermine him and the orcs. Indeed, her words had a significant impact. Aside from the few orcs still hesitating, even Gene Exine began to falter under the weight of her rhetoric. Each of Chung Anning's statements struck at his vulnerabilities. Yan Hao was a formidable foe, and the powerful weapons he wielded inspired trepidation. Moreover, Chung Anning's insights into the situation in the northern region were strikingly accurate. If they were to engage in battle with the small tribes of the southwestern region, the ruthless male Tsang Ming would publicly express support, but who could predict his true intentions? He would not wish to sacrifice his own 100-strong Golden Snake tribe so recklessly. "Listen, whosoever brings her back to the tribe shall be rewarded with 10 days' worth of food and a female as a prize," Gene Exine declared, raising the stakes. Upon hearing this, the orc's eyes gleamed with greed. Delicacies and companionship were the highest honors and pleasures for the orcs. None could resist. Finally, they began to move, encircling Chung Anning in preparation to seize her. Recognizing the dire situation, Chung Anning raised her wicker basket and hurled it fiercely at the approaching orcs before turning to flee. "Stop! Female, you cannot escape." Chung Anning ran desperately, but she was no match for the orcs, who had lived in the forest for years before she had gotten far. Gene Exine caught up with her. "Female, where do you think you're running?" he snarled, raising the wooden fork to stab at her back. Ah! Cheng Anning cried out, instinctively crouching and shielding her head. Yet at that moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out above her, followed by Yan Hao's furious voice. Jean Exon, if you dare harm Anning, I, Yan Hao, will annihilate your entire clan. Cheng Anning, her face pale, looked up to see Yan Hao galloping towards her on Xiao Bai, quiver strapped to his back and a sturdy bow in hand. The scream of Jean Exon had been the result of Yan Hao's arrow piercing his right arm. At that moment, Jean Exon's wooden fork clattered to the ground, a shaft embedded in his arm, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. The other orcs stood frozen in shock from such a distance. Yan Hao had managed to shoot through their leader's arm with a single arrow. It turned out that everything the female had said was true. Yan Hao wielded a weapon far superior to ordinary bows and arrows. Anning, Cheng Anning sprang to her feet, racing towards Yan Hao. Xiao Bai surged forward, swiftly reaching her side. With a graceful maneuver, Yan Hao extended his hand, pulling Cheng Anning onto Xiao Bai's back, holding her tightly in his embrace. Anning, are you injured? He asked, scanning her form with concern. Cheng Anning clung to him tightly, shaking her head. I'm fine. I'm unharmed. Only then did Yan Hao relax, lifting Cheng Anning to sit in front of him. Hold on tight to Xiao Bai, he instructed softly. With that, he drew an arrow from his quiver, aiming for Jean Exon's heart. Leader, run! The other orcs shrieked, scattering in fear. Jean Exon, witnessing Yan Hao aiming at him with a bow, felt his pupils shrink to pinpricks without hesitation. He summoned his spirit beast for protection. From her vantage on Xiao Bai, Cheng Anning clearly saw Jean Exon tremble, a massive golden snake suddenly materializing, coiling around him protectively. With its gaping maw and 2-foot-long forked tongue, the snake's ominous triangular eyes fixed menacingly on Yan Hao and Cheng Anning. Humph! Witness the might of my bow, Yan Hao declared, commanding Xiao Bai to charge forward. As he adjusted his aim to target the golden snake, the arrow flew, but the serpent was surprisingly agile, evading the shot with a swift twist of its body. Undeterred, Yan Hao fired arrow after arrow. And finally, on his last attempt, he struck the snake's tail. The golden snake writhed in pain, hissing as it began to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Yan Hao grabbed his bow once more. But Jean Exon's expression shifted as he quickly urged his golden snake to flee, vanishing from sight. Yan Hao lowered his bow, feeling a cold sweat break out. He had run out of arrows. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had not prepared many weapons, and that last shot had merely been a bluff. Fortunately, Jean Exon had been frightened enough to flee, but had he not, who could say what the outcome would have been? With the immediate threat removed, Yan Hao tightened his embrace around Anning, urging Xiao Bai onward as they raced back to the Yan Hu tribe. At the entrance of the tribe, Yin Yu, Yin Li, Yin Gang, and a throng of clansmen awaited anxiously, just as their patience was wearing thin and they were preparing to venture out in search of their leader. Yan Hao returned with Anning. The leader has returned. Look, it's Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's brought the leader and Anning back. Splendid. The crowd surged forward, voices overlapping in excitement. Xiao Bai trotted to a halt, lowering itself so that Yan Hao and Anning could dismount. Leader, are you both unharmed? Is Anning injured? The clansman inquired with concern. Anning quickly addressed the group. Do not worry, everyone, I am fine, and so is Yan Hao. I am grateful that he arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been captured by Jean Exon. Jean Exon? That scoundrel again. How did you encounter the Golden Snake tribe? Anning, how did you end up in their territory? At this, Yan Hao's expression darkened, and he raised his voice. Yin Li, Yin Gang, bring Yin Ping to me. I must interrogate her. Yin Ping. The crowd was taken aback. Why would the leader wish to interrogate her? Could Anning's ambush be connected to Yin Ping, Yin Li, and Yin Gang, sensing Yan Hao's grim demeanor? Dared not ask further questions, and hurried to fetch Yin Ping from her dwelling. Inside her hut, Yin Ping awaited anxiously, but when Yin Li and Yin Gang burst in, her expression shifted dramatically. Yet, she quickly composed herself, feigning confusion as she asked, "Weren't you waiting for Yan Hao and Anning at the entrance? Why have you come here? By the way, did Yan Hao manage to bring Anning back?" Anning is truly reckless. Even if she loves plants, she should not wander about aimlessly, causing Yan Hao to worry incessantly. Yin Li and Yin Gang exchanged a glance, and then Yin Gang replied, "Ping, Yan Hao has already brought Anning back." Now, let us take you to him." Upon hearing that Yan Hao wanted to speak with her, Yan Ping's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned confusion and asked, "What does Yan Hao want with me at this time? Is he upset that I didn't wait for him? I couldn't go out because I was suffering from severe stomach ache just now oh dear, it still hurts. Why don't you tell Yan Hao that I'll come and find him once I feel better?" "Ping, we are also unaware of why the leader is looking for you, but you should hurry over, as the leader appears quite angry," Yan Li said with a serious expression. He had never seen the leader's face so grim, and his intuition told him that something significant must have occurred. Realizing she could not evade the situation any longer, Yan Ping forced a smile and said, "All right, I shall go now." Thus, Yan Ping trailed behind Yan Li and Yan Gang toward the clearing in the tribe. In the clearing, Yan Hao and Ning, Yin Yu, and a large number of tribesmen were all waiting. The atmosphere was heavy, as Yan Hao's expression was taut, causing the tribespeople to hold their breath in fear, sensing that something dire was about to unfold. Finally, Yan Ping arrived behind Yan Li and Yan Gang, wearing a somewhat insincere smile as she addressed Yan Hao. "Yan Hao, what is it that you need from me? I had an upset stomach today, which is why I couldn't come out to wait for you. You aren't upset with me over that, are you?" Yan Hao looked at Yan Ping and suddenly turned to Yin Yu, asking, "Yin Yu, why did you take a Ning to the territory of the Golden Serpent tribe, nearly causing her to be captured and devoured by Jin Xian?" Yin Yu immediately pointed at Yan Ping, exclaiming, "It was Ping. She deliberately mentioned strange plants, leading me to take a Ning to search for them, but she secretly altered my markers, tricking us into the territory of the Golden Serpent tribe. To save us, and Ning entangled herself with those beasts, allowing Yin Yu and me to escape and inform the leader. If the leader hadn't arrived in time, and Ning would have been captured and eaten by Jin Xian." Recalling the Golden Serpent tribe's savage penchant for consuming beings of other races, Yin Yu trembled in fear. She could hardly bear to think what would have happened if the leader had not been in the tribe at that moment, or if he had not decisively summoned Xiao Bai to rescue Ning. And Ning would surely have met a grim fate. "You speak nonsense. When did I mention anything about strange plants?" "You are clearly framing me," Yan Ping retorted vehemently. Yin Yu, incensed, shot back, "You still refuse to admit it? You brought me to the nearby depression, intentionally showing me a certain mushroom, but later, when I took a Ning to search, you altered my markers, leading us astray." Yan Ping cast a cold glance at Yin Yu and scoffed, "Who saw me giving you a mushroom? I believe you are simply envious of a Ning's significant contributions to the tribe, wishing to replicate her search for strange plants, but ultimately lost your way and led Ning into danger. You are the one who deserves punishment." With a look of feigned grievance, Yan Ping implored Yan Hao. "Yan Hao, you must believe me. I did not harm a Ning that it was Yin Yu who made a mistake and, fearing punishment, falsely accused me. No, I did not lie. Yan Ping is the one lying," Yin Yu protested, tears streaming down her face, unable to counter Yan Ping's sharp tongue. The tribespeople, having listened to both of their accounts, found themselves perplexed, unable to discern who was telling the truth and who was fabricating lies. Yan Hao, initially inclined to believe Yin Yu, began to harbor doubts upon hearing Yan Ping's claims. Ning had only recently arrived in the tribe and had quickly become its most valuable female member, inciting both envy and jealousy among many, particularly among some females who often whispered behind her back, accusing her of not allowing Yan Hao to seek out other females and of disregarding the customs of the Yan Hu tribe. Many harbored grievances but dared not voice them due to Yan Hao's affection for Ning. Although Yin Yu had never openly expressed dissatisfaction with Ning, being female herself, she could not entirely escape her own thoughts. At this moment, even Yan Hao found himself uncertain that "I trust Yin Yu. She is my good sister and would never intentionally harm me. Besides, think about it. When we encountered Jin Xian, Yin Yu was with me. Would she be foolish enough to endanger herself as well? Do you truly believe that, facing so many beasts from the Golden Serpent tribe, Yin Yu could escape alone?" Upon hearing this, the tribespeople found Ning's reasoning particularly compelling. Even if Yin Yu wanted to harm Ning, she would surely have devised a way to escape first. How could she possibly risk her own life alongside Ning? Thus, it became evident that Yin Yu had not intended to harm Ning, but had been ensnared in a trap. Seeing Ning's point, Yan Hao's mind cleared, and Ning was right. Even if Yan Yu harbored jealousy towards Ning and wished to play petty tricks, it was unlikely she would gamble with her own life. Therefore, it was highly probable that Yin Ping was the one scheming behind the scenes. With this realization, Yan Hao fixed his gaze on Yan Ping and stated in a deep voice, "Yan Ping, will you not speak the truth? Was it you who did this?" "I did not." "Yan Hao, even if you favor Ning, you cannot wrongfully accuse me for her sake. And Ning dislikes me and has shifted the blame for Yan Yu's mistakes onto my shoulders. She simply cannot stand me and wishes to expel me from the tribe." Yan Ping's eyes flickered with cunning as she quickly retorted, refusing to back down. "Yan Ping, since you claim you are innocent and did not present any strange plans to Yan Yu, would you dare to undergo a test?" At this moment, Cheng and Ning stepped forward, addressing Yan Ping. Yan Ping's heart sank at the words, and she retorted defiantly, "You say test, as if it were so simple. How do we know if your test is credible?" Cheng and Ning, seeing Yan Ping's evasion, turned to Yan Hao and the gathered tribespeople, stating, "Everyone knows that my contributions to the tribe have come from experiments. The yellow rice was cultivated through experimentation, and the white radish was also nurtured through trials. Other tools and weapons, none of them were not born from experimentation. All of these are witnessed by you all. So please trust me. My tests are logical and the only means to ascertain whether Yan Ping is lying." Upon hearing Cheng and Ning's words, the tribespeople began nodding in agreement that we believe in Ning. We have all seen her contributions to the tribe, and Ning is reasonable. We trust her. Yes, let her conduct the test on Yan Ping. Following a unanimous decision, Yan Hao finally nodded in agreement. Very well. Let Ning conduct the test. If it proves that Yan Ping is lying as the leader, I will ensure she receives due punishment. Chapter 81. Expulsion from the Yan Hu tribe at that moment. However, Yan Ping's heart began to race with unease. Yan Ning was always full of tricks, and she could not fathom what scheme might be at play this time, that if she truly could verify whether Yan Ping was lying, then Yan Ping would likely find herself in dire straits. While Yan Ping anxiously contemplated her predicament, Yan Hao turned to Ning and inquired, "Ning, how will you conduct the test?" Cheng and Ning reached into her bee-skin pouch and pulled out the mushroom. Holding it aloft as she asked, "Does anyone recognize this plant?" The tribespeople craned their necks to look, but after a long moment, they all shook their heads, saying, "We do not recognize it." Cheng and Ning glanced at Yan Ping and asked, "Yan Ping, do you recognize this plant?" Yan Ping immediately replied, "What is this? I have never seen it before." Cheng and Ning countered, "You truly do not recognize it, but Yan Yu says this is the strange plant you found in the depression." I said I have not seen it, so I have not seen it. What mushroom or medicinal herb are you talking about? I know nothing. Yan Ping continued to deny it obstinately. Cheng and Ning nodded. Very well. Since you claim you do not recognize it, then you have never touched this mushroom, correct? Of course not. Why would I touch it? That was Yan Yu's find, not mine. Unaware of Cheng and Ning's motive for these questions, Yan Ping instinctively sought to clear her name. Then, would you dare to join Yan Yu in placing your hands in water for a test? Cheng and Ning inquired once more. Place them in water? Yan Ping was taken aback. Yes, place your hands in water. That I can explain the reasoning behind it. The mushroom is a plant formed from the combination of insects and flora, and its exterior possesses a unique substance. This is a secretion from the insect while it is alive. Anyone who has touched it will have this substance on their hands. Strangely, when immersed in water, the water will turn blue in a moment. I will have several tribespeople join you in Yin Yu in soaking your hands in water. Yin Yu has certainly touched the mushroom, so the water she soaks in will definitely change color. As for the water you soak in, we will soon see whether it changes color. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of dawning realization, exclaiming, So, Anning, this is the method you intend to experiment with. At this moment, Yin Ping's countenance had already soured considerably, yet she dared not reveal her discomfort and could only force herself to maintain a facade of calm. However, she secretly felt a sense of relief, having washed her hands numerous times prior. Perhaps she had already removed that elusive mucus, thus there was no need for fear. After all, the water she had immersed in might not change color. With this thought, she straightened her posture and declared, If we are to try, then let us try. I am unafraid, for I have not touched it. Cheng Anning nodded and then turned to Yan Hao, saying, Yan Hao, please instruct the clansmen to bring over a wooden table. I shall fetch some bowls to pour water. Yan Hao nodded and immediately turned to order Yanli and Yin Gang to bring the table, while Cheng Anning headed back to the wooden house to retrieve 5 ceramic bowls, filling each one to the brim with water. All right, Yin Yue, Yin Ping, and the 3 of you proceed to conduct the experiment. Cheng Anning casually pointed to 3 clansmen and gestured for Yin Yue and Yin Ping to join them at the wooden table. Yin Yue and the 3 clansmen quickly submerged their hands in the ceramic bowls, and moments later, upon withdrawing their hands, the onlookers were astounded to find that the water in the bowls had indeed changed color, as Anning had described. Yin Yue's had turned blue, while the others remained unchanged. See, Anning's words are true. The water in Yin Yue's bowl has changed. Yes, the others haven't changed. It's real. Upon witnessing the color change in Yin Yue's bowl, Yinping instinctively withdrew her outstretched hand in fright. Yet at that moment, Cheng Anning spoke. Yinping, if you are afraid to try, it indicates that you harbor a guilty conscience and are indeed lying. You must think carefully before you act. Hearing this, Yinping gritted her teeth and plunged her hand into the bowl. There was no evading the inevitable. What if the water she had soaked in did not change color? She resolved to take the gamble. Moments later, as she raised her hand, the water in the bowl swiftly transformed to blue under the unwavering gaze of the crowd. Yinping's face turned as pale as a sheet. Had it truly changed color? Did she fail to wash properly beforehand? It changed. Everyone look! The water in Yinping's bowl has changed color. She's been lying. Indeed, she attempted to harm Anning and Yin Yue. How malicious! The crowd erupted in outcries, their gazes towards Yinping now filled with ire. Yan Hao, upon witnessing this, also darkened his expression, glaring at Yinping and bellowing, Yinping, what further excuses do you have? The experiment has revealed your deceit. You deliberately sought to harm Anning. You are utterly despicable. Exactly, no matter the circumstances, one must not harm their kin. Yinping, you have gone too far. While we may feel some envy towards Anning, we never wished her any harm. Expel Yinping from the tribe. Our Yinhu tribe harbors no such malicious females. Under the collective condemnation from Yan Hao and the clansmen, Yinping could no longer deny her actions and, with a thud, knelt before Yan Hao. Pleading, Yan Hao, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Please do not cast me out of the tribe. I will be devoured by wild beasts. Silence. You fear the wild beasts consuming you, yet do not fear Anning being devoured by the Golden Snake tribe. You sought revenge against Anning and lured her into the territory of the Golden Snake tribe. Your malice knows no bounds. As the leader of the Yinhu tribe, I now declare to the clansmen that you shall be expelled from the tribe. Take your belongings and leave our territory. Yan Hao's voice was cold and commanding. Yan Hao, no. I beg you. I promise I will never harm Anning again. Please let me stay. I do not wish to die. At this moment, Yinping finally felt fear, clinging desperately to the hem of Yan Hao's garment. Get away! You have repeatedly sought to harm Anning. Our Yinhu tribe cannot accommodate you. You must find your own way to survive. Yan Hao forcefully pushed Yinping away, took Cheng Anning by the hand, and strode away. Yan Hao, please! I implore you! Do not cast me out! Yinping cried out, but no one offered her sympathy. She had consistently ignored warnings and had repeatedly plotted against Anning. And now she had finally provoked the leader's wrath. She had brought this upon herself. Yin Gang, Yanli, Yinji, go plead with the leader for me. Ask him not to expel me. I will die alone out there. How can I survive without the tribe? As Yinping saw Yan Hao remain unmoved and turn to leave, she began to plead with other clansmen. Yet they all wore expressions of helplessness. The mistake she had made was simply too grave. No one could save her. She had nearly led Anning into the clutches of the Golden Snake tribe, a crime that was unforgivable. After all, Anning was now the most vital person in the Yinhu tribe. Yinping was truly foolish. Even if she felt jealousy towards Anning and resentment for losing her mail to her, she should not have disregarded the tribe's interests and attempted to endanger Anning. Let alone Yan Hao. Even the chief would not spare her if he were to find out point one by one. The clansmen sighed and departed, with not a single soul advocating for Yinping. In the end, even when Yinping knelt before the chief, she merely received a few provisions and a standard bow and arrows, nothing more. However, the chief ultimately relented, agreeing to allow Yinping to remain in the tribe for one more night. to leave the following morning. Little did he know, this moment of leniency would lead to disastrous consequences. Chapter 82. How could it also turn blue? That night, Yan Yi was on guard duty at the archery shed when Yinping stealthily approached. Upon seeing her, Yan was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Yinping, what brings you here?" Yinping hurriedly grasped Yan Yi's hand, her eyes filled with tears. "Yan Yi, tomorrow I must leave the tribe, and I will be all alone. Without any companions, please be my mate for one last night. I know you have always liked me. Haven to you." Upon hearing this, Yan Yi felt a surge of emotion. He had previously sought Yinping's affection multiple times, but she had always refused. Today, she approached him willingly. How could he bear to turn her down? Yet, he was on duty at the archery shed and could not afford to be distracted. After some contemplation, he shook his head. "Yinping, I too wish to be with you, to share this final night, but I must guard the archery shed. You should return." With that, Yan Yi attempted to push Yinping away. However, Yinping refused to leave. Wrapping her arms around him, tears streaming down her face, "Anning has taken my mate. I have lost everything and am to be cast out of the tribe. Do you now despise me too? Not even willing to be my mate for a single night? Yan Yi, I beg you. Tomorrow I must go. I may never return alive. Please, just agree to this." Yan Yi gazed at Yinping, who was weeping pitifully, and felt a pang of sympathy. Yinping had grown up alongside them. Had it not been for her grave mistake, the leader would not have been so heartless in expelling her. Although Yinping's plight was of her own making, they had lived together for so many years, and Yan Yi still held some feelings for her, considering her words were not without truth. Once she left the tribe, her survival was uncertain. Her request did not seem excessive. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, Yan Yi relented. He secured the wooden shed door and, embracing Yinping, they fell onto the fur-covered floor. After some time, as Yan Yi rose to dress, he was suddenly struck violently on the back of the head. A sharp pain surged through him, and instinctively he reached back to touch it, only to find his hand smeared with sticky blood. Dazed, he turned around to see Yinping, stark naked, wielding a rock, her face twisted in fury. "You, Yinping, how ruthless you are! I must report this to the leader." Yan Yi attempted to stagger towards the door, but his mind was clouded, and he could barely keep his balance as he stumbled forward. Yinping's eyes flashed with malice as she picked up a bow and arrow, shooting an arrow directly at Yan Yi. Yan Yi fell to the ground, struck by the arrow, never to rise again. Upon witnessing this, Yinping felt no remorse. She dressed quickly, wrapped 3 bows and 30 arrows in animal hides, and stealthily slipped out of the wooden shed, escaping the tribe under the cover of night. Heading west towards the northern Song, she had already contemplated her situation thoroughly. It was impossible to survive alone after being cast out of the tribe. Thus, she needed to integrate into a new tribe. However, the other tribes in the southern Song were allied with the Yinhu tribe, and they would not take her in. Therefore, her only option was to seek refuge with the Golden Snake or Song Wolf tribes in the northern Song. Yet those fierce tribes would not easily accept a female from another tribe unless she could contribute significantly to their community, just as Anning had done. Thus, she thought of the powerful bows and arrows created by Anning. Such formidable weapons would surely earn her a place within the Golden Snake or Song Wolf tribes.